This track is not an attack upon the American people. It's an attack upon the system within which they live. Since 1945, this track is not an attack upon the American people. It's an attack upon the system within which they live. Since 1945, the United States has attempted to overthrow more than 50 foreign governments. In the process, the US has caused the end of life for several million people and condemned many millions more to a life of agony and despair. The strength of the dreaming prevents you from reason. The American dream only makes sense if you're sleeping. It's just a cruel fantasy. Their politics took my voice away, but their music gave it back to me. The land where they're lumping are consumed by consumption, killing themselves to shovel down food in abundance. I guess a rapper from Britain is a rare voice. America is capitalism on steroids. Natives kept in casinos and reservations. Displaced slaves never given reparations. Take everything from Native Americans and wonder why I call it the racist experiment. Afraid of your melanin, the same as it's ever been. That ain't gonna change with the race of the president. I see imperialism under your skin tone. You could call it Christopher Columbus syndrome. The world's entertainer, the world's devastator. From Venezuela to Mesopotamia. Your cameras lie because they have to hide the savage crimes committed on leaders that happen to try and nationalize eating competitions while the world's been starving. Beat up communism with the help of Bin Laden. Where would your war of terror be without that man? Every day you create more Nadal Hassan. Kill a man from the military, you're a weirdo. But kill a wolf from the Middle East, you're a hero. Your country is causing screams that never reach your ear holes. America inflicted 1 million ground zeros. Follow the dollar and swallow your humanity. Soldiers committing savagery you never even have to see. Those mad at me, writing emails angrily. I'm not anti-America, America is anti-me. Is it false nation or an abomination? Is it false nation or an abomination? Is it false nation or an abomination? Doesn't make any difference when they form your nation. Is it false nation or an abomination? Is it false nation or an abomination? Is it false nation or an abomination? Doesn't make any difference when they form your nation. I don't care if you're in Cheney or long lost relations. What matters more is the policies. I lost my patience. Stop debating, bringing race into the conversation. Occupation and cooperation equals profit making. It's over, people wake up from the dream now. Nobel Peace Prize, Jay-Z on speed dial. It's the substance within, not the color of your skin. Are you the puppeteer or the puppet on the string? So many believed it was instantly gonna change. There was still Dennis Russ, Brzezinski and Robert Gates. What happened to Chaz Freeman? What happened to Tristan Anderson? It's a machine to keep that man breathing. I have the heart to say what all these other rappers aren't. Words like Iraq, Palestine, Afghanistan. The war's on and you morons were all wrong. I call Obama a bomber because those are your thumb, your thumb, your thumb, your thumb.
I want the world to know you won't beat us, because we're the children of those that took the worst form of slavery and brutality that ever lived, that ever existed. Our parents survived the Middle Passage. Only the strong got here, and then we lost our name, our culture, our religion, and we're still here. So you may have a momentary victory, Mr. Bush, but you don't know who we are.
I pledge no allegiance. Fuck the president's speeches. What the industry hit the Pac, they did to Jesus, raping his vocals and then destroying the message, trying to deport us. If they can't destroy and arrest us, government front religious, but their heart is empty. Like a televangelist preaching out of his Bentley, calling the poor. Talking like units in a fucking libretto. Look at their mansions and look at your suburban ghetto. The gulag, the new hood, where they send us to live. Cause they don't give a fuck about none of our kids. That's why blacks and Latinos get the worst education, while devils run America like birth of a nation. Affirmative action ain't reverse discrimination. That shit is a pathetic excuse for reparations.
Bin Laden didn't blow up the projects. It was you, nigga. It was you. Bush knocked down the towers. It was you, nigga. It was you, motherfucker. Bin Laden didn't blow up the projects. It was you, nigga. It was you. Bush knocked down the towers.
I turned Harlem into a Colombian jungle. And I wouldn't be fighting for a Christian nation. I'd be fighting for survival from extermination. I wouldn't fight for Fox News, them racist niggas. I'd be fighting for the faceless niggas. For the immigrants America loves to despise, even though it needs them to make the economy rise. They feed us genetically modified garbage, so I repetitively reload the cartridge. Boston, New York, down to Atlanta, guerrilla war in the swamps of Louisiana. Camera panoramas and hammers couldn't rock me. East Coast to West Coast, you can't stop me. And fuck Schwarzenegger, his pop was a Nazi, and it runs in the family. So run for the Grammys, run to the Coon picnic, and try to pick up a mammy. But half of y'all are faggots trying to pick up a tranny. Eddie Murphy ass motherfuckers going commercial. Even Interscope is getting pimped by Universal. Green Tutankhamun Lantern, a curse you and murder you. But the Bin Laden slush fund remix just hurt you.
Bin Laden didn't blow up the projects. It was you, nigga. It was you. Bush knocked down the towers. It was you, nigga. It was you, motherfucker. Bin Laden didn't blow up the projects. It was you, nigga. It was you. Bush knocked down the towers. It was you, nigga. It was you, motherfucker. Bush knocked down the towers. It was you, devil. It was you. I said Bush knocked down the towers. It was you, devil. It was you.
We know all about your CIA money, Bin Laden. It was you, fake motherfucker. You. I said Bush knocked down the towers. It was you, devil. It was you. Immortal Technique. KOS1. Chuck D. Green Lantern.
Man who thinks in terms of nations and peoples. There are no nations. There are no peoples. There are no Russians. There are no Arabs. There are no third worlds. There is no West. There is only one holistic system of systems.
I will MK Ultra ya. Put the MK scope on ya. If the MK hits ya, it's guaranteed to open ya. The 57mm Mark 110, 220 rounds a minute, try to stop them. Don't put that on your wish list, that's retarded babble. Protesters make the hit list soon as they start to rabble. They are nothing but fishes in the barrel. It doesn't have to be Christmas for a carol. Some decorate with ornamental decorum. Some perform Shakana on Hanukkah and Purim. That's where my job come in. I am a blessing to the mercenary. For the corporation selling weapons to them. Any potential competitor step into them. I'm authorized to knock them out and stick a GPS into them. They wanna sell uranium to Iran. That's enriched, that's a bitch. Now we gotta teach a lesson to them.
We wanna track and trace, stick you in the database. When you get out of line, we can put you back in place. Do you fathom what the action takes to advance? We have to dress you up in satin lace. The human race was systematically debased. Set up to be automatically erased. Great big slap in the face. How we track and we trace what we're lacking the case.
Tyranny has come to America in a $5,000 suit.
They can trace me, slid into the database. 2 steps from going crazy, that's the way it tastes. Reborn into this, retorn ligaments. Be more vigilant, it's known what your business is. Deformed privileges, right away to wickedness. Ever since the infant handprints on my certificates, I've been saying fuck this shit, not riddles. Middle finger flying like a Barack missile. Out of Israel, it's hideous tools. I'm trying to get out of America, I pity them fools. Cyber feds trail me, track like Donovan Bailey. I'm always running from heat cause it's hot on the daily. Through the sewage unit, you get used to the racket. Merry Christmas from my girl, the day I married the ratchet. Activate my passion on radiated wasteland like Van Gogh hands. Did your town with the spray can. Track and trace, stick you in the database. When you get out of line, we can put you back in place. Do you fathom what the action takes to advance? We have to dress you up in satin lace. The human race was systematically debased. Set up to be automatically erased. It's a great big slap in the face. How we track it, we trace what we're lacking.
Singing overtures of fornication, but they don't know the composers of the orchestration. They are forced to dance to the music under the grandiose illusion that they choose it. Actors in your name behave insidious. DC is simply Hollywood for the hideous. Eager to drop a big bomb where a city is. The plan they got for Tehran is iniquitous. Your average advisor's a monster. Look like Mr. Rogers. All these grand lodges, they got you crammed in. Looking like Fred Flintstone and Ralph Cramden. The Technocrats settle the score. Populace intoxicated like never before. Americans dead it all. The money changes don't perpetuate.
Knowledge of corporations, inexorably determined by the immutable bylaws of business.
We want to track and trace, stick you in the database. When you get out of line, we can put you back in place. Do you fathom what the action takes to advance? We have to dress you up in satin lace. The human race will systematically debate to be automatically erased. It's a great big slap in the face. How we track and we trace what we're lacking in case.
Now did you hear?
Say yeah, yeah, yeah.
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 Now did you hear? The world is a business. It has been since man crawled out of the slime.
What up? Yeah, I'm clearly having a lot of issues here, so give me a minute.
To a new generation of Americans,
I must put the interests of America first. The people have got to know whether or not their president's a crook. Well, I'm not a crook.
The United States of America is convenient to the world.
I'm a product of America, psychotic from narcotics, for consumers and STDs, yeah, I got it. A victim of a media machine, violence and lust, top to bottom ingredient between. I'm a menace with big dreams, and no morals can stop me from none. I gotta get mine, that's why I went and got me a gun. Police have put me in a cage if they could lock me in one. These dudes to kill me out of jealousy, they pop me and run. Shit, I'm bloodthirsty too, we were raised with foul ways. It's in everything we watch and listen to nowadays. When the younger kids are way more depraved, with hunger for peace, some will run around the neighborhood crazy. Land of the free, home of the brave, my word is immortal. One day I lay alone in the grave, still my dome is enslaved. In the haze of the power I crave, I can't help it, this is how I was raised.
It's a conspiracy. I hit the scene like spinning guillotines. Villains creep through the village deep while idiots sleep. I'm awake, dominate, annihilate, I violate, obliterate, incinerate, exterminate. I'm an American. Murder, hate, violence, and war. Topics galore, riots and more. Violent and poor, the rise of the poor. We monitor all. Everybody silent the door. So walk out now, but you may never survive at all. We murder capitals, turn hometowns to homicides. TNT, Trinity, counter lines. My take on society is beyond the fabrications that they prophesize. Colonize, criminalize, economize, sodomize. Humanity every day, vanity's great, gravity cake, holding your sanity weight. This is not an exercise. This is real life, savage your fate. Contaminated planet of hate. The children sing the passage of faith. Lavish shades was the train of Alexander the Great. Savage grace gravitate to mathematics and space. Like Dr. Malachi, when they hear the cameras invade. The chapter play, like the others these cannibals say. I'm an American. I'm an American.
American. I'm an American. I'm an American. This nature is imperialistic. I'm completely irrational. I'm unrealistic. Got the right to talk shit. Got the right to bear arms. I bring disease. I bring famine with some guns and some bombs. My 4-horse squad. My lightning rod. Men a thief with the devil. Not fight for God. I'm from the Highland clans. I'm on some stolen lands. The crown jewel in the new world order plans. Get your quarter can. Place your order, man. Step up right this way to the slaughter land. While every one of your freedoms got emancipated. You just surfed on the net. You masturbated. We got hoes. We got thugs. We got sex. We got drugs. We got laws. We got all the right people to break them. We got blood, you got oil, you got land, we can spoil. We got bigger, better guns, yo, I know we can take all the time in America. That was a hustler holding a damage, wearing a black hoodie and living life like a predator. Hated his life, embarrassed to being alone. The little he knows from kid in my past, assed out of his head blown. It's known live in the land of the lost. Could have been a leader, but put on the cross. Needed to push for his cause, breaking laws. Now he's a felon. The system is flawed, bringing the God every day of his life, fighting the odds. He wants a piece of the pie, the gleam in his eye. American dream in his mind, led him astray in his ride. Inside of his cell, he put his whole family through hell and broke it apart, breaking his mother's heart. He started in school when he was on the path to losing his mind. Whatever happened to no child gets left behind. Just another slogan. I'm hoping that you can comprehend. I'm born to struggle. I'm an American. 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 I'm an American.
I want you to get mad. I don't want you to protest. I don't want you to riot. I don't want you to write to your congressman because I wouldn't know what to tell you to write. I don't know what to do about the depression and the inflation and the Russians and the crime in the street. All I know is that first, you've got to get mad. You've got to say, I'm a human being. God damn it. My life has value.
Start the uprising. Let's start the uprising. It's time to...
I want you to get mad. I don't want you to protest. I don't want you to riot. I don't want you to write to your congressman because I wouldn't know what to tell you to write. I don't know what to do about the depression and the inflation and the Russians and the crime in the street. All I know is that first, you've got to get mad.
You've got to say, I'm a human being, goddammit. My life has value.
All rise. It's time to uprise. Yeah. Listen, people, they got us believing we nothing but heathens, scheming, hating each other for nothing but breathing, hating each other for color and creep. When me and you, we one and the same, under the blanket cutting we bleed, and they think we dumb and naive. When we wasn't conceived yesterday, we know that AIDS, they made up the disease, and they tease us with money and greed, and make us hunger and feed off each other like some blood-sucking freaks. And the most ignorant niggas are publishing dream, nothing but whores and infidelity is up on the screen. Real chance of love with a slut and a creep, a lover that cheats. These dumb broads should be running the streets. If you think of letting your daughters watch you charm, school won't harm you or her in the long run, you're a darn fool. It's so blatant how they raping our minds in plain sight, taking our rights and dignity, it ain't right. So the uprising, it's time to cut ties with these fucking guys that's feeding us nothing but lies. Time to uprise, rise up, times up, cause when the trust dies, love dies, like government spies. So the uprising, it's time to cut ties with these fucking guys that's feeding us nothing but lies. Time to uprise, rise up, times up, cause when the trust dies, love dies, like government spies.
I'll admit that Obama had me believing the hype, but after doing the knowledge, I ain't been sleeping at night. Probably the biggest deception I ever seen in my life. If y'all don't read between the lines and y'all ain't reading it right, yeah, then he passed just a motherfucking trooper stepping. Nuclear anxiety in the cold of the super weapon. Obama and Bush cousins, and that's a true connection. Seizing power and property like a ruthless henchman. I'm in the Jewish temple on Mount Zion, studying literature from the priory of Sion. Nothing safe, no cars, no planes to fly on. I got a few bulletproof vests to try on. Yeah, but y'all can just remain the machine. It's true lies, but I decided to stay on my day. You was sucking if you think that the economy killed. Barack Obama 666 finally rebelled.
It's all the uprising. It's time to cut ties with these fucking guys that's feeding us nothing but lies. Time to uprise, rise up, times up, cause when the trust dies, love dies, like government spies. It's all the uprising. It's time to cut ties with these fucking guys that's feeding us nothing but lies. Time to uprise, rise up, times up, cause when the trust dies, love dies, like government spies. True lies, lies.
We, the people, sit back, spit back,
It's true lies, but I decided to stay on my day.
The road is long
It's like we all know what's going down, but no one's saying shit what happened to the home of the brave. Motherfuckers, they can doing this now when no one's talking about how they made us fight to be slaves. And everybody's just walking around, head in the clouds, who wanna wake up to and dead in the grave. But then it's too late, we need to be ready to raise up. Welcome to the end of days.
Everybody is slaves, only some are aware that the government releasing poison in the air. That's the reason I collect so many guns in my lair. I ain't never caught slipping, never underprepared. Yeah, they straight sign on me, they just break it proudly. George Bush, the grandson of Alistair Crowley. They want you to believe a lot of the enemy Saudi. The enemy ain't Saudi, the enemy around me. It's fluoride in the water, but nobody know that. It's also a prominent ingredient in Prozac. For real? How could any government bestow that upon people who believe in political throwback? That's not all that I'm here to present you. I know about the Black Pope and Solomon's Temple. Yeah. About the Vatican assassins and how they will get you. And how they clone Barack Hussein Obama in a test tube.
It's like we all know what's going down, but no one's saying shit what happened to the home of the brave. These motherfuckers, they can doing this now, when no one's talking about how they made us fight to be slaves. And everybody's just walking around, head in the clouds, who wanna wake up to and dead in the grave. But then it's too late, we need to be ready to raise up.
Whoever built the pyramids had knowledge of electrical power. And you know that that's the information that they suppress and devour. Who you sick the motherfuckers that crashed in the tower? Who you sick that made it turn into ash in an hour? The same ones that invaded your own. The ones that never told you about the skeletons on the moon. Yeah, the ones that poison all the food you consume. The ones that never told you about the Mount Vesuvius tombs. The bird flu is a lie. The swine flu is a lie. Why would that even come as a surprise? Yeah, the polio vaccine made you die. It caused cancer and it cost a lot of people their lives. Do y'all know about Bohemian Grove? How the world leaders sacrificing children in robes? Lucifer is God in the public school system. I suggest you open up your ears and you listen.
It's like we all know what's going down, but no one's saying shit what happened to the home of the brave. These motherfuckers, they doing this now when no one's talking about how they made us fight to be slaves. And everybody's just walking around, head in the clouds, who wanna wake up to and dead in the grave. But then it's too late, we need to be ready to raise up. Welcome to the end of days.
The greatest hypnotist on planet Earth is a oblong box in the corner of the room. It is constantly telling us what to believe is real.
If you can persuade them that what they see with their eyes is what there is to see, go. Because they'll laugh in the face of an explanation that portrays the bigger picture of what's happening. And they have.
Fathers could have never imagined the government that we now have today. It wasn't what they intended. The government, for the most part, are worker bees. They likely don't even realize who they're serving.
Whether you like it or not, you are a participant in these 9 systems we're talking about today. And if you're not aware of that, then you are a match, according to the laws of karma, you are a match to being abused and controlled by that system. That is exactly what the Fed has done, essentially, with the dollar bill that says debt note on the back. It's like some business that made a money printing company and tricked you into using their monopoly money.
Wait, what?
Reality is crazier than fiction, man.
So now we're going to get a little bit into like money supply, currency, and banking, how this came about, as well as, you know, kind of where we're at with things. So we used to have a more decentralized, very decentralized form of kind of like barter and so I want you to like just imagine you get transplanted back in time to like the 1500s, 1600s, right? You're mobbing around on horses and everyone has a gun because constantly have to worry about that. And you really can't have too much shit. You can, because you have to carry it and you constantly have the threat of being robbed. So everyone just has some stuff. And so like, but what you can do is you can have skills and you can trade those skills or whatever it may be, crops, skills. But remember, crops can get stolen, skills can't. So it's probably more practical. So let's say you can be a handyman or something or whatever. And then there's a woman and she's not very good with like physical labor, but she can provide more nurturing services, whatever that may be. So there would be a lot of that. It was peer to peer. decentralized barter and trade. But here's the thing. While many of you listening, well, some of you listening to this are probably like, let's go back to that. Like, it's like that, the first world problems, right? Like when you're raised with such religion, you actually think like, let's go back to that. It's like, really? You sure you want to go back to the 1500s?
No, we need to go beyond it, actually.
Exactly.
We would
So
have the
that's
same system in 10 years that we have today if we were snapped back to that kind of barter and trade system. In 10, 20 years, the same companies would own everything. We'd be back to where we are.
Exactly. Yep.
Yeah.
Good point. Yeah. And we'll get to we should get into that. But so what I want to kind of demonstrate here is just being realistic. Once again, we need to understand history before we start acting like we know everything about every conspiracy and we just want to focus on regurgitating YouTube videos. But it's like, can you even tell me a realistic background of like where we came from? So, that's kind of how things were. And while some of you may think like, that's great, let's go back to that, growing our own food, blah, 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 it does have serious limitations. So let me kind of break it down like this. When a group of people lack a centralized or agreed upon form of currency. So I want you to think about it like it's 1500 and I'm trying to get Aaron to like repair my door because, some Wild West dude drop kicked it and I'm not very good with my hands. And I'm trying to pay him with like my fresh cow's milk. And he's like, I'm lactose intolerant, bro. I don't want your cow's milk.
I'll take cow's milk all day, bro.
Well, yeah, but let's just say, so he doesn't want the currency that I'm trying to give him. And because we don't have an agreed upon centralized form of value that we refer to as currency, it poses a lot of issues at scale. A people, an economy cannot prosper without a centralized form of agreed upon currency. Hopefully we can understand that. It was a serious advancement for us to go from, hey, I have 10 radishes. Can I trade you for a chicken? Like that was currency, but there was no agreed upon barter. So like it introduced unnecessary complexity and civilization as we know it couldn't innovate and scale to its highest potential because of that. So introducing, an actual centralized form of currency. So we start using gold and metals as a form of barter. And this is a huge advancement because at least we can all agree now that, this gold has X amount of value and now we have some sort of calibrated system. But this is extremely limiting as well compared to what it could be because you can't haul much gold. Gold is very heavy. For anyone who stacks gold, So it's very limiting in terms of you can't haul it around and also its size. If you have any meaningful worth in gold, it takes up some serious space and it's heavy. And so what came with this? Well, everyone had to carry guns. You constantly had to be ready to use them and defend yourself, or you'll get robbed. And so, that was the initial purpose of banks, which I've talked about, right? Aaron, if you remember me showing you, I think it was 12 USC 1431, the thing about the powers and duties of banks. Do you remember me showing you that? And nowhere in there did it say lend. So that's because banks weren't meant to lend. They were supposed to just be like holding houses, because it's not practical to carry around a few, dozen pounds of gold. You put it in the bank and you get the IOU. That was what it was supposed to be. So anyway, that was kind of like the next iteration. And then that brings us up to Jekyll Island. So finally,
dun.
And I've talked about that before, but amazing book on it, The Creature from Jekyll Island. I believe it's by Edward Griffin, I believe.
Yeah.
So check that out. I would recommend the audiobook. It's very dense. So anyway, finally, we have a select few families. So I want you to take yourself back to a time when.
You see that synchronicity there, man? Since El Perro apparently knows Edward Griffin. I just find that funny. That's ironic.
We're in that gold situation I'm talking about. It's heavy. It has serious limitations. There's I'm an entrepreneur, right? So I'm always thinking in terms of disruption and innovation. How can I take something being done and do it better? How can I improve society, right? So it needs to be cheaper, faster, more integrous, more efficient, whatever. So it makes perfect sense to me. I mean, we finally have a currency that's agreed upon, but there are serious limitations with it. It's not really good at scaling. It still has to be carried and transported. It's really fucking heavy. It has to be defended. So now you need like militia and protection and armed vaults and all that, right? Bank robberies. And then for the citizens carrying it, that's a serious issue because now everyone needs a gun and you have to deal with that. And so there's issues there.
Just to give some reference to that, Jeremy, before we had this third bank, United States Federal Bank set up that you're about to talk about in Jekyll Island, there was 2 other attempts before that. The first one failed after like...
What's up, bro?
I was just saying, can you fucking stop listening to these guys? They suck.
No, man. It's a short video. It's almost over. It's about halfway done.
Where's Alexis at?
I wanted to keep it an educational stream, man. For at least to start. To like set the...
Fuck out of here, dude. These guys suck. Do something other education.
Through the second
fuck, they're lame, dude.
Federal bank. I think even execute.
They got more to show than either of us do, and I've been
talking to. They already fucked up a few times with something. They suck, dude. They're like mainstream fucking dumbasses. What are you doing?
Look, man, I've talked to Aaron a couple times, and the fact that he's actually contacted me gives me the hope that he's actually not one of the many, or one of the few, I guess, depending on how you're looking at it.
I know, you gotta start believing in yourself and stop fucking looking at all these online people all day, fucking worshiping them.
Look, man, you don't see Paul putting Wes Watson in the title of his fucking video every single day, bro. It's like, come on, Paul, what's that about, bro? That's kind of weird, bro. I mean, honestly. And some days he won't even show a video and it'll still be in his title. I'm like, what's that about, man? This guy's on roids. He's a goofball. I get a lot of value out of what he says.
What does that have to do with our conversation? What does what Paul's doing have to do with our conversation and you playing these guys?
Look, man, let me show you something here. Hold.
Who's that? Who's here? Is that Alexis? Oh, what's
my
up?
Lovely friend Lex. Yes, sir.
What's up, Lexi? Let's get right into it. What you got going on tonight?
Hold on, I'll show you. Oh, I guess it was the opposite. How do you flip it? You can't flip it? Don't mind me. Hold on. I'm doing.
Give me a minute. Give me a minute. You guys can talk amongst yourself. If he starts talking about hiking or anything that makes you uncomfortable, I'll just mute him or whatever. So
I'm not worried.
You just tell me what to do, all right? All right.
Jeez, Pine Hill. You gonna start off like that, Alexis?
What, Dad?
I'm just kidding.
Oh.
Well, he's gonna start off like by saying, "Oh, if I ask you to go hiking, like, why does he got to lead with that? Why can't he just let it organic?"
So, I'm not worried about it. You're an internet guy.
Yeah, I'm an internet sensation. It's what I do.
Yeah. Senses and sensibility. So what's going on?
Some guy blew up her CM. She needs a new computer for her car.
So yeah, that's going on.
Well, I can find it pre-owned for $150 on eBay.
What the fuck is going on? I thought I was vibing with Alexis, and I'm fucking next thing you know, she's talking to another dude. What the fuck is happening?
Or what? Not a dealership. I'm at a mechanic.
Yeah, it just threw me off a little bit. I didn't expect the third party to start fucking conversing with you.
Always expect the unexpected with me, okay? You thought. Bitch, you're gonna want it.
Starting to realize that.
$150.
Okay, I'm probably gonna go because I probably should not have done this. What? But Dad said otherwise. Yeah, I know, but I gotta go drive this. So.
Did you run her off already, Brian? I'm re-listening to the last 3
no,
minutes.
Alexis, just
I leave you alone for 2 minutes and you're scaring her away, bro?
No, I have to drive my car. That's all.
Fucked up.
Yeah. So.
Okay. All right. I appreciate you fixing her car, sir.
Yeah, say thank you. Never mind, he's good. I'll see ya. I'll be back.
Well,
you scared her off, Brian. Good job. We're gonna finish watching this.
Anil, you're an
fast-forwarded
asshole,
some.
dude.
I
You're an
fast-forwarded.
asshole, dude. You're an asshole, dude. I scared her off.
All
You
right.
just can't. Fucking simpleton, dude. I'm sick of you simple ass motherfuckers, dude.
She's coming back. She's coming back.
Oh my god.
Right. So that sets them
She's
up
more
for a situation
entertaining
where
than you,
they're like,
Brian. All right.
we're gonna
Sky
do what's
beats
in the
her.
best interest of our people. We
Oh
got
my
your back.
god.
We're gonna pass a policy, and we're gonna get it.
Not gold. It's not even paper. It's not even digital. Money's whatever I say it is because I print it, I create it. That's what they're trying to do to create this form of enslavement, right? So cryptocurrency is one example of a response to that, which says, hey, let's make a currency that is impossible to inflate by making a finite amount of it, and it's never allowed to be printed ever again. Now we have something decentralized, right, that can't be controlled in that same way.
Yeah, those are great examples. And exactly, crypto is, at least a lot of crypto is an antidote to that. So that was really an insanely high level chess move for them to just supersede the government and just be like, yo, look, we'll be your money printer. It's going to be really convenient for your citizens. Like, most of them are going to have no fucking clue what's going on. They're not going to understand how inflation works, and that we're slowly siphoning their money from them over time. And then, like, you guys will be able to be in permadebt to us. We know you're already bankrupt, so we're not going to, your secret's safe with us. We're not going to tell anyone. We'll continue to loan a bankrupt company with nothing on its balance sheet. We'll continue to loan it endless trillions of dollars. And as long as, we can keep this relationship hush hush, and it's lasted over 100 years. Eventually, the U.S. goes off of the gold standard, and things really shift. Now the dollar has no peg. It has no intrinsic value. And if you aren't privy to how this game is really being played and how the Fed has managed to get everyone in debt to them, the citizens and the governments, doesn't matter, and the banks, because the central bank trickles down to the banks, then the banks divvy out to the citizens, but the central bank also divvies out to the government. So literally everything commercially is below them.
We can only ever be in debt to them, and they can never be in debt to us because they print our money, right?
Pretty much, yeah. That's a simple way of putting it. So, if you're not privy to how the game is really being played, once they took us off the gold standard, and how the Fed managed to do this, and how the wealthy work around this reality, you find yourself successfully in a situation in which, by merely existing year after year, you have more and more and more of your wealth siphoned from you. And there's nothing that you can do about it just by existing. That's it. And for most people, they're existing on a salary or hourly based fixed-ish income. So you're making 60K, 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 60K over a 5-year period. Maybe there's small increases, but the dollar is worth 90 cents, 80 cents, 70 cents, 60 cents. And rent costs 1,000, 1,100, 1,200, 1,300. Things are just getting siphoned from you more and more and more. And the incentivization at a base system level, like the first principles of how the system works, it is incentivized to print more, not less. That's why really the only solution would be the Fed would have to cease to exist. We can't have a Fed. Really want these issues. Yeah, exactly. So
using the analogy, Jeremy, of the nickel being worth a gallon of gas in the 50s, you could imagine if your grandpa was time traveled from when he was 18 or whatever in the 50s, and he was time traveled to today, and you're walking around showing him what 2023 is like, but his financial currency from his world goes with him to your time, so that when you go to purchase a hamburger, it costs you $5. and then your grandpa goes to purchase it for a nickel and gets the same hamburger, all of a sudden you're like, yo, grandpa's loaded. Like, grandpa can buy us a house for $50,000. Like, let's just give grandpa the money. He'll go buy it for us. That's how much purchasing power the dollar had in his day. And so we're saying this is what the Fed has done to our dollar that we have to survive on, is they've devalued it so much through all this corruption and stuff. And it's because this is literally a business model, right? Like Jeremy said, Federal Reserve is a private for-profit corporation that's regulated by Dun & Bradstreet, like any other private for-profit company. So I have a screenshot here I'll put on the screen of the Federal Reserve Bank of Chicago, for example. This is their Dun & Bradstreet profile you're looking at. Well, how could they have a Dun & Bradstreet profile if they're not a commercial business? It's because they are, right? So if, let's say, this would never happen because the Federal Reserve would never sell their company to anyone. But hypothetically, let's say McDonald's buys the Federal Reserve Bank tomorrow. And then McDonald's takes over the money printing, and now we all have McDonald's bucks. And they're printing them out, and we're like, I'm not paying for stuff with this piece of trash, and you're burning it and stuff. I'm not paying with McDonald's bucks. That's not real money. That is exactly what the Fed has done, essentially, with the dollar bill that says debt note on the back. It's like some business that made a money printing company and tricked you into using their monopoly money, and we're all none the wiser, right?
Literally. Yeah, it is crazy to like really sit with that for an extended period of time. Like, wait, what?
Reality is crazier than fiction, man.
So let me get this straight. So I'm just going over to check out Austin, and okay, hold on a second here. Austin is showing OTW working out. That's his stream tonight. I mean, that's funny. All right, y'all. The link is pinned. Come up on panel. I guess Brian ran. Alexis ran. They all ran. They're scared. It's okay. All right. I don't take it offensively. What's next? Let me see here.
Something quickly I want to talk to you about. Had a bit of a breakthrough. One thing, I'm breaking rules today. I don't like talking about the Bible. People either think you're nuts or they get really offended because they believe in this literally, but I don't think it's literal. I think it's coded. And we've been doing a lot of my work is to decode this stuff and work out what the true meanings are behind it all. You'll know from your life that you don't worship the devil, you don't worship Lucifer, the same guy. So all these codes in the Bible, there seems to be different ways to hide. There's a real simple way, which is one way to hide things is just an anagram. Very simple one, the devil is lived. Now, what they're saying here is that if you worship the devil, you're worshipping someone who lived, and someone who lived is, well, not previously lived, not currently living. And that don't mean you're dead, as in dead and buried. I mean you're civilly dead, which Black's Law will tell you what that is. It's, you have no rights. You're back in the day, I think if you committed suicide, your family will become civilly dead. But as long as at the moment with this corporate system, yourself will become civilly dead. That's just a simple anagram code. Some of the codes are a bit more different. Now, you've probably seen my other video with Chesini arresting me. And at the end of that video, we go into what Lucifer meant. Now, we just looked that up in the Google Latin translator from English, and it said glow is Lucifer. So the glossa was Lucifer. The code was quite simple there. So to get rid of that, Google actually changed that translation. So it doesn't mean glow doesn't mean anything anymore. It just comes up as glow, as in it never existed in Latin, which is Google is lying to you right there. So to try and cover this stuff up, and the amount of money that this could cost them, I don't blame them for doing that. Here's another code, guys. Worked out this morning. And Ron, I'd like to get your opinion on this one, mate. I can't believe we missed it. So Lucifer, in lieu of the cipher. A cipher, till today I thought a cipher was just a code, but I'll read you the definition. It's a bit more than that. So in lieu of means instead of. So instead of plus cipher. So instead of English, we're using a cipher. I think that's what this means. It's a little bit scary because we've been talking about, you know, this code, this dog Latin code for a while. And I was looking, I thought I'll just check with cipher because what it is. So it's a character, one who, well, that which has no weight of influence. So that's one of the definitions. A character in general has a figure or letter, a combination of interweaving letters as the initials of a name. A private alphabet system. Now it gets interesting. So this is a private alphabet of the US Federal Reserve, the capitalized capitals and the all capitals. You think you can read it, but unless you check, you don't know. One of the scary ones, guys, and I didn't realize this until I wanted to do this video, to write in occult characters. That's a cipher. There you go. A cipher. All Australian money, or all money based on Western society is ciphered. It's just private language, and it's telling you right under that definition there. So, you know, your Latin meanings, you know, cipher code in lieu of, instead of. So instead of, we're going to use a cipher. And that's why they're telling you don't worship Lucifer, because you're worshipping a code that you can't read and you can never get your rights. And this one's actually pretty scary, guys, as to what Lucifer is when you really work it out. And there he is. So you know who Mr. Louis Cipher is. And I'll get back to you about another couple of things I want to talk to you about. I'll do them in another video. Just
All right, that was random, but thank you, Mitch. We got another video here that he sent me here. Looks more on the topic. And since it's got someone that looks very familiar in it, it looks even better. So hold.
Can I talk to you real quick? Can I record that? Quick, let me talk to you. I have a request. Before you talk to me, I have a request. What is it? Due to my disability, can I record as a form of electronic note taking? Let me explain it real quick, and if you want it recorded. Are you recording? Yes. All right. All right. So, because of past activities that have occurred in here when you've been in here, you're not being banned from the building, anything like that. Of course not. Okay. This is a public building. Public building. I have not done anything illegal. But you have to have a legitimate business purpose. I am here for court. I understand it. Don't get mad. Well, then don't give me a hard time. You have to tell the officers at the. I don't have to give you any special treatment. I'm here for court. You have to give the officers. You're preventing me from being at court on time. I'm going to let you go as soon as we finish. Well, you better go explain to the judge why I'm late. If need be, I will. Okay. I'm late. Am I being detained? You're not coming into the building. Am I being detained? You're not coming into the building until I finish talking to you. Am I being detained? You are not coming into the building. Am I being detained? Do you understand what I'm saying? Am I being detained? You are not coming into the building. I'm asking you a question. You're a public servant. Am I being detained? You're free to go outside until you can calmly listen to what I have to say. I don't have to calmly listen to you. You're obstructing me from justice. Are you going to listen? I don't have to listen to you. You're not my dad. If you want to come into this building, you have to listen. You're not my boss. Am I breaking a law? Am I being detained? Detained for purposes of me explaining. You better go tell the judge while I am not in court on time. I will. Now, you're dismissed. I don't have any more business with you. No, I need to talk to your supervisor. You will. I would like to talk to your supervisor. You need to listen to what I have to say, or you have to leave. I would like to talk to your supervisor. Like I said, I would like to talk to your supervisor. I'm here for court. I understand that. I'm explaining overall. You have to tell the officers what that purpose is. Now, give me your supervisor. You're preventing me from going to court. You are preventing me from going to court. Am I being detained? You're preventing my right to travel. You're preventing me from going to court. Are you going to continue to violate my rights? I'm not violating anything. Yes, you are. Do you understand what I've told you? I would consider this your FOIA request for that. You better preserve that body cam footage. Preserve that body cam footage. This is your request. Preserve that body cam footage. Make a formal request. Preserve that body cam footage. Go over there. You heard me. Am I being detained? Have I committed a crime? No, not at this point. All right. Yes. Upstairs, courtroom 2. There's no officer up there? Did he go to courtroom 2? No, he went to 1, I believe. Okay, so there's a warrant in 1. You're in 1 or 2? He's in 1. I
think Chambers went over 2.
Yeah.
We'll set Chambers over there. Thanks.
Mary 13, Mary 10.
All right, sorry, man. Hands full today. That sounds like it.
If you got more videos like that, if any of you guys got more videos like that, then I'm all for it. Great video, Mitch. Appreciate it. Yeah. Shout out to Mars, Jackie, Dick, Mr. Dick Grower, Alexis, Plaid Panther. It looks like, interestingly enough, I don't see any comments on StreamYard from 9:14 to 9:25. Yeah, so there was just no comments there for 11 minutes somehow. But shout out to the 11 in the chat. Let's see, what can I play next? Yeah, I don't know what that's about. Let me see. Give me a minute here. The link is still pinned to join, so feel free. I'll play some music for a minute here. Hold on.
A man who walks with God can walk anywhere. Hence, I feel the point of guerrilla war is not to succeed. It's always been just to make the enemy bleed, depriving the soldiers of the peace of mind that they need. Bullets are hard to telegraph when they bob and they weave. The only way a guerrilla war can never be over is when the occupation can't afford more soldiers until they have to draft the last of you into the service, and you refuse because you don't see the purpose. The only way to counter the insurgents that are well equipped is to paint the people fighting for freedom as terrorists. Then find a faction looking for foreign investment, install them in power and murder any objections. You can't stop a revolution for reason, so to beat them they offer people the illusion of freedom. But when you're done dreaming and wake up tortured for treason, then you can see them hiding behind the God they believe in. Deep in the trenches in the heart of a war, that's the place the martyr is born. Motherfuckers on during the night before the start of the dawn, that's the place the martyr is born. Motherfuckers on shots raining in the heart of a storm, that's the place the martyr is born. Motherfuckers on guerrilla war when the army is gone, that's the place the martyr is born. Motherfuckers on. The purpose of life is a life with a purpose, so I'd rather die for a cause than live a life that is worthless. I don't need the circus or the day of national observance. I need you to think for you and stop being a servant. Pawns only move a square in the game that they're using and realize it too late, like the shooting of Huey Newton or Patrice Lumumba and Salvador Allende, slaughtered by the power-hungry branches of their own gente. Gandhi wasn't killed by Pakistani nationals, he was assassinated by a Hindu radical, and Che Guevara, rebel to a U.S. continent, was sold to the CIA by Bolivian communists. Wasn't Yitzhak Rabin murdered by a Zionist, and Anwar Sadat a victim of the same violence? Malcolm X was seen as a threat to the FBI, but to blast them they used Muslims from the NOI. Even the 35th president of the republic was murdered or proven that a soldier of revolution or head of an empire disguised in a constitution cannot escape the retribution or manipulation of the self-appointed rulers of the planet's corporations. So I'ma need every generation to put your hands up, cause you can only get them off your back when you stand up. Deep in the trenches in the heart of a war, that's the place the martyr is born. Motherfuckers on during the night before the start of the dawn, that's the place the martyr is born. Motherfuckers on shots are raining in the heart of a storm, that's the place the martyr is born. Motherfuckers on guerrilla war when the army is gone, that's the place the martyr is born. Motherfuckers on. I was a man blessed by God to survive some of the worst circumstances. I had many things. Beautiful woman I love, home, money, and I gave it all up to bleed and to die free. Sometimes I look back on that life and I wonder what it would have been like. In moments of weakness, I think about trading it. But then I snap the fuck out of it and I get back to my reality. And I realize that I'm in the heart of a war.
They call them
I'm sorry, we interrupt this program to bring you something here for a minute. It's inspiring, bro.
Over the edge, feel like I'm floating through the air. The pain I felt is paid for, all is said and done. Oh, I am restricted, fixed upon the web. I need to kick the habit that my mind is breathing in. Break out, I've got to see. Spent all my life holding all of it closely. I played it innocent, a feel of discontent. I'm finally facing it all, fearless.
What's up? Good morning.
All
Good
right,
morning.
listen
Good
to this for a
morning.
minute and I'll be back.
Hope well today.
This is context. Oh, here, we got to play our banners,
Everyone,
right?
like and share the video. This is going to be an important video, guys. Everybody, like and share this out. All right.
We stealing for
Stay tuned
education,
this and
y'all.
Prepare yourself for what you're about to eat. Y'all take care.
Oh,
and we're gonna get
we'll skip
started
this song
immediately.
here.
Morning.
If I was going, and I got to say this too, and then I still got to tighten up here, but if I really wanted to do the full like hit piece on this gentleman, and I told this bit on Paul Enslaved earlier, but I'll just share it here. If I really wanted to do the hit piece, what I would do is I would go through this whole thing, and every time, yeah, 1.5 chalk body, exactly. I would definitely do that. I would go through every time that this guy contradicts what he says in the same sentence that he says it, and just have a running counter of that. But oh, dude, we're crossing the streams. Pineal Power. We're gonna cause the YouTube to melt down. We're gonna cause YouTube to just melt right the fuck down. Okay, 1 second. I'll be back. We'll play some of this. I'll put in 1.5 and move ahead. But I'm going back to the monologue. I'm just saying what up to the chat here for a minute. And maybe if the chat's having a good conversation, or if Ian can come up after the monologue at any point. Maybe Christos, but the rest of you, you're gonna have to ask nicely. And of course, Pop, right? Because I have a special allegiance to Pop. That's one of the big talking points. We won't shy away from it. We'll talk about it if you want to hear about it. But give me a second to tighten up, and we'll play a little bit of this to get context. Hello, Salted Cedar. Good to see you.
Information.
Shalom, brothers and sisters. Once again, it's the voice of brother. Advice. I do not offer legal advice. If you need legal advice, seek yourself a lawful attorney and please be advised. This is for education, informational, and entertainment purposes only. That being said, I'm going to talk about traffic stops here again, very briefly. Now, when a policeman stops you, he's supposed to have a warrant for your arrest. Did you know that? When a policeman pulls you over, he's supposed to have a warrant for your arrest, or you must be the subject of an investigation. If he stops you, if you're driving 85 and have not stolen anything and have not damaged any property or anyone, you have not committed any crime. Therefore, why are they stopping you? Where's the damaged party? If the police writes you a ticket, just take the damn ticket. Don't argue with him. Don't debate. Oh, I was speaking. Nah. You don't want to deal with him because most of these police officers don't know the damn law anyways. So don't waste your time arguing with them.
And there it is, signed by the DA and stamped, showing they lost the case.
And they lost it, and
I sued them.
And what did you win?
$250,000 for a night in jail. I don't go anywhere without this. This is my traffic book right here. And if you read down below, public note, public servant officer, it pretty much says to him, when a cop pulls me over, you're losing potato chips. But when a cop pulls me over, the first thing I do is I ask him, what's your emergency and how may I assist you? And he's going to ask for my driver's license and insurance or whatever. And I said, well, before we go there, I need you to fill this out. And I take that sheet of paper out of there and hand it to him. Before we can go any further, you need to fill this out. Once he reads this, it already puts him on notice that I'm not playing games with him. Then you open up the book. And that is so poignant. And here's the case I won against Harris County. Harris County, I always take my name out because I'm not going to give my name until you can give me what's called, and police always call it, it's RAS. What's your RAS? And they automatically assume I'm a cop because I'm using their lingo. And what RAS stands for, reasonable articulable suspicion that I've committed a crime. Okay, you don't have that. Okay, what's your SAF? Single articulable fact. Well, you don't have that either. Okay, you've just basically said that there's no reason to pull me over because you haven't seen a crime. Okay, here's the case I won against Harris County. You can see the stamps and date, and they ended up buying me a brand new Porsche 911 Turbo all-wheel drive convertible with them pulling me over and letting me spend a night in jail. So here's the lawsuit, and I've got these for everybody to see, and you can see that it's all put together. And there it is, signed by the DA and stamped, showing they lost the case.
And they lost it,
and I sued them.
And what did you win?
$250,000 for a night in jail. And then Supreme Court says no license necessary to drive an automobile public highways. Now these are all documented. So what this is called stare decisis. Okay, we're running a case that's already been won in the Supreme Court, and they're in violation of their oath of office when they don't pay attention. My license plate doesn't give you. Look at my license plate. The license plate alone says I'm not in commerce. Now, if I have a license plate like this car over here and that car over there, they all have license plates. License plates mean I'm engaged in commerce. I'm not engaged in commerce. This doesn't give them the authority to pull me over because they see that. Where do you see that I'm engaged in commerce? What gave you that suspicion that I'm engaged in commerce? You have the right to travel freely unencumbered, and that's all in the law. And we look at the law books. Supreme Court has already ruled on this. And you go back to what is a license, and I want people to do their own homework. Go read the case of Murdoch Ellsworth versus the city of Birmingham, Alabama. These are showing that you don't need a license. A license is to do something that is immoral, that's sanctioned by the government, like a 007 license to kill. Okay, that's immoral. They need to be licensed by the state. In other words, they're protected by the state on that. There's nothing immoral about leaving my house to go get a gallon of milk. I only need a license if I'm using the public property. The roadways are public, and they're paid for by the gas tax. Okay, they're not paid for by traffic violations. So when you get into the law, this is what scares most cops. And I'm going to get to it here if the wind would stop for 1 second. This is what most cops don't like because they don't know it. It's non-emergency use of emergency vehicle lights and sirens is a felony. Pulling me over for a traffic violation, they just committed a felony. And if they don't have reasonable suspicion that I'm engaged in commerce, they're done. And I'll bring out my brother's. I'm going to put this away real quick. I'm going to bring State Trooper. This was his book that he had in his car. Okay, Texas Criminal and Traffic Law Manual.
Out here, you get what you give up. You want power?
I went to his car and I made him read this, and you're going to love this. This is out of their own law books. This is the LexisNexis. And it says under section 502.003, registration by political subdivision prohibited, except as provided by subsection B. A political subdivision of the state may not require an owner of a motor vehicle to register the vehicle, pay a motor vehicle registration fee, or pay occupational tax or license fee in the connection with the motor vehicle. This section does not affect the authority of a municipality to, right here, license and regulate the use of a motor vehicle for compensation. So if I'm not engaged in compensation, being paid to go from point A to point B, I don't need a driver's license. I don't need to register my automobile. And it is an automobile.
Massachusetts?
All traffic codes are pretty similar because they're all federal. They're pretty much the same.
Is that copy of Massachusetts?
Yeah. You can find it, and I would tell you go to like Amazon or eBay and buy a used one. My brother had to pay $300 for this book. Okay, and then you look at it here. Imposed a permit fee or street rental charge for the operation of each motor vehicle okay, used to transport passengers for compensation. So who needs a driver's license? A taxi driver? Anybody that's engaged in making money using the public property. I don't go anywhere without this.
All right, so I'll leave the links in the description below. While you're down there, subscribe to the channel, smash that like button, leave me a comment. Let's get a conversation started, and share this video around to everybody that you know, because this is how we're going to start getting people free, is to break the chains and break the indoctrination that people believe they have to follow everything the state says because it's in the Constitution, which it's not in the Constitution. The Constitution is just a trust that was set up to manage the protection of our rights and our property that we give to the government to defend and protect. The government isn't there to make laws that are to suppress us or steal rights away from us. I don't know how we ever got to this point in history where we continue to let the government steal rights from us that the Constitution protects. If you want text messages, I'll just tell you it right now. It's what is it? 331-330-9911. I made it a nice simple number to remember, so I can use it to communicate with you guys and start connecting with more people. So hit me up, and until next time, we'll leave you guys in love and light of the Winning Creator. Peace.
Really, natural law is the law of one, which says that all are one, all are created equally. And what we call karma is really the force that governs this law of oneness. That there are, like Jeremy said, built-in laws that govern the universe, and we are ultimately only subject to these laws. They are really self-evident, but because we've been so brainwashed by a fraudulent legal system, as Jeremy explained, we forget how self-evident freedom and our rights actually are. These universal laws operate on the basis of karma, and so that whatever laws you violate of the universe ultimately harms you in the end. Right? It ultimately comes back upon you. And so that is why everyone is incentivized to live righteously and fairly under natural law. And to an even further point, some people have proposed that even the idea or the concept of crime, the phenomenon of crime, is really a response to an unjust, unfair society, a corrupt legal system that's actually not fair. Because if we ran our society truly on natural law, everyone would be equally incentivized to do good to others and live righteously, because you benefit when you live that way. But when laws is corrupted by man's reasoning, then it always ends up catering to an elite class and subjugating a lower class, and then the lower class will respond with what we call crime. And even if someone who's a criminal doesn't realize this is really what they're doing, they're actually saying, this whole system is inherently unjust, so I'm going to violate it. That is actually what's happening. And so in the law of one, Ra talks about the importance of not infringing upon free will, right? And the positive polarity, they call the service to others path, polarizes and evolves based on honoring and protecting free will. Never infringing on someone else's free will. So never forcing someone to do something, never telling them what they have to do, never deceiving them, always being honest and truthful in your expression to others. And then the negative polarity would be the inverse of that, right? Doing whatever possible to capture someone's free will through deception, through manipulation, coercion, or what have you. And so really that's what we're seeing happen in our world right now. And this is why this conversation is so important for everyone to really take in and digest and embody, because we're at a place in humanity's evolution where the service to self forces on this planet, the negatively polarized forces on this planet, are coming to the forefront to do their best to take this planet over in enslavement. And they're doing it through this corrupt, fraudulent legal system that we have to begin seeing and recognizing, and more importantly, understanding why it's not righteous and lawful to live this way, and why there's a better way based on God's law or natural law that we should be living, which is a law system that is based on service to others and honoring the free will of all living beings. So I think the greatest act of service to others, or one of the greatest acts of service to others that any of us can do right now, is to join into this conversation, to understand what real law is, that freedom is a state of being that comes from within you. It is inherent to who you are as a divine creation of God. Nobody gives you your freedom. It's inherent to who you are. And so that when you live that way and you understand that and embody that inner freedom, every time you stand up for your rights, you are simultaneously standing up for the rights of all living beings, because you're saying all are equal. My rights are everyone's rights. I can't let you infringe on my freedom because I'm technically giving you permission to infringe on humanity's freedom, because all of our rights come from these natural laws. So I just wanted to preface that as we get into this, of getting into some of the biblical stuff, that this is really one of the acts of service today.
Complain.
How you doing?
Good. How are you, sir?
All right.
Reason why I pulled you over, just let you know, be recorded, okay? Reason why I pulled you over, your tail light is out, and then we noticed that you don't have no plates on the car.
Those are plates.
Okay. What kind of plates?
Those are private plates.
Private plates? Okay. How long you had them?
Had them for a while.
For some time?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, do you have a driver's license and insurance?
I don't have a driver's license.
What do you have?
ID. Pocket.
Okay.
Okay. How y'all doing tonight?
Good, how are you? Complaint.
Can we get the RD number for 143 now?
614 is going to be John's Ring. 423
And then is the vehicle insured?
3496.
I mean, it's insured, but you know, that's kind of irrelevant right now. Ain't it?
Why is that irrelevant?
I mean, because you asked me what else do you need? Do you need insurance?
I mean, I was just asking if the vehicle's insured. I mean,
It's insurance.
So do you have insurance?
Mm-hmm.
Can I see it?
What? That's not on me.
Okay. So you know you're supposed to provide that, okay?
Yeah, I mean, that's fine.
So you're aware of that?
I'm aware of all that.
I got you. All right, Mr. Dillard?
Mm-hmm.
All right, hang tight, all right?
Okay. You good?
Great, how are you?
I'm good. Is it okay? I'll take a drink of this?
Do what you gotta do.
Okay. I just want, I want y'all to be safe. I want to be safe. I'm just making sure.
Water makes you safer?
Everything makes me safer if I'm asking and moving,
No, I don't know.
You don't know?
What do you mean? Elaborate.
I mean, I want to move in a way that don't make you uncomfortable. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Where did you get those plates from?
I ordered them.
You ordered them? Yeah, the state of Illinois doesn't recognize those plates.
I know.
So you don't have any registration on this vehicle?
No.
That's an arrestable offense, sir.
You know what I'm doing is lawful.
Okay, you're a traveler?
If that's what you want to say, yeah.
Sure. Just so you know, we don't recognize, Illinois doesn't recognize those.
I got you.
Yeah.
I understand. I understand your position. I ain't got no problem with that.
And it's required to have insurance. Now,
Well, I'm aware of all that.
Right.
That's not. I don't have a problem with that.
Can we see your insurance?
Well, I don't have that with me.
Okay, why is that?
Well, it's not necessary for me to
It is
carry.
necessary. What if you crash right now?
Well, then I know how to take care of it.
How?
That's irrelevant.
It's a police report, right?
Well, what I'm saying
Someone
is,
else would be liable for your mistakes.
I got you.
Feel it?
Yes.
Here you go, boss.
Thank you.
You have a great night, all right?
Have a good night. Two times, family. 2 times. I know it's dark, but it happened again, and I'm good. Two times again. It happened again, and just drove away.
What about rights? That is one term
Yeah, peace and blessings, RL. That's cool, man. Yeah. This is an open panel. Anyone's free to join. I had a couple people on before, and no one's on right now. But feel free to hop up.
This is highway patrol now. You're still making your speed was confirmed over the speed limit back there. Let's see your license and insurance, please.
So you're saying I violated some sort of transportation code?
Yes, sir. Speeding.
Okay.
I need to see your driver's license and your insurance, please, and we can talk.
Okay. Well, I'm letting you know that I'm not here in a commercial capacity.
Okay.
I'm not carrying people for a fee, and I'm not carrying any cargo for a fee.
Okay.
I'm actually just traveling.
Right.
So those laws are actually for commercial reasons, not for personal reasons, not for.
Okay, sir. I just need to see your driver's license and proof of insurance for the vehicle. Okay.
Okay. I don't. There's not a crime that's been committed. So
yes, sir. The speed limit here is 65, and your speed was confirmed over the speed limit.
Okay.
You're traveling on a public roadway.
Okay. Again, that is. Make sure we're recording this. That is for. There you go. That is for a commercial vehicle. I'm not a commercial vehicle. Those speed limits are set for commercial vehicles.
Okay.
Yeah. Am I free to go?
No, you're not free to go.
Okay.
I need to see your driver's
license. Am I
license.
under arrest?
Technically, this is an arrest. You're not. You are not being placed under arrest and going to jail.
Okay. If this is a custodial, this is a custodial arrest, right? Okay. What department are you with?
Texas Department of Public Safety.
Okay. What's your name? What's your name?
I'm Trooper Taylor.
Trooper Taylor.
Yes, sir.
Trooper Taylor.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Am I under arrest? Is this a custodial arrest?
Yes.
Okay. Can you go ahead and read me my Miranda rights, please? My Miranda warnings. You said I'm under arrest. Okay. That's the law. Is that now? Now I want you to give me my Miranda warnings.
For what reason?
Because you said I'm under arrest.
That's right. Like I said, it's a traffic arrest. It's a traffic stop.
Okay.
Okay.
The law doesn't differentiate whether it's traffic or murder. Okay. If I'm under arrest, then you are required to give me my Miranda rights. Go ahead and give me my Miranda rights.
Okay. All right. Evidence against you in court. You have the right to have a lawyer present to before and during any questioning by police officers or attorneys representing the state. If you are too poor to hire a lawyer, you have the right to have a lawyer appointed by the court to advise you before and during any questioning. You have the right to terminate this interview at any time. Now, I need to see your driver's license and your proof of insurance for the vehicle.
Okay. So you said I have the right to remain silent, correct?
Right. You don't have to say anything.
Right.
I need to see your driver's license and your insurance.
Anything I say can and be used against me in a court of law. Is that correct? If I give you my driver's license and I give you proof of insurance, you can use that against me in a court of law. So why would I want to give that to you? I'm going to go ahead and
required by law.
No, you just said anything I say can be used against me. Right. So if I give you something, it can be used against me. Okay. Why would I give you something that can be used against me? You told me that. No, you told me that was a right. I have the right. So I'm going to exercise my right to remain silent. I want my attorney since I'm under arrest. Okay. And I am going to exercise the fact that I can't give you anything because you can use that against me.
I'm not trying to use anything against you.
Well, you could, but you could is the thing. You want to read those Miranda rights again?
Sir, to operate a vehicle on the roadway, you are required to have your driver's license. Okay.
Sir.
And you're required to.
If I'm operating under a commercial reason, okay, not if I am just traveling. I told you I am just traveling in my private conveyance. So that law does not apply to me. So now you don't have probable cause anymore.
Yes,
am I free to go?
No, you are not free to go.
Okay.
Sir.
I suggest you call your supervisor here because you obviously don't understand the law. You just read me my Miranda rights.
Okay.
Okay.
Listen, I need your driver's license and proof of insurance. First we do that, first we can both get out of here.
Sir. I think we're very clear on this. You read my Miranda rights. You want to read them again?
No, sir.
Okay. So I am not going to answer any questions. I'm going to remain silent.
That's fine.
I cannot give you anything because if I give you something, that you can use that against me in a court of law.
Okay.
You understand that? So do you understand? Why would I give you something?
Because it's required by law.
Okay.
You broke the law. You were traveling out of speed.
Okay. If I'm under arrest, I'll be glad to ID.
Okay. Let me see some identification.
I'll give you a verbal ID.
Okay. Let's do that.
Okay. If you say I'm under arrest, then I'll give you a verbal ID. I don't see how I could be under arrest when I haven't broken the law.
What's your verbal ID?
Okay. First name is Edward.
That's EDWARD?
Correct.
Okay. So do you have a driver's license?
Sir, I'm going to exercise my right not to answer any questions.
Okay.
Just as you read my Miranda rights.
Do you have proof of financial responsibility for the vehicle?
I'm going to exercise my right not to answer any questions.
Okay. All right. Let's see what we got. All right, sir.
Am I free to go?
No.
Okay.
All right. So do you have any suspensions, any warrants on your license right now?
Sir, I'm going to exercise my right not to answer any questions.
Okay. All right, sir. Well, here's the deal. Back there at FM 523, your speed was confirmed at 92 miles per hour. Okay. Speed limit here is 65. So you are going to receive a citation for your speed today. Okay. Do you have insurance for the truck?
Sir, again.
Okay. I'll check it on my side. Hang on one second. You just sign here on the X. And signing here is not a plea of guilt. It's a promise to make contact with the court. You're going to make contact with Judge Davis here in Angleton on or before February 6th. Right?
Can I see that?
Yes, sir.
Sir, I disagree with this.
Okay. You're not going to sign it?
I like my attorney now since I'm under arrest.
Okay. So are you going to sign this or no?
I would like my attorney, sir.
Okay. All right, sir. Well, this has all your information on it and what you need to do to be able to contact Judge Davis, okay? There's a phone number and an address on there, okay? All right, sir. Well, just be safe driving, okay? And slow it down a little bit.
Yep, you guessed it. Another talking head ad where somebody's talking about people making hundreds.
But we'll see how they do it. It is in the car and it is recording. You gonna be able to help me out, get me bailed out?
Hold on a second. This is your last chance to get out of the vehicle.
I'm not gonna do it, sir. I have a right to secure my person and my property.
If I'm going to force you out of that vehicle, you're going to jail.
I understand that, and I'm gonna let you violate my rights because I'm not doing anything wrong. I'm not putting up a fight. This is all on camera.
I understand that, but we're going to impound the vehicle. You have no registration. You have no insurance.
And that's a state law. You cannot override my constitutional right to travel upon the land in my own personal conveyance. And it has already been upheld in the higher courts. You cannot infringe upon that right by requiring of licensing, registration fees, or anything. Right. They're again trying to make me open the door. There's another squad car, another black one pulled up, and now we got 4 officers around my vehicle. I'm taking my keys out so you don't have to worry. I'm not going to run. I just turned the truck off and turned the keys out, or turn the truck off and took the keys out. I'm gonna put the keys back in so I can roll the window down. Going on accessory. Yeah, it is not stolen. You can check with Nate Herman of Nate's Auto in Waterloo. That's who I bought it from. And another one just pulled up. So that makes 4 squad cars and at least 5 people.
So we're trying to do this in an ethical way.
And if you were upholding, if you took an oath to uphold the Constitution,
That's right.
That's right. And what did you do? Did you swear on the Bible to do that?
One of my swore is also to enforce state law, which is what I'm trying to do.
Okay, but at the same time that you took an oath to uphold the Constitution, do you know the Constitution cannot be overridden by your lower courts? Do you understand the state court is a lower court? That's right. You're not. I'm not gonna argue with him. That's right. And imagine this guy's the muscle. He again tried to unlock or open my door. He just threatened to break his way in. That's breaking and entering. When they impound my vehicle, that's theft, grand theft auto. Now somebody's in the back. He's doing something with tag. My plates, I guess. I bought it from Nate Herman from Nate's Auto.
Nate Herman, Nate's Auto.
1823 Commercial Street, I believe. I got his number if you'd like. 1821. They just asked about Nate Herman's Auto, who I bought the vehicle from. I already offered that information. They said it didn't matter. Now he's asking for information on it. You get my text that somebody stole my tools out of the back of the truck last night. Tony? All right. He's just shining his flashlight in here looking for something, I guess. And I'm not going to tell you anything different. I have a right to secure my person and my property. You have no right to infringe upon that by any lower court. Now, if you want to break and enter, grand theft auto, kidnap, in prison, then you go ahead and do so. Those are all violations of my rights, and I'll be glad to make my claims in court. And that's where you'll have to make your claim. You're right. That's where you'll have to make your claim. Well, the one guy's getting his baton out. He's going to break the window. Huh? He's not supposed to, no. Everything they're threatening to do, they are not allowed to do. What he wants to do is break and enter first. Then he wants to kidnap me, imprison me, and then hand me or hold me for ransom. And in the meantime, hold my vehicle for ransom, my property, my personal private property. You told me that before. I told you I'm not going to change anything I say. You just said, are you ready? He's breaking a back window so they can reach in and taser me. They just broke my back passenger window. Okay, before there's any violence, let me get out.
Go ahead and get out. Step out now. Step out now. Step out now or you'll be tased. Get out of the vehicle now.
Hands going behind my back. Let me put my phone down.
Phone down. Go.
Do you love getting high, but smoking hurts your lungs? I've got you covered. You need to try the
So I think this is a kind of good opportunity for us both to lay some important foundations that we feel like would be important before we
Let me repin the link to join again. Shout out to y'all. I just downloaded this here. Hold up. So this is a video. It's called "My First Interaction with Police Using CLC Card," a common law court card. A few mistakes and adrenaline. So this is somebody who is very new to the game and was just starting to. Again, I haven't seen this, so I'm gonna just run it. I haven't even seen this. I downloaded it, so it shouldn't be so choppy. Let me just run it.
You're right.
I'm all right, yes.
Look, I'm not going to try and reach in or anything like that. Just pop the window down. I'm trying to talk to you a bit more reasonably. I'm at the side of a very busy road here. Okay, how you doing?
Yeah, fine, thank you.
Right. Is there any good reason you don't want to jump out and just have a quick chat with us? Have you got any dogs in the vehicle or anything like that?
Yes.
You have.
I'm late for work, mate.
You're late for work?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Well, getting out or not getting out is not going to affect that really. We want to be able to have a decent chat with you. And the other thing is, as my colleague said, we're vehicle examiners, okay, so we intend to conduct a vehicle exam. As part of that, I will need access to the driver's seat.
Yeah, but I'm not. This is under common law. This van.
Say again, mate.
This is registered under common law. This isn't duty or regulations or statutes.
I don't know what you've been reading or what you've been following.
This is the law.
We need your driving license.
I'm not driving. I'm travelling, mate.
Say again, mate.
I'm not driving. I'm travelling.
Yeah, that doesn't quite work.
It does work because that's the law.
Unfortunately, it's not.
What it is?
It's not.
So God's law is underneath statutes and regulations?
No. Listen, I appreciate what you're trying to do and the avenue you're trying to go down. However, it doesn't work like that. You need to prove to us, as a driver of a vehicle,
I'm not a driver,
that
I just told you.
an insurance policy and a driving licence.
I'm not a driver.
Failing to do so will result in your arrest.
Okay. I'm not a traveller, I said it to you.
Say again, mate.
I'm not a driver, I'm a traveller, I just told it to you.
Yeah, I appreciate what
you don't need a driving
license
licence to travel.
It's fine, but I'm trying to tell you what the outcome will be.
Fair enough.
Is that what you're sticking to? You're not going to change your mind? Okay. Freeman of the land travelling was not driving, refusing to show us any driving licence and any insurance. You want this one? Say again. Right. Have you got any ID with you? Are you going to show us any ID? We'll do some checks on there. If you are registered and insured, then we can potentially negate that. But without that, and without being able to prove who you are, you would be arrested. I'm not trying to wind you up. I've got mine on.
No, absolutely. I'm not trying to be awkward either. I just want to be a free person, that's all.
You've got your driving license on?
I don't have a driving license on me. I don't have it on me. I don't carry it. I'm not driving at the moment, so I don't carry it with me. I'm not driving at the moment, so I don't carry it with me. I'm not a driver. A taxi driver is a driver. A bus driver is a driver. I'm not a driver.
But you were driving?
No, I was travelling in a conveyance. I'm not trying to be funny. I'm not trying to be funny.
You are unfortunately ill-advised in the...
Well, that's the law. That's actually common law. That's natural law. That's God's law.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Statutes and everything else are written into law, aren't they?
No, that's not, I don't consent to
I know
that.
you don't accept that,
well,
but that is the law. It's never.
No,
whether you accept it or
statute
not,
is a regulation.
No, listen, if we were to arrest you and put you in front of a court without any sort of ID,
I don't have to go to a court.
You would be taken to court, wouldn't you?
No, I won't go to court.
Okay, all right. You would be, because you'd be arrested. So I'm saying you'd be arrested and remanded straight to court tomorrow morning.
Listen, I've dealt with courts before. I don't have to go to court.
Mate.
I've dealt with courts before. So I don't have to really go to court. But I don't want to be funny. I'm just saying.
Right. Well, if we can check it off of that and we can verify who you are, then it kind of negates what we'd have to do. But bear with us, so we'll do it that way.
Just Evgen.
Huh?
Just Evgen. Just Evgen.
Just what?
Just Evgen. I'm not Mr.
Evgen?
Yeah.
You're happy for me to call you Evgen?
Yes.
Okay. Who have advised you that this is okay? It's not okay. Now, we managed, let me finish before you speak, alright? I've managed to obviously find your details, alright? So that's okay, I confirm it's your vehicle that you were travelling in. Alright, and you have a driving licence, which is what my colleague requested, I assume, over that side, okay? Which is what I think I've gathered from that. They need to have a conversation with you.
Yes.
Alright? Now, like I said, I stopped you because I wanted to speak to you about your speeding. Alright? I've got cameras in, before you speak, let
Go
me,
for it.
Okay? Now, North Circle over the Brent-Cross flyover, as you come along there, okay, we came behind you as we came off onto the North Circular, okay? We were behind the car in 40 and you went over that round the hill quite quickly, alright? Now, I'm advising you to slow it down. I know you have points on your licence already.
Yes.
Okay? We have cameras in the car that I can show you, but you're not going to get out, so you need to be careful. Okay? Some nice friendly words of advice there.
I appreciate that.
Because you don't want any more points on your licence,
No,
I'm assuming.
No.
That's why I've stopped you and spoken. Okay? And normally, the fact that you still have your car on obviously poses a risk to me and to my colleague, because I don't know what you're going to do. I've never met you before. I have no idea what sort of behaviour you're going to have or what you're going to do. Okay? Which is why I asked you to step out of the car. Alright? Now, we're going to leave it there today. Okay? In the fact that, words of advice, slow down.
I appreciate it, yes.
Okay?
Yes.
Do you understand? Because otherwise you're going to be getting more points on your licence and you won't be driving or travelling at all.
Fair enough.
Because you'll lose your licence.
Fair
That'll be
enough.
what will happen if you keep speeding. Do you understand?
Fair enough.
Right. Maybe carry your driving licence with you, because it is the law, as in when we request it, we can request it if we stop a vehicle, okay?
Thank you.
For you to provide that, but I've managed to see that it does identify you with the details, okay, on that card. However, and I've seen your face, alright? But make sure next time maybe you carry it with you, alright?
Thank you.
Right, carry on your way, okay?
Thank you, ma'am.
Shout out to y'all. I'm just keep running clips until people come up. I'll pin the link again. Sorry it's not pinned. Here, let me just drop it one more time. But happy Saturday night to y'all. This is the Pineal Powered People podcast. I'm your host, Sean of Source. Just shitting around right now. It's a shit show. Shout out to America's Best. You brought up some great points here, sir. It is about being honor-able and present-able, as my friend Paul would say. Yeah, it's about being calm and presenting yourself in a fashion that can be respected and honored regardless of position, right? Because you don't want to get thrown out of position or tricked out of your position, sir. Indeed, I agree. Let me see here. Video file. Man, exercise here. Let me break the monotony. I kind of like this track that Mr. Mitch dropped me, so I'm gonna just run it one more time because it was pretty dope. Shout out to
old man who thinks in terms of.
Shout out to Payday Monsanto. I don't know who else is on this track, but it's pretty hard.
You are an old man who thinks in terms of nations and peoples. There are no nations. There are no people.
I got to watch this movie, The Network. Keith, if you're out there, Mr. El Perro, shout out to you, sir. I would love to watch. I still have not seen The Network, man. And I know all these little sound bites from it and everything, and I don't even know it. But this is a great little clip, little snippet from that movie.
There is only
Howard Beale, right? I think.
Only one holistic system of systems.
I will MK Ultra ya. Put the MK scope on ya. If the MK hits ya, it's guaranteed to open ya. The 57mm Mark 110, 220 rounds a minute, try to stop them. Don't put that on your wish list, that's retarded babble. Protesters make the hit list soon as they start to rabble. They are nothing but fishes in the barrel. It doesn't have to be Christmas for a carol. Some decorate with ornamental decorum. Some perform Shakanar on Hanukkah and Purim. That's where my job come in. I am a blessing to the mercenary for the corporation selling weapons to them. Any potential step into them. I'm authorized to knock them out and stick a GPS into them. They wanna sell uranium to Iran that's enriched. That's a bitch. Now we gotta teach a lesson to them.
We wanna track and trace, stick you in the database. When you get out of line, we can put you back in place. Do you fathom what the action takes to advance? We have to dress you up in satin lace. The human race was systematically debased, set up to be automatically erased. It's a great big slap in the face. How we track and we trace what we're lacking the case.
Tyranny has come to America in a $5,000 suit.
They can trace me, slid into the database. 2 steps from going crazy, that's the way it tastes. Reborn into this, retorn ligaments. Be more vigilant, it's known what your business is. Deformed privileges, right away to wickedness. Ever since the infant handprints on my certificates, I've been saying fuck this shit, not riddles. Middle finger flying like a Barack missile. Out of Israel with tedious tools. I'm trying to get out of America, I pity them fools. Sobbing feds trail me, track like Donovan Bailey. I'm always running from heat cause it's hot on the daily. Through the sewage unit, you get used to the racket. Merry Christmas from my girl, the day I married the ratchet. Activate my passion on radiated wasteland like Van Gogh hands. Did your tail with the spray can. Track and trace, stick you in the database. When you get out of line, we can put you back in place. Do you fathom what the action takes to advance? We have to dress you up in satin lace. The human race was systematically debased, set up to be automatically erased. It's a great big slap in the face. How we track and we trace what we're lacking in case.
Singing overtures of fornication, but they don't know the composers of the orchestration. They are forced to dance to the music under the grandiose illusion that they choose it. Actors in your name be a simple bomb where a city is. The plan they got for Tehran is iniquitous. Your average presidential advisor's a monster. They make Dexter look like Mr. Rogers. All these grand lodges, they got you crammed in, looking like Fred Flintstone and Ralph Cramden. The technocrats settle the score. Populace intoxicated like never before. America's death ain't special at all. The money changes, no perpetual debt, perpetual war.
The world is a college of corporations, inexorably determined by the immutable bylaws of business.
We want to track and trace, stick you in the database. When you get out of line, we can put you back in place. Do you fathom what the action takes to advance? We have to dress you up in satin lace. The human race track and we trace what we're lacking in the case.
Did you hear me? Say yeah, yeah, yeah. 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 Did you hear me? The world is a business. It has been since man crawled out of the slime.
Conversation's actually just been recorded by the in-car video talker. Just
Sure.
your driver's license there for me, please.
Okay.
Where did you come from?
Did you say senior constable?
Yes. Just your license there, sir.
Okay, what I'm going to do, I don't have a license. I don't have a contract with the RMS. Okay, I do not wish to contract with you today. What I'll do is I've got documentation and I'm more than happy for you to read it.
So do you
if
have
you please.
You don't have a license, sir?
I don't have a license.
Do you have any alcohol today?
No, zero alcohol today, but I will not comply. I'm happy to cooperate with you today.
All right.
Okay?
Have you had any alcohol today, sir? Can you count 1 to 5,
Now,
please?
now,
Just 1 to 5.
like I said,
Yep.
I do not wish to contract with you today.
Thank you.
Okay,
Love you,
that's
madam.
fine.
Just your license there, thanks.
All right.
Have you got anything with your
Told
name
you-
on there, sir?
I told you I don't have a license.
Okay,
Okay,
that's
I
fine,
do
sir.
have something there with my name. You can read if you like. Okay, it's a document. Yeah. It says.
Okay, sir.
I'll give you a couple of documents. You can take a moment to read them. That's fine.
Can you state your first name, last name?
Aha. Okay, again, I do not wish to contract with you, officer. Okay, now,
Is this what we're going to have? Where have you just come from?
I'm not arguing with you.
Let
I
me
just
tell you
need
why-
to...
I just asked where have you come from?
Good. Okay, well, see, that's private,
Where are you
right?
going to now?
And that's private. I'm travelling in my private capacity today.
All right,
Officer,
sir.
I'm a man. I'm a living man.
No problem.
Okay, now,
Is this your bike?
now, what I wish to...
So is this your bike?
What I wish to do with you today is show you what I have here on paper. Okay, now, you can see it how you wish to see it. Okay, but it is the truth. It's all the truth. Now,
Is this for me to have?
not for you to have. Okay, these are read.
Yep.
Read only.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, look, you can read that for starters.
No, just give me
read
the-
that for starters.
No, I'm not in a contract with you. Just give
Right.
me what I need to read, sir.
Okay, well, just give me a sec.
All right, you're on
Right.
a road. You're on a road-related area. You're riding
That's
a
right.
motorbike today. All right, you've been stopped for a random breath test. All right, I've
Take-
asked you. So this is you.
Just take that and read that for the time being. Okay, just give me 1 sec. Here, take that with you.
Stay right where you
It's
are.
very important that you take that with you. Okay? You take your time.
I'll be taking all this with me.
No, you can't take it with you. You need to give that back to me. Okay?
What do you know, sir?
All right, officer. Now, before you go ahead,
Stay in front of the
before you go ahead,
Stay in front of the
I must serve you a notice for and on the record.
Sir,
I, a living
stay in
man,
front of the vehicle.
hereby
Sir?
serve notice
Sir, stay in front of the vehicle.
that if you do not now provide me
Sir?
with articulable probable cause that I am a party to a crime
Sir,
against
I'm
the
asking
potential
politely.
or actual living victim, you agree that in fact you do not have standing in this matter and that you are liable in your private capacity, accepting your full commercial liability under penalty of perjury for any false claims against me and the resulting damages whatsoever. I reserve all of my rights, waiving none, including my right to remain silent. You got your business card? Can I have your business card, please? I'll need your business card. I need your business card, please. May I have your business card? Do you suspect me of committing a crime? Do you suspect me of committing a crime? Do you suspect me of committing a crime? I've asked you 3 times, you've not answered. No, you don't. Come out so we can have a chat. I'd like to talk to authority. I'm not under statutes, acts, codes or legislations. I'm not under those. I'm warning you. I'm giving you a fair warning.
Sir,
I'm not under...
I can't read this while you're
Okay,
talking to me.
okay.
Could you please go in front of your motorcycle, sir?
Continue. I'll do what I need to do. The motorcycle's not going anywhere, I'm not going
Sir,
anywhere.
can you please stand in front of my vehicle, please?
I'm not under your authority, Constable, with all due respect. Okay, I respect that. I'll respect you for that. I sure will. That's okay. You do what you need to do. That's up to you. Best you read the paperwork, Constable. It's best to read that. You will enter my adhesion contract, Constable.
Sir, please stand in front of the vehicle, please.
You will enter my adhesion contract.
Please stand in front.
You've got a camera here. You've got a camera there.
Sir.
Show 14, thanks, show 14. Confirm you've got one lane open. Is it okay?
This could have all been done and over and done with. You've been on your way.
It's up to you. But see that? That says that I'm not a person. And if you look at the LEPRA, Law Enforcement Powers and Responsibilities Act, which you're responsible for, where does it say you have power over a man?
So you're not complying with
I'm not
your
complying. I'm happy to cooperate with you. I'm not arguing with you. I'm informing you.
Sir, can you please stand behind your motorbike?
I'm doing my best to inform you.
I'm asking you politely, can you please stand in front of your motorbike, please?
I'm doing my best to inform you.
I'm asking you to stand in front of my vehicle, please, sir.
I will not.
I'm asking you politely.
I'm not under your authority.
Sir.
You like to...
No. You're giving me paperwork.
I do not stand under your authority.
I'll back that off you in a moment.
Go for
okay?
it. Read your paperwork.
All right, let me do my paperwork.
Mate.
All right, and don't approach my vehicle again.
Okay.
Can you stand in front of my vehicle, please, sir?
All I'm doing is making sure...
And actions have been recorded. I don't care if you've got a
100%
camera recording
perfect.
me, sir.
And that's what we need.
You're making things difficult. You could have been on your way by now.
I'm not making anything difficult. And I'm not arguing with you.
Sir,
I'm trying to inform you.
Sir, no, they don't want it. It's none of their business.
See, not a citizen, not a person.
Sir.
Living man.
Sir, do me a favour.
Mate, I told you, I'm not under your authority. With all due respect. Mate, do we have a...
Sir, I'm not told you, I'm not underneath an agreement. You're on a road-related area, your vehicle's unregistered, got no insurance, and you're a disqualified driver.
Is this federal?
Let me just fill out my paperwork and send you to court. Can you please stand
Mate, you can fill out your paperwork, that's fine.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
So please stand by
Mate, not a problem. Not a problem.
My direction at least.
Not a problem. I'm happy to stay here for you. Okay?
Gabrielle, I'm Constable Hassett from Southern Police. I'm letting you know I'm wearing a body-worn vehicle.
Okay, your number?
Our conversation, your actions. Do you understand that?
No, I do not understand. I do not stand under your authority. Okay? Okay. Now, I'm going to serve you a notice. For it on the record, I, a living man, hereby serve notice that if you do not now provide me with articulable probable cause that I am a party to a crime against a potential or actual living victim, you agree that in fact you do not have standing in this matter and that you are liable in your private capacity, accepting your full commercial liability under penalty of perjury for any false claims against me and the resulting damages whatsoever. I reserve all of my rights, waiving none, including my right to remain silent. I'm travelling in my private capacity today. I wish to be on my way. I do not wish to do business with you guys today. No contract. We don't have a contract. I do not wish to contract. If you guys do something against my will today, you enter my adhesion contract. That's very costly. I do not wish to take your money. You work very hard. I do appreciate the work you do. Now, you have free will to choose. You choose whatever you wish from this point forward.
Stay over here.
Absolutely not. No. No. Absolutely not. No, I do not. I do not stand under your authority, and I mean that in a respectful way. Okay. Now I've put you on notice.
As I said, this whole thing's being recorded.
And I totally agree with that, because that's going to save me. What's going to happen? Has the day been good so far? Good. Look, if you do the right thing, your day ends well. And the months ahead, they go well. If you do the wrong thing, and we know, I know, if I do the wrong thing, same thing happens to me. We're all equal.
Yeah, I've done the wrong thing.
No, I haven't. No. There's notice. Who's got notice? RMS has been notified. It's all lawful. It's all legal. Now, if they've not notified the officers, then that's not my problem. It's notice to one, is notice to all. It's written. It's contract, basically. And they've accepted it. They've not sent it back. It's proper, lawful. But it's up to you to decide. Hello. We'll just have an honest conversation, that's all.
What I do,
Have a look,
you've
free.
got your beliefs and all the rest of it.
Yeah, no, the truth is the truth. It's not a belief, it's fact. It's facts. Because if I'm telling a story about my belief, then it doesn't stand in court, right? Now, you guys, while you're acting as a constable, right? You're acting constable, acting. That means you're a fiction. I'm a man. I'm in the real world, in the living. So that means that statutes, acts, codes and legislations don't apply to me, okay? And when I say that, that doesn't make me free to go and commit crime. Because if I do, then I go to jail. But it makes me free from the system. That's all it does, okay? It means I treat you how I wish to be treated. And that's all. It's very simple. And if you guys treat me how you think you want to, and it's not really good for me, then I get to make the contract. That's how it works. It's pretty serious. It's not a joke. So you guys can do whatever you choose. Either way, it ends well for me. I don't... It takes a man to carry out the act. You're responsible. You've been given power. You're responsible for that power. Misuse of the power will work against you. In the court, in the Supreme Court, that's where it'll go. Right.
Is that recording? Sorry to keep you waiting, sir. All right, so today...
It's okay, it's $900 an hour. You do realise that, don't you? You read the contract there?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Okay? Go ahead.
All of our conversations and actions are all being recorded by the in-car video patrol car today, sir. All right. Receiving infringement notice for using an unregistered motorbike today. All right. Receiving infringement using uninsured, no registration, no tax.
Got my insurance here. You've been ignorant to that. You've been ignorant to the insurance paper.
So that's your
there it is. Hang on one sec, mate. You show the camera. There's the insurance. Okay. Insurance. Okay, so I do not have a contract with the RMS.
On the 28th of April 2022.
Right.
9:30 a.m. in Sutherland.
Thank you for the invitation.
Right.
Okay, well, they're aware that I'm not under statutes, acts, codes and legislations. Thank you.
Ride your motorbike?
Well, that's up to me. That's up to me. And now it's up to you. If you stop me again, you will get yourself in deeper trouble.
Yep.
Do you understand that?
No problems at all, sir.
Okay.
If the offence continues to be committed, then maybe you would
Right.
address some bail conditions would be a consideration.
Right.
If you're going to
Now as we're speaking, okay, so as we're speaking the truth,
so you understand that. You understand
because the words that are used, your words, when you say do you understand, you mean do I stand under your authority, and I do not. And I've made that very clear.
take that to the magistrate.
God bless you. Well, if this continues, we'll see you in the Supreme Court, not the magistrate. He'll be a judge.
time and traffic court is so.
All right, guys. Again, this is an open panel. Don't know why no one's up here chilling with me, man. I'm feeling some type of fucking way right now, bro.
Sweet. All I say to the judge is, I look at the other two sides. I look at the cop and I look at the prosecutor. I said, we're here to discuss that I broke the law, right? Yeah, good. We're here because I broke the law, right? Good. I look at the judge was like, we're here because I broke the law, right? Yeah, good. Wonderful. Let's go. So then they start reading the charge. All right. Yeah, good.
No, but seriously, peace and power and blessings to you all. I hope this evening's finding you well. Hope we got some snackage. I'm just hanging out. I'm gonna get a little some little salad really quick. Got some more clips queued up and downloading some more. If you got any more clips, drop them in the chat. Appreciate it, especially if they're on topic. I'm hoping to open the panel up, so feel free to hop up. And if if you're backstage and I don't happen to be at the laptop, I'm only away for a short bit, just drop a comment. All right, much love.
That's a code that you're saying I violated. That's a code. I thought we were here to discuss that I broke the law. This is the law. I said, yeah. I throw them their own book. I said, what's the difference in your book? Like in the Code of Virginia, 1950, what's the difference between a law and a code? So, that, like I said, they read the difference between a code and a law. I said, gotcha. Because you said we were here to discuss the fact that I broke the law. So, I'm just making false claims and saying that I broke the law. They're like, well, you know what I meant. I was like, no. You said that we're here to discuss the fact that I broke the law. I did not break the law. And I said, are you sure you people are going to be able to prove that I broke the law today? Really? Okay. I can prove in 2 seconds I didn't. So they start to read. I said, whoa, I object. I said, that's not the law. They said, yes, it is. I said, that's the code. I said, what does it say? The Code of Virginia. Where are you pulling that from? It's a code book. It's not the law. What's the difference between law and a code? Here you go. Is there anybody harmed or injured? No. That's a code then. One is the law, one is the code. I said, so are you committing false claims in court? Are you guys committing perjury? You just feel like coming to court and saying whatever you feel like saying? You're lying? I thought you guys swore up and down that we were here to discuss the fact that I broke the law. Oh, I guess I didn't break the law, did I? Then I guess there's no reason for us to be here, is there? Oh, man, they hate it, man. I catch them with their own words. I brought them over to the common law side by just saying something simple. Are we here because I broke the law? Is that what you're claiming? Are you claiming I broke the law? Yeah. Well, the only problem is only a man can make a claim. So I guess we're over here on the common law side now. So who's here to make the claim? They're like, oh, geez, this guy got us like in 2 seconds or less. I said, yep, I'm done, sir. Anything else you need? I love it. I've been doing this for 20 years, 30 years. I don't know. I'm 50 years old now, so I've been doing this since I've been a little kid. Just getting him in and out of court so fast, it's scary. No 100 pages of paperwork.
Jackie boy.
Hello, Sean. How you doing tonight, brother? How's it sound?
You sound good on my end through StreamYard. Let me check through the phone really quick. What's on your mind, man? How you doing tonight?
Dude, I'm just chilling. I just got, what did I do? Oh yeah, I just got home and got settled in, flipped YouTube on, and I saw you were live.
Yeah, did you by any chance see the title or like the description at all, or no?
I did, but I didn't catch it. It looked like I glanced in earlier and it looked like you were showing some of Mitch's stuff.
Yeah, I did. He dropped a music video. He dropped a video of his own from when he had gone in court. It looked, I think
that's what I saw.
Couple year old clip. Good to see. Yeah. What were you gonna say? Sorry.
No, I think that's what I saw was some of that. And then I don't know, I popped back in for something else just briefly, and then just when I turned it on, you were saying you welcomed people up. So I thought, hey, why not? Let the cat in and thought I'd come say hi, man. So how's it been going?
Yeah, I caught most of your stream earlier today, and yeah, I wanted to hop up, but I was a little busy, and I also kind of wanted to. How's my sound, by the way? Am I too loud?
I think it sounds good.
Okay. I kind of wanted to not feed into that energy anymore. I think I think Austin covered it, Ian covered it, Paul covered it. It's not really necessary, I don't think, anymore. And as far as the stuff with Z and stuff, I mean, again, I just don't even want to go there. I don't even want to go there right now. So the topic of the stream, right? Saturday Night Live solutions. So I'm trying to seek some solutions here with some like minds. Shout out to Provo. Yeah, I'm blessed too, sir.
Amen, Provo.
Yes,
Love
sir.
hanging out with that guy too, man.
Yeah. Why not?
Solutions to what? What problem do we want to solve?
That's a good question, right? I mean, what problems are we facing? Yeah. What do you think? What do you think some of our biggest problems are as a I don't want to say as a society because then you're identifying that you're part of it, right? But as people, did you see the picture for the stream, the thumbnail?
I don't know that I did.
Here, let me see if I got it here.
I might be able to pull it up here.
Let me check my here, hold on a second. I'll be right back. You know what? Here, I'll
Oh,
shoot.
yeah.
What's good, Cage? We got
Someone-
Cage in the house.
Hey,
Shout out to
Cage.
Yeah,
Cage.
what's up? What's up,
What's up?
good?
What are you up to tonight, man?
I'm just about to start watering and stuff. Figured I'd tune in for a bit. What are you guys saying? What are you guys talking about?
We were just talking about solutions and identifying the problems to solve. And I think I can see the graphic you were talking about, Sean. The agendas, world resource control, world population control. It all comes down to debt slavery. Amen. So that's the problem we need to solve is debt slavery. But everyone's been trying to solve it on their own. It hasn't worked so well. The rich keep getting richer. And the poor keep understanding and living poverty. Poverty's not any fun for anyone, nor is debt slavery. Am I talking to myself again?
My bad. I'm just looking for a file here, but I'm resonating with what you're saying. Shout out to El Pero. I don't know if he was here before, but I played a good bit of one of his videos, one of his pullover videos. I don't know, he might have missed it, but yeah, I sent a link to the. I don't know if I sent a link to that video or to your channel, but yeah, brother. And it was to warn people of the possible, possibilities of standing on your rights, your God-given rights, even in a system that doesn't honor God, right? At least not well, they honor their God, right? But shout out to Kick.
Oh, you know what thought just came to me? Sorry, go ahead. Shout out to
No, go
Kid.
ahead. Say it. Speak it, man.
Slavery comes from someone else's rules. Someone else's rules are remembered. So we got to break away from the God of the past to embrace the God of the future.
Kick thinks what you said is funny for some reason. I mean, I think God is my perception is God is all that ever was, is, or will be. I think you resonate with that.
Amen. I was
But-
thinking about. Go ahead.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
No, but I shouldn't say but, because but negates what I said. So I take back the but. That being said, that when you say the God of the future, what do you mean by that?
The one we don't yet know. The God of wonder, the God of bliss, the God that is beyond space and time. The one with the intelligence. The one with the intelligence and infinite generosity that allowed time and space to form with the patterns of life evolved into us. And holy shit, we waited our whole lives for today to get here. It's finally here. Tomorrow, man. Tomorrow starts the future. I can't wait.
We got Provo in the house. Shout out to you, sir. And to Kick, for the record, I was the one who said shout out to Kick. So I guess I sound like Mr. Jack, I guess, you know. Hey, I see the resemblance there. What's up, Provo?
Blessings. Thanks for having me on your show. First time on here, long time listener. Been listening for about a week. Still trying to understand. I like what you've been doing. I saw a little bit of that El Perro video. That was nice of you promoting that content, getting the word out. And Jack, always good to see you. Nick Cage, great to be here. How you guys feeling tonight?
Oh, so
I'm
blessed.
doing great. Yeah, I'm doing great.
Good to hear, brothers. Good to hear. Just feel eternally blessed right now, cooking content with some great chefs. Now, I was thinking about this, Jack. Nicknames usually are given, right? I'm gonna start calling you Chef because you've been cooking up the content lately, and I really like it. So if I start calling you Chef, just because I think you're a great chef,
brother. It's just somehow the energies attract the right spices and bring it all together, right?
Absolutely, brother.
And it does. It makes a beautiful. Boy, it's something to digest.
It is.
You guys have any good book recommendations at all?
Of course. I mean, usually though, when people ask that question, my first
esoteric type of
esoteric. So you want esoteric in regards to what? Like, do you want like a? Tell me what kind of esoteric you're looking for. Like self-help. You want to,
not self-help. Like yeah, not grimoires or anything like that. I don't know, like Dion Fortune. I've been looking at some of that stuff lately.
Beyond Fortune.
Yeah. You should look into some of her shit.
Oh, okay, yeah. So you're obviously familiar with Blavatsky and stuff like that, then, and so yeah, something to call
some Eliphaz Levi,
Yeah, I know Levi.
What is that?
My bad. I didn't mean to change the topic, but you were talking about cooking content, and I just wanted to show my little Cordon Bleu. I don't even know what to call it. Medallion. You know, when you graduate and you walk.
Wow,
But
that's
are you
pretty
familiar
sick.
with the school? They closed all the schools in the country, but now that I'm looking at it, it looks just like a Templar cross, man. It's fucking unbelievable, bro.
That's wild.
It's literally a Templar cross.
I'd say it's something. I mean, that's pretty cool. So is it school? What kind of school?
Here,
Cooking
Culinary
school?
College. Culinary
Culinary,
College.
okay,
It
that
started
makes
in
sense.
Paris. It's the most, I would say, the most well-known. Well, it was until they closed all the ones in the country. But, my bad. Hold on here.
No worries.
How's my sound? All right.
Yeah, you sound great.
Okay.
Yeah, Rudolf Steiner has some good stuff too. That's
I'll
weird. I
dro-
was about to say that.
Yeah, I like Rudolph.
To say that, and someone just said it in the. Oh, what was that? What we showed us talking?
Four agreements.
Yeah, for Cage. The Four Agreements is one I recommend. It's small book, but interesting perspectives, and it's beautifully written. I'm a fan
You
of
guys,
Steiner too.
you guys know libgen.is? That's a good one. You can get like PDFs of like any book, well, most books, and even some rare and expensive ones are on there.
Are you familiar with the Language Crystal? It's kind of a far out there occult book.
I haven't read that one.
I'll drop
What
a
I do
link
is
in the
like
chat.
I just download them and I use a text to speech software and I make audiobooks. Like my own audiobooks, I just listen to them while I work on stuff. If people spend half the time doing that instead of listening to people yell on YouTube for 8 hours a day, imagine how much knowledge you could have.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean?
I'll tell you one of the best things I learned from certain people who yell is that if you stop paying attention to certain details, trigonometry, gematria, whatever it might be, you can kind of get a zoomed out picture and see that there may be things that deserve more of your attention, like helping others to realize, well, more importantly, yourself to realize that the more that we don't stand on like rights and freedoms, and first and foremost, learn what rights and freedoms we have because we were never taught them, God-given rights and freedoms, it's just going to get worse as far as what we are allowed to do and not do, say and not say. Literally God-given rights and freedoms that we get penalized or whatever, thrown in a cell standing on and exercising, right? So I get what you're saying, Cage. And again, I probably wouldn't have any of you on panel, or if there were any one of you that I didn't resonate with at a great level, you wouldn't have a wrench. You wouldn't be on my panel right now. I wouldn't have let you up because there are people who
No, because like yeah, I know what you mean. Sort of interrupt you, yeah. But what I'm saying is the comment I made about like look how much fucking time people spend on this. Like imagine you spend that time looking at the actual information that you have to learn yourself, because all you're getting is regurgitated versions of people that did the work themselves and actually looked at the stuff. Most of the stuff you see on the internet, right? It's most likely a and then people add their own filters on it, their own biases to it, probably like a broken telephone type thing. I'd rather go straight to the source instead of hearing it from someone else,
There's some truth to that, but I tell you what, I've taken advantage of the free and very inexpensive education that's available online. I'm more of an auditory learner, especially with videos, man. It makes it so simple for me. I know many people focus on books and do well with books, but
you can make your own audiobooks. You get natural
well,
reader.
hold on. Yeah, that's one way, but we balance learning and sharing and putting into action, so that's what I do. I balance what I learn with contemplating and reflecting, putting it into action. So we're here at an incredible time, and we can become overwhelmed by knowledge and the information. And brother, I honor what you're saying. It's a great reminder for me that maybe I am spending too much time with entertainment and distraction, with the excuse thinking I'm telling myself I'm doing something, but
Well, that's a possibility, but what I'm saying is, yeah, it just, I don't know. I can't really do it more. Sometimes I listen to like someone's shit and I just can't do it for more than like 5 minutes, unless sometimes I go on the panel though. It's like, what is anyone getting out of that? It's just a bunch of nonsense drama shit continuously.
Well,
what are you getting out of that?
I think
mindless entertainment. That's what it is.
that in part, I think people do it for different reasons. Content creators have different incentives than other people, right? So content creators see views go up, they see subscribers go up. And whether you like that or not, Jack, it's true though. Like
that's what it is. That's
true.
exactly what I was gonna say. That's their prerogative. Get some more views and clicks and shit, and that's what they want.
And that trick is as old as the news, right? If it bleeds, it leads. So it's not really new. It's just people kind of replicating what they've grown up with, and
but that like for like 1,000 views a stream, you're gonna do all that for that. You can get more views
I
without that.
agree. I
Come on,
agree
man.
with you on that sentiment. But people, and then the audience is incentivized to tune into it for multiple reasons. I think depending on upon the person, right? Some people like to case study. Some people like to psychologically bond with what's going on. Some people are parasocial. I think there's lots of reasons for why people watch it as well. And there's probably lots of reasons for why people create content like that. I call it corpse climbing, or what's it, conflict content, things like that. And it's popular, it works. But yeah, I agree with you. It's not the kind of content I like to make, or I will sometimes participate in it, but as a content creator, I do it for different reasons than I think a casual observer might.
So I hear kick out or whatever you're saying. You can gain from anything. It's your state of mind. Yeah, you can gain. Yeah, you can learn not to be like like that.
That's exactly right. Hey, that's exactly right. We don't control what comes in and out of our experience, and we don't know what we have not learned. And when things come in through our experience, especially people, we can learn from them with what we admire or what we don't want to carry with us. I've been learning a lot from some of these YouTube panels, man. I fucking love people.
I try to act. I act the same way that I'd act in real life with people, and most people don't do that. They'll act completely different online, and then I'd love to see them in person. It'd be hilarious. How
This
they would
is
be
me.
acting. If imagine everyone was sitting around a table, how much different it would be. I'm sure it'd be way different.
Hey, I've been studying human behavior. I wouldn't put it past. Nothing would surprise me anymore. People are funky animals, man, and every one of us is on our own path. Somehow, some way. It's just there's something divine in all the order. And if you don't accept the perfection of the order, well, then you'll just drive yourself insane. You'll be miserable and angry, thinking things should be different.
That resonates with me, brother Jack. Really does. And it's that's why people like mental alchemy, or things like that. The idea that you can transmute energy, and that you got to be careful, because if you're not good at transmuting it, you just end up absorbing that shit. So I think you got to be intentional with the things you're doing consciously.
Well, it's like a process of visualizations that you have to incorporate most senses into. The mental transit. There's different techniques to that.
In psychology, they just call it reframing. You got to reframe it.
Yeah, mental reprogramming the subconscious mind. It's funny that here's a good book recommendation for you guys. It's called The Structure of Magic, and it's the first book ever published about NLP, neuro-linguistic programming, and it's like a 3 series. The second one is called Reframing, from the same author. I forget the third one. What the third one's called, but yeah, you can search them up. The Structure of Magic will pop right up, and there'll be a second's Reframing. The original stuff that was published on these topics. And you can see people using this stuff. I wouldn't be surprised if a few people in here have read it before.
Well, there's so many ways to explain the same things. And that's what
I feel like these guys read sorry to interrupt, Jack. I feel like they read, remember the one, the 48 Laws of Power? I feel like some of these guys read that shit and they're using those basic tactics. I continuously see these tactics being used.
Well,
maybe I don't know.
If maybe it's not tactics, maybe it's an order. It's a process. It's a system of logic that works. Because I was thinking about that earlier. Ideas just come from the right placement of the right words. Right? That's all a thought is a few words.
It's like speech hypnosis.
Well, I find myself having these thoughts that I just think are just short, powerful, and insightful. But if I don't write them down, the knowledge is within me. It's not lost. I recognize what it is that I learned and what I understood for myself, but the thought is gone.
Yeah. So some good stuff too. Like if you look into books, like older books about mentalism, you can get some good information from those. It's under the guise of mentalism.
Well, the big thing though is, what does all that mean to you? Because regardless of how much information is out there, what do you do with what you know?
It's all about the application. What you do, you improve yourself so you can improve other people around you. Because you can't help anyone without helping yourself first. I don't think it's a greedy or selfish thing to do.
Well, how much help do you need before you can start helping others? And how do you find
unfortunately, if you want to help people, you're gonna you have to help, financially. Unfortunately, you got to make a lot of money.
You don't need money to help people, and you don't need money to be helped or to help yourself. Matter of fact,
no, it's not about money though. Like it's a mind state, and then maybe like get out of the. Remember, you said the main problem is debt slavery, right? So if you could beat the, glitch the system.
How about we focus on solutions and action steps that we can share with others, that we can move forward to confronting the system, rewriting the system, changing the system, building a new system, so that the systems are irrelevant and the people are important.
Because either way, it's still going to be a system, and it's always going to be corruptible.
What about right now? Right now, who told you to believe that it always is a possibility for the ego, for the humans? Always is for God to determine.
Look around you, man. Bro, I'm telling you, this is human nature. We're fucking animals.
Cage, please don't let the past prevent you from imagining different. In the future, you're a well-read person, obviously.
No, I can't imagine it. I can't imagine it, but I'm going to be.
Okay. So
let's be realistic, though.
Well, so if you can imagine it, then the only thing preventing you from believing it is excuses, right? Because if it's only imagined, then you imagined excuses to prevent you from believing in something within you. And this is what I mean.
So you have some sort of like utopian ideology.
Yep. Well, why?
They've done experiments on this before.
Who cares?
They made rats have everything, unlimited everything, and you know what happens?
We're not rats.
No, but even the Matrix will lose. I know it's a movie, but even the Matrix will lose to this. They made a version of that and it destroyed itself. I think you need a balance. You don't have to look at these negative things as necessarily. But I'm saying some of the worst things that happen in people's lives are the greatest teachers that actually build the character and build that. The good. You can't have good without bad, or bad without good.
That's what Satan would say.
It's always a dichotomy.
Right. The satanic realm would condition us to believe that. And it would also prevent the satanic realm would also create and present many, many cases of evidence to prevent people from believing that the past can be overcome and that better things can be acquired in the future, that maybe we should stop making excuses and start actually considering how close to a utopia could we create. Because I think if we came together, I know there's technologies right now. We could be a generation that actually, if we overcame the legality of secrets and this nonsense of governments and
so how do you deal with people who don't want to comply? How do you deal with non-compliance? The people that
non-compliance with what?
With somebody who doesn't share the same ideology as you about
what ideology is to be rejected from love God and
what
love
if some
one
people?
another?
What if some people are just wired differently and they don't give a fuck and they do terrible things? How do you deal with those people then in a utopia? You're gonna have to get rid of them, right?
We educate them on how to live in a different way than what they may have chosen to believe was acceptable in the past. We offer education, correction, and support for those who fumble and make mistakes in their temporary lives here on earth. We don't have to compete. We don't have to punish each other. We don't have to beat each other down in order to quote unquote survive. This is nonsense. Now, keep in mind, please, now that I'm recognizing the words coming out of my mouth and the arrogance with which it can be heard.
But it's such a multifaceted thing, you know. It's like it's just so many layers to this. Is like it's not feasible in my mind, at least.
But Cage, please allow a little bit of doubt, right, in your belief of impossibility.
I wish that was true. Seriously.
Okay,
I don't want it to not be true. Yeah.
Cage, what if? Because I used to I fought these beliefs myself until I found groups and organizations explaining the philosophies and the solutions that I didn't know. Once I learned different things, my perspective completely shifted.
What groups and organizations were they? Can you say?
Well, in my own path, I considered myself a labor guy, started looking at labor history, saw how everything was, how workers' rights had been oppressed from the beginning in America. Slavery never ended. And then so I started really thinking about it. How do we end slavery while we still got law enforcement and militaries obeying? They're not just going to walk away while they've got families to feed, maybe goals of education and job security. They're not just going to walk away from that, especially when they believe they're serving. So how do you convince them that they can be supported and cared for unless you change the communities? Well, the communities aren't going to change because everyone's so ridden with debts. Bingo. There's the problem of society. It's debts.
Oh, we got to go Fight Club and fucking blow up the...
No. So then I recognize we need to stand up against this nonsense of the Federal Reserve. And when you look into history, man, it is a bunch of BS. It is criminal.
Wait, hold on though. You didn't answer the question. What organizations are you talking about?
The Venus Project, the philosophies of Jacques Fresco, and the principles, concepts designed in the Venus Project, a resource-based economy where we use technology and mechanization to actually reduce the workload for human beings. So human beings can be used for their intelligence, right? Education. We can totally transform this world when we bring science and evidence, factual science and evidence into the governance and administration of this quote unquote economy.
Yeah. Well, one thing they're probably doing is because the universe is mental. I think it's all formed through the subconscious mind, right? But it's all electromagnetic. They've done a lot of studies at Laurentian University here in Sudbury, Ontario, and they've proven it's all electromagnetic, connected to the magnetic field of the Earth, and it's like thought transference. All thoughts are stored in the Earth's magnetic field. It's usually like dispersed and uploaded during sleep, during REM sleep. It's explained as dreaming. Yeah.
You're spot on, and I don't mean to interrupt, but what you're saying is another resource. Nassim Harriman, the Resonance Science Foundation, I think is his organization. He's a physicist he explains. I don't understand all of this science behind it, but as I understand it, he's proving the oneness, right? The singularity of God, of consciousness, and between his work and the work of Rupert Sheldrake, when the world starts paying attention to these people, when science stops being so divided, just like the human egos, everyone's all divided. Well, our sciences are so divided. Everyone's into their specialties. No one's paying attention to the bigger picture, but we've got citizens and other intellectuals who are. So there's many people right now that the world should be listening to. They do have this smaller following, maybe only a few million people, but
I was going to make one more point about the magnetic fields and that. They've done studies in the laboratory. They hook up two brains on an EEG, and they pretty much flash light. And when they share a certain magnetic field, and they flash the light, one person's in the dark, and both their brain activity, they light up simultaneously as if the person saw light in the dark when the other person sees light in one room. They also did one where they imagine tapping somebody on the shoulder, and that person's brain lights up as if they actually got tapped on the shoulder when they share this specific magnetic field. And they can also shut this off completely and enhance it, and just shut it off completely with magnetic field. So this is probably definitely being manipulated. And think about this. Think about all these negative thoughts people project on each other all day, especially on this YouTube shit. You're being psychically attacked and affected subconsciously, even if you don't know it. Like, you know, the brain activity is being lit up in your brain, which is going to formulate things. Unless you have a strong mind and you have protection set up, you know, and some sort of defense set up, like an antivirus, you know.
That's where, honestly, one of the most powerful things I'm coming to believe in is faith. Faith that you are
need
protected.
To set up.
Faith
you
that
need to
you
set
are.
up. You need to know for a fact. That's it. You need to know it like you know how to breathe or your heart beats, and then you're no one can fucking touch you. Actually, when people project shit on me, it hits them back like tenfold every single time. It's not going to really work well for anybody. So
that's what I'm coming to know for myself. And faith, it's always there. It just must be chosen, must be accepted. Maybe you got to test it a little bit. Maybe you've been testing it. I know I tested it. How long can I go in my life without faith? How long can I go in my life without turning to God? Whew. I'm so glad I surrendered. Because now, here, this utopia I'm talking about, man, it came from the human collective. The human collective is an example. It's the physical form of the greater consciousness of humanity. So through the greater consciousness of humanity came the ideas and the words that I share. And I believe that it is time for us to end the wars collectively. I mean, humans don't need conflicts and debts. If we let go of the debts and the conflicts, we wouldn't need enforcement and militaries and governance. I'm pretty sure we can figure out how to get along with each other if we just recognize that this is our time. Even if there's other timelines that might exist, this is the only one we know right now.
we got someone in the chat saying, "Who you guys streaming?" No, we're live right now, man. It's not being mirrored or anything.
I don't know.
Hey, Jack, those are wise words. Hey, I'm about to head out, and I would just want to end on a blessing for you, the content you're going forward with. Pineal, thanks for having me on your show. Cage, hey, good questions, good thinking, great conversation. It's nice to have, just a good conversation with people. So thank you guys for having one with me. I really appreciate it, and God bless.
Provo, much love and respect.
Man, much love, bro.
Appreciate the fellowship. Yeah, you know, Cage, you're right. Here's where I'm at. I finally humbled myself. If I'm going to live, if there's going to be suffering in the world and I'm going to live with the luxuries and comfort that I have, doesn't seem fair to me. So the way I see it is this life is a big game for each of us. And there is a lot of suffering in the world at this time, and it's karmic, it's whatever, it's all by a divine purpose, but our opportunity is each day. And each day when we come across each other, it's an opportunity to share the fruits of our past, who we are. And hopefully it's not bitterness. It can be blessings.
Do you have any methods that you use or you can share with people that, for kind of like transmutation type stuff?
Thank you. Yes. For those who do want to try and change, just remember that it's that simple. The egoic mind, everything we are is based on patterns, but we have the free will and the consciousness and the will within us to break the patterns, to overcome the resistance. And most of the resistance in our life, our conscious, our mental resistance, comes from this world we were born into that taught us that excuses and blame are okay. So there's the number one solution for everybody. Commit yourself to honesty, compassionate honesty with no excuses and no blame. And you make mistakes, you'll say you'll do something and then things will happen or whatever, but you learn to be honest, and then you can trust yourself. And when you're a trustworthy person to yourself, when you can trust yourself with yourself, you can start trusting yourself with others pretty easily. And here, to bring it to the common law stuff, the stuff that seems to be pretty important is, even when, especially if you're one of those who is exercising your rights of freedom, right? Where you're kind of bucking the system and avoiding the normality of the orders and policies. If you approach the authority enforcer as a human being and you present yourself as a human being, I think there's a better chance of educating and understanding.
Yeah, you'd be surprised at what you can do if you get adept at certain things. I'm telling you, you could train your mind to do some crazy shit, man. I'm telling you, to the point where it's like matter is everything's just a projection. There's no probability, none of that shit. I don't use it for gain or to fucking do weird shit to people because, I don't feel that's right, but it can be done. I've tested it before just to see,
the power of consciousness is that what you're referring to?
Some people are really, really good at it, and they're not going to make like a public exhibition of it or anything like that. Usually, you don't really hear about them much.
Well, that was something I considered too. If this is a time of the shift, someone mentioned Dolores Claiborne earlier, or Dolores Cannon, I think. If there is this time of the shift where humanity is going from the deeper density of third dimension into the higher density, higher vibration of fifth dimension, if that's true, if humanity is going to evolve and maybe these higher level abilities are going to be graced on us, like telepathy and all this, I know people experience that. There's people who project in astral travel, and there's many, many things. The human.
Can I tell you a story about that, man? When I was a kid, yeah, I've been doing this stuff since I was like probably about maybe 14, 15. So I had a friend, and I knew he was kind of open to this shit before, because like we were driving with him and his girl and me, and he's like, we're on the highway, right? And I'm like, watch, we could just project stuff into reality. Like if we all focus on this image and focus. So he just names like this random fucking car that's super, super fucking rare. A specific color, like light blue, the specific car. Not even like 30 seconds later, the fucking car passes us going the other way on the highway. So they're like, okay, we just fucking created that, whatever that is, that projection. So I knew he was open to this kind of stuff. So what I did was like I knew he was going to be sleeping because he has to get up in the morning, and I already tripped him out earlier that day, so I entered his fucking dream, and I forced like the dream location. He was like in front of the building where I used to live at, and what I did is because I know like when you die in a dream, you always wake up, so I killed him in the dream. What I did was like like he came downstairs, and I just like went to the window and like shot him, like unloaded the whole magazine into the fucking car, and I'm in the dream. But I was projecting in my mind. He was dreaming. I was awake. So I did that. I'm not even joking. Like less than 10 minutes later, he calls me. He's like, "Bro, what the fuck did you just do to me?" You know. I'm like, after that, I never did it to anyone else because it's like, yeah, that's kind of fucked up. Killed him in his dream. He called me and told me about it. You can do stuff like that. I could enter motherfuckers' dreams, right?
Well, see, this is the thing too. Human beings, we take all this stuff for granted. Dreams, life. It's like it is a gift and it's a fragile thing, yet at the same time, our ancestors had to overcome a lot of stuff to get us to today. So the human species is pretty damn adaptable, but that's been used against the human race because we've adapted ourselves to this day and age. It's a complete illusion. It's delusion upon delusion.
Jack, for some reason, I suspect that I think you play stupid a lot when it comes, not in this conversation with me. I'm saying in general. Not in this conversation. I think you're all right now. I've never really talked to you before. I don't even know what the whole thing is. I don't really watch or understand what the fuck is happening in this community, whatever the fuck it is. But I just come up and talk sometimes. I'm not really a part of anyone's community. I'm just Cage.
I gathered that. I actually invite you to consider joining my community. I stand alone right now, but as it builds, you're welcome to join.
I have to subscribe to you, and then if I see you on there, I'll probably hit the link. Shoot this shit for it.
Well,
but yeah, I know you're a game, Jack. You're playing chess over here, aren't you?
Well, I've been
look, you even have that little smile on your fucking face because you know it's true.
The thing is, it's something I come to accept about myself a long time ago. I've been underestimated and wrongfully accused, misunderstood my whole life.
That's good. You can use that for your advantage, actually.
Well, this is what I think. I honestly, the stuff that's going on with Paul and these other channels, there's something divine. There's something magical. I know there is in my life and with all of our lives. It's magical, but I know it. And so there's something pretty cool that's happening.
What's your YouTube channel's name? Just your name? Or?
Yeah, just my name, Jack Talcott. I'm trying to figure that stuff out too. But this world, man, we're going to be part of it. We are the change. We are the change that God planted, the seeds, the past experiences of our lives, the educations we received. I think we're ready. That's what I want to believe.
Well, it's not all what we want sometimes.
Cage, if you haven't been paying attention, here's another opportunity for me to share it briefly. My goal is, part of the reason I'm here on YouTube is to inspire people to try and improve their own lives, to try and make greater efforts to serve those around them. And at the same time, my goal is to try and find a way for myself. Ideally, my goal personally is to speak to at the Capitol building. I want to speak to the American government as a stepping stone to speaking to the people at the UN.
Okay,
the
now you're
globe.
sounding a bit. Now you're sounding a bit crazy.
Well, I decided. Well, I didn't decide. I finally accepted. This is my lifetime. I get
And
to choose.
sorry, Jack. 1 second. Pineal, we have talking in the background. If you let him in. Sorry, you've decided. Jack, my bad.
Oh, I get to be here. I don't get to choose when I die. And, once I started realizing that we don't control everything. We don't control the results. We just control our efforts and the directions we take in time. And so once I started understanding the mind and the power of thoughts, power of prayers, all this stuff, that's been my vision since 2018 to speak at the UN. Well, I believe the past several years have been in preparation and
And
development.
how are you planning on doing that? You're gonna go Greta Thunberg on us or something?
I intend to be
How
invited.
dare you?
I intend to be invited, and I've got many ideas in which to do so. I just need to get the attention of the right people. The right people have the right connections. The right relationships opens doors for anything. And I feel like I'm pretty connected to God. So at this point, Jack's got a ton of ideas, but praise God, my faith is in God, not in man anymore.
I said it'll be right back. Hold on, Token. I hear you, Jack. Now you're going a little off the rails there. But I'm saying I think it's mostly a mental game. If you get good, you could fight back mentally. You could fuck these people up. I'm telling you. I don't do that though.
We can make peace.
Yeah.
We can refuse to accept the disorder that's offered, the negativity. We can refuse that outwardly and rightly, right?
Token says God will let him on.
We can also make peace. Well, God is within Sean and God is within Token. And when it's time, it's time.
You got some fucking fans in the chat, don't you, Jack?
Somehow, some way, there's many people who are betting on my failure. And I think it's quite remarkable.
Why would anyone do that?
I think that's my role here on earth at this time.
No, that's not true, because that's not people who win don't bet on other people to lose, They're probably losers themselves, so they're just trying to project that.
The ego is the loser, the one that projects. You're absolutely right, brother. My earlier stream, that's what we were talking about today, how the ego, how God and the Christ and the Antichrist are within us. And the Antichrist is the ego. It's the one that separates and fights and resists.
Again, words. The whole thing with silence when it comes to these esoteric organizations and their true secrets. You don't want to know why you couldn't even tell somebody, even if you attempted to. Right? That understanding has to come from within yourself. You cannot put it into words either. It's not really words. Trying to spell with this fucking language, it just destroys it either way.
It creates barriers, that's for sure. You're right. Communication is, it can be challenging.
It's like you're forced to be silent. You couldn't even tell anyone even if you tried. It's fine.
Hey, dude, serious. It's funny you say that. Please, I hope you find a way on the next panel. Because that's what I was talking about too, was the benefit of stillness, of silence. Because it's within the silence, when we allow our egoic mind to settle, then in the silence, then we can feel and hear the spirit of inspiration. And it's so soft.
The beginning of the end, the end of the beginning.
What's that?
I was just responding, and then they're saying Kick was saying no beginning, J Phil was saying no end. Yeah, the beginning of the end, the Ouroboros, or whatever you want to call it. You have Toking in there before they even started saying that. He's like, what is time? In the private. And Sean, if you're listening, I know you gotta have someone in the background add to the conversation if you're there.
Yeah, I was actually gonna step out too, but If Sean's not here to let the other guest in, you'll just be sitting up here waiting.
Welcome to the silent show. There we can have a moment of silence for, I don't know.
Sean's broadcasts, man. He gets some diamonds and gold. Hey, how you doing? Welcome.
My apology.
Nah, man. I wanted to ask you a question though. See, you were talking about time. What is time to you?
To me, time is an experience, but what time is just a phenomena of change.
An experience. But it's actually to get from one point, like here, to get to here, traveling on a certain amount of like speed, right? To get from one point to the other, based on the speed that you're traveling, you can only observe. See, I'm observing you, brother. So what's going on? So I'm observing you now. What are you about?
The only thing we can ever observe is the experience of now.
No, we can observe. We can observe the outside, but the outer self.
Fair enough. Well, you can explore.
We learn to live with the inner self. We've learned to live with the inner self,
Yeah.
and now we're observing the outer self. Mm-hmm. So tell me, bro, what is time?
I've already answered that. Time is an illusion. It's a perception of experience. It's an observable phenomena in the reality we perceive.
So when you get in the car and you drive down, like you look at it's like 12 o'clock now.
Time is not.
Hold on. It's 12 o'clock now, right? And you get in the car. You drive to the store, the groceries, you buy everything else, and you come back and it's like, now it's 2 o'clock. Why are you watching the clock? Why are you observing the time?
I don't.
So you worship. So
do you want to know what you know or what I know?
Are you observing the sun, the moon, and everything else?
I'm not sure the purpose of your question. What confusion, what understanding are you trying to grow in? Or what are you trying to unconfuse? I'm not sure where you're going with this. Time is a mystery that is not fully understood. Okay. But if you break it down by sun patterns, the moon patterns, the patterns of biology and nature and growth, there is a pattern to the evolution of
time. No, bro. Time is relative.
Right.
Remember?
So
exactly.
It's all perception.
So don't waffle me. Game. Come on, bro. Behave yourself. You know it. You know exactly what's going on.
Not with you. I only know what's going on with me.
Nothing's going on with me, bro. I'm just here, like, watching you talk about, like, the time game.
Time is fascinating. Can I offer a tip with time?
Like, just the way, like, you answer certain things. I can observe it, and it's like, I'm like, oh, hold on. Like, is this guy really real? Does he really understand it? You don't understand it, do you?
Rather than continue confusing yourself with your questions, how about I offer my experience?
You don't really understand because you question it. You're questioning it now.
You're the one who's questioning.
Why would you question? Why would you question something that you already know?
Ed, guys, speak one at a time, man. Come on.
So hold on. I want to ask this guy. Why would you question something that you already know? You said time. Why would you question time?
Who told you that I question time, and who told you to believe that you know anything?
Because I see you're getting older.
According to you?
No, like your face now, according to yourself.
Compared to what?
Well, every picture that you took when you were born, like what you look like
Okay,
now.
so what is your point? Yes, there is change. Time reflects change. Change is
and what have you-
observed by the experiencer. Time equals experience. I stand behind my original answer.
So like you look so really old now. So what did you learn? Teach us.
Why?
What? What do you mean? Why? Because
what are you willing to learn?
What are you willing to lose? What are you willing to lose?
Why do I need to lose in order for you to learn?
Because a loss is like an ego thing. You have to
Right. I have nothing to lose. I have only everything to offer, but I care not.
I don't believe that. I don't believe that, bro. I love you so much. I love you so much.
Well, your disbelief is not my problem. It's my irritation.
Because I feel you, bro. I feel you. I love you so much. But the fact is, I can read into you and I know exactly who you are. Behave yourself, bro.
So what is it you believe? You want to leave deluded like you're smart?
No. I could just read
what is
like
your
people
name?
like you.
No, there are no others like me. I am only me. I don't make assumptions. What are you assuming?
I'm not assuming.
People like
I'm
you.
reading from you. I'm reading from you. You
what
show
do you
me
think
it.
You are reading.
Yeah. So who are you? Who are you? Teach me. Tell me something new.
Why? Why should I? This is my point. If you're sitting here demanding,
what is your life goals? Your life goals is like teaching.
You
or
claim
like,
to know. You claim
hiding.
to know me and my aging.
Why are you hiding? Why are you hiding?
Why are you accusing?
I'm not accusing.
What do you
why
think
are you
I'm
hiding?
hiding? What do you
I
think
asked
I'm
you,
hiding?
teach me something. I asked you as a fellow brother.
Technically, he's the only one not hiding, right? I mean, I'm not on camera, and it's my channel.
Yeah,
But,
I said like it's not even about camera, bro.
No,
Fuck
right.
camera,
He doesn't
man.
care what he's saying. He just wants to
Great
talk.
waffle. What?
So
like, hold on.
Shut your mouth. If you would shut your mouth. Here's something apparent you don't know. You brought up some words you obviously don't understand.
Okay.
Within each of us is an ego. Okay? The ego is what makes you move. So, you have the choice of how you move with your ego. Either allow your primal beast of you to move you.
Interesting.
The ego insecurity feels it must be seen and heard, and that's why I saw you keep going on and on.
Interesting. So
did you learn anything?
Read it? Did you read it or did you feel
please
it?
Please don't try to not throw up the 666 if you can, sir. I would appreciate it.
Hey, no, see your foolishness. You didn't even consider the words I said. You thought you would be smart mouth. Did you read it?
On the smart mouth.
So you ignored the words that I said. I spent my time trying to help you.
Hold on. So what book are you talking about?
Let me say something quickly.
You imagine
is it Carl Jung? Carl Jung, like the archetypes of the mind? Like,
hold on. Let me say something, guys, please. Hold on, please. Let me say something, guys, quickly. Look at this. People are loving this in the chat. Look, as soon as some fucking nonsense like this arises, look how much more comments are getting now in the chat. Everyone's it. All right, continue on. Let's argue.
No, Cage, very observant. Here's something for you to learn, Toking. Your chaotic energy the egoic agent of chaos. Once the chaos and disagreements, once our egos started competing, it invoked the other egoic minds who are paying attention, and they get excited because that's what the ego does. It loves to battle and be aggressive. Anyway,
healthy
fun, but
healthy competition, though, I've learned recently is a good thing. And
that's a lie. Well,
I've never been.
No, I'm sorry.
I was just gonna say I've never been the competitive type, but on a totally different note, I wanted to touch on a couple other topics here. I had I kind of covered the right to travel. I did it for a couple hours, so I think I covered that pretty well. I was gonna show one of Paul's videos, I didn't, but could do that, especially if he drops in the chat. Then I'll obviously do that. But I still wanted to touch on the maxims of equity, setting up a trust and living will. Certificate of live birth and diplomatic immunity, filing for diplomatic immunity. Things I truthfully know very little about, and I would imagine most of us know very little about, as most people do.
When you're born, you get like apparently you get like a number, right? That's certified to you. It's called your birth certificate, and every birth certificate apparently change.
Hey, you guys, I'm gonna bounce. You can talk about the systems and learn about the enemy. I feel pretty confident in knowing the enemy already.
Yeah, Jack. Jack. You need to bounce.
You're disrespectful. You know
you
what?
waffled yourself. You waffled yourself.
Hey,
you know
Jack,
what? Yeah,
I'll be honest, Jack. I was hesitant to bring him up here because in the past there's been some issues with Mr. Toking here, but I do want to have an open panel. I do appreciate you coming on. I would love to honestly have a space to where you and Keith could both be up here and have a civilized, because when you guys have a civilized conversation, it's very productive, honestly. The few unfortunately, the few times that you and Wizard were on, the few times you guys were on a level playing field, and I see the respect that you both have for each other.
No, I've lost a lot of respect for him. A ton of respect. I've got very little respect for him anymore. I respect the wisdom, and I respect his nature of a human being. But his vile anger and disrespect, his false witness and declarations about me. Hey, you know what? I've been encouraging people to give him some suggestions. His anger is misplaced, misdirected, and he's made a fool out of himself in regards to me. So my words to him earlier were genuine. Should he show at my door? We'd have some conversations, but the door would be open and he'd receive absolute hospitality and care. But as for you, Mr. Toking, you've got some growing up to do and some maturing, some self-work on your own self-awareness, but God bless you. Hey, Sean, have a good night. Thanks, brother.
I appreciate you coming on, Jack. I appreciate you coming on, man. I do.
One love, bro. Little guy.
Okay. You can always come back up too. All right. So I'm gonna be on for a while. And yeah, what's good, John? I'm just getting started. What's up, man?
Yeah. I saw Jack was on, and you guys are talking about trust and bonds or whatever. Both topics I could contribute some to the panel. I just realized it's just been a week. It was this last week when that whole stream started to kick off with Paul. When Paul was here last week, and then the whole thing seemed to set the tone for the rest of the week. With this stream on here. So happy 1 week anniversary of the unraveling of Paul Enslaved a little bit, I guess you could say, or partial unraveling. I wouldn't say
You're
he's
putting
totally unraveled, but it was a kind of a split, I guess you could say, in the community that
Yeah,
needed to
nothing's
happen.
better. Hold on, this is.
I don't know what. I personally have no idea what you're talking about, man. But all right, go ahead, Keith. My bad.
I was saying you're putting anniversaries on somebody you heard on YouTube, bro. Come on, man.
No, man, I was part of the stream. It was Paul was talking to this lady in Pineal stream. I don't know if he was here, but yeah, it was last week. So I don't know if you were here last week. So I apologize if you weren't here. But basically, he was just he was talking to this lady, and I guess they had something in common, and me and DD214 were asking her questions, and Paul didn't really like the questions, so he just basically since that's this stream on here, he's just been it just basically set the tone for the week. I basically I stopped following Paul, and DD214 I don't know, he's a very passive follower now, so and some other community members as well too, and Paul's Unslaved as
I don't know, man. Who what fucking channel is this?
Paul, oh no, sorry, it's his other channel. Proper Instruction Motivates People.
Oh really? Okay.
Yeah.
Cool, man.
Yeah.
Like you got a gym, fucking you can like tell us how to like a motivation, how to get together and like how to get out of this pyramid.
That type of mess. The pyramid and the debt slaves and taxes and debts. Are you talking about
you can
that?
only help yourself. You can only help yourself, bro. You understand that, don't you?
Yeah, that's the thing. Like like every freaking cult, every freaking cult of personality on YouTube always has an agenda.
I love
even
you, man.
I love Jack. I like Jack, and he's been taking abuse from this Paul guy
He's been kicking
for
dust.
a while.
He's been kicking dust.
Pardon?
He's been kicking dust. He's been kicking the dust around, huh?
Yeah, he's Jack has been kicking the dust around with Paul for a while. The guy you just talked to. But no, I appreciate, but even Jack is a bit of a cult of personality as well too. So, you can't get too caught up in a YouTube personality. The responsibility ends up in the individual eventually. But I mean, there is some times where you do need to come together and to get stuff done. But that'd be my. Yeah.
It's a shame. It's a shame when people can't just be themselves. Huh?
No.
Have you noticed?
I mean, it's really hard. I find it's really hard, like to be on YouTube and not have like some sort of persona.
Hold on.
Like I feel like I have like some sort of cult of personality.
A celebrity. Everybody wants to be a celebrity on fucking YouTube. Fuck off, man.
That's why you got to get away from it, man. You got to get away from it, and even just 48 hours away from technology, bro, will clear the slate a little,
Yeah, that's probably I need a reset, man.
Even just say 48 hours every 2 weeks. Don't even pick up your phone, man. And honestly, I haven't done it. It was about 3 weeks ago. I think I did that I did 2 days. I started the week with 48 hours, or no, it might have been 3 days. It was either 2 or 3 days or 2.5 days or something. I didn't even touch my phone.
Bullshit. You picked it up today.
Stream fasting. Stream fasting.
You
know what? Maybe I just won't go on a panel for 2 days. How about that? No panel for 2 days.
Right?
We'll start small.
That's like bare minimum, you know what I mean? And then there was another time where I took a when I did a 3.5 day fast in November, I didn't need to drink
3.5 day fast
for 3.5 days, dude. I was still on my phone though.
Was you in Greenland? Was you in Greenland? You must have been in Greenland.
The Greenland?
Yeah, man. Because you know how many during the summer, it's always lighter. During the winter, it's dark. Where are you, bro?
I'm on Florida. I'm on South Florida. But
who gives a
yeah,
fuck about Florida? Florida is the shittest place you should live in, bro.
All right, I'm muting you because you just trashed on my state. Shout out to Old World, Florida, Mr. Dr. Narco Longo. I fucking was supposed to meet up with that whole crew at Hollywood because
well, I can fucking videos, man. You fucking.
I don't get this, man. How is it that when you mute somebody, they can unmute themselves? That's what because when I get
because you're a pussy bitch. Because you're a pussy. Talk to me. What you know?
Nah, but I've had this issue with you before, man. You just get annoying, man. You just kind of like laughing at stuff that's not funny. It's like weird, man. I don't know.
I'm interested to learn.
He's drunk.
Yeah, I know he's always drunk. I don't like alcohol, so that's another thing. You know,
Yeah.
that's why I resonate with Zetetic Warrior. You know, I mean, but this whole thing that's going on lately is I just
would like talk to like a child. That like
well, because you're acting like a child.
Yeah, I mean that's probably what it is, man.
Z-Tech Warrior that was talking to like a handicapped child, and he was trying to big it up. Are you stupid?
I mean, I give him credit for having him on the panel, and a lot of people wouldn't, you know.
Nah.
But other than that, I don't really appreciate what he's been saying lately, and
well, I'm clipping your whole channel. I'm clipping everything that you say.
That's cool, man. Put it on the record. I'm putting it on the record.
Okay. So
I pretty much, if there's nobody in this quote unquote, if you want to call it, for lack of a better term, community. Hey,
are you here to learn? Are you here to like carry like?
Yeah, what you said you said you were going to tell us something. Man.
Are you here to learn?
Are you here to listen, sir? When I give you a reply to your question, I'll unmute you now, sir.
You're a fucking idiot. Are you here to learn? Are you here to like carry people? When you see a child, especially that fucking child, that didn't know what it was saying. It was like, oh yeah, like whatever, man, you know. And Z-Tech Warrior abused that fucking kid. Did you see that?
Yeah, it was wrong. It was wrong. It was wrong.
Right.
It was wrong.
Right. So don't fuck around, bro.
And I'm not.
Ian
I'm not.
I understand Ian's reaction to it.
No. You can't dance around Ian and everybody else, bro. It's all fucking bullshit, man.
I mean, look, Mr. Paul, if you know Mr. Paul, he came out and, you know, said on the record that he didn't agree with what Z did and he would never do that and that he actually thinks it was wrong. So, or not wrong, but, you know, so he put that on the record.
Okay, so.
Anyway.
So. The
Shout
fucking
out to the chat. If anybody has any links, hold on a second, sir. Hold on a second. If anybody has any links or like videos or articles or whatever they want to pull up, especially if they're in regards to what I had brought up, living trust, setting up a trust, you know, or living will, the maxims of equity, getting a certificate of live birth, filing for a diplomatic immunity, anything like that or similar to that.
Is the filing for diplomatic immunity, like, is that just for like the United States, or cannot be applied anywhere?
Well, I'd be lying if I said I knew the answer to that, and that's another thing.
Because I know, like United States is different in some ways, because like I live in a Commonwealth country, so there's different processes to like it's still trust law and it's still corporation, and you know there's still like, you know, you can still certify your certificate or whatever. But I just put on like the filing that I'm an ambassador of God, and then I separate myself from the debtor straw man.
Ambassador of God.
Yeah. It's in the Geneva Convention. So, yeah. What's funny about that? This
Yeah,
guy
so
is
just tell him
probably
what he's
he has the devil in him right now. Well, he's got the
Sounds like
spirit of
it.
alcohol, and
It sounds like
yeah,
it. Sounds like he's got the spirits running through him.
Oh, the spirits are running up. The devil. The
Do
devil.
you need a live exorcism, sir? That's one thing Z is good for.
Are you the one to do it?
No, I would need to get. I know this exorcist pastor guy.
You say very Catholic.
I'm kidding. I don't know an exorcist pastor, but
He's gonna call up the priest. Go to the the truth source, because apparently I got loads of spirits in my mind. Huh? Sorry, friend.
I get the feeling you're just a smelly kind of guy. Like if I ever came anywhere near you, you'd probably smell
man,
really bad, man.
You are certainly the dirty fucker that I'd never meet. If I met you, I'd probably give you a slap and tell you, slap that stupid out of you and say, have a fucking wash, huh?
Oh man, dude. Yo, the link is pinned. I got room for 2 more.
No, like come back. Like you need to have a washer. What the fuck happened to you, bro?
Oh man, I don't know.
Why
if
did you stop washing?
If I hit my
Why
head,
did you stop washing?
I don't know.
I don't know, bro. That's what I'm fucking trying to find out. Why did
All right, let me see if this video downloaded yet, because I didn't want to.
We don't need the video download. We're asking you, why didn't you wash, bro? What happened?
Why didn't I wash?
Yeah.
That is a good question. I don't know, man.
Did you feel like Jesus? Like, was it like Jesus's water?
Dude, how did this download get deleted, man? The fuck is going on? This is like the 3rd time tonight.
Because it's you that's downloading it, huh?
They're deleting this down. They're like, I don't know how to. This is insane, dude. I'm gonna try to download this other video. Fuck it.
Well, LimeWire, Napster. What a kid.
Common law copyright notice, 1099.
You sound like a fucking kid. You sound like my kid, bro.
Oh, do I got background noise?
No, you're fine.
All right, let me see here.
Gonna teach you something.
This is normally
so
I heard about start your employment, but this is, I'm not employed anywhere.
What a load of bullshit.
I've already had Social
What a load
Security
of
coming
bullshit.
in.
Yeah. Okay. You're not employed anywhere, but your social security number has obviously been employed places, or those wouldn't have been sending you a 1099, right?
Right, but in the beginning,
Like,
I didn't know about that.
Peace,
I wasn't
right, man.
assembly yet when I
Carry
was
on me,
employed.
Oh,
So
okay.
I didn't do it when I first started because I wasn't even with assembly.
My bad. What's up, man? Oh, he said peace? Okay. All right, Token. Cage, your buddy, man. What's going on? You didn't say anything, man. All right. Anyway. You see here. This is something Mitch. I found this channel through Mitch, actually.
What's the channel?
The channel is State Nationals United. At State Nationals United. Yeah. So watch
State
it.
Nationals United. Okay.
This is a big panel here, damn.
So
gal I was talking to in the very beginning from Windsor. I see Paula's on here. If you had any food questions, food storage questions, I know she's on here. Probably able to answer those.
My sharing.
It's really hard to obtain that, and it takes a lot of work. And I will tell you this:
the private insurance that I had became secondary and follows Medicare protocol. So I found myself in a situation I didn't want to be in. If with a change in, is it possible to get out of the Medicare? Does it have nothing to do with jurisdiction, or is there an avenue on that you could think of?
well, the Part A, I believe, is given to you. It's one of the benefits that you've earned. Part B, I believe, is the one you pay into. I mean, that you have to pay into, right? There's one you pay into that you contribute to, and there's one that the government funds completely. The one that funds completely, that would be in the welfare system. You would have to, if you didn't have corrected status, you could be on that side. You don't want to be there. You want to be on the other side. Well, if you want it, like I said.
I don't. Well, once you're on it, even though it's free, any other plan you have becomes secondary and follows Medicare protocols.
Yep. So what you want to find, I'm not sure who runs Medicare, but if you wanted to find out who the president of that corporation is, and then contact them and tell them that you don't want their services.
It's crazy. Whenever I stream, well, not whenever I stream, but it happens often. They take away my ability to adjust the speed and quality. It's just completely blacks it out. It's wild.
See what you can do.
Okay, and you think that's a possibility also without changing jurisdiction?
Well, I don't know what you mean by changing jurisdiction.
Joanne, do you mean changing status? Do you mean
I'm sorry. Thank you. Status. Yes.
If you know who you are, you wouldn't need any paperwork. If you don't know who you are, you might need some paperwork to learn who you are. Does that make sense? Okay, I wanted to get into something. I wanted to get something that we always hear talking about.
I'm just going to let this roll for a minute. If you got anything to say, or I'm just scrolling the chat and trying to catch up on the comments. So I'll probably let this run for like 5 minutes.
I'm being muted for a minute.
I don't like common law. Boo-hoo on common law. Okay, common law is the Old Testament in the Bible, right? That was I for
Neil, after this, I put some in the private. Some good information, bro.
All right, I'll check it out after I catch up on the regular chat. Appreciate it.
It goes that the Creator sent down His only begotten Son, right? And He died for all the debts on the planet, all the sins of all the people. Okay, but before He did that, as He was walking the earth, He came across situations like there was one situation where there's an adulteress and she was about to be stoned, and in the town square they were going to stone her to death for committing adultery. Well, Jesus said, He walked up and He said, "He who without sin cast the first stone." In other words, their common law said she had to be put to death by stoning. But equity, or the air jurisdiction, the New Testament says we offer forgiveness, and equity came to perfect the law because the law is barbaric. So there's different types of law. You do not want to be in law. You would want to be in equity. And equity is given to you by who? The Creator. Does that help?
Gives me something to think about.
Yeah, so if you don't believe in the New Testament and the Creator coming and correcting the record, see, God can't do anything imperfect. So He created the perfect world and the perfect man, Adam and Eve. Told Adam not to eat off the tree of fruit of good and evil, knowledge of good and evil. He told his wife or whatever, Eve, don't eat it. Well, she didn't listen, and she went up to the tree and got, talked to by the snake, who convinced her that it wasn't harmful and that she should go ahead and do it. So she did. And then Adam, hooked up with Eve later, and she said, "Hey, I ate from this tree." And he's like, "Well, we're not supposed to eat from that. And now I'm in trouble for not keeping an eye on you. You shouldn't have done that. But since you're my wife, I'm going to go ahead and eat it too, because I don't want you to be banished. And I didn't do the right thing and tell you not to and keep you away from the tree. So I'm going to go ahead and eat the fruit too. So I'm banished with you. And I now have the knowledge of good and evil." Right? So that was the first original sin. So therefore, at that point in time, God's like, "Oh my gosh, I don't have a perfect gift. He's not perfect. He made a mistake. How can I correct this? Because God doesn't create anything imperfect." So to correct the original sin and make up for it, He sends down His only begotten Son, who died for Adam's sin to correct the record. So He died to correct that original sin, that original mistake, therefore making Adam and the whole thing perfect again, God being perfect. If His Son, His only begotten Son, dies for Adam's sins, well, if He's going to die for Adam's sin, He's got to die for everyone's sin and debt. And that was in order to correct the record and make it perfect again. And that's exactly what we have to do. We have to go around and correct the record. There you go. Does that help?
Thank you, James.
Does that help, Orly?
Yes, thank you.
A lot of people, they don't realize that the New Testament is the part of forgiveness where we don't go against, we don't use law, we use equity. We go what's right. And there's a lot of maxims in equity that say, equity doesn't aid the volunteer, right? So if you don't go signing up for it, then say, hey, I don't want it, you can't do that. So that's what it means by doesn't aid the volunteer. Those who slumber on their rights. There's many equitable things that you're going to learn. Once you learn a little bit about common law, learn about statutes and codes, that law, and then you're going to go, there's got to be something else, and that's in the air jurisdiction. And that's where we learn about trust and equity and doing what ought to be done. Equity came here to perfect the law. The law wasn't.
So James, would you say that common law is essentially the law of the Old Testament?
Yes.
And equity law is the law of mercy, the law of the New Testament?
Yep, absolutely. Absolutely. Dead on.
Thank you.
Does that really clarify a lot for you, Orlean? It sure did me.
Yes, it does. Never thought of it that way.
Because the law wasn't perfect in the Old Testament, right? It's too barbaric. There wasn't any forgiveness.
That's right.
Okay, Debbie on Plumas. Go ahead.
Hi, James. Hi, Matt. Do you have, James, any books or anybody you're following on the air jurisdiction equity?
Yeah.
To get more learning, and could you share those names?
Yeah, you've got, in the land jurisdiction, right? You've got the Bible. Is your land, your air. You want to study the Bible, and you also want to study, if you want to study air jurisdiction, study trust law, study trusts, read about trust, learn about trust. Because I'll tell you why you want to learn about trust. Because there is no money. We've heard there is no money, right? So since there is no money, you can't have valuable consideration in a contract. Remember, offer, acceptance, consideration, meeting of the minds, and then 2 wedding signatures. So since 1933, you can't have compensation. You can't pay anybody anything. Therefore, you can't have a valid contract. And we're all under trust law, unbeknownst to us. So because we're under trust law, it's because there is no money.
May I?
Yeah, go ahead.
And you can see how they've done it. They've done it with our homes, taking our grant deed and given a deed of trust. So they've gotten in with everything, with our vehicles. So they've gotten themselves in, so we have to learn how to deal with these trust relationships. And, one of the things is acknowledgement and acceptance of the deed, something we were never taught. That finishes that. That can be a block to them doing a deed of trust if you acknowledge and accept your grant deed on your home.
I was thinking about this today. We're talking about receipts, right? A receipt.
Mm-hmm.
Well, think about the ocean. The water comes up and then recedes, goes back. You have to give it back. Something comes in, you got to give it back. A receipt. So you give something, then you get something in return. A receipt. The receding sea line, right? The receipt, the give back. And that's all based on Admiralty Maritime and the.
What's so funny to me is this guy almost reminds me of and sounds like Scott Severini to me, and I just happened to tag him. I don't think it's him because it says James on the box that it's highlighted, but it sounds like Scott Severini to me, and I just so happen to think of him and tag him in this stream along with like 10 or 20 other people. I don't know. I just find that funny. So Scott, if you're out there, hop up, call for 0, anybody. The link is pinned, guys.
Water jurisdiction. This fraudulent, not fraudulent, the system of mammon, your fiat currency.
So go ahead, Matt.
No. Okay, I'll just be quick. They want us in the water jurisdiction, and if not in the water jurisdiction, they're pretty happy to have us in common law, and whatever. But the true power and strength it's kind of like James saying is surrendering and trusting, because it's all about trust. It's trusting the system, trusting the judges, and not all judges are good, but most of them are better than we realize. It's just the system. We don't understand when we go into court how it's stacked against us, because we haven't been told. So we think that the judge is corrupt and this and that, when no, most of the cases they're not corrupt. We just don't understand the game that we're in. We don't understand the deficit that we're in. We hired an attorney. We showed our incompetence, that we're imbeciles, all these things by doing that. The words that we use, we don't even know what we're saying. We don't know what they mean in their courts. And so we come away with this negative view of these courts and these judges and everything else. But when you learn the language of equity and trust and learn how to express the trust in these relationships, everything will change. And you'll have it's a totally, a new world will open up for those that have the spiritual, that are connected to their creator, like James is saying, and the discipline to be moral and honorable and take that path and do their work.
Well,
so
They hide it from us.
They sure
And
should.
I'm sorry, you
Absolutely.
said they
sure
should.
Absolutely.
Why?
Okay. Do you have kids?
I do.
Okay. Do you have more than one?
Yes.
Okay. Which one are you going to give all the inheritance to?
50-50.
Okay. Why?
Because it's equal. I think it's fair.
That's fair. But is it right?
To me, yes.
Okay. But if you read the Bible, the heir goes to the oldest son first.
Ooh, my daughter'd be pissed.
But why is that?
Because because
no, not why she's pissed.
Oh.
Why should it go to the son?
I don't know.
Well, the son from the creator is the heir, the inheritance, right? And the heir, he's the only one that can carry on the family name. So the inheritance should go to the eldest son to carry on that family's name. Okay, because that's the value of your inheritance, is your name.
Okay, that
That's
makes
what
sense.
was given to you, right? That's your inheritance. That's the gift, is your name, the most precious thing you have. Yet we keep signing it away on pieces of paper, not knowing it, not qualifying the signature, putting restrictions on and instructions behind our signatures. We give it away for nothing, and then someone scoops it up, turns around, does some what they call the identity theft, makes trillions of dollars, and starts wars around the world off of what we left laying on the sidewalk. And then we want to scream and holler, look at all the bad they're doing, when it was us who didn't handle our inheritance properly.
So go back to why you think it's good they hide it from us, the courts, the judges.
Okay, I'll tell you. Let's say I'm the king, all right, and all of you are my subjects, and I'm going to die one day, but I want to leave my inheritance to my rightful heirs. Now, I know there's a lot of people out there, some deserving, some not. Well, I've been a king, and I've been so prolific out there that I don't even know who my children are or who they aren't. I just know that I have a lot of them. So I don't want to give the inheritance out to just anybody. I want to make sure it goes to the rightful heirs. So who are the rightful heirs? There's the ones that are going to realize the situation. They're going to start studying and seeking out to finding out who they are and finding their, and they'll come forward and present themselves and show themselves worthy. If they're worthy, they will be granted the inheritance. You can't go ahead and give all those trillions of dollars and just throw it out to everybody, because have you ever seen the lottery?
Oh, man.
What happens to someone in the lottery when they get a bunch? They're usually dead or in prison within a couple of years. So people cannot handle this type of power and wealth. So you have to make sure that the people are worthy. And so I think this is just a big test. And those that come forward and do their studying and present themselves as being worthy will be granted the keys to the kingdom.
Well, it's not just that they hide it from us, but look what they are doing with the incarceration rates and the bonding and the so-called crimes, which we know they're not crimes. So, Matt, I think you give these judges too much credit. There might be some good ones.
So let me answer. So you can look at this as very evil, and if you're on the other end of it behind bars, I'm sure you think it's evil, and I can't argue with that. That's a valid argument. It's a valid argument. But like James saying, but if you understand that, these people that are going in there, they went into court, they admitted being slaves, they probably admitted being U.S. citizens, they identified as being that all caps corporate entity, being the surety for everything that's going on, all those things. And yeah, so it's harsh, it's cruel, because if you don't know, then you're gonna. But it's definitely a weeding out of those. And I've spent most of my life not knowing this, and doing the same exact thing. We all have spent most of our lives unaware. But it's like you finally come to realize, oh my God, we were all born as royalty, and it's just, but we were, into a third world, whatever. But as royalty, once we figure out that you're royalty, it's about going and correcting the record and stop living and identifying as the slave. You have to stop your actions and everything else. And once you start doing that, and you're in honor and you're moral and you're acting as royalty and starting to demand to be treated as royalty in an honorable way, that's where you're going to get into equity. That's where this is all going to start clicking. You're going to see it. And it's so that's the way I see it. And these judges are bound. They take an oath. They're bound to do what they do. And I don't think they're as evil as people think. The system is evil. You could call it evil. It's harsh. The system is harsh for those that don't learn it, that don't understand the game that it is. It's absolutely harsh.
Isn't it a lot better than common law?
Equity?
Isn't that a lot better than common law?
Sure. To me, they're what's that?
You get parole. You get second chances.
Yeah, but if you're moral and high standing, you have
I look at it both.
okay,
they're any system is fine when you understand the rules of the game. Any system you go into will be fine once you understand the rules. The problem is we were never taught the rules. That's the problem. I don't care if it's statutes and codes or, the water jurisdiction or common law. When you understand the rules, you're going to make decisions and actions based on the rules of the game. We were never taught the rules of the game. We were never taught that we're corporate fictions and identified as corporate fictions from birth. We were never taught that. So that's the bad part. good part is we've been taught it now. We've learned it. It's like, oh my God, there's an out, there's a way out. And that's where the hard work comes and getting into equity and working our way there.
But it's always been there. The Bible's always been there. The Bible tells you about all these things. The Bible is a law book, folks.
Which Bible, James,
What?
is there a particular Bible you prefer?
Well, just like dictionaries, you
Yeah.
got to have as many as you can. You want to get the Geneva, you want to get the 1611, you want to get the Samuels, you want to get as many different Bibles as you can. You even want to get, which I'm starting to look into, is I want to start learning the Old Hebrew.
Oh, man.
Original, right? The original words. Because if you learn the Hebrew and you understand the 20 maxims of equity, man, you're free. You're a free bird. You don't need to worry about any of that other stuff.
Wow. Well, there's a reason they've dumbed the educational system down, and most people can't even fathom this, let alone study and learn. So
Right.
it is a lot of work. But thank
and
you.
a lot of people these days don't want, if you mention the Bible, you know how people turn up their nose?
Yeah, it's crazy.
And
They've
they're like,
been
if I
conditioned.
would've said, hey, that's a dictionary over there, you won't turn up your nose. Or that's a law book over there, you wouldn't turn up your nose. But if it says Bible, acronym for basic information before leaving Earth, right?
Yeah. Well, they've conditioned people, obviously, through Hollywood and for a long time.
I think we need to quit saying they, and I think we need to quit using pronouns. And I think we need to start looking in the mirror and saying it's us, it's our fault. We're not learning, we're not studying, we're not living up to what's right.
Yeah, well, we definitely allowed it, and that is on us.
Yeah. Yep. And so the more I get into this, believe me, I got angry. I got pissed off. Oh, they did this. Oh, I want revenge. Boy, you go through all those emotions. Ever watch any Jordan Peterson? He'll tell you the same thing. You go through all those things. Yet, once you start figuring out what's going on, you're like, oh my gosh, I'm not mad at them. I'm mad at me. It's my fault. And I start seeing all the things that I've done wrong, right? When I gave my signature away for free, right? Without putting a restriction on it and letting things happen. It's my fault. That's how I look at it now. So what can I do to correct that record?
You're doing it right now. Thank you.
Trying.
I yield.
Yeah. Anybody else? Raise your hand. To raise your hand down at the bottom of the screen, you scroll your mouse down there and a menu bar will pop up where it says participants, chat, and you also have a thing called reactions. And if you click on the reactions, little hand, raise your hand, or just unmute yourself and go ahead and ask a question. It's open topic today.
Oh, I would like to ask another question.
What's with this fucking high yield
do we
term
discuss this
everyone's
every
using
week, or is
nowadays?
this kind of a
High
special
yields, high
topic
yields.
this week? I mean, I'd love to learn more, and I'm happy to be in a study group or, learn from others.
Just sent you an email. You can email me and I can hook you up with a couple groups or whatever that go over similar stuff. So we have this Wednesday Zoom every week. Typically we have guest speakers. Like next week we have a guest speaker coming on from White Dove Global, kind of a health, setting up health organizations around the country that we're trying to do that. But this week it was just James and I. We were open for anybody to bring up anything. Yeah, so there's groups, there's Skype groups and Telegram groups that discuss the similar stuff that you can get connected with that are very helpful. And it's really a lot of self-study and figuring out, spending a lot of time listening to audios and videos and different people, and then getting connected with other like-minded people. So yes, and please come here. We'll always have this, we'll lean towards this whole status, and James and I are both really studying equity as much as we can right now and trying to learn as much about that as possible. So hopefully I answer your question, Cynthia.
Absolutely, Matt, and I will email you. That's really helpful to understand that, because it's kind of like, perhaps like the Bible. It's like when you stumble upon something that vibrates an inner tone, and you're like, oh, that's it. So that's the experience I'm having. It's like, oh yeah, that makes perfect sense. Equity and trust, and I'm a sovereign being, and well, not I, but that person is a sovereign being. So yeah, I'm glad to be here. And I've always had an issue with the pronoun stuff that's kind of swept the whole, at least Zoom community, a lot of the groups I'm in that are trying to be PC and therapeutic. So I've had issue with that. It's rubbed me the wrong way for some reason.
Think about that in your heart, the pronoun thing is wrong.
Yep.
Okay. Now you're thinking, hopefully you go, wait a minute, why are they doing it?
Yeah, exactly.
Because they don't want you to know who you are. If you take on an identity other than a man or a woman, you don't have rights. Only men and women have rights. So if you want to call yourself a whatever, then guess what? You have no rights, and you don't accept it from your creator. So therefore you're never going to be able to get into equity ever. If you don't care about the creator, right, you'll never be able to get into it. And so those people who say, I don't believe in God, I'm an atheist. Well, good luck to you. I don't know that you're ever going to be able to get access to your equity side of the account.
Yeah.
Because we've all had access to our trust accounts, folks. Every one of us. If you've ever had a credit card or bought a car on credit, you have used your trust account. You definitely have throughout your whole entire life.
Because there is no money. That's the reality of it. We think there's money. It's all credits and debits. So like James said, all the credit, anything tied to your social security number, all those accounts, that's dipping into your credit. The millions of dollars that if you were actually to be able to see what's in behind that all caps name, it's millions and millions of dollars and billions of dollars probably in each of ours. But
you wouldn't want to. You wouldn't want to deplete the account. If you were smart and you were a good trustee, trustees handle trust, right? They're supposed to make profit for the estate. So if you were a good trustee, you would pull money out of it or credits out of it to invest, to make more credits for the trust. That's what you're supposed to do. Okay. But you can't just go give somebody, this stuff and they'll just spend it all, ruin the economy, give it to people in their neighborhood that are going to go out and cause trouble. Give some kid a Lamborghini that goes 200 miles an hour and he's going to go fly into the neighborhood and kill somebody. Well, who's at fault? The kid who drove the car, or you for enabling it? So we have to be very careful about who we are and what we do. And that's why I believe that you really have to be connected with the spirituality of doing the right thing, being righteous, which means doing the right thing, being worthy. I mean, in other words, you're worthy, you're worth it to be able to, you can handle this stuff and you're not going to be crazy with it and do the wrong thing. Anyway, that's my thinking. Debbie on Plymouth, go ahead.
Well, back to the Geneva Bible. I have the 1560 edition. Now, you mentioned the 1611.
No, I was saying there's a Geneva Bible and then there's the King James 1611 version is what I was referring to.
Oh, okay, the King James. Okay, because I knew there were
several Bibles out there. So what I do is go look at a passage in one of them, then go look at it in the other one, go look at another one, just like you would do in Black's Law and Bouvier's dictionary. How you're going to look up different words in different dictionaries and etymology and use discernment. Do the same thing with the Bible, because the Bible's been translated so many different times. You're going to have to read and get discernment.
Neil,
definitely ask creative for discernment and inspiration, and it definitely will come. I guarantee it.
Thank you.
But you got to open with an open heart and really believe and have faith that it's true. That's what this is all based on, is faith. They're not going to tell you that this trust exists. It's faith. And if you take it upon faith, then it will work for you. And there's actually a saying that you could write on your documents, not saying that you have to or could or should or would, but it says done in good faith. And that's actually in Article 1 of the UCC code. So there's certain things that you're like, wow, it's in there. So if you don't think that the Bible is part of the system, you're gravely mistaken, because all the judges and magistrates, they all use it. That's the highest form of law. And it's not really law, it's equity. I'd like to see more hands coming up, folks. Get some questions. Ask anything you'd like, except if it has to do with, the thing that's going around affecting everybody, staying away from sharp, pointy objects, that thing. We don't talk about that. So.
We just have to talk in code.
If there's no other hand up, I'm wondering, James, have you looked into the 1099A?
Oh, of course, absolutely.
Now, I can't get back on that Telegram group of Christopher's. I got kicked off.
Why?
It's kind of ironic.
Were you mouthing off?
No, I only learn. I only read. I don't comment. My dog, it was snowing. It was around Christmas and I had to go plow some snow and I left it on Telegram and my dog jumped up to watch me out the window and she stood on my keyboard and they thought I was a bot. And I came back and I just
again, Keith, feel free to jump up, man. I see your comment that they're so off. We can just comment and stuff, and I'm kind of like doing a few things at once. I'm catching up on comments. I'm kind of listening to this. I'm doing something in my room, but yeah, I mean, if you want to like ad lib and kind of give your 2 cents, I'd appreciate it. I'm sure a lot of people would. So, yeah. And Jen, if anybody wants to join, man, the link is pinned. It's been pinned. So, yeah.
And then they blocked me out. And poor Christopher, he tried like 3 times. He kept sending me links. And I said, fine. I said, I need your admin. Your admin blocked me. But he's so busy. I don't want to bug him anymore.
You might try, I don't know if you have a different email, but you might try loading on with a different email, and you might be able to get right on in.
So I would create another Telegram?
I've got different, like a Proton Mail account. Just open yourself up a free Proton Mail account.
I do have a Proton.
Yeah, try that.
Okay.
I mean, it's a workaround. It's not, not ideal for you, but it's a workaround. I come up with solutions to problems. That's what I do.
It's funny because I think I tried that and it just took me right back to the same thing, but I'll try it again. So thank you. But
and don't give up.
Thank you. I won't. But on that, has anybody, well, number one, I ordered my 1099As middle of December and people were ordering hundreds at a time and they depleted them.
Yeah. I saw that too. That was selfish of their love.
We're really selfish.
Because who needs 200 of them?
No, unless you're going to give them away to a bunch of people, you need 5. I ordered, I think 5. But
what's your question with the 1099?
since I can't get on the Telegram and follow, has there been any success with the dealerships?
Well, I don't know. And I don't think so because the people are going about it wrong.
Yeah,
I mean,
Pioneer,
I read. I will go and read.
You guys are fucking
Go ahead and
bots.
go to the
They're
IRS website,
NPCs
click
for
on
real.
forums, and download the instruction booklets and
After I
different
heard
things, and
the
read
high
about all these
yield,
different things. They'll tell you exactly how to
bro,
fill them
how
out
come
and what
everyone
they're there
says
for.
that fucking
Now,
high yield
you
shit?
can use a 1099-A
They're even saying it on
if
here.
you've already given them your information. In other words, if they've
Bunch of
already taken the
fucking
straw man
bots, bro.
account and they've
NPCs.
already started activated
Go
it,
be a trustee.
then yeah,
Shut the
now a
fuck up.
1099 will work, but it won't work before then. That's just my thoughts.
Well, you're not filing it. I mean, if we're just going to stay here, and I know that's not the only way, but that's what most people seemed before I got kicked out, they were focused on. So, and I know a lot of the dealerships didn't trust it. So you're saying,
well, the dealers do use them, but there was a message. I believe there was a message sent out to all dealerships to not allow it to happen at this point in time, so until it dies down. You cannot give the monkeys billions of dollars and send them out. They are going to ruin the system. You cannot do this. And you see on these calls, just with the 1099 documents, right? How greedy people were, how there was no self-control. So you see why you don't give the inheritance of the country away, the whole storehouse to everybody?
Yeah, my plow truck threw a rod on Christmas Day, so I really need a truck. And I'm not being selfish, but anyway, thank you for answering that.
Stuff. Keep studying. I will tell you, study trust. Get every book you can on trust.
Well, I ordered some books from David Robinson, and I just got them a couple days ago. So I've started. I didn't start with the trust ones, but they're short and easy reads. So I'll get through that. Any other authors? I know you said the Bible.
Yeah, the Bible talks nothing about banking, law, and trust. That's what it's all about.
But besides that, and David Robinson, is there any other author?
What's the guy's name? Gibson's or what was the one I'm just reading? A UCC. I practice under Article 9 of the UCC. You've got Bogarts on trust. You've got Gibson's on trust. You've got Gilbert's on trust.
Gibson's.
Those are all great.
And Gilbert. Okay.
Study trust. Study trust. Study trust.
Okay.
Because that's what we're all operating on. So when you go into a courtroom, and we're all called creditors and debtors, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, if you want to get into the trust law side and get out of being a creditor and debtor, you have to learn trust, because that's what's going on. So you want to get out of that trustee position and get into that grantor or beneficiary position. And so it just takes it can't come, you can't learn it fast, put it that way. It's one of those things that takes a long time to really learn and grasp.
Well, yeah, and especially if your brain's full of all these other people, do this, don't do that, do this, no, do that. But I have been watching some old Gene Keating YouTube, and I find him very interesting. I'm sure
you want the best thing to listen to, find Christian Walters.
Oh, that's a new one.
Christian Walters on YouTube, different places. Get anything you can about Christian Walters.
Thank you. Perfect. That's gold. I've got my work cut out for me.
It is gold, pure gold. And once you know how to operate trust and be a good trustee, be a good beneficiary, you got to know all the roles.
Right. Well, and you can have several roles. Anyway, I yield. Thank you.
Remember, it says in Hosea 4:6 in the Bible, right?
Fucking yield shit, man. What's wrong with these people? How come
the truth shall set you free, right? Or my people perish for lack of knowledge.
It's called
that's what
etiquette.
Hosea says.
Yeah.
The truth shall set you free is in John chapter 10 in the New Testament.
What's John chapter 7:14? I think this.
It's a way to allow people to realize that you're finished with what you're saying and to open the floor for them to discuss. I don't. What are you missing? I don't get it.
No, I'm saying, well, why do so many people say that within these communities? Like, people are parroting each other like little fucking.
I've actually seen all kinds of. Yeah, I don't know where it stems from exactly, but
I've never heard it anywhere except the shit that you watch, but or like on like these types of fucking this type of community, whatever the fuck this shit is.
Yeah, I don't know where it necessarily originates, but anyway,
it's only in this community type shit.
If anybody particularly knows anything on these topics, or again, because if nobody really has anything to really discuss on it, I would just be reading from an article, trying to pull up. I had a couple links queued up, but anything in regards to setting up a trust or living will, anything regarding the maxims of equity, certificate of liability.
Yeah, I could maybe add my 2 cents in. And this can kind of, because there was one lady there that said she was just confused on, do this or do that. I think a really good place would just file to be and it just depends on your situation. But I'd say just go over the paperwork to become a secured party creditor. Everything is in there that needs to be, and if you're doing it through a third party or whatever, you're paying somebody to do it. That you could do that as well too, and they'll send you the copy of the paperwork. You just go over the paperwork of what they sent to the because you have to. When you do that, you have to make sure not only that you have to write verbiage, but you also have to send to the right entities as well too. There could be times you can send it to somebody you're not supposed to, right? They could just send it back to you. So that's another issue as well too with sending stuff like that and securing your rights and property. So that if I were that's how I started, and I just went from there. But I would just do that, and also just know yourself as well too, and not just put it on paper, but actually it really helps your confidence, and it really helps your ego or whatever self-worth if you serve papers in person as well too, just so that maybe just they know that you're an honorable person, and you're not just hiding behind a letter. You know what I mean? So that'd be another good piece of advice as well. Not legal advice, of course. This is just entertainment purposes. Sorry, I shouldn't have said advice. Damn it.
Yeah, but all
Anyway,
this stuff. Look, if the government wants to take your shit, they're gonna take it either way. Doesn't fucking
if
matter.
what?
If the government wants to seize your shit, they're gonna take it regardless.
Well, then that's when you assert your rights, and you sue them. You go after the bonds, and under unlawful seizure, because if you have it on paper and you have it on the record already, and they dishonor that, well, and obviously there is a controversy that needs to be settled, right? So that's when you would sue them and go after their bonds and write commercial liens on them. It's just a tip of the iceberg, but there is more stuff to go into, but this is how equity works. There's always a remedy.
That's a bit different where I live. I'm not in America. So.
No, I'm from Canada, and this is equity. This is just basic principles. That's why I kept it kind of as general as possible. This works in Canada as well too. I've had success with it.
Who exactly do you contact for that then?
So, basically, if you want to do the secured party creditor, if you want it, first things first is you got to put it on the record. And so you have to write, what I do is I write a legal notice and demand. And there's a lot of verbiage in there. But I would just go research different third parties that help do secure party creditor process, and I just pay them money if you need, and go from there. And then also just do everything as much as possible, including certifying your birth certificate. It's not necessarily necessary to do that, but it would help the process if you did certify your birth certificate, just to make it it's a protection. Just think of it as like a shield for your property. So it'd be like the Treasury. You have to have the right documents first, notarized, and then I believe they contact the Treasury, and then you appoint whoever is the fiduciary of the bank at the time. I think in Canada right now it's Tim McCliff. I don't know if I'm saying his name right.
So this secured, I thought a secured creditor is just somebody just you just hold somebody liable through collateral or something.
It's basically you're putting a lien on yourself.
So you just
not on yourself. Sorry, you can't put a lien on a man, but on your trust. Yeah.
So what do? You make an LLC or something?
Yeah, it's basically once you have a private agreement on which property you're securing. Like these are liens that are practiced, like what creditors use to secure their debts. Because there's two types of debts. There's secured debts and there's unsecured debts. Unsecured debts, you have to either go through a court judgment to secure them, or if you have a hard asset like a vehicle. If someone loans out a vehicle, that's a secured debt, and they lease it out.
I've never gone in a car. I've seen what you guys talk about. I've never gone in a car loan before. I've never used credit for anything except like a credit check for like phone or internet or something. Like I've never had a credit card, none of that. You know.
Okay.
So I own everything that I own. Just
Do you have the? Well, if you like own like your house, like you paid off your mortgage.
Well, no, but I'm saying like when it comes to like my vehicle or debts, I have zero debt. I've never incurred any debt.
Oh, okay.
Before.
Well, if you have a license, technically it because a license is a privilege, and obviously with privileges and benefits, when you sign into a contract, if there's any unsecured debt from the state, like with fines or anything like that, the state can just seize your property in order to meet or even with parking tickets as well too. If you have a whole bunch of parking tickets that you haven't paid and you have a license, that gives the state jurisdiction for them to secure the debt.
In Canada, how it works is you just won't be able to renew your license plate or renew your license or your plate, and then at least that's how it worked before. But now I think they stopped the license plate renewal thing, like the stickers. You don't have to buy the stickers here anymore.
Oh yeah, the stickers things. Yeah. I know there is some good Canadians that actually go in depth about Canadian law. There's Dean Clifford and Rob Millard. You can check them out on YouTube. They have some good content, and they go over like Canadian law and all that, and it's basically the same. Maybe there's some differences here or there, but it goes over like the Victorian era, like the Act, and there was a time when for the government to actually own like outright, or the crown to have outright ownership. That has gone since the Queen Victoria has passed away. I'm just kind of paraphrasing, but this is kind of the history of Canadian law, and so. The government can't the crown can't outright own land without a claim on and for the record.
Wait, what's your name again? People want to know who's talking right now in the chat.
John Vance.
John Vance.
Yeah.
Vance. Yeah. My bad. We can't. The names are enough. But yeah, laws are a bit different in Canada. Canada is kind of like a crown, ran by the crown either way. It's fucking.
Yeah, but the same principles of equity apply. So I find a lot of value in this material still.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, there's a lot of good stuff in it.
Also, I would also the Magna Carta has more weight here as well too, like being a crown corporation. Because in Article 61, you could basically you could seize crown assets if the crown violates any of your inalienable rights. Of course, this has to be recorded correctly, but it's correctly, and the proper authorities have been notified, and you default them. That's when you could do commercial liens on crown property as well too.
Someone's asking, it's Cage. Cage is talking to Tribe. Yeah, personally, I don't. I try. I'm as like removed as a system as I could be living in a city. I live in a city, but I'm as removed as it possibly could be. You know, like, I have my own way to make income. Like I don't work for anybody. You know, I do pay taxes and shit, but I think that's
Yeah,
fine.
if you pay taxes like property taxes, you don't own the title. Like you don't have the title to your property.
I don't own a house or anything. I'm still in my 20s. Over here, houses are
Oh,
like
okay.
on average are like over where I'm living. Houses are like 1.2, 1.3 million on average here. And you know, they're dropping. I know it's obviously going to crash. It's not sustainable. It's going to crash. So I'm waiting for that and then get something. Right now, it doesn't make sense. I just rent. So it's not my
Okay,
shit
so
either.
you're just a renter, but you still pay taxes.
Yeah, of course I have to pay taxes. I don't want the CRA coming after me. And you know, paying taxes is not. It makes sense. You know, you get health care. You know, you have the streets. So someone has to, you know, people are cleaning up shit. Fucking, you know, the snow removal, everything.
Well,
You're not paying
I'm
for
not
any of
afraid of
that.
the CRA anymore. And let's just say I'm careful with what I say but let's just
I
say
have a
when I
really good
sent in the
accountant.
paperwork,
Yeah, you just get a good
I
accountant, and you're good. You know.
yeah.
I could recommend a good accountant for you if you want. I'll put in the private.
No, man, I don't need an accountant. I don't really like that's what I said. Like I handle my own affairs and I appoint a few fiduciaries who need to be fiduciaries. I don't really need an accountant. Accountant they follow statutes and codes. So like I'm not really into following the beast system, but like I'm not scared of the CRA because like I know for sure for a fact that this works because I received a notice of debt and with all the paperwork that I filed to become a secured party creditor. I also sent them a legal notice and demand with some verbiage in there, and the debts just disappeared. And I called them and said, "Hey, what happened to this? You guys sent me a notice of debt, a couple months ago. Where'd it go?" Like, "Oh no, it's zeroed out. You don't have any debts owing with us."
You want to
Yeah.
know why though? It's probably because you weren't claiming your certain benefits like trilliums and all these other things. And all these other things they were giving people throughout. Like you probably could have claimed a bunch of shit, and it just probably balanced, evened it out. You know, you're just like, all right, we're not going to give him this, but we'll just take it off what he owes him.
Well, that's the thing I think I've been following that. It was basically like if you made so much, because I actually was making a lot before COVID, and so when COVID hit, it was if you made if you made over $38,000 a year, you weren't eligible for the COVID benefit when it first came out, like when the first month.
I'm in Toronto. You can't even survive with that amount of money over here. So you couldn't even survive, and then even you couldn't survive off what they gave you, or it's impossible. Over here, it's something like
but the thing is, they're still collecting on those debts, though. Like it's still public knowledge. They're still collecting. They're just like, if you tell them your financial situation, that they'll excuse the interest. But yeah, I've known people who didn't really know how to deal with this, and they're still getting like phone calls from the CRA and all that. But I dealt with my thing, and this is not just with the CRA. I had parking tickets that disappeared. What else was there? Parking tickets. Just that parking tickets and some other things as well too. But like that's the thing is like once you step into your power and you empower yourself with the right knowledge, it really changes your outlook on life. You really have a different view of the system when you really know this knowledge correctly and apply it correctly. Sorry, I'm a little bit sick.
For me, I don't know. I have good people around that people recommend, right? So like I have a proper paralegal, He could do most shit, simple shit, fucking any kind of traffic stuff, whatever, any of that bullshit. Disappears at every fucking time. And then, got a proper lawyer. And then,
Yeah, but the
proper
lawyer is
accountant,
basically
you're
like
good.
they were saying on here is like, because we don't know how to handle our affairs, when we have an attorney, it all obviously shows that we're incompetent. So this is why like
No, it doesn't, because the
crown
way I
prosecutors
do
and
it.
lawyers make plea deals all the time, make probation deals when somebody has
Well,
been
if
completely
you have a good
innocent
lawyer,
because
no, but
they can't properly conduct their affairs
that
correctly.
means they have a shitty fucking lawyer because, first of all, your
No,
lawyer has a lot of shit.
this is not just a
Hold on,
shitty
let me tell you
lawyer. This is a
I'm gonna tell
basic.
you from experience, okay? Because if you have a good lawyer, a lot of them used to be crown attorneys, or they know the crown attorney that's doing your case, and they're fucking friends and shit. So they'll work out the best deal fucking possible. You know what I mean? That's definitely happens if you have a good lawyer that's well connected. And then also, hold on, last thing. What if you want a lawyer to really work with you? Pretty much, you work on your case also, and then you help him with it. Kind of. You kind of
Oh yeah,
help him with
there
it.
is times where they'll appoint you like a public defender, and if you give
Because
the
last
public
point, right?
defender, you're still coming from the thing is you're still coming from a position of disempowerment. Obviously there is some insecurity here of with this knowledge and this verbiage here that you still have some insecurity here. I'm not trying to say it, but just when it comes to this, I understand. No, I completely understand. Like this is like standing on your own 2 feet is pretty, like we've been taught, just basically, the authorities, like the police, the lawyers, people are just stay in your lane and not really handle our own affairs. Like,
you're a rookie. You're a rookie. You don't know about this.
a rookie for what? I've
When it
actually
comes
went
to
into
the
court and actually walked out asserting my rights. And so like
if you have the right lawyer,
I've actually gone into person and assert my rights as well too. So like why do you think this doesn't work?
No, you can. But I'm saying
Is my question.
serious. If it's something more complex, right? You need like
It's
an
not
advocate,
complex.
right?
Well, if you make it complex, it's going to be complex. It doesn't have to be that complex.
What are you talking about?
That's what I mean, man. It's just like if that's what I'm saying. It's just like if you just know who you are, if you stand on your own 2 feet, you realize that you're not the all caps name. They can't do anything to you. They can't impose extra conditions on you.
No, but listen, what did you go to court for?
It was for a COVID fine. I kind of fucked up because I brought the thing is I got
something so light. That's something so fucking light. Like obviously
that. No, man, those are some heavy fines, man. Fuck. Like, why do you now? You're just making excuses. It's not like, oh, the CRA excused it for this reason, and oh, that was a light thing. Come on, man. Like what is this? Like,
something simple like that. Yeah, you can represent yourself easily. Even for, I'm telling you, it's not a good idea to represent yourself if you're facing something serious. Not a fucking like little COVID fine.
Oh yeah, if it's serious, yeah, okay.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
You need
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if you like if you allegedly assaulted someone, yeah. Then, but I'm just saying in general, like
something crazy. Yeah,
like with lesser mischief and all that shit,
This is
all those lesser charges.
like a misdemeanor.
Yeah.
They call it like in the U.S. they call it misdemeanor. I think they call it here like a summary offense. Summary offense, and then you have an indictable offense, and then you have like a hybrid offense where they could go.
So I didn't want to give the impression that this works with everything. Yeah, if you embezzled money or if you,
yeah, something great, and then yeah, if you have the right fucking lawyer, like for example, search out Greenspan, in Canada, you can fucking murder somebody, pay this guy money, he'll get you off of that because they know all the judges, they know it's like a racket, bro. You can pay your way out of shit, even in Canada. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
Because they all know
But we
each
can only
other. It's like
control
a
what we can
conspiracy.
control, you know.
It's like a conspiracy.
What's good,
All working
Christos?
together.
Oh, I just dropped off. Get back up here, man. What's going on, man?
Probably hit the wrong button.
What's going on, man? Get back up here, man. Oh, my bad. I stepped away for a minute, but I kind of was listening to you guys. Briefly, what were you just talking about there? The last couple minutes? I didn't hear the last couple minutes.
Talk about representing
just
yourself, and then versus
filing
hiring a
paperwork
lawyer.
and stuff like that. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna go back and listen. I still haven't gone back and listened to all of last weekend's stream. It was 12 hours, and I'm only maybe gotten through like 3 or 4 of them. But
yeah, man. That whole exchange with me, Paul, and DD214. That I don't know, man. It was just weird. It was just the energy was just
Don't worry about it, man.
Yeah. But
This is
anyway,
the
yeah,
NFL.
it's neither
They're
here
trying
nor
to
there. But
rejoin, Chris. They're trying to let you in.
yeah, I'm down to listen to a little bit more of this. But at the same time, considering how in and out I am, and seeing some of El Pero's comments, I can tell that. Then again, people are on very opposite sides of the spectrum, depending on their outlook on, where they tend to lean in terms of. I heard you mention Dean Gifford or Clifford. I mean, I had a clip from him that I kind of wanted to. Here, let me see if I can find it really quick, because I've been wanting to review the clip and see, kind of to hear what some other perspectives were on it. Because again, I'm very new to the knowledge of pursuing, even being interested into this knowledge. So again, I've come out of a lot so come out of studying conspiracies and whatnot, and a lot more into studying.
yeah, it's good to come from different sources, because I had to actually go into court and actually do this. So I'm sorry if I sound a little nonchalant about this, but if you guys have any like court issues, anything like that are not like they're smaller, not very serious charges. I would still take this very seriously, because you have to know this very well. You have to stand on your own 2 feet. Another thing too is with the court is the more assured of yourself that you are of your words and your paperwork, the heavier that your argument will carry in as on the record. If you're unsure of yourself, you're like, oh no, I meant this or that. You know what I mean? That will hurt you. So obviously, be very prepared and have everything in order before you go and settle your matters in an equitable way.
Well, El Pero just sent me a video, but it's super long. But let me see here. Hold on.
Yeah, there's some clips in there you could probably. I probably have seen them actually.
Here, maybe if I go to the part where he's. It's also on a here, hold on. I'm just going to try it.
On real property, which is mostly land, building structures, and other improvements such as a building, house, or mobile home, fences, and paving. And parking lots, Malika. Generally, homeowners pay less than half of the property tax collected each year in Iowa. Farmers pay 19%, utility companies pay 8%, and business and industry comprehend the terms and conditions they're using in this shit, folks. For any portion of the year, who can provide a current driver's license or other valid identification showing a residential address within the city.
Neil, I put someone in the private too. Remember a while ago? Should I play a bit of that?
They want that residential address, a current motor vehicle registration, again, showing a residential address within the city, and 2 of the following proofs of residency.
I gotta go, guys. I'll talk to you later.
All right, man. Take care, John. Appreciate you, bro.
Later, bud.
All right, I'll check the chat. I'm also catching up on comments. Anyone that wants to join, the link is pinned. Appreciate y'all.
Yeah, it's in the private. It's a bit different, but something we can actually apply. Like for real right now.
Okay, well, yeah, I was hoping to kind of stay somewhat on topic, at least just in the realm of, you know, if you can, go look at the description of this video and see if it applies to, you know, yeah. Anyway, let me catch up on the chat here.
Actually, I have a good one
County
that does
resident
apply to it. Hold
isn't
on.
there. There is no such thing as a county resident. There is no state resident. There is no federal resident. It is only county of residence, state of residence, and federal area of residence. So let's go on with this. County of residence means the county, and watch this. I hope Malika's watching. If not, I'm sure she'll get to watch this because this is funny. This is from Law Insider, county of residence definition, and this is something we pride ourselves on in our lawful living Zooms. County of residence means the county in this state. In this state means within the exterior limits of the state of California or your state. You're going to find this in every state, and includes all territory within those limits owned by or ceded to the United States of America, the indispensable party. And the debtor is United States, and that debtor is located in District of Columbia, and District of Columbia has no statehood. It is the corporate entity, and United States of America is the one with statehood. In this state means the area within the borders of this state, including all territories within the borders owned by, held in trust by, or added to the United States of America. Like wording. In this state means the area within the border of this state, including all land within the borders of this state owned by the United States of America. Again, that's land. That's the United States of America. That is proper statement. However, the corporate entity only has an interest as a commercial operation of fixed, appurtenant, subadjacent, adjacent to the land, fixtures, premises, things like that upon the land, but does not include the land. So let's go on to the next one. So I'm looking up some indexes. And I find something peculiar because this is Black Hawk County, Iowa on the website, but they actually do business as Black Hawk County, IA. And so when we look them up on the business entities, Iowa Secretary of State Paul DePate, business entity search, and we look them up on there. This is, like I said, Black Hawk County, IA. This is their actual doing business name. What? Sorry, no research, no results. Search again. So Black Hawk County itself is not even operating as a business, evidently, according to the state register. What do counties do? Counties in Iowa have a dual purpose to provide state services. See, it's the county that's providing the state services. And the county is providing the state services because they're the trusted indenture, debenture operator of the state on a local basis for that trade zone and to determine local service needs, which are the municipalities within that county, which are the service needs of the county. Okay. Now those cities operate as transmitting utilities for tax purposes. We'll show you that. Counties originally existed to carry out state functions at the local level. So counties have always been grassroots level governments. Iowa's counties make a big impact on their citizens, whether it is human services, economic development, road maintenance, DARE programs, battered women's shelters, home health care nurses, library improvements, elections, local, state, and national, or county parks. How are counties funded? Property taxes are the main source of income for counties and make up approximately 43% of their budget on average statewide. Counties are funded by municipal property taxes, not by the state. Counties are not funded by the state, yet that's who they service. You guys see that? The Iowa property tax is primarily a tax on real property, which is mostly land, building structures, and other improvements such as a building, house, or mobile home, fences, and paving. You know, in parking lots, Malika. Generally, homeowners pay less than half of the property tax collected each year in Iowa. Farmers pay 19%, utility companies pay 8%, and business and industry a total of 25%. Counties have only a limited ability to raise money in other ways. One such way is the local option sales tax, only possible with a favorable vote from the citizenry. Iowa property taxes are allocated to several taxing authorities, as indicated on the court below. Okay, so if the local option sales tax is an option sales tax, what are the Iowa property taxes? Are they mandatory? I ask serious questions because I read this shit and I want to know why. Why is one literally called a local options sales tax and the other one posed as an Iowa property tax is presumed to be mandatory and not optional? Anybody answer that for me? So let's go on to the next part. This is Black Hawk County again, and we're talking about indexes. We're going to switch from like the land records and stuff. And I'm going to go back to my particular situation. Because I don't have any land. The land should not be sold forever for this amount of years, strangers.
Jeez, where did everybody go, man? Damn. All right, I get it, man. Fuck. I leave for a minute and come back and damn, Keith, you don't know how to hold a crowd, I guess, man. Maybe if if it was full screen, that would definitely help. If it wasn't taken on a phone. And then two, I mean, that's really the main thing, I think, there. If you could improve that aspect of it, that would change a lot for sure. Because it's like this little window. But let me see what other tips I have. Shout out to Spiritual Logic, aka Hulk, and his little health channel here, his side channel. I was gonna try to show some of this earlier when he was still live, but this was a while ago. Hold on. I'm gonna just play a song really quick to switch the flow a little bit, and then I'll be right back. I'm gonna catch up on the comments, and yeah.
And that's the place of martyr is born.
I don't want no abomination. I'm not gonna vote for your inauguration. I don't need no abomination. I'm not gonna.
Limbo is a racist, Glenn Beck is a racist. Gaza Strip was getting bombed, Obama didn't say shit.
After you divorce yourself from the right-wing propaganda campaign, it's all simple and plain. America stands the game. Your president got an African name. Now who you gon' blame? When they dropping bombs out of their planes using depleted uranium. Babies looking like two-headed aliens. Follow the money trail that leads to the criminal. Ain't nothing subliminal to it. That's how they do it. See they game, they run. Give a fuck who's cunning, articulate, and handsome. Afghanistan held for ransom by the hand of this black man. Neo-colonial puppet. White power with a black face. He said, fuck it, I'll do it. A master of disguise, expert at telling lies. Then they gave him a Nobel Peace Prize. Should have known he was trained in Chicago. Where the Chairman Fred and Mark Clark. What they do in the dark will come out in the light like a WikiLeaks site. So I guess the Cooper was right. Who's ready to fight? Last stage of imperialism. I ain't kidding. In the immortal words of Marvin Gaye, this ain't living.
Beck is a racist. Gaza Strip was getting bombed, Obama didn't say shit.
OVAMA, you ain't fooling everyone. I see the games you play. You was VIP at the BIC, and we know that's the code name for CIA. The same way your cameras are watching us, we're watching you. Think we're easy to control, you ain't got a clue. Revolution's on the way, let's see what you're gonna do. You gonna send the troops, you gonna drop the nukes. See, it's not where you're from, it's where you're at. He's sitting in the White House, so who cares if he's black? And why is there soldiers still out there in Iraq? Natural resources ain't yours, it's theirs, give it back. You're just another puppet, but I'm not surprised. Look at Colin Powell and Condoleezza Rice. They didn't change shit, house niggas fresh off the slave shit. You all burn in hell, even Michelle Abomination.
Beck is a racist. Gaza Strip was getting bombed, Obama didn't say shit.
What's the bigger threat from Osama or from Obama? Military bases from Chagos to Okinawa. I say things that other rappers won't say, cause my mind never closed like Guantanamo Bay. Hope you didn't build a statue or tattoo your arm, cause the drones are still flying over Pakistan. Did he defend the war? He extended more, even had the time to attempt a coup in Ecuador. Morales and Chavez, the states are on the hump for ya. Military now stationed on bases in Colombia. Take a trip to the past and tell them I was right. Ask Ali Abu Naima and Jeremiah Wright. Drones over Pakistan, Yemen and Libya. Is Obama the bomber getting ready for Syria? First black president, the masses were hungry, but the same president just bombed an African country like.
Beck is a racist. Gaza Strip was getting bombed, Obama didn't say shit.
Fuck the country. The world is being snatched from under your fingertips. And no one got the high for revolution. There ain't no revolution.
There's a war going on inside, no one is safe from. You can never run, hide, or escape from the nature of the beast with papers laced with deceit. I watch the wolves weave the wolf fleece in a nation of sheep. What the fuck you think they want? Is it hatred or peace? Who designed the bombs for terrorists or made the disease? They made you believe there's no one barely crazy as me. As if I am the polluter who made it too hazy to see. Open up God's call, find you lazy asleep. You eat the bullshit 7 days of the week. If you could look past your block, you would be raising your peace. At the police, instead the beef just stays in the streets. And the government still controls the ways we can speak. The apple don't fall far from the atheist tree. You should cry for the children you breed. They gon' bleed. There's a big difference in what we believe. I can't breathe.
It's a spectacular terrorist event. Nuclear medicine men. Smacking God with the six-fingered devil's hand. Blood money, see the only money there really is. Whether you bang on the block of war for billions. It's a spectacular terrorist event. Nuclear medicine men. Smacking God with the six-fingered devil's hand. Blood money, see the only money there really is. Whether you bang on the block of war for billions.
It's such a hard grind trying to stay divine. The problem with the devil is the bitch is so damn fine. Spare me your problems, I'm handling mine. I drink whiskey, smoke kush, I don't eat swine. I travel through time, shifting forms. I wear a crown of thorns full of rage and scorn. The whole fabric of the universe gets torn. And Pharaoh wants blood from all the firstborn. You can't stop the coming of the here that's after. The suffering and pain underneath the laughter. And tell me who's gaining from the pain and sorrow. It's up to me, revolution starts tomorrow. Run, get your guns, shoot George and his sons. We're taking fortunes from all the fortunate ones. Straight Robin Hood screaming fuck the law. And they plan 9/11, fuck what you saw.
It's a spectacular terrorist event. Nuclear medicine men. Smacking God with the six-fingered devil's hand. Blood money, see the only money there really is. Whether you bang on the block of war proofs for billions. It's a spectacular terrorist event. Nuclear medicine men. Smacking God with the six-fingered devil's hand. Blood money, see the only money there really is. Whether you bang on the block of war proofs for billions.
This is the beginning of theocratic civil war, carving out the country's stomach to eat the liver raw. The world is changing, atmosphere rearranging. Religion corrupted the image that we were made in. America's beauty is skin deep, I'm sorry to say. Like the portrait of Dorian Gray. You pray to God because of Pascal's wager, not for the savior, and not to correct your behavior. Saw you screaming the words when he said the chorus, but I don't really think none of y'all are ready for it. No food and blackouts, a very street light. Revolution to make Fallujah look like a street fight. No blood for oils when you scream at the slaughter, but what about blood for air and blood for water? It's sort of the starter of what the ruckus is. A mortal check, ill bill, tell them what the fuck it is.
It's a spectacular terrorist event. Nuclear medicine men. Smacking God with the six-fingered devil's hand. Blood money, see the only money there really is. Whether you bang on the block of war proofs for billions. It's a spectacular terrorist event. Nuclear medicine men. Smacking God with the six-fingered devil's hand. Blood money, see the only money there really is. Whether you bang on the block of war proofs for billions.
The newscaster cast a disaster for television ratings. Like Gap blast the passport to hell of business Satan. The government officials twist into a coil of spit venom. Brainwashing their children to get oil and just at them. They got sleeper cells telling me Dutchess and BK. They'll infiltrate the infrastructure and fuck us on D-Day. Get your mandatory beast barcode stamped across your wrist. The plot twist till mankind no longer exists. McDonald's, Marlboro, NASDAQ, Exxon, and Ford. Flies and clear channel, face it, Armageddon's abroad. The seven heads of the dragon, the horror of Babylon. The Statue of Liberty, there's much more to examine on. The president's nothing but a figurehead, while the fallen angel gathers an army of the living dead. Your life's doomed to tornadoes, typhoons, and volcanoes. Consume the whole fable and will soon all fall fatal.
It's a spectacular terrorist event. Nuclear medicine men. Smacking God with the six-fingered devil's hand. Blood money's the only money there really is. Whether you bang on the block of war proofs for billions. It's a spectacular terrorist event. Nuclear medicine men. Smacking God with the six-fingered devil's hand. Blood money's the only money there really is. Whether you bang on the block of war proofs for billions.
Yeah, I'm catching up on chat. Get up here, Christos. What's up, man? You hopped up, you hopped down. You always have these tech issues, man. What's the deal, brother?
Yeah, I'm catching up on chat.
Wow. My fault.
Do you love Gantt charts? Here's how easily you can build one in ClickUp.
The maxims of equity, aims and objectives. After reading this chapter,
towards the purchase price. Now, if it was the wife who went away and did all of the paperwork and got the title deed in, we all want certainty in the law. If driving is legal today and then illegal tomorrow and then legal again 5 minutes later, no one would really know what was going on, and so the legal system would probably break down into chaos. On the other hand, if rules are applied too strictly, then that can lead to significant injustices, and that's where equity steps in. Equity literally means fairness. So to give you an example, if a husband and a wife bought a property together and each contributed 50% towards the purchase price. Now, if it was the wife who went away and did all of the paperwork and got the title deed in her name, that would mean that, say, for example, the couple get divorced and have to sell the house, then in the eyes of the law, it would be the wife who holds the title deed that would get all of the money. But equity steps in at this stage and says, well, hang on a minute, the husband himself contributed 50% of the purchase price, so surely it's fair that he gets 50% of the sale proceeds. This also links to trust, because the wife would be seen as holding the property on trust for the husband who has an equitable interest in the property. So we have two systems of law that operate side by side: the harshness of the common law that gives us certainty, and then the flexibility or uncertainty of the law of equity on the other. Now, this sounds like a really good system, but in fact, there are lots of problems associated with it. From a practical point of view, having two distinct legal systems and two distinct court systems meant that if a person went to the normal common law courts, they'd often be sent to the equity courts and then sent back to the common law courts. And so from a practical perspective, it was difficult to know which court you should be in. From a similar point of view, it was hard to know whether common law or equity should take precedence in any particular case, whether it should be in favour of certainty or whether a case should be decided in favour of fairness instead. And this was widely criticised, this dual system, by Charles Dickens in particular during Victorian times. His most famous novel is called Bleak House and features a case called Jarndyce and Jarndyce, which goes on for years and years and years, and really is very critical of the equity system and the courts of chancery where equity was heard. This eventually led to what is called the Judicature Act of 1873, and this amalgamated the common law system and the equity system all into one single court system. So today we have the High Court, which has the Queen's Bench division for common law and the Chancery division for equity, all within the same court. And similarly, the higher courts, so the Court of Appeal and the Supreme Court, will consider common law and equity side by side. However, while this solves the practical problem of having two distinct legal systems operating side by side, it doesn't really solve the more broad question about, in any given instance, should it be the certainty of the common law or the fairness of equity that takes precedent? And so in order to ameliorate the sort of uncertainty of equity, what has developed in its stead is certain maxims or principles of equity. And so before we finish this video, I just want to go through some of those with you now as part of this introduction to equity. In medieval times, equity simply meant whatever the king or the queen, or more likely the Lord Chancellor, thought was fair. But this was very inconsistent as a system. And so over the years, certain principles or maxims of equity have been developed to give the law in this area a certain coherency. The first maxim is that equity will not suffer a wrong to be without a remedy. And so if a wrong has taken place and a person has suffered because of it, the courts have a wide variety of powers to actually ensure that a fair result is the outcome. Equity follows the law sort of contradicts what I said earlier about the equity and the law being competing systems. Really, it's the law that takes precedence, and it's equity that follows the law and essentially cleans up a little bit of where the law is unfair. Where there is equal equity, the law shall prevail. So if both sides have acted fairly, then we have to look to the law to decide who wins the case. Delay defeats equity. So if you have waited too long to bring a case, then it could itself be considered unfair to then challenge the status quo.
I buy the same products you do, only I get them much cheaper. I save hundreds of dollars a month by doing this one.
The first 2 points on this slide link together. So he who seeks equity must do equity, and he who comes to equity must come with clean hands. Basically, if you're seeking an equitable remedy, then you have to have acted fairly yourself. Equality is equity, and I guess by that standard, equity is equality, means that where there is a certain discrepancy about who owns what, or who has particular rights over something. Equity will simply split it down the middle or split it equally amongst those people who are competing for a particular right. Equity looks to intent rather than to form. So rather than looking too strictly at a particular contract or a lease or a tenancy agreement, equity looks at really what the parties intended instead. And so I guess sort of tries to read their minds a little bit, but what did they actually intend from this particular contract? Equity looks on as done that which ought to have been done. So if a party said that they were going to do something, then equity will essentially look at that as being done. So we'll see in later lectures about the case of Walsh and Lonsdale from 1882, and how in that case, a common law lease, which should have been granted by a landlord, equity actually said that because the landlord intended to do it, that was the important factor in that particular case. Equity imputes an intention to fulfill an obligation, links in again. So if you've promised to do something, then equity will say that you obviously intended to do that thing. Equity acts in personam. This means it acts against a particular person and seeks to address a person who has done something unconscionable or wrong. This is as opposed to equity acting in rem or against property. So it's seeking to correct the wrongdoing of a particular person rather than against the property itself. Equity will not permit the law to be used as an engine of fraud, so you can't rely on a strict interpretation of the law to achieve a sort of malevolent or inequitable end. Equity will not assist a volunteer, so you have to have put something in yourself in order to go to the courts of equity. If someone's promised you a gift and you've not received that gift, then you've not contributed anything yourself, and so you can't go to equity for a remedy in that instance. Equity abhors a vacuum, so if there are no rights in property whatsoever, equity will always try to imbue property with rights, whether that's for one person or another person, obviously depending on what other equitable principles apply and what would be fair in that particular case. So I hope you found this video useful as an introduction not only to the historical background of equity, but also to some of the key principles that underline it as well. If you enjoyed this video, make sure to give it a like and also subscribe for more videos in the future. Any questions, then leave those in the comments below. And also remember to check out my podcast, UK Law Weekly. Thanks again for watching. Bye.
All right, y'all, get the fuck up here. What's going on, man? It's Saturday night. It's 1:15, but on the West Coast it's 10:15. So what's going on?
Old man who thinks in terms of nations and peoples. There are no nations. There are no peoples. There are no Russians. There are no Arabs. There are no third worlds. There is no West. There is only one holistic system of systems.
I will MK Ultra ya. Put the MK scope on ya. If the MK hits you, it's guaranteed to open ya. The 57mm Mark 110, 220 rounds a minute, try to stop them. Don't put that on your wish list, that's retarded babble. Protesters make the hit list soon as they start to rabble. They are nothing but fishes in the barrel. It doesn't have to be Christmas for a carol. Some decorate with ornamental decorum. Some perform shock and awe on Hanukkah and Purim. That's where my job come in. I am a blessing to the mercenary for the corporation selling weapons to them. Any potential competitor step into them. I'm authorized to knock them out and stick a GPS into them. They wanna sell uranium to Iran that's enriched. That's a bitch. Now we gotta teach a lesson to them.
Track and trace, stick you in the database. When you get out of line, we can put you back in place. Do you fathom what the action takes to advance? We have to dress you up in satin lace. The human race will systematically debase. Set up to be automatically erased. Great big slap in the face. How we track and we trace what we're lacking the case.
Tyranny has come to America in a $5,000 suit.
They can trace me, slid into the database. 2 steps from going crazy. That's the way it takes. Reborn into this, retorn ligaments. Be more vigilant and know what your business is. Deformed privileges, right away to wickedness. Ever since the infant handprints on my certificates, I've been saying fuck this shit, not riddles. Middle finger flying like a Barack missile. Out of Israel, it's hideous tools. I'm trying to get out of America. I pity them fools. Sobbing trail me, track like Donovan Bailey. I'm always running from heat cause it's hot on the daily. Through the sewage unit, you get used to the racket. Merry Christmas from my girl, the day I married the ratchet. Activate my passion on radiated wasteland like Van Gogh hands. Did your tail with the spray can. Track and trace, stick you in the database. When you get out of line, we can put you back in place. Do you fathom what the action takes to advance? We have to dress you up in satin lace. The human race will systematically debase. Set up to be automatically erased. It's a great big slap in the face. How we track and we trace what we're lacking in case.
Singing overtures of fornication. inspiration, but they don't know the composers of the orchestration. They're forced to dance to the music under the grandiose illusion that they choose it. Actors in your name behave insidious. DC is simply Hollywood for the hideous. Eager to drop a big bomb where a city is. The plan they got for Tehran is iniquitous. Your average presidential advisor's a monster. They make Dexter look like Mr. Rogers. All these grand lodges, they got you crammed in, looking like Fred Flintstone and Ralph Cramden. The technocrats settle the score. Populace intoxicated like never before. America's death ain't special at all. The money changes, no perpetual debt, perpetual war.
The world is a college of corporations, inexorably determined by the immutable bylaws of business.
We want to track and trace, stick you in the database. When you get out of line, we can put you back in place. Do you fathom what the action takes to advance? We have to dress you up in satin lace. The human race will systematically debase, set up to be automatically erased. It's a great big slap in the face. How we track and we trace what we're lacking in case.
Did you hear? Say yeah, yeah, yeah. Did you hear? Say yeah, yeah, yeah. Did you hear me? Say yeah, yeah, yeah. Did you hear me? Say yeah, yeah, yeah. Did you hear is a business. It has been since man crawled out of the slime.
I can't believe you're here, Jeff Harlow. That's crazy, man. It's been a while, brother.
Yeah,
Hold on, I'm just situating some tech BS really quick. Yeah, you know what? I don't want to get a copyright, actually. I'm not sure. I forget sometimes what I can and can't play. Yeah, what's good, man? Where's your brother been at, dude?
yeah, he's been on a top secret mission on the underground tunnels under Cheyenne Mountain. Yeah.
No fucking way. I had a
Yeah.
feeling, man. To be honest, I had.
Yeah, they recruited him to be part of the secret space program, bruh. They pulled him out of retirement and shit. They said, man, we don't have enough people whomping on people and swamping on them. And so he got pulled in, fuh. I miss him. I haven't even had contact with him myself. He's like top secret shit, fuh.
Whomping, swamping, probably blomping and gomping on him too.
Yeah,
I know him.
fuh. Yeah, fuh. Under there, he told me there's underground skate parks, fuh, under the mountains. Shit. He's been hitting them underground skate parks, hanging out with celebrities and shit, fuh. It's top secret. I come out of retirement, fuh. Where's all the fucking people? Get on the panel, fuh. Shit.
That's what I'm saying. We got Jeff Harlow up here, guys. Party's just getting started. We're only 4, almost 5 hours in. You know, we could easily go another 7 hours. Had the numbers go up to, I think, 40 something at one point. So, you know, with no help tonight from anybody, really. I didn't have Paul over here to open the floodgates. and bring over the Legion. I mean, what's it called? Unslavia Legion, whatever, but it seems that a lot of people found their way here regardless at some point. It's 1:23 on the East Coast, but on the West Coast, it's only 10 something. So 10:23. So it's still pretty
West
early.
Coast West Coast is the best coast, fo.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
Yeah, fo. Sunsets on the West, fo.
I'm gonna say East Coast is the Beast Coast, but I'm not really into Joey Badass, but yeah. I wonder if I could play Capital Steez actually. R.I.P. Let me see. Hold on. Does anyone know how to figure out if you'll get copied for hit with a copy R to the IT? If I play this, will I get? I downloaded it, so it's not. I don't know. I'm confused.
Well, NSA is watching, fo.
They're always watching.
Look at the sound of the problem, you niggas know. Look at the sound of the problem, you niggas know.
Kick your games, bitch your flow. Can't fuck with this top dog shit though. Kick your games, bitch your flow. Can't fuck with this top dog shit though. Kick your
Yeah,
games,
fo. Yeah, West Coast is the best coast, fo.
top dog shit though. Kick your games, bitch your flow. Can't fuck with this top dog shit though.
Wish I could see out of Selassie. Maybe my sovereignty is still be mine. If all the gangs in the world unify, we stand a chance against the military tonight. I said we stand a chance against the military tonight. I said we stand a chance against the military tonight. Babylon, Babylon. At my window, all I see is Babylon. On the news, all I see is Babylon. And all niggas do is just Babylon. Money and hoes, more money and hoes. If I sold dope, I'd have plenty of flows. I was from the projects like J-Rock. I would've more than likely slang rocks. All my life, I done been around Crips and Bloods, pimps and thugs, just to name a few. I do drugs, mama say it's in my blood, but she don't know what the fuck I've been through. To creep through the back door, the typical black boy in the good old USA. Before I push rhymes like Wade, I used to wanna play for the NBA. Fuck I'm doing talking about pineal gland. Ancient ways of Sumerians. Ain't nothing wrong with a righteous man. That's why I had to write this, man. For my niggas on the corner selling water to somebody's daughter, fluctuating prices, man. I ain't got no gavel. I ain't tryna fight nobody battle. I just wanna be free. I ain't tryna be nobody chattel. Wish I could see out of Selassie. Maybe my sovereignty will still be mine. If all the gangs in the world unify, we stand a chance against the military tonight. I said we stand a chance against the military tonight. I said we stand a chance against the military tonight. Them AK clips, they extra peel. Smoking on some of that extra kill. Purple Urkel that you live. I put that on everything. If we could link up every gang, the niggas is willing up there to pay. Put the White House lights out today. Okay, gang. We mobbing like we the black KK. Don't forget my AKA Mayday. P on your PhD or your AA. Hey, dear Barack. I know you're just a puppet, but I'm giving you props. You're lying to the public like it ain't nothing, and I just love it. I hope it don't stop. I don't give a damn, nigga, bang that block. I don't give a fuck, nigga, bang that Glock. I seen an image of Hitler in the picture when the Twin Towers dropped. Peep the concept. You got progress, you got Congress. We protest in hopes they confess. Just proceed on your conquest. I ain't got no gavel. I ain't finna fight nobody battle. I just wanna be free. I ain't finna be nobody chattel. Wish I could see out of Selassie. Maybe my sovereignty will still be mine. If all the gangs in the world unify, we stand a chance against the military tonight. I said we stand a chance against the military tonight. I said we stand a chance against the military tonight.
Nose kinda ring like sofa ring. Mom, baby, need some for me. Some ass get stuff like Oprah Green. Pull around, come back, oh for real. Top blue off, low fuzz and teeth. Get lined up like homeless meals. Feel like if in the hobby and homeless field. Okay. Don't try to stop and get in my way. You'll get stumped like a Broadway play. AK melee, make it obey, okay? Feel my pain, going insane. I'm ashamed. Cause I ain't got shit but an EBT card from a fiend that owe me innocent her daughter name. How the fuck is they supposed to eat? How the fuck am I supposed to eat? Got a nigga in the streets, no health care, trying to slang weed just to put shoes on their feet. So fuck you don't give a fuck about me. Can't get a job if they drug test me. Got a nigga stressed up, pressed, got a fell out of his chest and the world stripped of happiness. I ain't got no gavel, I ain't tryna fight nobody back. I just wanna be free, I ain't finna be nobody chat. Nobody chat, nobody chat.
I just want to be free. I ain't trying to beat nobody's chattel.
When I play in reverse, there's always a hidden message in reverse. Yeah. Yeah, Operation Mockingbird, Operation Paperclip, Blimped on,
Yeah, Operation Amalgam Virgo, sir.
Yeah.
Pentagon Maskell.
Yeah, you know.
Event 201, Clade X.
Shit.
Crimson Contagion, Disease X. What's good, man?
Operation 2030,
ID 2020, Agenda 21, Agenda 2030. Say them all. Yeah. Say the buzzwords, man. Hit the algorithm. The opposite of the algorithm. I'm trying to get in here.
Will that get you in trouble?
Yeah, I mean, they'll just keep you in the dark recesses of the internet, never to really flourish or you know, they're never going to put you out when you're talking about any of that. But now I'll probably just get hit for that, you know. They'll probably get me for the copyright now. You know, before they might have not cared and let it get by, but now they'll just take it down. Because now they got an excuse. You know, they could just say it was this fucking, you know, video. So now I just spoke it into existence too. But whatever. This stream was mediocre anyway. Last weekend was lit, man. This weekend was it was all right. It was all right so far. But
the night's still young in Cali.
Yeah, it is still young. I'm only at 5 hours. Let me see who's live right now, actually, man. Let's see here.
Yeah, so updated news, Phil. Yeah, the world banks are collapsing. It's going to be some new CBDC, digital currency, all into slavery and genocide, Phil. Yeah. Russia,
yeah,
nuclear,
more Russia.
World War III, Phil. Maybe World War IV. We've already done World War III.
Man.
Yeah, I'm going to have to come out of retirement too and go back in the army, Phil. And hang up my rollerblades and quit skating, Phil.
I'm just seeing what videos I got queued up here.
Founding fathers could have never imagined the government that we now have today. It wasn't what they intended. The government, for the most part, are worker bees. They like...
All right, yeah, this isn't what I thought it was. So I can take all these out of here. Hold on, I'm gonna remove them so I don't play them again. What were you up to tonight, man? What were you doing, dog?
Shit. I was on a secret mission, Phil.
Okay. Secret missions are all right.
Top secret, Phil.
Yeah, ain't nothing wrong with the secret
when you're
mission.
When you're in the Army, special unit, Phil. Unit 6969.
6969, nice. Yeah, I'm hoping maybe you could get in contact with your brother, man, and maybe he could come back, you know, show his face again, make an appearance. We're all worried about him. We're all wondering where he's at. So.
Yeah, I've lost contact for 3 months, but I know he was on a secret mission. They were after him. He was speaking too much. Is Trap going live?
Looks like I'm the first to like your post there, sir. So I appreciate if you would appreciate that, sir. Mr. Jeff, Mr. Jeff Harlow, also known as Jeff Talcott. Can you please read this, sir?
The ghost of the postmaster's future. Once upon a time, in this misty throes of a bygone era, there was a man trod the path of life with nary cause of those around him. His heart was swollen with pride. His words rang false with pretense, and he cared not for the impact of his actions wrought upon the world. One fateful day, he was visited by the ghostful of the postmaster futureful, who revealed him of a vision of the bleak future, the future wrought by the man's own narcissistic tendencies, was rifled with untold suffering and despair. He was getting whomped on, for the man was taken aback at the ghost words, yet his unyielding suffering. Oh shit! I missed the wrong line, for stubbornness prevented him from confessing his faults. Should I be doing the honor of doing this on Tribe's channel himself? He asked me to. BRB.
I mean, you could.
Yeah.
All right, I'm listening back to what you were saying here, sir. I stepped away for a second. So.
Yeah, so updated news, bro. Yeah, the world banks are collapsing. Going to be some new CBDC, digital currency, all into slavery and genocide, bro. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Russia, World War III, bro. Maybe World War IV, already done World War III. Yeah, I'm going to have to come out of retirement. I'm going to go back in the army, bro. I'm hanging all over the place. Let's get you, bro.
I'm just seeing what videos I got queued up here.
Founding fathers could have never imagined the government. We now have to. Wasn't what they intended. The government, for the most part, are worker bees. They like it.
All right, yeah, it doesn't know what that was. So I can take all these out of here. Hold on, I'm gonna move them. So I don't play them again.
I guess I'll just move over to Tribe Stream here. I'll merge, or I'll just mirror it. Hold on. Give me a minute here, y'all. Let me put on some music in the background in the meantime.
Immortal technique. Revolutionary Volume 2. Yeah. Broadcasting live from Harlem, New York. Let the truth be known. You better watch what the fuck flies out of your mouth, or I'ma hijack a plane and fly it into your house. Burn your apartment with your family, tied to the couch and slit your throat so when you scream, only blood comes out. I doubt that there could ever be a more wicked MC, cause AIDS-infested child molesters are sicker than me. I see the world for what it is, beyond the white and the black, the way the government downplays historical facts, cause the United States sponsored the rise of the Third Reich, just like the CIA trained terrorists how to fight, build bombs and sneak box cutters onto a flight. When I was a child, the devil himself bought me a mic, but I refused to offer, cause God sent me to strike with skills unused like fallopian tubes in a dike. My words will expose George Bush and Bin Laden as two separate parts of the same seven-headed dragon, and you can't fathom the truth, so you don't hear me. You think the Illuminati's just a fucking conspiracy theory? That's why conservative racists are all running shit, and your phone is tapped by the federal government, so I'm jamming frequencies in your brain when you speak to me. Technique, a rip a rapper to pieces indecently, pack weapons illegally, cause I'm never hesitant. Sniper scoping the commission, controlling the president. Father, forgive them, for they don't know right from wrong. The truth is set you free, written down in the song, and the song has the cause of death written in cold. The word of God brought to light that'll save your soul. Save your soul, motherfucker. Save your soul. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I hacked the Pentagon for self-incriminating evidence of Republican manufactured white powder pestilence, Marine Corps flak vest with the guns and ammo, spitting bars like a demon stuck inside a piano. Turn a Sambo into a soldier with just one line. So hear the truth about the system that'll fuck up your mind. They gave Al Qaeda $6 billion in 1989 to 1992, and now the last chapters of Revelations are coming true. And I know a lot of people find it hard to swallow this, cause subliminal bigotry makes you hate my politics, but you act like America wouldn't destroy 2 buildings in a country that was sponsoring bombs dropped on our children. I was watching the towers, and though I wasn't the closest, I saw them crumble to the earth like they were full of explosives, and they thought nobody noticed the news report that they did about the bombs planted on the George Washington Bridge. 4 non-Arabs arrested during the emergency, and then it disappeared from the news permanently. They dubbed the tape of Osama, and they said it was proof. Jealous of our freedom, I can't believe you bought that excuse. Rocking a motherfucking flag don't make you a hero. Word to ground zero, the devil crept into heaven. God overslept on the 7th. The new world order was born on September 11th. Father, forgive them, for they don't know right from wrong. The truth is set you free, written down in the song. And the song has the cause of death written in cold. The word of God brought to light that'll save your soul. Save your soul, motherfucker. Save your soul. And just so conservatives don't take it to heart, I don't think Bush did it, cause he isn't that smart. He's just a stupid puppet taking orders on his cell phone from the same people that sabotaged Senator Wellstone. The military industry got it popping and locking, looking for a way to justify the Wolfowitz doctrine. And as a matter of fact, Rumsfeld, now that I think back, without 9/11, you couldn't have a war in Iraq or a defense budget of world conquest proportions. Kill freedom of speech and revoke the right to abortion. Tax cut extortion, a blessing to the wealthy and wicked. But you still have to answer to the Armageddon you scripted. And Dick Cheney, you fucking leech, tell your plans about building your pipelines through Afghanistan and how Israeli troops train the Taliban in Pakistan. You might have some house niggas fooled, but I understand colonialism is sponsored by corporations. That's why Halliburton gets paid to rebuild nations. Tell me the truth, I don't scare into paralysis. I know the CIA saw Bin Laden on dialysis in 98 when he was top 10 for the FBI. Government ties is really why the government lies. Read it yourself instead of asking the government why, because then the cause of death, the cause, the propaganda to die.
Boys don't get any ideas. I have 2 words for you: predator drones. You will never see it coming. You think I'm joking?
somewhat shadow banned here, so I want to make sure that everybody is. We got a good audience here because it shows here that nobody's here. But I do see some of you here in chat, so maybe now this will get me the right number of who's in here. All right, so let's see here. Yeah, it's not going to give you the right number. Okay, so we have a Black's Law Dictionary that will be close at hand here. And we're using a 9th edition here. Let me just zoom in a little bit so we can see it better. And yes, we're going to be using Black's Law 9th Dictionary to help us with any definitions of any words we may come across that are unfamiliar so that we leave no word behind. And let's get started here on the express trust under common law. And we're going to be starting back, excuse me, we're going to be starting back where we were last time. And I believe that was, we're going through contracts. And it was, let's see here. Let's get back to where we were in our book. Second here. Okay, there we go. All right. So we were at the management agreement. Before we get to this, while we're waiting for people to file in here, now it shows there's 2 people here, but I know there's more. And these are some of the documents we went over last time. And you can go look at part 6 to see these. But there were some things I want to go over here just to give a little preface to what we're about to go over here today, in case anyone else is coming in for the first time and kind of have an idea of what we've been covering. And you can go back and look at some of the other episodes we have regarding the express trust. Yeah, one thing you want to know for sure is that we don't advise anything here that's legal, lawful to be used for any kind of personal, private, public purposes, or for any intentions other than the entertainment, educational purposes. For today, I have no legal, lawful knowledge, authority, accounting, or otherwise, so you should not take anything I say here as anything you should take into any kind of action in your real life, and don't do this at home. All right, let's continue. This is a good little thing we're going to say here, and we're not going to go over to the whole thing with everything that we were talking about here. There was a nice little section here with the IRS that we also went over, that being it's that time of year, it would be a good idea to go back. I believe this was covered in part 5, and this is something that you would want to look at too. But we went over this in the other episode. So let's continue now. I want to start with actually the conclusion from the previous parts where we were discussing the actual components of the express trust and how we can affect these instruments here to protect and benefit from. So the conclusion here is the only way to thrive in 21st century America is to own nothing and control everything. And though any trustee is the legal owner of the property in trust, the trustees of express trusts do not experience the incidence of personal ownership due to properly limited liability via trust instrument and the utter shrewdness of the trustees, of course. It is this limited liability that makes the express trust equal to a corporation. But it is the flexibility of choice of whether to function in the common law venue with absolute rights in commerce under the general law merchant, or in the Roman civil law venue with only relative rights in commerce under private international law, that makes the express trust inter alia far superior and unique. Under the aegis of the express trust, the trustee is clothed in a veil impenetrable but from within. This suit of armor is the trust instrument, which molds to the trustee in all his good faith dealings in behalf of the trust, fully compensating him for his services, privileging his use of trust property, and enabling his exercise of creativity in busyness endeavors, all without the excessive weight of inquisitorial legislation. When one is trustee, he is in a fiduciary position, looked upon with respect for the integrity inherent in the position. This has always been the case, except where the power has been abused. Even so, history is clear that there are far more abuses of power via corporations than express trusts. Right. Second here, and looks like we get good stream health going, so we're going to continue. And we got people, looks like they're filing, and that's good news. We're almost done with this preface here, but this is going to be good to get us juiced up for what we're about to go over. Given the statistics and the fact that all governments in 21st century America, get that, all governments in 21st century America are corporations themselves, it becomes clear that the extensive recognition given to corporations by the state is simply because of the special interest relationship between the two. In a way, it is the same relationship between the John and the prostitute. And it is therefore in the best interest of the prostitute to take measures to keep the John in business in order to indirectly protect her own job security. This is the cause for the general sentiment towards express trust operating in the statutory world. It is this relationship that has bred the irrational view that some trusts have been created independent of statute. Some non-statutory trusts are said to have done harm. Therefore, public policy demands that hereafter all trusts shall be regulated. The irrationality of this line of reasoning will be more apparent if the syllogism is paraphrased thus. Some esquires have been presidents of the United States. Some presidents are said to have done harm. Therefore, public policy demands that hereafter all esquires shall be prohibited. Bottom line is that the express trust relation is the most flexible means to owning nothing and controlling everything. And when utilized shrewdly, affords its participants with all the ingredients to live well naturally. It is also true that no matter how many arguments are made against the express trust, the learned reader will always see through the propaganda and spin, knowing from his own knowledge and independent study that an express trust in reality can only fail due to some misgiving or impropriety on the part of the trustee. The trustee must also trust himself. Okay, so on to the sample forms. And we've already gone through the asset purchase agreement, the assignment, the authorized representative contract, and the authorized representative introduction letter, the authorized representative letter of authorization, the authorized representative limited power of attorney. And I think we are on to the basic management agreement, if I'm not mistaken. Let's see. Yep, here we go. Management agreement. This is where we're going to leave, where we left off, and we're going to continue here. So, again, anyone who wants to pipe in the chat and let me know if there's anything where you got any confusion or need any clarification on anything or any words or terms that you're not familiar with, feel free to interrupt, because if it's you, there's probably someone else that shares that same need, and then I can clarify it for everyone. All right, let's continue. So this is our management agreement, not necessarily a contract, but it is an agreement to have a managing representative of the trust. So this is a human being here, a man or woman, that's going to actually do busyness for the trust, but in the name of the trust. Okay, so this agreement made and entered into this day, month, by and between name of the trust. And you always have to say this: an express trust organization located at address hereafter referred to as the manager, and name of the trust. An express trust organization located subscribing this agreement at the end hereof, hereafter referred to as the client. Okay, let's continue here. Again, these documents are unfamiliar to me too, so anyone wants to pipe in and help with clarification, it has happened on previous live streams, so it would probably apply here as we read through. If it doesn't start to make sense, I'm sure you'll be able to tell, and then if anyone knows and they can help clarify, please step in. All right, so witnesseth. Whereas the client is in the business of providing particularly described one below, which business the client wishes to have managed for limited periods of time, and whereas the manager is in the business of providing management services and is willing to provide such services for the client upon the terms and conditions hereinafter set forth. Yeah, so this looks like this is different than a managing agent, it's a management agreement. Okay, no footnotes here either yet, right? All right. Okay, so now, therefore, in consideration of the foregoing and in consideration of the covenants hereinafter set forth, it is agreed by and between the manager and the client as follows. Services. The client hereby appoints the manager to be the day-to-day manager with respect to any and all of the aforementioned business, property, or articles listed and more particularly described below. Refer to sample 3 for format of listing particularities. So we're going to have a sample 3 to look at here. 2, procedure. The client may transfer all titles, interests, deeds, mortgages, leases, or agreements to the manager for a period no longer than 10 years. 90 days prior to the expiration date regarding this agreement, the parties may agree to extend this agreement for another 10 years. This agreement may not be extended more than 3 times. There's your 30 years. So this is interesting here. 3, duration and termination. 4, good cause such as death, sale, or disposition of any or all the articles listed in paragraph 1, and any emergency or crises which may affect the financial status of the client. This agreement may be terminated by either party at any time within 60 days prior written notice to the other. In the event written notice of termination is provided, the manager shall make changes only with the consent of the client. Termination of this agreement shall in no way affect or preclude the consummation of any transaction which was initiated prior to such termination. All properties and articles described in paragraph 1 shall be promptly delivered to the client, guardian, heirs, executor, or personal representative after termination, with reasonable delay allowed for recordation of titles, deed, mortgages, or leases. So again, let's see here. The confusing thing to me here is the client wishes to have managed for periods of time, and the manager, which is in the business. But it's made between the trust organization, that's the manager, and another name of a trust, which is another express trace. Trust is the same one as a client. Very confusing, but maybe as we read it, it will start to make sense. So we're going to continue down here. And again, anyone in the chat that might be more familiar with this than I, please pipe in. So we got the, let's see here, powers, acts, and omissions of the manager. In connection with the rendering of services to the client as provided herein, the manager acknowledges with this agreement to undertake the effect transactions on behalf of and at the risk of the client in such a manner as the manager seems advisable with prior notice and approval by the client. So, yeah, this agreement will undertake and effect transactions with risk of the client that the manager deems advisable with prior notice and approval. So there's where the power comes from there. And the managing fees. This is key. The client shall pay the manager a monthly management fee of written amount, numeric amount in parentheses, $1 per month. This fee is payable upon the acceptance of this agreement and payable each month thereafter. All checks must be made payable to, then put their name, state their name. Should this agreement be terminated any time prior to the fee is due date, there shall be no credit allowed for the remaining days, nor shall the client receive a refund. Oh, wow. That's a nice little clause. 6, further privacy provisions. This agreement and all of the trust business shall be kept protected by the common law privacy rights available in every applicable jurisdiction. The penalty for the release of any information pursuant to the material contained within the context of this agreement or any related material, such person or persons shall be fined or made party of a tort action in the amount of not less than $300,000. Liability. The client in no way relinquishes ownership of his business or properties. The manager may not convert any of the properties held in trust without the client's written consent. The manager may not be held liable for any actions which he may perform in his capacity as manager unless the manager has been found by a court of competent jurisdiction to have acted outside his scope of employment, or that he acted in bad faith in discharging the duties of this agreement. Effective date, assignment, governing law. This agreement shall constitute a binding agreement upon its acceptance by the manager, provided, however, that the client may rescind this agreement without penalty within 5 business days after the execution date set forth below. This agreement may not be assigned by either party without the other party's written consent. This agreement shall constitute a contract entered into and governed by the laws of, name your state, and shall be binding upon the successors and assignees of the parties thereto. This agreement made and executed by the manager and client. This Okay, so witness, client, manager. So interesting thing here that I get, and remember these are sample documents, so there's a lot of this is just kind of left in a weird way. The management agreement being between a trust and a trust. I'm a little confused on that. Client and manager both being trusts. Unless it's managed by another trust. So it's one trust managed by another trust. Not too sure what's going on here. All right. Nonetheless, this is why we're going over this stuff, because hopefully maybe Aaron or someone else here knows what this is and can give us a little more clarity.
Yeah, tribe. I'm trying to figure it out myself, man. So
we'll have an answer for this sooner or later. If not tonight, it'll be in the comments after this video is out. So here's a bill of sale. It's a very important document here. So bill of sale dated. So John W. Doe, an individual referred to as a seller, sells, bargains, and conveys all of the seller's right, title, and interest. Bargains, I like that. And here's your car, vehicle, to this express trust organization, referred to as buyer. The seller acknowledges receipt of a total of this much money from the buyer in full payment of the purchase price of the goods conveyed hereby. Seller warns that there are no liens or encumbrances on the goods sold, and that seller's title to the goods is clear and merchantable. Seller shall defend buyer from any adverse claims to seller's title to the goods sold. The goods herein are not sold by a merchant in the field. These goods are sold without UCC warranty of any kind, including merchantability and fitness for a particular purpose. Buyer acknowledges examining the goods sold herein. This provision may not be applicable, and legal rights may vary between states. I guess you put this in appropriately. The parties agree to the terms and conditions stated therein. So you get the seller and the buyer being for the trust is an authorized representative in this case. and we do whatever beneficiaries of buyer do hereby. Oh wow! So they get to sign it. The buyer gets to sign it, but it's first notarized by the beneficiaries. Wow. This form can be modified for any transfers of property from trustee to trust or vice versa, simply by altering the description of the property sold. This document should always be completed in conjunction with purchase agreement in support. Okay, so we have a purchase agreement in support, and then you have a bill of sale. So good tip there. Jot that one down.
Yeah, this is the tribe. He's live right now. What's good, Lex? Good to see you back.
So that's a great one there, the bill of sale. Ooh, bond. So these are board of trustees in behalf of this trust, an express trust organization, in care of, in this street address near, I love near, so that if you don't put this down, there's no claiming of any territorial jurisdiction for this. Acknowledge the organization's indebtedness to someone.
So yeah, drop a 1 if you think we should stay on this. Drop a 2 if you're gonna come up on panel right this second, and drop a 3 if we should scour the internet for stuff to watch. Yeah.
Payment I buy myself and my legal representatives and successors. So I'm binding myself. So there's the bond, the trustees, indebtedness, right? So we have caused this agreement to be executed on this date. We have the trustees signed, notarized. So use this form for general bond. As for property purchased on the private credit of the trust, a general acknowledgement of indebtedness to a single entity. Wow. So you can have the bond when you're giving property or when you're doing a private credit. Private credit of the trust. A general acknowledgement of indebtedness to a single entity. So as you can see here, how the trust is working is that all the bindings you make are done between the trust and the other parties, and there's no intermeddler of a state in between here. The only time the states jump in, or the judicial system jumps in, is that if there's some type of breach of trust or fiduciary duty. So it's an interesting way to look at.
See, and that's the thing with the stuff is it can only hold my interest so long, and that's what's so upsetting. And that's why I like to. That's why I would appreciate it almost if Tribe would have open panels, as opposed to just him reading, maybe more so. But then, of course, they can tend to go off track a lot easier. You know, like they do at Paul's channel and a lot of other open panel formats where people are, like myself, have some attention span issues. So, to say the least, for lack of a better term, issues. Well then, yeah, I'm about to leave the tribe. I usually can't stay for too long before it goes over my head a little bit. And maybe that's me. Maybe that's something I got to work on. I mean, it is something I got to work on, actually. I had a couple other videos downloaded, I think. Common law trust basics. Let me see here. I mean, shoot, I could look for an open panel. I mean, it's totally not what I was like aiming to do, but I like merging panels. It feels good to merge panels on the Pineal Power podcast. See, it's crazy. Kinfolk. I was talking to Kinfolk when he would get like maybe a couple hundred, not even a couple hundred in his live.
I'm going big. This is my club.
No. He's got open panels, and it's just like, I don't know.
That's what they would do. That's why OG would weed. Guess what I'm gonna say? You see this cigarette right here. It's not what you know, it's what you can prove. On camera, you see me smoking this cigarette. We're not talking about what you presume happened 2 hours ago.
So you fucked up right there because they say we got your camera and you smoking.
Now, hold on. Let me explain something. They do sell CBD in the store, right? Over the counter. They do sell CBD in the store.
We used to have niggas dip that shit in the bomb. That don't mean something.
What that shit called? They sell CBD in the store.
What's that shit called, bro? I'm in the back.
And I tell you, I do sell the store at CBD. It's the same thing. They don't have a test.
I'm in the backyard
to prove otherwise.
Backstage.
You cannot contaminate my product that I bought in the store.
It's called a dog.
You know what hemp is? Bro. You know what hemp is? You know hemp, CBD, and weed is the same thing, right?
Not CBD.
Let me tell my people something, man.
Yeah.
Show my people something.
You ain't showing no fucking video, bro. All that picture shit, that's cool. You don't show your motherfucking face, you will never get on my goddamn platform. So I don't give a fuck about you being on the backstage.
It's how you handle the
situation.
situation.
Man, let me turn my shit on, man.
Got it. Time out.
You kind of lost me, bro.
Time out. You will get your ass beat. You will literally get your ass beat if you from California and motherfucking crash or gang unit. These niggas pull up and you start tripping. Your OGs will arrange your DP if you make the spot hot. One thing we know is
nothing about making the spot hot.
I ain't worried about that.
You're going off paranoia what you think they know.
No, you're not understanding. You're not understanding.
He's going off family rules. That's
if the police come, if the police come, we don't break laws.
All right, come on, we on this bitch, bro.
Regardless of anything, if the police come and you get to acting wild and stupid, you
on this
get your
motherfucker, man.
ass beat. The OGs don't play that shit because you just made it.
I didn't say wild or stupid.
What?
I didn't say wild or stupid. I didn't say that.
This dude seriously get a $500 donation?
No, you think I'm one of them? Basically the same way I be thinking other motherfuckers because they don't show their.
If they can prove you committed
But it's all good.
what they would tell you to do is.
Can you imagine how much of that goes to big tech, to Silicon Valley? $500 donation through AdSense, through whatever. What is it? 30% they keep. So $150 that you just donated to. Oh man, dude, you couldn't have threw it to his Cash App or whatever, Venmo, PayPal, whatever.
It's burn that cigarette out and show that cigarette is sitting right there.
Literally supporting big tech fucking fuckery, Unreal.
Goddamn ashtray. That's what they do. That's why I want you to tell you, hey, bro, no windows,
you see
no
what I'm saying?
nothing like that. When the police come, roll down your windows. By the time they get up, roll your windows back.
Niggas be too worried about like what niggas be saying.
Say, God,
watch, as soon as I come on this bitch, I'm gonna blow niggas' minds. I'll be too worried about, oh, niggas here. Wait a minute. This nigga got a Freemasonic. Oh, no, I'm about to ask him about that. He got the Masonic logo on his hoodie. Oh, no, yeah, let me in this bitch, bro.
It's not about your hoodies.
Look.
You talking to me?
It's not illegal. It's about these niggas looking at you.
Let me on this motherfucker, man.
Southside.
30 nails.
Tell your little
homie. Y'all had a paranoia, bro. I get it.
Look,
in a magical world, bro.
I didn't even realize Kinfolk's on my shit. He's merging panels. I thought that was his panel for a second. I just realized he's watching someone else's. I'm tripping.
Magical world, man. In a magical world, bro.
Hey, every place is different, man. I just went through Arizona and New Mexico, and they got police.
I got my camera on now.
Everywhere.
LAPD is different, nigga. California is different.
And Cali is different. It is, bro. I hear you got to be real careful. They got, man, it's just on so many different levels. I try and avoid them as much as possible. I don't have anything they can mess with me with, and I know my rights, so I handle myself well.
After you OG, respectfully, can I say something? We talking about police, right? They went from music all the way to some real shit.
No, y'all did that. I
I'm
just
from
let it
Miami.
naturally progress.
You get what I'm saying? And we all talking as gentlemen. You know what I'm saying? I'm from Miami. I don't know if y'all been to Dade County for real.
I have.
I've been
A lot
fucked
of people
up
raw niggas
by
down, huh?
highly police. I've been fucked up and persecuted because of my skin color. I'm Jamaican, bro. Real nigga shit. So at the end of the day, when I say what I say, and I stand on what I say, I'm listening. Bro, I'm learning at the same time I'm talking. I'm just talking to you because this is how we deal, bro.
Nah, just speak from your experience. You good. Nobody gonna chastise you and nothing like that. Do your thing. Speak on
You know
it.
what I'm saying? And at the end of the day, I respect fam. I love what fam got going on. He ain't saying nothing wrong. None of this. You know what I'm saying? And all I'm just saying is, goddamn, for what it's worth, bro. If we talking on some real shit, okay, you talking to a street nigga, because I can ask a nigga a question right now, and this gonna tell me who you is. Simple question. Real nigga shit. Saying without saying. You a civilian? Or you for real?
Yeah, I'm a civilian, nigga.
Oh,
What the
so
fuck I'm
you
following
answered
somebody
that
else
wrong.
for?
What type of time you want?
Hey, it ain't never no just because.
Don't take it no way. I'm just telling you, I just said I'm saying without saying, so you didn't listen to key words.
And I'm saying without saying it. Listen to what I'm saying.
I am. Go ahead, you got it.
I'm a civilian. You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
As far as this internet world, I am a civilian. I don't give a fuck about your name, your status, none of that shit. I'm a civilian, bro.
On me,
I'm not
I'll
here
say this.
to represent anybody.
I'm learning
or
how to be a
incriminate
civilian.
myself in any type of way on this goddamn web.
As you should.
You get what I'm saying?
Respectfully.
Hey, Sadie. Shout out to everybody in the building, man. Is we still on this? Is we still on this Young Thug subject?
We was never on Young Thug subject.
No, because your title say Young Thug sacrificed his sister. So I wanna provide some.
Time out. It say Young Thug sacrificed his sister.
That's what the title say with a question mark.
Wait. There's a way in which you say it. I could say Young Thug sacrificed his sister, or what I said, Young Thug sacrificed his sister.
Exactly, and I'm gonna answer that question because you got a question mark. So allow me to answer that question.
All I needed you to do before you, because this is how you ready to go off.
Yeah.
Just acknowledge the question mark. Go ahead.
Yes, the question. So it is indeed in the title. It's a question mark. So allow me to answer that question. So if I'm not sure how knowledgeable everybody is. So I ain't gonna do too much. I ain't gonna do too much on this bitch. But everything that happens in the industry is by the numbers, right? So to circle back to the Young Thug shit, right? So if we look on his Instagram, we see this picture where the only picture that's left on his Instagram, he done took everything down. Everything, the only thing that you can see is this picture where he has the blood on him. This is him telling you that the blood is on him. So we just heard that Young Thug sister just passed away, right? Niggas laughing and shit. Like, she working with that red and yellow in her hair. Yeah, she work at the Clucking Bell. World work, you feel me? Highly weird.
Oh yeah, I'm done. I'm done with kinfolk. I didn't really want to go there. It was just live, so I don't really watch his streams anymore. But where was I at here? Hold on. Plain Truth dropped a couple good videos that aren't terribly off topic. Banks loan money out of thin air.
Money to obtain the promissory note. Am I hearing this right? I give you the equivalent. Never came up with any of its own money to obtain the promissory note. Am I hearing this right? I give you the equivalent of $200,000. You return the funds back to me, and I have to repay you $200,000 plus interest. Do you think I'm stupid?
All the banks are doing this. Congress allows this.
Does Congress allow the banks to breach written agreements, use false and misleading advertising, act without written permission, authorization, and without the alleged borrower's knowledge to transfer actual cash value from the alleged borrower to the bank and then return it back as a loan?
But the borrower got a check in the house.
Is it true the actual cash value that was used to fund the bank loan check came directly from the borrower and that the bank received the funds from the alleged borrower for free?
This is true.
Is it the bank's policy to transfer actual cash value from the alleged borrower to the bank and then keep the funds as the bank's property, which they then loan out as bank loans as if they actually owned it and loaned their own money?
Yes.
Was it the bank's intent to receive actual cash value from the borrower and return the value of the funds back to the borrower as a loan?
Yes.
Do you believe that it was the borrower's intent to fund his own bank loan check?
I was not there at the time, and I cannot know what went through the borrower's mind.
So if a lender loaned the borrower $10,000 and the borrower refused to repay the money, do you believe the lender is damaged?
If a loan is not repaid, the lender is damaged.
So is it the bank policy to take actual cash value from the borrower, use it to fund the bank loan check, and never return the actual cash value to the borrower?
The bank returns the funds.
Was the actual cash value the bank received from the alleged borrower returned as a return of the money the bank took, or was it returned as a bank loan to the borrower?
As a loan.
So how did the bank get the borrower's money for free?
That's how it works.
No more questions, Your Honor.
This video is between a man talking to a judge and asking him questions about how banks work. And we're going to cover a few things here that are very important. But first, we're going to go through all these screenshots. I give you the equivalent of $200,000. You return the funds back to me, and I have to repay you $200,000 plus interest. The judge's response is, all the banks are doing this. Congress allows this. The guy says, does Congress allow the banks to breach written agreement, use false and misleading advertising without your written permission or authorization, and without your knowledge, transfer the actual cash value from the alleged borrower to the bank? So what happens is when you go into the bank and you apply for a $200,000 loan, they get a check with your name on it after you gave them your social security, and they then take that check for $200,000 with your name on it, and they give it back to you as a loan plus interest, but they got it from you. And then again, like I said, return it back as a loan. The judge's response is, but the borrower got a check in-house. So when you even go to finance a car, you give them your social security number, your credit, you're there all day because they are waiting on the check with your name on it to come through so that they can then give it back to you as a loan. So then he asked, is it true that the actual cash value that was used to fund the bank loan check came directly from you because your name was on it? It's your money. And that the bank got that money from you for free. No equal consideration. They got it from you for free. And he says, this is true. That is the section that you hear in the beginning that I stitched. He then asked, is it the bank's policy to transfer the actual cash value from the check to themselves and then keep the money as the bank's property, which they then loan out as bank loans back to you, as if they actually owned it and that they actually loan their own money? And he says, yes. I mean, there's really nothing else to say. It's been proven time and time again. They get money from you, your money, then give it back to you, and somehow you have to pay them interest. It doesn't make any sense. It's your money. What they're actually supposed to do is give you the check with your name on it when it comes in-house, which is why if you go and watch that video, the judge says, I don't know what's going on in the borrower's mind, but they also know that you're not reading your contracts. You have no idea about truth in lending, and you don't know anything about money. For if the people understood the financial system, there would be a revolution before tomorrow, but y'all don't care about that. Y'all just want to dance.
Hey, what if I could give you 4 things that would take
responsible. You're the one that is responsible. That's freedom. Sizing your freedom. You are responsible. You're the one that is responsible. That's freedom. You're not using the government for anything. It's very simple. You have to go to them for a loan that's public. You got to get an FHA loan or a school loan or something like that. That's in the public. Privately, you can get together with some of your boys. You say, you know what, we're going to go and buy some gold, and we're going to put that together collectively, and we're going to start doing all business with gold. Kind of like in the movie John Wick. That's what John Wick was. It was a public and private movie. Did you see the scene in there where the police came to his house, and he had dead bodies in the house, and the police even looked in there and saw the dead bodies, and he said, thank you, have a nice day, and he called a private cleaning crew to come clean up everything, and he paid them in gold, and everybody in the movie was doing everything in gold, and the only time you saw Federal Reserve notes is when they burned them motherfuckers up. Only one scene in the whole movie you saw Federal Reserve notes, and John Wick set that shit on fire, a whole pile of money. I'm just saying. All right, so what I want you to understand, okay, is that the public is bankrupt. When they took all your gold and silver, they took away your private right, and they took away your access to the private domain to do business privately, okay? And then they issued you a social security number that everything that the government gives you is attached to that number. Everything they give you is attached to that number. That's why the secret of getting private is to stop using the social security number. This is why all the wealthy people is telling you don't put shit in your goddamn name. Put it in your business name. Put it in a trust. Put it in something like that. But motherfuckers can't seem to understand the shit and keep complaining about why they're getting taxed. Because the tax laws wasn't designed for employees, nigga. It was designed for businesses.
Well, here it goes. The elite are not the slightest worried about a bill being passed to tax the rich.
They're sitting back laughing at you. Why? They don't have anything to be taxed. Oh, you say, I never thought about that. They don't own that jet. They don't own that automobile. They don't own that penthouse. They just put that coat on every morning. They don't own it. They are taught to control everything and own nothing.
Welcome to 60-Second Civics from the Center for Civic Education. I'm Mark Gage. According to natural rights philosophy, the people have a right to create a government. The people delegate to government the right or authority to govern them. In return, government is responsible for protecting the people's rights to life, liberty, and property. The Constitution begins with the words, "We the people of the United States." The people have created a government and have given it the authority to govern them. Power flows upward from the people to their government. The people remain sovereign at all times. Sovereign means to have the highest rank of authority. The people have ultimate authority to control government. At the time the framers wrote the Constitution, the people in most other nations were not sovereign. Governments held authority over the people. In some cases, the king or queen was sovereign. That's all for today's podcast. The show's theme song is Complacent by Cheryl B. Englehart. You can find Cheryl online at cbemusic.com. 60-Second Civics, where civic education only takes a minute.
Are you sick and tired and stressed about watching your retirement account go up and down like a roller coaster ride? I mean, today, pre-market, we're down more than 550 plus points.
They recognize that ultimately it's about we the people. The people are sovereign of this country, not a king, not a class. The people are sovereign of this country. The people are sovereign of this country. Not a king, not a class. The people are sovereign of this country. Not a king, not a class. Senator, we talked a lot about federalism this last few days. The people in this country are sovereign. As Lincoln said, it's a government by the people, for the people. The people in this country are sovereign. As Lincoln said, it's a government by the people, for the people. So the people are sovereign.
You gave them a delegation of authority to regulate commerce under Article 1, Section 8, Clause 3. Okay, you may not understand when you go to the airport, they tell you to put your fucking mask on and you want to argue with the motherfucker, but they have the authority to do that because we gave them the authority to do that. All right, they're regulating commerce, you and the public, and their first concern is public safety, no matter how you feel about the matter. The superior man stays in its own domain, and your domain is the private. The Constitution for the United States of America was put in place to protect private rights. This is why they have in there a clause that says private property shall not be taken without due process of law and just compensation, as well as the contract clause. The government can make no law that will infringe on the obligation of contract because contract law is private law. All this is what private people deal with. On the private side, how we govern ourselves is through contracts because contract makes the law. That's the principle of it. In the public side, the Constitution regulates. On the private side, contracts regulate. This is also why the Clearfield Doctrine, where the government, when it starts using private script, i.e. Federal Reserve notes, they descend to the level of a mere private citizen, right? Because what? Federal Reserve notes don't operate in the republic where private people operate. It operates in the democracy, which falls under the territorial jurisdiction of the United States of America under Article 1, Section 8, Clause 17 of your Constitution, which is that 10-mile square and all their insular possessions, like Guam, Puerto Rico, American Samoa, all your courthouses, things of that nature, as well as the Social Security number. The Social Security number was created by Congress. It says right there on the card, give it back to us when you get through with it. So when people try to do these processes and you got driver's license, social security cards and things like that, and you want to go in and challenge jurisdiction, you're looking like a damn fool because those things are called minimum contacts. They are commercial contracts. And you're not in here in a Republican form of government. What the government is telling you to do, if you want to be sovereign, is get the fuck out of our system. Stop using our shit. Stop using the cell phones. Stop looking at fucking cable TV and Netflix. Stop doing all of these things that we provide for you and go in your hole and do your own shit. Or you can do what we're talking about and be the creditor and operate in the public. And every time they present something to you that is related to a debt and there ain't any money, you can tell them I'm the creditor and then hand them some script, such as a promissory note, and tell them to set the shit off. your decision on what you want to do.
Building your online business? Go to Wix.com and set up.
One of the things that I see with this movement and the confusion that a lot of people had is their confusion about the application of the Constitution, their confusion about the responsibility and duties of public servants, their confusion about exactly what the status of a sovereign entails. What are public rights versus private rights? Do you have this all-encompassing ultimate authority over everything and can do whatever you want to do? No, you can't. That is a fallacy that has been put out by a lot of gurus that preceded for me. That's just some bullshit. You're only superior in your own domain. You are superior in the private. You have to learn how to maintain privacy, private property, and privacy in your affairs, eliminating the government from your business. How do you keep the government out of your business? The government was never instituted to be in our business in the United States of America. The government's only duties are to protect your borders, protect your property, and protect your liberty. Okay, after 1933, they started encroaching into the private by, first of all, getting rid of gold and silver that prevented you from engaging in private transactions that were not taxed, that were outside the purview of the federal government, and then instituting and giving you a social security number and making you a franchise of the federal government and clothing on you the status of United States citizen, and then through a process of novation, making you responsible for the public debt or the debt of the United States, when it had absolutely nothing to do with you. They took you out of the private and put you into the public. The private is the republic. The democracy is this United States, is in the public. It is something that is the government has authority over. If you want the ultimate authority over your life, you have to go back to the private. Being private means you're not under any law. That's what it means when it says you can do anything you want as long as you don't hurt somebody else or infringe on their property in some kind of way. This is on the private side. Okay, this is when you are under God's law. It does not mean that you're a lawless individual. There's no such thing as operating outside any law. If you are a damn fool watching this, and I want you to get this to all these people that let sovereign citizen fall out their mouth. Okay, when you use the word sovereign citizen, I'm gonna tell you straight to your face, you are a traitor to the Constitution of the United States of America. Obviously, you haven't read the first Supreme Court case, which is Chisholm versus Georgia, where we are clearly labeled as sovereigns, which means you're a communist, socialist, Marxist, or you're a leftist, and you have no understanding or idea how the United States of America was put together, what sovereignty entails, what the republic is, because you are dependent on the government. You want this because you're bringing in a new world order, and you want everybody dependent on the government, and you want the elimination of private property.
You know, we are at an inflection point, I believe, in the world economy. Not just the world economy, the world. It occurs every 3 or 4 generations. As one of the top military people said to me in a secure meeting the other day, 60 million people died between 1900 and 1946. And since then, we established a liberal world order, and that hadn't happened in a long while. A lot of people dying, but nowhere near the chaos. And now is a time when things are shifting. There's going to be a new world order out there, and we've got to lead it. We've got to unite the rest of the free world in doing it. So anyway.
So I just have two other really quick questions. One is like watching the YouTube channel, you reference a lot to like biblical. I'm
gonna say something that some of y'all are gonna call me a conspiracy.
Those Who Mistrust by Carlton A. Weiss. The title of this paper is a little tricky. We'll just clarify at the outset that those who mistrust, mistrust. Those who mistrust are those who make a serious mistake. What I will be discussing is the mistake of missing the point about express trust and the advantages of using express trust wisely. To illustrate, I will tell you about a peculiar case I worked on in 2002, some litigation against one of that attorney's former clients. The case was interesting because it was one of those situations I had come to appreciate. Someone puts all the protections in place before the problems start, instead of scrambling to try to fix a problem at a time when they should have had those protections in place already. The new gentleman was a divorce attorney. He had a good friend client who had recently gone through a really ugly divorce. The client was about to tie the knot again, but wanted to avoid being legally robbed by his soon-to-be wife just in case the marriage didn't work. The client was learning about invisible contracts with a divorce attorney who was all over any credible information he could get his hands on. So when I finally agreed to assist him, he was like a kid in a toy store. The objectives the attorney presented to me were pretty cut and dry. The client wanted to be able to walk away from any divorce case without losing a single dime in a divorce settlement, but without having to spoil the romance with a prenuptial agreement. He wanted to be able to prevent being thrown out onto the street if his wife decided to invoke the state as a surrogate husband, like what his ex-wife had done to nearly cost him his business. And he wanted to be in his child's life regardless of what his wife did in the event they had children at a later point in the marriage. Basically, what he wanted was to render the state powerless as a third-party overseer in his marriage contract. I gave the attorney several options, some of which were too intense for the client, such as expatriating from the United States 14th Amendment jurisdiction and repatriating to the original American Republic as provided for in applicable positive law within the United States Code. The client didn't want to do this because he felt he didn't know enough to understand all that would be involved. So I recommended another option. The attorney I had originally worked with agreed to ditch his bar membership for one quick moment in order to settle several express trusts under the common law in his private capacity as a man. He would appoint the divorce attorney's client as sole trustee. The client would then appoint the divorce attorney as attorney in fact to transfer the client's homes, cars, investments, loose assets, and businesses into the trust, separating everything according to value and risk. Everybody was ecstatic, especially the divorce attorney, because he got to take full credit since I wasn't advising him so as to avoid practicing law without a license. And there was a non-disclosure agreement between us that prevented either of us from naming names. The client did it, and the plan came into fruition. He got married a little while later, and everything was peaceful. In mid-2004, I got an email from the divorce attorney. Apparently, the client was now getting a divorce, and the whole separation was even more bitter than what was described to me about his first divorce. The difference was there were no assets at risk. When I spoke to the attorney, his mood was easy like Sunday morning. He had studied the materials I gave him, the case law I had forwarded to him, and he was more or less congratulating himself with me on the phone. He said that the wife had gone to court and gotten a run-of-the-mill temporary restraining order against the client. But when the police showed up to boot him out of the house, he had his trustee authorization documents, a certified copy of a recorded quitclaim deed to the house, bills of sales for the cars, and an original certificate of trust, all showing the house was trust-owned and he was the sole trustee. He explained to the police officers that she was his wife, but their stay at the house was not residential in nature. She was there only when he needed to use the house to administer trust affairs. It made me proud as he was telling me this because it showed me that there are attorneys out there capable of following the bouncing ball and understanding the common law venue in such a way as to advise a client the same way I would have. Apparently, he told his wife on many occasions that the trust owned everything, and he just controlled it. She didn't respect him, so she dismissed it along with pretty much everything else he said. The police were powerless to act on the restraining order except to escort her off the premises at the request of the trustee. The client requested she be removed on the grounds that, as trustee, he had a duty to protect the property, and she was trying to get the state to impair his obligation to protect that property by using the police to enforce a restraining order at his, not her, place of obligation, so to speak. In other words, it was clearly an abuse of legal process. They agreed. She was furious and was determined to win the next round. Round two came about when she had her attorney file for divorce. Her attorney contacted the divorce attorney, who was still attorney in fact, and he then contacted me and asked me to sit in silently on the conversation. I didn't even have to explain to him that it might be best to limit the scope of the conversation so as not to act beyond the limited power of attorney. In other words, he was only appointed attorney in fact, not attorney of record for the divorce case. He understood that the divorce suit did not affect the trust and that the assets owned by it, so there was no need for him to step in to that extent at this point. Now, for all related intents and purposes, the client was broke. Even his trustee compensation wasn't attachable because it was not subject to employment statutes. Not to mention, even if it was the product of an employment contract, the compensation was still owing and the trust couldn't be compelled to pay it so as to assist the wife in collecting any divorce settlement. His trustee compensation was a separate contract whose obligation is protected under Article 1, Section 10 of the Constitution for the United States of America. The conversation was one of the shortest.
Hey, Weezy. Hey, Paul. Hey, Weezy. Can we get back to the now, man?
Negotiations I ever witnessed. There was literally nothing to discuss. The client didn't own anything, and he had told his wife regularly, which he admitted, so much so that his confidence about the protection became a source of her contempt for him. He had access to things, but it was only by virtue of his duties as trustee, and that was the underlying fact of the whole divorce case. She lost round two as well. The third round came when it was time for him to be served with the papers. The divorce attorney was still not yet hired as the trustee's personal attorney of record. Her divorce attorney pulled out all of the tricks to locate the client and have him served. However, the client had no residence, he didn't own a home, no vehicles were registered in his name, he didn't operate a business in the state, he was still a 14th Amendment citizen, but a ghost indeed. The service attempts dragged on past the statute of limitations for service of process, and our attorney ended up having to refile the complaint after 120 days. During that time, the client was doing a bit of ducking and dodging to avoid being served, but it was more or less a game to him at this point. He had nothing to lose, but nothing to gain by waiving service of process. He had won round 3 already and was now just toying with her to prove a point. Eventually, he did get served, and he hired his good old divorce attorney to handle the case. The case was rather open and shut, not just because of the trust, but because her attorney apparently had absolutely no idea what the heck he was dealing with. I halfway wondered if the client's divorce attorney sympathized with her attorney. Ultimately, she was granted the divorce, but he was not ordered to pay alimony. The court was convinced that she was given due notice that he had no money or assets well in advance of any irreconcilable differences arising between the spouses. What's more, the express trusts were never even brought up beyond the evidence of ownership of the homes, cars, investments, loose assets, and businesses. And this was evidence presented by the client's divorce attorney in his own defense, since the trusts were not parties to the case. Even his trustee compensation was not attachable or garnishable because there was no legal or lawful basis upon which to exercise jurisdiction over the trust contract with him, since he was legally unemployed. She may have won by decision, but he won by knockout. The lesson to be learned is that the trusts offer protection that is much more real than most give them credit for. People miss the point about trust by mistaking the weak implementation of express trust under the common law for something inherently wrong with the trust themselves. They fall for the idea that non-statutory trusts are worthless in legal battles. Instead of trusting the power demonstrated in contracts, they trust the myths and disinformation out there that says courts can do whatever they want to a non-statutory trust because they are a non-statutory trust. They never take into consideration that without a specific minimum contact to base jurisdiction on, courts have no power available to do whatever they want. For example, though an express trust under the common law may own property in a statutory jurisdiction, there's still much that needs to be overcome contractually to get a court case on. The trust is still superior because it isn't stuck in the statutory jurisdiction like a corporation, LLC, or statutory trust. One simple transfer of ownership or removal from an incorporated township, and it's right back in the republic. And even though a court case is filed, it doesn't mean you're automatically defeated. Serving a trustee can easily become more expensive than the actual value of the case itself. And even then, what do you gain in the end when the trustee has nothing to give? It just goes to show you that equitable title is mostly disadvantageous because ownership is not as powerful as control.
If I was a tree growing tall and
I remember one day I was with a certain attorney friend of mine. He was close enough friend that I could be very personal with him. And he wasn't charging me by the minute or by the hour. We were just chatting. And I mentioned some of the things that I had learned in those seminars out in the Bahamas. And I said, do you do these things? Do you use this? Do you use this? And I'll name them in a moment. And I named some of these things. And he sat there and he wouldn't answer me. And I said, does your Congress friend know about this? And he wouldn't answer me. I even asked a judge one time about some of these things, and he wouldn't answer me. So this attorney friend.
This whole time, I keep forgetting the link to join's not pinned. I do apologize. I'm going to drop it again and pin it. If anyone wants to join, feel free. I'm going to jump away for a second. I'll come right back. So I guess drop a comment if you're backstage, or I'll be right back either way. So yeah.
Finally, when I got through going over a number of things and asking questions and he refused to answer, he looked square at me, and I'll never forget it. It was kind of a puzzled look on his face. And he said, Chaplain, how do you know all this? And I told him where I learned it when I lived with the elite. And then I said, okay, now be honest with me. Do you know about these things? Yeah. I said, do you use these things? Yeah. I said, do you own your airplane? No. Do you fly in it? Yeah. Do you own your house? No. Will your children pay any inheritance tax when you die? No. Folks, you must understand how the elite think. They have been taught to think in terms of the laws that they have written for the enslavement of you. The laws are made for the elite. What Congress passes is for their benefit. Their attorneys write the laws. The congressmen never read them. And if some of the congressmen don't want to pass the bills vote for the bills because they're afraid that their constituents, will find out about it, the elite have a way, which I'll tell you about in a moment or two, of stepping in and getting them to vote for that bill. Let me go back again to the word control. The elite, the younger elite, are taught, and I heard them explain it in detail in these seminars, and I heard it from the elite themselves when I lived with them. They're taught never to own the coat on their back, never own their house, never own their automobile, never own their penthouse where their business is, never own their yacht, and never own their jet aircraft. And this one, I almost hesitate, but I have to give it. I've waited 35 years to never have any income. Did you hear that? They fly in that jet, but they don't own it. They drive that automobile, but it's owned in a trust, or their company supplies it to them. So when it comes down to the end, here it is. You've heard it. You've heard it all over the news lately. Tax the rich. Wall Street protest. I look at what's happening in the country and I say, if only you knew what I know. If you had the slightest idea what the elite, well, here it goes. The elite are not the slightest worried about a bill being passed to tax the rich. They're sitting back laughing at you. Why? They don't have anything to be taxed. Oh, you say, I never thought about that. They don't own that jet. They don't own that automobile. They don't own that penthouse. They just put that coat on every morning. They don't own it. They are taught to control everything and own nothing.
Most people.
Jade by Fuego is the perfect dance sneaker because it is comfortable, it is light, and you are also bringing an element of nature to the.
I was about to look that place. She looked nice, but anyway.
On the way into the courthouse to file some paperwork, and yeah, let's see how this goes. Feel live action. Yeah, feel live action. Why are you yelling? I can't hear what you're saying. Oh, they're yelling already. Our public servants seem to be in a upset state today. No, I don't. Are we required by law to wear a mask? What law is that? Show us the law. Show us the law. Please let me show us the law. Please let me talk to you. Okay, so. Okay, rules are not law. That's first of all. We in the public courthouse, in the public court. I know nobody wants to deal with anything. I get it. You want to take rights, follow rules instead of the law, and then you don't want to take when I question you about it. I get it. So you're just gonna have to give me your name because I don't need to substantiate why I won't wear a mask in the people's courthouse. It belongs to the people. You are a servant of the people. You will not dictate to me what I will do in my courthouse. Understood? This is why we're here. Part of the problem is this is why we're here because our public servants seem to think they have an ability to skirt the law for code, policy, rules, and procedure. And it's caused us a great problem in this country as a common law land. Right? And then on top of it, now we have to wear masks in a courthouse. You realize that everyone in here who's operating under a badge or some form of title is supposed to be identifying themselves, right? Okay, so they're refusing to identify, right? Rules, policy, statutes.
See, that's so crazy how the world works. I never even realized Paul talked to Matt Belair before. I spoke to Matt Belair. That's interesting. Small world.
Their duty must identify themselves if asked by a member of the public. She just told me, get the hell out of here. This woman right here has some attitude on her. She's now running away. She says she does. So she's agreeing on record that she has an attitude with men and women coming in to access the public courthouse. And when asked to identify herself, she's running off hiding, telling me, get the hell out of here, refusing to do her duty. Very interesting. The attitude and the demeanor of our public servants who are supposed to serve us think that they can talk down to us. Okay, so are we waiting on someone now at this point, or what's going on? So you bring a supervisor? Yes, if you could please, I'd like the head of security and the building manager here. Okay, so as you can see, no matter how you come in and try to interact, you pretty much get the same interaction every time, where they seem to believe they're in charge of us, and they don't have to abide by anything, the rules of the law, and then they want us to perform for them, and that's not how this goes. I think we have someone here. So do we have somebody on the way who's head of security, or? Sure, thank you. Okay, so apparently we got head of security on the way. How you doing? Okay, so now I feel in the courthouse. Isn't this a man and woman's people's courthouse? Okay, can I have your name, please? Probably, okay. Okay, so our public servants now believe that, I'm just going to take a step back. Okay, now how can we trespass in the courthouse? Is the mask a law, or is it a rule, policy, mandate, procedure? Is wearing a mask a law, sir? It's a publicly accessible courthouse, sir. You're claiming that we can't film in a publicly accessible area. Now you're throwing me out of the people's courthouse. Okay, can I see? We're leaving, sir. We're leaving. We can't trespass in a public courthouse, sir. We own the building, and you are working for us. Okay, can I have your name, please? I need everyone to identify themselves, sir. No, I need you to identify yourself, sir. You're forcing me to put on a mask to identify yourself. You know I'm going to hold you liable for this, sir. You realize that? 6 feet. Is that the law, sir? Is that the law, or is that a policy and procedure? Will you please come back and identify yourself, gentlemen? I'm the member of. I'm a man asking you. That's fine. I'm not asking to stay. I'm asking the public servants. I'm asking the public servants who just had an interaction with me to identify themselves. Okay. So as you can see, this is their attitude. They don't have to answer to anybody. They're going to throw me out of the building and tell me to put a mask on in order to interact. So we're just going to film the policies and procedures that are up on the wall here. Further understand where they're coming from. Excuse me, sir. Could you please come and identify yourself? I have no problem leaving. I just would like to take everybody's name so I can move forward with a claim. That's by your policy and procedure, sir. That's not me making up. The mask is not law, sir. You're trying to subvert law for policy, procedures, and mandates, sir. Can you do the last warning? Under what one? Right here. What is the law that we broke? Is that law, sir? Or is that your belief that a mask helps me rather than causes harm to me, because I believe it causes harm to me? So he won't identify himself. So everyone here is masked. We have a bunch of masked men who won't identify themselves, who are dressed as public servants. Let's go. Okay, so where's your precinct? I think it's a fine complaint against you that you're sheriff. Where's your precinct? Can you get your precinct, please? We're not happy with your service, sir. We're not happy with your service at all. You didn't speak to me respectfully or properly. You didn't identify yourself, and you're wearing a mask. And you're telling me I have to wear a mask to access the courthouse lawfully. That's a subversion of law. It's an obstruction of justice, sir. Just so you're aware. You have less rights than men and women, not more rights. It's ridiculous, sir. Where's your sir? And you won't even tell us what precinct you have, sir. Ridiculous. You guys think you don't have to identify yourself. Speak in the course of your duty. me while instructing justice trying to follow policy and procedure. It's ridiculous. If you could have your superior come down here, I appreciate that. Sir, I'm not under your jurisdiction, sir. You have jurisdiction over legal persons, not the man and woman. So please, I would appreciate it. This is a public courthouse, sir. This courthouse is paid for. This courthouse is paid for by men and women, not by public servants. So I don't know where you think you have jurisdiction over what we own. That's interesting under common law. It's interesting, isn't it? I don't know why you're so combative and adversarial. You're charging at us. I have to comply with a public servant to access the courthouse lawfully. That's your claim? Can I have your name, please, so I can move forward? Contact the mayor. It's the mayor's mandate. Isn't a mandate a policy, procedure, and obligation that only applies to legal persons, such as employees of the corporation known as public servants? Isn't that the case, sir? Or are you not aware of that? All mandates and public procedures advisory, sir. It's not law. We don't have legislators here in this country. We don't have people who make law over us. We have people who create legalities for legal persons. You need to understand the difference, sir, I believe. So can we get a precinct, please? So if anyone's willing, nobody's trying to how you doing, sir? I heard what you told me, sir. You have a belief that I have to leave a public courthouse when I'm here to do business. I have paperwork to file. I have paperwork to file, sir. Well, I can't record here either. What law is that, sir? A rule. And men and women are supposed to follow rules or laws. Well, I'm not asking you to interrupt me, sir. I want to file my paperwork, and you guys charged at me, told me I have to wear a mask, told me that you can't identify yourself, and I have to leave the public courthouse. That's an interesting dynamic, sir. Yeah, nobody wants. But all we're asking for is you asked us to leave, right? I have no problem even leaving and foregoing the business that I came here to do. I'm asking for everybody's name and where you guys are at so we can move forward. Since you guys all have a belief that you have guns on and are willing to back your belief with guns, I'm going to back my belief with paper, pen, and ink. And we're going to see where it goes. Ridiculous. The behavior's obscene. How you doing, sir? You realize that I gained access to public courthouse business to file paperwork. So this man is claiming I have to follow rules as a man. This is nothing personal to any of you.
This can't be right.
Trouble with your taxes.
But, I've been in bioterrain medicine and, for like 40 years. I started down the Sovereignty Road in 75, actually investigating paperwork, getting beat up by the FBI.
What's going on, bud? Can I get everybody's first and last name who's administering vaccines? Can I get everybody's first and last name who's administering the vaccine?
I don't know about that. It's inside there.
Sure. Can maybe get somebody who can give me some information, or is there somebody I can talk to?
Yeah, sure. Hold on a second.
Okay. So they're out here with the military giving vaccines, and we're gonna get everybody's information because we're gonna be filing claims on everybody for the harm they're gonna do to everybody.
I'll take a couple of the pen. You grab a form. You can go inside, up the stairs, first table on the left. We'll start the process, and I promise this is a work project. It really is.
Hey, what if something happens to this woman when she takes the vaccine? Who's gonna bear the liability for it?
I'm not worried about that. Thanks for
It's good you're not worried about it, but when something happens like the hundreds of thousands who has happened to, and they claim that they don't have liability because they waived the liability, she's not worried about that. She's not worried about it.
Good. Do you have an appointment, sir?
No, I don't.
You're going to be doing walk-ups starting about 3:30. Would you like the paperwork to fill out?
What's the ambulance here for if nothing bad can happen when you take the vaccine? What's the ambulance here for?
The EMTs are giving the vaccine.
Oh, okay. Okay, and we have no adverse reactions from the vaccine?
We haven't seen any.
Haven't seen any, okay. So all the reports, the 60,000 reports of bad reactions. Absolutely, I'm filming this.
Sir, please turn off your camera.
Absolutely not, I will not. We're out in public.
Hey guys, we're volunteers here.
What does volunteering have to do with anything? No, everybody, you're volunteering to administer harmful medications without. Sure, but I can film the procedure and I can get everybody's name and I will bring a claim.
I'm sorry, sir. This is a medical thing going on. So
Sure.
You can't get the faces of any individuals.
Oh yeah, where's that law at?
We can get up over here if you want.
Sure. Well, I thought we're in public, right? Isn't this public? It's accessible by public?
Yes, but HIPAA states that you can't, spread information about someone.
Sure, but I guess then you should take this operation into private then, if you don't want everybody filmed in public, right? So this is part of the problem, is we're using medical procedure to subvert everybody's rights, right? So we're in public, we have the right to record. If you don't want people recorded, you should give the vaccine in a private area. This is not a private area, it's open to the public. It's off a public roadway. They just told us come on in. This is not private property, it's accessible to the public. It's a public accommodation, sir. That's nice. It's not considered home, sir. I know the law, sir. No, it's publicly accessible, sir. It's a public accommodation. It's not. There are no signs posted. There's no private property signs posted. There's no gates. It's accessible to the public. It's open to the public. Can I see some kind of official documentation showing me that this is private property that's accessible to the public? Because a lot of people tell me that King Soopers is private property, even though it's not. They seem to believe it is, right? It's not private property, sir. Under the Uniform Commercial Code, it's considered a public accommodation. It's open to the public, right? When they lock the doors, it's considered private property. When it's open to the public, it's considered a public accommodation, right? So you just proved you don't know what you're talking about because you just told me King Soopers is private property when it's not. I'm trying to film the liability that's going on of my military, which is giving out harmful vaccines that are on record to cause harm, and they're doing it in public and inviting me to do it. I think that that's something that I don't want to be a part of, but I will film it. And when the harm does, I'm not speaking to you, sir. I don't know why you keep talking to me. You don't have it. I'm shouting, okay. Neither am I. Why is anybody even speaking to me? I'm filming what's going on. I'm not interested in what they want. What they want doesn't trump my rights. It's the same deal we do everywhere. I have to wear a mask now because everyone else doesn't know the law. It doesn't work for me any longer. Furthermore, when these people who don't know what they're getting get sick later, they're going to come back to me and ask me for help on how to sue for liability, right? For the harm that's done, because I know what they don't know, which is that this vaccine does have harmful side effects to it, right? So I'm providing a service for my community. I'm helping to uphold the law and what's correct and what's true and what's right. I didn't see one of you give anybody who just walked up any kind of warning on what that vaccine could do to them. No one's even interested in giving anybody any warning of what could happen, right? To me, that's bad faith. That's borderline criminal intent. Do I?
Really? Really? Wow.
I need to be an attorney to uphold the law, ma'am. Would you like to speak now with what you don't know? Attorneys hold up legal process, not what's lawful. They're very different, legal and lawful, ma'am. It's not my opinion. Would you like to see corpus juris secundum, the body of law? Of course not, because you're just speaking off emotions. You don't have any logic to what you're saying. I understand. I do it all day long. Okay, so nobody's going to identify, right? We have a bunch of masked people giving out injections, and when I ask for identification, nobody's going to identify, right? A bunch of public servants who won't identify and wear masks. Sure, interesting. I'm sure it is fun, right? All the death and destruction and disease that you're creating with your misinformation. I'm sure it is fun. Wearing a mask over your nose and mouth, covering God's breathing hole, right? Makes sense. Very logical. God wants you to cover your breathing holes that are connected to your immune system. Right. So breathe out bacteria into a mask and then breathe it back in 8 hours a day. Seems logical. And all the upper respiratory infections that it's caused, NIH.gov, that's the odds you got, right? Sure. I'm sure you care a lot about health, right? I'm sure you're a big health guy, right? Sure, I can tell.
Oh, what do you say? Now you're body shaming?
Who's body shaming? I said I can tell. Sure, I can tell by the way you think and the way you conduct yourself.
I can tell a lot by you too.
Why don't you go ahead and tell me on camera what you can tell? Sure, okay. So not interested in the liability, not interested in identifying yourself, not interested in the 60,000 reports of harmful side effects from the vaccine, not interested in any of that. Just out here helping out, right? And then when someone comes to film and ask questions, you give attitude, right? Sure.
Sir, this is a private property. You need to leave.
Can I see that in writing that it's private property?
Yeah.
Is there an officer who can let me know that it's private? Oh, really? You're an officer? And you're not in uniform? Sure. Sure. So we can have a conversation about him and he can let me know. I know everyone keeps saying that. All I'm asking for is someone to verify to me that it is private property by law.
It says Filipino American Community of Colorado.
And it's accessible to the public. It's open to the public. There's the public road. There's the public road. There's the entryway to your establishment. It's open to the public. The doors are not locked, so it's considered a public accommodation. It's in public.
You need to leave.
I understand you have a belief, so I'm asking the officer to let me.
Yes.
Okay, sure. And King Soopers is private property too, right?
Sir?
Everybody has an understanding nowadays, but it's incorrect.
This is a private property.
Sure.
Ignorance is the pandemic.
You can say it 10 more times. I just said if an officer wants to speak to me about it, we can have a conversation.
Stockholm syndrome, cognitive dissonance, complete lack of spiritual discernment. These are the real pandemics in this, quote unquote society and cult. Sure.
I'm not leaving. I'm going over to speak to him. How you doing, sir? So I'm just recording, obviously, just for my protection and liability purposes. So these people invited me in, right? Not that I believe I would need to be invited in because this isn't. Well, I was riding by and they stopped my vehicle and asked me if I wanted to get a vaccine. So then I noticed that, absolutely not. So then I noticed, right, that now that they told me, I'm like, oh, wow, they're giving out vaccines here and they're using the military. That's an interesting dynamic. Let me go and film since this is.
Now, this guy here has a much different style of doing things. Sometimes it's a lot less professional, but he also lost a lot of his auditing stuff. So he's gotten over it and he's forgiven himself for it. And he might be speaking in the third person right now. And yeah.
Let's do the world a favor. Let's go rip out some of these fucking garbage signs promoting the destruction of health in society itself. Let's just go fucking do the world a favor here. If no one else is gonna, you know. Tired of seeing this shit. I'm tired of zombies, you know. I'm tired of people thinking that an injection of literal metal and poison and aborted fetal cells and synthetic mRNA, aka the false messenger. Let's just take these. They don't need these anymore. Oh, I'm on camera? Oh, am I? Really? Because I don't really care, honestly. I honestly don't care. That we should be promoting poison. I've already had detectors at my house. I don't really care, dude, honestly. I just, this shit's got to stop, dude. This shit's got to stop. I'm tired of it. I'm tired of it. I'm tired of this tyranny. I'm tired of this totalitarian technocratic takeover leading towards a total transhuman fucking... Dude, I'm tired of this, man. So I'm going to throw these in my car, and I'm going to burn them. I'm going to burn them.
Can you hold this one? Because that's out of a. How you doing, man? Oh, are you here for us? Okay. Can you hold this one? Because that's out of a. How you doing, man? Oh, are you here for us? Okay. How you doing, sir? Yeah, so I just need to check on my case file, right? That it was entered correctly, because I did certify mail my claim, my case that I'm moving. I'm not too sure. That's what I want to find out, right? Because I can't seem to get anybody on the phone or anybody to help me out with.
Can I have you ready to ask?
Yeah, no, I'd rather not take medical advice from anybody because I believe.
Just ask me if you want.
Sure, no, I believe it's medical advice, and I'd rather not take it because I believe it's.
What's your name? I'll go check.
Paul Laporta.
I'll go check.
Sure, I appreciate it, sir.
Since you guys aren't wearing masks, do you
I
mind
thought, not a problem. Not a problem. And I appreciate your service, sir.
I'm gonna go check. I'll be back.
Thank you, sir. See, that's how you handle people, as that man just.
She wants to tell me she's not going to get the building on.
Oh, really?
Why doesn't every home in the US have brand new windows? The number one reason is not about sunlight or weather or even politics. It's actually just because most people don't know they can get brand new windows from this state-approved window replacement service. People just assume they have to pay thousands of dollars for the windows and thousands more to get technicians to install them. But the truth is that if you use this new window replacement service, you can get new windows on your house for the lowest rates on the market. And you don't pay for any of the equipment or any of the installation. There's only 4 requirements to qualify. Must be a US citizen. must own your home.
I'm going to record you here. I need everybody's first and last name and business card, sir. Oh, yeah. No, I'm not interfering. So you guys just handcuff me, put me in the back of a car for 30 minutes, and then change your story. So can I just have everybody's first and last name and business cards, please, since you just arrested me? You know, we don't want to refuse to identify in the course of our duty, do we, fellas? Sure. No, actually, you do. You have to present 3 forms of identification upon request. Well, I can show you the regulation if you'd like, sir. Only in the commission of a crime, sir. I did not commit a crime. I did not cause any loss, injury, or harm, and I don't have a contract with anyone to not be in a publicly accessible area.
So here is the 2 officers over there. My information's at the bottom, a badge number, my name.
Okay, I appreciate you.
Like I said, if you want to get a copy of the report, I said give it 5 to 7 days.
Sure.
Contact Edgewater Police Department. The number's on the ticket. You can get a copy of the report. The case number's on the top.
Sure. And then obviously you'll be expecting email from me because I'm gonna have to serve you properly in order to summons you.
Email's not properly served, but if you want to go through Jeff Go and have me served, that's fine.
Sure. Okay.
We're in Jefferson County. Okay. So
Okay.
While you're here, so you can be on the sidewalk, but if you start interfering with the National Guard
Sure,
operation, you start making so people can't get in the parking lot, that's going to cause an issue.
I understand that totally, sir.
Parking lot, the sidewalk is good, parking lot's not good. Anywhere on this property.
Okay.
1900 Harlem.
Okay. And then just for, one more time for the record, right? You believe that you had legal authority here, not lawful authority. You arrested me unlawfully, but you believe it's a legal arrest, right?
Okay, so you were asked to leave the property, right?
Sure.
You didn't leave at that time, so they called the cops.
Well, I actually had the cops called. I asked them to call police so they could explain to me. And as they did, I walked out to the sidewalk.
We showed up here because you refused to leave at that time.
Sure.
When we got here,
That's their belief, right? Is what you're saying.
On the property.
Yeah, right here.
After you've been asked to leave.
On my way out, right? I was walking out to the sidewalk. Sure.
Right, so that's why you got issued a ticket for trespass. We didn't go anything more than that, like disturbing the peace or whatnot, because I don't think you rose to that level.
No.
You've been semi-polite with me, cooperative. You've been polite with me. You've been
Sure.
Semi-cooperative.
Sure.
Obviously, we found out who you were via some other means that we have. But
Sure.
Other than that, do you have any questions for me today?
No, not really. I think you may be under misunderstanding, but one thing was true. You were cordial with me. You were respectful, as I guess you believed you should be. These 2 gentlemen, they have an attitude problem, and they need to correct it because they're out here putting hands on men and women with legal beliefs, and it's unlawful, right? So I don't know how you guys do that. Maybe back at the cafeteria, you guys have a conversation. Sure, but they have an attitude in the way that they speak like they're in charge, like they run the country, like they run this county. You guys are representatives of the people, right? You guys are not here to be in charge of the people. So like people need to sort of, again, I have a case right now.
Police officers, law enforcement in general are here to preserve order.
Sure, but you're policy enforcement, not law enforcement, sir. They're very big different. Legal and lawful is a very big, we'll settle it in court, sir.
We can agree to this.
Sure, I appreciate you.
Make sure you show up on your court date, 6/8/2021.
Well, I don't know that I'll be.
Here, 1800 Harlan Street, Edgewater, Colorado, 80214.
Yeah, I don't know that I'll be showing up to any court date because I don't understand anything.
Show up, there's a chance you could have a warrant issue for your arrest at that point in time.
Well, I understand you believe that, right? But I'm going to go down and have this thing taken care of right now. It's going to be stricken, and then I'm going to move a claim against every man and woman here that put hands on me. So appreciate you.
Hello, everybody. Anton Crowley here from dropshiplifestyle.com. And in this quick video, I want to talk about why you should not even consider dropshipping cheap products from China if you actually want to make money with this business model. Now, the good news is there is a better way. There's a way that actually works. This is a method I've been using myself since 2007 and that I've been helping other people with since 2012. And with this method, what we're doing is selling products that suppliers actually want us to sell for them. We're becoming authorized retailers with.
But, I've been in biotrain medicine and,
fucking hate ads,
I
man.
started down the Sovereignty Road in 75, actually investigating paperwork, getting beat up by the FBI. And, I've taken a lot of hits. But in medicine lately, because of all the COVID bullshit, they've kind of dragged me out of mothballs to talk with other doctors and talk about what a scam it is. And, we're trying to educate people as far as, hey, this thing, it does not even exist the way you think it does. And it's, just the big global reset. So, just so you know a little bit about, we kind of let it fly. We kind of, we don't pull punches, but we haven't got entirely kicked off YouTube yet. We don't really care if we do. We'll probably any day, but we kind of, do little sometimes.
I'm kind of offended. I'm kind of offended. We're still on YouTube, to be honest.
I know.
I think they've just shadow banned us from the gate because we consider some of the videos we've done and the views that we've got in the beginning, and then to not have the subscribers we have. It's very interesting. So we are live here. So let's kick this into full gear and we'll get this party started. I'm going to go ahead and hit record and start the podcast. And here we go. Boom. And we are live for another episode of AlphaCast. I'm Mike Winter, and I'm here as always with Dr. Bear Paul Lando, coming to you correct from the beautiful Smith River on the border of California, Oregon, in the great state of Jefferson, where we are staying unmasked and unvaxxed and free as we can. And it's been a gorgeous week, actually been one of the hottest Mays I can remember up here. And it's the farm's kicking and we're having a good time. And we've got an amazing guest today, Paul Unslaved, the man on the ground showing us what common law is all about. We have Paul here today. and this is going to be a really fun show. For those that are new to Alpha Vedic, you can find out all about us on our website at alphavedic.com. We have a lot going on right now, including a GoFundMe project, GoFundMe campaign for a project that we are really focused on. So if you're interested in helping us get our educational center, commercial center up, so that not only can we start shipping to places like Canada, which we get requests for almost every day, but also to get our education center up so that we can entertain folks on the land, do our permaculture classes, allow Bear to get his lab kicking. We've been talking about live microscopy again and all this wonderful stuff on our Telegram group. And I know that's something that Bear really wants to do more than anything, is to get back in the lab and play and tinker and get his spagyrics going and everything. So please help us out. Go to our GoFundMe there at alphavedic.com/fundraiser. And yeah, just a lot of fun stuff going on. You can basically find out all about us on our Telegram group. That is t.me/AlphaVedic, or on our Discord. If you're into Discord instead, that's alphavedic.com/Discord. We do have a co-op as well. If you want to get more integrated with AlphaVedic, you can go to our Patreon, and that's patreon.com/AlphaVedic. Lots of fun stuff going on, so please join us there. And I did just want to give a shout out and thank you to our community. You guys are amazing. It's been overwhelming, the response we get for what we've been doing, and we love you, and we thank you for everything you guys do. And I definitely want to give a huge thank you to all of our admins in our Telegram group and our Discord. Giselle, especially, you're such a rock star. Mandy, everybody in there that's just so active in helping us out. You guys are amazing. Robert, of course, who's our staunch security guard in Telegram, and everybody else too that donate their time to help us out. We really, really appreciate you.
Yeah, and real quick, Mike, for Robert, who was here last summer and trying to help us get rid of the invasive bamboo, just so he knows, all of that is gone, and now we have planting beds with medicinal herbs growing all over it, and it looks totally transformed. But he helped get us started, so thanks, Robert.
Yeah, Robert, that was awesome. And just
Yeah, so I would totally just download this file really quick and play the video regularly, but then I couldn't play it in a quicker speed. So that's kind of the benefit and downside of playing it like this without downloading it. But anyway.
It's a full gamut here. Yannick, Susan, Matthew, of course, and Cameron. You guys are all awesome. So thank you so much for helping us there. You guys literally just donate your time and put up with occasional troll and occasional misfit. But overall, our Telegram group, Bear, has just been rock solid. So and it's great to see you've been more active in there of late as we've gotten more attention from other podcasts you've been on and such. So it's a really fun group to pop into. It's very educational and entertaining. So okay, on to the show. So excited to have Paul here today. Here's a great quote from Paul. Cowards feel fear and abandon the notion of doing right. A brave soul does right regardless of fear. Buckle up. On this episode, we'll take you into places where most fear to go. Pablo Remington Jones is a genuine warrior who dares to speak truth and walk his talk regardless of the consequences. Bureaucrats and public servants now wreak havoc in our lives while running contrary to natural law, their own oath of office, and basic morality. Paul doesn't shy away from letting usurpers of common law know that there is only one authority each of us must ultimately recognize, and it isn't them. In Paul's own words, the mission is a common sense, courteous approach to educating folks about common law and the legal system. The intent is to provide a platform for public servants to act in good faith and also educate those that are misinformed. The goal of my life and media is to create a functional community together based in truth and understanding, as well as upholding universal law, aka the common law. As we witness the mindless compliance of today's group thought to the detriment of our health, freedoms, and the very purpose of this journey of the soul, Paul's message and heart are more timely than ever. We are so proud and happy to have Paul on the show today, Bear. Yeah, take it away, Bear. Any opening remarks?
Yeah, Paul, thanks so much for being here. I've been watching a few of your videos, and I'm just amazed at how you handle yourself out there. As I was sharing with you before we got started today, I went down this a parallel road, a long time ago, and been in quite a few skirmishes with different agencies and agents along the way. And, now it's just so gratifying to see people like you take it up about 16 notches and the rest of the way home. Along the way, you're a true hero as far as I'm concerned. I'm not just saying that. I really mean it, because there's few people that, have the courage to actually not only speak the truth, but to take the consequences. I wrote that little intro. I hope I didn't put too many words in your mouth, but that's just my take of, my perspective of how I see you. Along the way, I went down every paperwork trail. We, Uniform Commercial Code and all the different things that I know you're well aware of and probably better versed than I am at this point. And what I came to the conclusion with is that, paperwork is just so good and will only get you so far. And I think there's a tendency in the sovereignty movement, or whatever we want to loosely call it, where people are looking for that magic piece of paper that they're going to get a template, file it, and then they're all the way home. And I've, just tell people, it would be more effective to write a couple lines on a napkin and know how to back it and have the spiritual foundation to know why you're doing it in the first place. And that's going to be more effective than all the fancy stuff, you know, in the world. And when I watch your videos, what I see very clearly is a person that is standing on principles that you own, that you really believe. And you know, that's where everything follows. And what I really like, last thing I'll say, is that you're not just confronting people that are, you know, law enforcement and so forth, but you're educating them, and you're actually doing a good job in that. Especially this one video I saw, you know, on the side of the road with a cop. You know, you actually got some ideas across, and then said, you know, drive safely, have a good day. So maybe if we could get started, Paul, if you could just maybe share as much as you want about how you got started down this road in the first place.
Smile Direct Club is a great way to straighten your teeth at home. My name is Dr. Gary Moore.
Yeah, so like you were saying, I think you're pretty much on the money there as far as the conviction and the way that we move, right, is our biggest strength, right? The not settling for anything less than what we know is true and right. And the paperwork is just sort of the you know, one of the tools that we use to do that. But like you said, most important, I believe, as well, is the spirit. But how I get into this, let's see. I usually tell people when they ask me that, it's a lifelong sort of journey. I mean, it starts as early as sort of in the hospital, believe it or not, being born. You know, them telling my parents, he's a wild man. You don't want to he don't want to follow anything that we put forth to him. So, you know, a lot of that sort of been me questioning myself from the beginning. You know, was I made differently than most individuals? Because my walk from start to present has just seemed to be counter to most, you know, from what I've sort of observed in conversations. So yeah, I mean, you know, from going through addiction, you know, from sort of issues that I was having with my mother, and then you know, jails and rehabs, and then sort of coming to this turning point, right? Sort of this moment in my life where I realized that everything has to change, you know, and that because I've created so much suffering for myself, that while I'm here, I have to, I guess, sort of repent for that, right? Or sort of take the time that I have left and do something good with it, you know, that I can respect myself and other people can respect me for. So yeah, I mean, it was just kind of like a lifelong journey where just recently, over the past year or two, I've started to become more and more comfortable with the uncomfortable, you know, because I had this.
I really just got a rip on him for wearing a you know, a Yankees hat. I mean, really, of all teams, the Yankees, but just sports in general, especially organized sports, man. Come on.
For a while, on varying degrees.
Step of your game, Paul. Step of your game.
But I was afraid to apply it, right? Like most people. Well, what's going to happen to me? You know.
And get a new picture. Get a new picture for your main account, for your Paul Enslaved account. It's time. Just like you just changed your picture for your Pimp Enslaved. I think it's time. It's time, sir. Without a Yankees hat.
I had a lot of people in my life telling me, just keep your head down, go to work, pay your bills, don't confront this system because they're going to hurt you. And I had to explain to them that if we don't confront this system, they're going to hurt us. You know, so it's an inevitable. We have to take the reins and we have to go into the fear and we have to become comfortable with the uncomfortable in order to do the work before the time runs out, right? Because as we see now, this is not a time in history where we can afford to stand by idly, right? And continue to pursue our individual will and ego and path rather than the collective, the will, right? As it says in scripture, we have to do the will to create the kingdom of heaven, which means what's objectively right by universal standards.
Brilliant.
So yeah, I mean, I don't know if I answered the question, but
No, you answered it perfectly. So where do you see things now? I mean, you know, we're indoctrinated with a media that tells us obviously complete falsehoods and also gaslights us to the point where, you know, we think that we're isolated lunatics and nobody else, you know, understands what we're talking about. But in actuality, you know, the circles that Mike and I travel with, you know, we're all pretty much on board with the same thing. So we know there's a lot more of us than there are of them. And especially if you want to just loosely say them, you know, there's a very small minority of predators, you know, that are calling the shots for the people that don't have minds to, you know, have any critical thought of their own. And, you know, I'd like to really address today as well that, you know, it really is an individual decision that we're all here to make right now. And that is to draw our line in the sand and acknowledge that there is no outer authority that can tell us what to do. But that seems to be the hardest sell. People just can't believe or even comprehend what you're talking about with that one simple truth. And, you know, again, the paperwork can become a vehicle, you know, to kind of express that when you're engaged with certain agents. But, you know, so, you know, maybe just a little bit more we can get into, you know, how this really mirrors more the journey of the soul that we're all here to complete. And that the real tragedy in these allowing these usurpers to gain more territory is that, you know, it's really a spiritual war the way I see it.
yeah, well, see, that goes back to, you know, they would tell me from an early age, Paul, you know, you can't be trained. And I would sort of explain to them, I don't believe that a human is supposed to be able to be trained. I think that a human being is supposed to live their life and use their experience and their conscience to come to an understanding of how to behave for oneself. They're not supposed to be trained through fear, right? Do this and then this happens, so now you won't do that anymore. So, I mean, for me, yeah, it becomes this sort of understanding that any being who really cares about themselves and the truth and what's right would never be okay with being told what to do, right? Like an individual who is expressing the truest form of self would always want decision making to come from within side of the self. They would never be okay with someone or something outside of themselves telling them what to do, especially if it's at odds with their common sense, right? So I just believe on a mass scale, what we have here is a low level of self-esteem and lack of self-belief. And a lot of it starts in our households, you know, the way that we're brought up or the lack of being brought up, right? Raised up in consciousness, right? We are sort of kept down in consciousness and kept from asking certain questions because I believe, you know, the adults in this world, when we are children, they don't want to ask the questions. They don't want to go down these roads because subconsciously they're scared of what they're going to find. You know, a part of them already knows that they're enslaved on some level, but they want to choose, as Aldous Huxley and many others said too, they want to enjoy their slavery. They want the freedom to dream on narcotics and focused on entertainment, right? Learning to enjoy their perpetual servitude. So I'm paraphrasing there a little bit, but this is sort of what you have going on from my perspective on a mass scale. But interestingly enough, fast forward 20 or 30 years, and you start to see that dynamic change, right? Where people who were once ignorant of the whole situation are now almost forced to start asking questions and coming to new understandings about what it is that they believe and don't believe. And that's a beautiful process, right? So the universe is working and is opening minds and hearts through the purification of suffering, because suffering is, make no mistake, the best way for human beings to learn, who usually choose throughout history to stay ignorant of truth, right? They'd rather ignore it and continue to do what they want to do and ignore what they don't want to be true.
Yeah, beautiful. You know, a lot of your videos, you know, are about you on the side of the road, you know, just instructing officers as far as, you know, that you really don't need licenses to, you know, travel versus drive and that sort of thing. And, you know, we could get into a little bit of a discussion with that. But then, you know, what I see now, the real thing that's being perpetrated is this really trying to tamper with our biology, which, of course, is another way of dumbing us down and making us less receptive to spirit. And, you know, on our show, we talk a lot about how this genetic engineering in the name of immunization. And we also talk about how immunization is actually a falsehood because the biology doesn't even work that way. But, you know, so how can we apply some of the principles that maybe you exercise on the side of the road instructing a cop, you know, when now they're starting to come at us with needles and trying to tamper our genetics?
I have something absolutely incredible to share with you. It's called The World's Most Perfect Business. Take AJ. She's making over 28.
Thanks, but no
Sure.
thanks.
I mean, again, it's just sort of like, if we look beyond this body, right? I mean, the universe is testing us. Like, are you, and I go back to the Tao and a lot of different spiritual texts. In order to be given everything, you must give everything up, right? And part of giving up means making peace and surrendering with the idea that somebody might kill you. You know, we live in a world of freedom. Like, that's what the natural state of this order in this universe is free will. So we don't live in a safe, comfortable universe. It's a free will universe, and bad people can do harm to you. However, just because bad people can do harm to us and may, does not mean we forsake knowing what's right. So I would always say be compassionate, right? Because we understand any human being that would do harm to their fellow man and woman is a twisted individual who probably has something wrong going on with them in their life and will never experience higher levels of consciousness and fulfillment. So we have compassion for them, knowing that they are beneath us, right? In the sense of misunderstanding, not about, you know, judgment, but in the sense of misperception and misunderstanding. So we have compassion, we have faith that if we speak the truth in a loving, compassionate way and we hold on it and we allow the spirit to emerge or be evoked from within us, that we can move mountains if we have faith the size of a mustard seed. So when I go in anywhere, I go with the attitude of I will get what I want, because what I want is not based in ego, it's based in eternal truth, universal law. So I am stepping in as a representative essentially of the Most High. Now, where I come from and where my energy is based, it is unbeatable. Even if you kill me, you cannot beat it because there is always a consequence.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean,
Go
what's
ahead.
wonderful, what's wonderful, a couple of things. What's wonderful is you come from a place of knowing, of gnosis, right? Of this idea that we are infinite consciousness. You have faith in that idea of really what this reality is based on universal law and just common sense. And that's so empowering because we see it in the way in your videos, how, and Bear mentions paperwork. Like, you don't require paperwork. You just go with your mouth and with, with your knowledge, right? Into these places. Like I was watching you go into the courthouse there in your local jurisdiction, and you have these security guards, right, that are forcing people to go through a metal detector and wear a mask, and you just very calmly explain to them what they're doing wrong and the legal versus lawful. And you know, as Bear says, I think this is beyond the paperwork now. It's doing what you're doing out on the street and getting that energy of gnosis, the energy of knowing that, hey, we are not these materialistic meat suit that is here just by happenstance, by random accident, and that we have to listen to these quote unquote people of authority. No, we are our own authority, and we can do this with our own breath, with our own mouth, with our own words, right? The word is the truth. And that is what I feel is so inspiring that you do, Paul. And so my question is, like, how the heck did you come to know this? Like, I came to know this through Bear. Bear came to know this through his interactions with other folks, you know, in the sovereignty movement. I know he's talked about it in the past and when he was in Hawaii and other places. How the heck did you come to know this? Because it's just starting to come out. But I mean, 10 years ago, I didn't know almost anybody talking about this stuff with the actual, what really common law is and natural law. How the heck did you come to this wisdom and knowledge?
Yeah, I mean, it's just sort of, like I was saying before, a basic level of common sense that's always sort of been there, that I am not anybody else's property, even my own parents. From day one, everything was why. You know, why am I going to do what you told me to do? Give me the reasoning. And, you know, that's always a thorn in the side. However, that's a sort of peek into the mind, for whatever reason, of somebody who thinks critically, right? I'm not going to accept the idea of do as you're told for your safety. So like I said before, this starts sort of early in the household. Do what you're told to do. We're not going to give you a logic behind it. Just know it's for your safety. But as time goes on, right, there's been influences in my life. Carl Lentz, I always mention him and bring him up and give him credit. Mark Passio is another example of an individual who expounds upon natural law, as he puts it, which my understanding is the common lore, LORE, is the unwritten body of laws that is sort of put into the conscience of humanity.
Paul
So again,
surpassed all these guys already, Pineal. You know that, right?
The word is made real or made flesh. So
Paul surpassed all these guys already.
How so? In his, how so?
You got that thing muted, sir?
Yeah, my bad. Sorry about that. What up, Mimi? What up, Tribe?
Hey, what's up?
Hello, Mimi.
Have you guys seen this interview before?
Yeah. I was gonna say, you had to stop it here because I know how it is watching old reels of yourself, and I can only imagine this is kind of like Paul's going to be cringing about this part here because of the people he's praising are people that he's well surpassed. Just in his logic and reasoning behind the topics that they discuss, you know, especially Passio, but even Lenz, you know, I prefer the approach that Paul takes to this stuff than those guys, you know, I guess for the simple reason is that, you know, he expounds on these truths, right? They're universal truths. They're things that people all know about, but he does a good mix on them, man. The Paul mix is good. You know, I'm older. Like you said, you get bored with watching my presentations, and I get it because younger generations really don't have the kind of attention span I grew up on, because when I grew up, we had a lot of time we had to occupy ourselves with, and we didn't have all the stimulated devices in front of us to fill that time. So, you know, our neurology, if you're a bit older, is physically different and affords for a different attention span, different way of ingesting information. My patience gets really short when I work with people that don't have that kind of ability to take in deep ideas and then run with them without having to be re-explained and checked up on and hovered over. So I kind of see where the process that Paul uses to disseminate this information, and to then, even so, when I'm existing in that world, regardless of how I was brought up, I still have to transact and interact with people younger than me that have this, whatever you want to call it, a different filter in their attention. And it helps to understand the way that they get their information so that I can help bridge that gap between, you know, this ignorance of the truth that is really preventing us from making progress as people. So I'll tell you this much, man. I take the best thing about this is that if you take what some of these other creators out there have to say, and you go and you replay their rap in a boardroom or in front of professionals or in front of a work crew or in a shop, you're going to get laughed at. You come in there talking like Sovereign Slave, you come in there talking like Ian, you come in there talking like any of those guys, as entertaining as they may be. If you pulled any of their raps in those venues, you're going to get laughed at, punched, or discarded. I go into places with running Paul's rap, right? The way he does it, same information I would say, but just in that style, even rewording words, you know, accountability, you know. And man, it just resonates. I take this shit to the boardroom. I could take it to the highest level people. I could take it to the yacht club. I could take it to the hood. You know what I'm saying? And the rap works across it all. So props to Paul for that. It's not like he created any of this information. He's just got a good style of disseminating it that actually, it permeates class, it permeates age. And I think that's something that a lot of people are missing out on. That's why you see people like Jeff over here on here, and people like me, and people like Pineal, and people like Mimi, which in any other course of life, even with the digital realm, there'd probably be very little reason for us to be here, interacting, transacting, co-creating. So in a way, he helps bridge that type of connections. And with that, we expound on that further connections. So then the people that do want to further their interest in jurisprudence and law and spiritual application of that, so they're not succumbing to the public Roman civil code of statutes, then that's something I go into far detail on my channel, and I learn myself as I'm doing it. Same thing with trust. People who want to execute trust, they want to know how to do trust. They want to understand this stuff deeply enough to do it on their own, or to know how to get some. No, they need to learn to do this on their own. And once they do, the more people that do is only going to make this information work more in the favor of the people, because right now it's been a trend going the other way, where the people are just giving away the power they should be using. I mean, when I talk about these express trusts, this is like the best kept secret in plain sight. I don't know what you would call it, but there's no reason that people should be taught this. Why are we just learning about it on a freaking YouTube stream? I can get maybe a dozen people tops to watch while I'm doing it. Of course, many people. I yield.
No, hey, Travis, I'm gonna go back and watch all of them together, but I will say I think a way of presenting it, like you know how school can be boring and stuff, and when things are just read off of a script, and it's kind of like hard to. There's a lot of great information there, but I'm trying to think of a way to where we could disseminate it and present it in a fashion to where it's kind of like a more fun thing, and also where it's in layman's terms, so where you could break down each part of it and present it maybe where there's some open questions to where what exactly it means, because Wizard spits a lot of shit, so do you, but a lot of times people just kind of get lost in there's so much, it's like over a lot of people's heads, unless it's explained a certain way. And maybe if it's presented in a fashion where maybe there's a different kind of narrator, like I was going to do it as a joke and say it a different way, but not to take away from the message and how important it actually is, because this is stuff I want to learn and understand as well. So how can we make it more, fun to learn and more receptive to the people that want to take it in? Do you understand? I mean, does that make sense to you?
Yeah, that's where the difficulty lies, for sure. That's where the difficulty lies.
I wasn't there when that was happening, but I'll watch it, and then sometimes it's just like, sometimes it's just a pause. Like I didn't watch any of it. I'm just throwing it like that. But sometimes just a pause, like after like a huge chunk of information, maybe just so that it sinks in a little bit, and then. So I mean, I understand.
It's kind of like. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Well, I want to answer really quickly. I mean, you're looking at part 7, and I did that in parts 1 through 6. So I was kind of rehashing stuff there, and we're moving on through the sample forms. So if you were unfamiliar, I can't go over every term, every single one of those, because there'd be 7 times I would have gone over the exact same terms. I did go over some of the things in the beginning in the preface while people piled in. When I do American jurisprudence and such, it takes me forever to get through a page, because every word I don't know, or any word that someone pops in the chat, I stop. We go over to Black's Law, we look it up. I'll look it up in a regular dictionary too, maybe, or I have Bouvier's. I have all the books at access there. So the reason for the live stream is so that people do stop me while I'm doing it, and they frequently do. this one tonight was, again, I was going over sample forms, and that was part 7, where we went over all the terms and such. And I kind of said, if you don't know what this is, go back, watch part 6. That was on part 5, etc. Because the
Gotcha.
Express Trust, there is no easy, fun way to learn them. And guess why? Nobody knows. That's exactly
That's
why.
why.
So guess what?
That's
Eat your
exactly why,
fucking
yeah.
meat and potatoes, shove it down, and eat your shit sandwich. And when it's done, then you'll have the benefit. But everybody that gets the benefit ate the shit sandwich, and you have to too. And if you don't want to, then I just say tough shit. Register your corporation with the state and let them control your assets for your relative rights instead of asserting your absolute rights that are given to you by God, protected by your country. Yet you just are too lazy to read and learn about them. Well, that's not my problem. So there's
I
other
understand.
channels for fun and games, but if you do want to learn, you do want to get the benefit of this, and you're willing to eat the shit sandwich, that's what I offer. And I offer to do it in a very slow, methodical way that goes over it. I say I leave no word behind because I do have that access there. So I'm sorry you get the wrong impression from this last episode, but if you see it in any of the others, for sure point it out.
Well, no, I'm
criticize
not gonna pass like a the judgment or discernment on just from what I mean. It was reading text, like, so it's like in class where someone calls on you, the teacher's like, can you read this? And it's like a student reading something off of a page and they don't understand anything about it. So
Yeah,
it's like
I didn't.
those
are sample
you know what
forms.
I mean? Like,
Yeah,
yeah,
those are
yeah. I
sample
mean, so I
forms I
mean,
was going over.
they're not meant to be fun, and I understand that, and I think that's why a lot of people just don't want to do the work. And so I'm just brainstorming. I'm not saying you're doing it right or wrong, because I love the fact that you're just putting the information out there and actually going through it, because I wouldn't even know where to start to look. So I am going to go back and watch all your videos, Tribe. I appreciate that. So I'm not critiquing you. I'm trying to in my brain, because I'm a creative mind and stuff, and I there's this social dynamic and certain things that get hooks in people and get you interested in something. And so many people have such a small attention span nowadays, and it's ADHD, unless it's like drama or something crazy. They'll kind of they'll tap in for a second and then they'll just like zone out, because it's not. So like I said, I'm not judging your presentation. I'm with you on this because I think it's important to learn. I'm just trying to figure out how to get people to get more interested in it, besides, actually sitting there. No matter what, people are just going to have to do the work and read it and understand it. So if you want to learn it, it's right there. But I'm just throwing out something to where maybe we could brainstorm.
Here's the thing, Jeff. Here's the thing is that people need to get inspired, and that's where channels like Paul's and other ones do for people. That's what they're supposed to do. They get them inspired. So they say, you know what? Like Wes Watson say, I go to the gym every day. I've done all this for freaking, I've done 6,000 hours of, when you have that kind of attitude, then you approach things like this. It's like, yeah, I got to walk that mile. Yeah, I got to read this book. I mean, It's not going to be unpleasant. You can sit there and, you got to get the right strain, and you can sit there and read for hours, and digest it all. The wrong strain, it ain't going to work. Now fall asleep. So there's all these little things you can do to help make it pleasurable to do, but it's going to get done. It's work, and it's a work that benefits you, because when you look at the grand scheme of things and how much time we spend doing other activities, are they really benefiting us? You might get a little bit of more pleasure doing that than this, but when you're done doing this, and I know the people have been along for this, when I hit certain things, they talk about how powerful that is, and that's incredible. And it gets people excited now to do something with the information instead of just keep talking about it or try to get people excited. That's what other people do better. And what I'm doing is doing the hard stuff of going through and learning it. So I have, I think, 6 or 7 episodes on American jurisprudence trust law, right? And that's out of just one volume of American jurisprudence. And that's probably, each one of those is an hour and a half to over 2 hours long. So I'm covering very few pages because I go so slow getting every word, every little part done. And I get over to Black's Law, that's maybe a 5 or 7 minute digression from what we're doing there, because you don't just learn the word, you learn the etymology, you learn the history of it, you learn the case law with it, where it came from way back when, you know what I mean? So it's not a simple definition from a dictionary. So I say I leave no word behind, because that's the real way you're supposed to learn this stuff, the way you're supposed to do it. And if people cheat in college, that's why the esquires you see out there. If you do it this way, you're going to be better than them because you're going to get the practice of doing things. You're going to get over the butterflies because you're going to be so good at doing it. And the more you do it, the better you get at your research, the better you get at your writing, the more you do it, right? And then you start to use logic and reason better. I'll tell you what, the esquires, they don't use logic and reason. So you already got them on that one. And when you build your whole, whatever you're doing, your case, your trust, anything you're working with, when you get into that realm, using logic and reason always wins. So if you can just express logic and reason better than everybody else, and you're in the truth and your rights, then what is there to lose? How could you lose? Right?
Yeah.
No, for sure. Like talking about stuff that sometimes is boring, but you have to go through. Like at least at the end, you really benefit from it. Like in your own life. Like I had to fucking read investment funds in Canada just to continue doing the role that I was doing, which I was already like on duty with my stuff. That was like the most boring fucking shit on earth. It was like thick like that, and I had to go through it and just to do a test because it was going to be mandatory for like my role, and I was just like, it's so, and in the end, like it's not really benefiting me. Like I'm not even really learning anything new. It's just that they're gonna ask me question, I have to answer this. So at least like sometimes it could be like like a lot to sink in, but in the end, like you're really the one who benefits in your life after that. So like
Yeah. I think like for me, just in general, like paperwork, it's like one of my there's only one thing I'm scared of in the world, and that's like I'm like claustrophobic. I can climb to the tallest tree, do anything else, but I'm like, I don't like being like in small spaces, or like my mom has asthma, and she didn't want to take elevators, so it probably stems from that or something. And we got stuck on a roller coaster one time for like hours in the heat, and it just freaks me out. So like I don't like being held down, but I also secondly don't like any kind of
roller coaster in the heat.
Yeah, that's not even claustrophobic.
That's damaging, man. How much did you get for that one?
Well, no, it was dude. Like I was in Houston, and we were on this like thing where the bars come over us, so it was over our chest. And my mom has bad asthma, and it's like really humid, super hot, middle of summer. They didn't tell us what was going on, and we just sat there, and it was like no water, no nothing, and we sat there for like an hour and a half, stuck on this thing, and it was just I was getting so much anxiety because you couldn't even get out if you wanted to, and my mom's sitting there freaking out. But anyway, so that's probably part of my claustrophobia. Plus, my dad was a wrestler, so he used to fuck around with me when we were kids and like pin us down and shit, and fucking put us in all these weird fucking holds like the grapevine and shit, and like watch us squirm. So probably many reasons why I was claustrophobic, but those are a few. And the other ones is just this monotonous paperwork shit. Like I hate filling out forms and doing like all the tax stuff. All of it is just because why it's more frustrating is just because it's a bunch of lies and nonsense that they all just some people made up to have us all entrapped anyways. And so now we got to go through all this stuff that's difficult because they made it difficult for us not to understand as people, and they don't teach us it in school. And it's just annoying as fuck that they set us up like this. It's a huge fucking setup, and it just pisses me off.
It's just like they don't teach mathematics well either. So you have this numerical naivety around. It's just a means of control because, look, the less people know, the less they can exert their own power. But then again, if you have an uncultured peoples, then power left unchecked, you can't have people just doing crazy things with the tremendous resources that technology now affords us. So how do you regulate that? And that's through government. So government's really only there, I say, for stupid people and for, as like Paul likes to call them, the defalcators, the people making money embezzling off the system. So it's there really because the good people, you don't need the government. The government's there for the stupid people to do stupid things. And then the people that manage all that want to be in charge of the asylum are the defalcators. So they can exploit and they can, extort from the system to their own whims, right? Just because there's so many stupid people that won't be able to defend themselves against it in the first place. So they get them both ways, right? And the smart people like us, if we don't know enough, like I think we're seeing in the earlier part of the stream here, to exert our own rights, then we're not really deserving of them, is how the government or the regulation apparatus system would apply to us, right? So it behooves us to know our rights, to exercise our rights, that they're our rights first, and then the system will recognize them. If we go to the system asking them what rights we have, it's going to say none. So that's another paradigm shift that people should do in their minds if they want to see the change come, because complaining about it won't make change any more than thinking and thinking and thinking is going to change anything without changing how you think about it. Repetition isn't going to change anything, and you know how it goes.
And going through all this too, from all the research, the last like thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of research of all this stuff, and like learning etymology, and it's like it takes you to one channel, to one place, and there's just like all these synchronicities. Like we said, like we've all came here for some reason, and we're all like get to know each other through this web. And I've never done it like this before either, but it's like a little family and stuff, and it's inspiring. And there's some drama that's like in any family and stuff, but like learning the etymology of words and stuff like governmente, I mean, that means mind control. I mean, the word tells you that, and most people don't even know. In Latin, mente is mind, and govern is control. So you control your mind.
Actually means to regulate, but it's to regulate the mind, and that's a good thing, because you can't leave the mind unregulated, or else it goes crazy and does bad things. So that's why I say it's there to regulate the stupid people. It's not there for wise people. Wise people should know how to get around the government. That's why, if you can construct your own look, it goes like this: if you can think correctly, you can express yourself correctly. That means you can write correctly. I mean, they have to go hand in hand. You're not going to do good writing if you can't think correctly or express yourself correctly. So you have to first be thinking correctly and be able to express yourself correctly. Then you can start writing correctly, right? So the writing actually comes easier now, because we have so many tools to write for us if we know what to think first and what we want to do. So the writing is actually the easiest part. And nowadays, you don't have to be claustrophobic to write. You could do it outdoors too. I do a lot of my work outdoors. No, I'm not joking.
No, I agree with you. I agree with you. I'm not crazy with it. I just wouldn't want to be buried alive or anything. I had to do some underground cave and some Mexico, like bachelor's party thing, and like we went under these underground caves, which was beautiful, but they didn't really tell us what we were getting into before, and we had to swim. It was like an hour, and we had to go through these tiny little caverns. I'm kind of a bigger guy. Like I have big shoulders, and I'm like 220. It's not like I'm not like a little dude. And I was like, wait, we got to go through that little thing. And I'm like, wait, can we go back that way? Like, and I was in there, I was just trying to have to breathe. Like, okay, all right, I'm facing a fear of mine, because this is like really an enclosed place, and I wanted to get out, but you know, you
like
get
in
through
that
it.
fucking movie, what's the name of that movie that they had to breathe like in a little bubble every time that
Oh
they
my-
had to get out of there, man. Like, it's
Oh my gosh. They were like, oh, if the tide was up, you would have to swim underneath that to get to the next place. I'm like, what?
That's
Wait, what?
insane.
Is there a storm coming? Like, what the fuck? Like, can we get
No,
out
no,
of here?
that could
It's
be
like, you just
even
got like
for-
a guy that barely speaks any English, and he's like, oh, it's okay. And I'm like, what's powering these lights down here? Like, what if those lights go out? We were like, it was
yeah,
kinda,
lights
it
go
was
out,
wild.
it's fucking dark as
Oh,
yeah.
it was wild. But
Yeah,
I mean,
even for
we all
someone
got to
not
face our fears and do what's tough, Like, that's the thing, is like a lot of people just don't want to do the work. So that's what I agree with you, Tribe. It's like, it may be arduous and like tedious and banal and not fun and yada yada yada, but it is true. It is very empowering once you get through it. So I'm gonna look forward to going back and watching all your stuff and taking some notes on that, because I'm gonna dig that. I know I am. So
Cool, thanks,
Yeah.
man. I mean, I just try. What inspired me to do it was actually from Paul's channel too. He had made a challenge to some people, and I mean, I guess it didn't ripen quite the right way in some people. Go out, make your own channel, do your own creation, and you see some of the craziness that was created from it. But out of that, I decided to do mine on American jurisprudence, because when that the lagoon creature came up there on it was like one of the first times on his panel, and I was there, and she wanted to talk about standing, and I was like, yeah, cool, let's do something about standing, and then I asked her about American jurisprudence. I said, are you familiar with American jurisprudence? And she said, no, I haven't read that book yet.
Yeah, Paul.
I mean, it was like I just like dropped. I dropped my jaw, and I was like, it's like going to a librarian and asking it for the encyclopedia and say, I've never read that book. Yeah, it was strange for someone that said she was in law school to not even know that. It's,
Yeah,
the whole
especially someone in the
come
field.
out periodically and fill bookshelves. I mean, I got literally like 3 bookshelves of American jurisprudence in my house. So just to hear her say that was like, come on. And then Moose had said, so you read American jurisprudence, don't you, Tribe? And I was like, yeah. And I haven't been reading as much as I should have, and I knew I shouldn't have, so I felt guilty about it. So I kind of merged that with the challenge from Paul, started channel, and then I dived into American jurisprudence with the channel. And I set up my whole streaming thing around that, learned how to stream and all that stuff directly, without this third-party software. And that's what I do with it. So as dry as can be, but it gets to the point I can at least do the kind of research I do in my style of going to the go to a playlists, and then you can see them. I have them organized. You get the American jurisprudence playlist, and then miscellaneous, and then some with Smedley Butler. No one was really catching into that story, so I kind of left it on hold. But the American jurisprudence, each of these are like over an hour, maybe 2 hours long. So I go in far detail to every little word on there, and there's a lot of different topics.
This is just all about just law in general, legal terms.
Awful. No. This is common law basis and how it's applying today, because it's not just it's about the common law foundations. Yet we know that there's statutory law now today too, and UCC and USC and all these other things that affect legal process. So this is giving you the deep foundational of the spiritual lawful foundation of the common law principles in America, which isn't principles in Britain or Canada, and how the statutory and the codes and everything else affect it when it's brought into legal process, separation of the legal process required, the whole, everything you need to know to be a lawyer or an esquire or I should say a law practitioner, you'll be able to find through these volumes, and I'm just tapping the surface with this stuff. But look at how many I did on trusts and how long.
There's a lot of content there for sure.
So this is just foundational stuff. If you want to say what's, I'm not talking about, this is where you'll find the foundations of this stuff. The postal stuff from El Perro, I found stuff in there that he talks about that will confirm it if you ever needed to bring it. Because within American jurisprudence, you also have precautions, practice tips, all kinds of ways to come up with a case strategy. It'll say like, pick this way over this way, just in case they challenge this. You always want to find the best path in a legal strategy, right? And this is what
have you ever have you heard of Russell J. Gould and the other guy? There was his partner died or whatever too, but supposedly they captured the flag, and he calls himself the Postmaster General. Basically, he has Miller? David Wayne Miller was his partner, but he died. But they wrote the quantum code or quantum grammar, and he basically there's a documentary on it, and he basically claims that every presidency has been falsified since 1998 or something. It's all just a show. Bunch of garbage.
Yeah, the problem with this stuff is, even if it is true, that how much will it help you? You walk into court spewing this shit, they'd be like, great, show us the facts. And you don't have the facts.
Yeah.
You have, look at this video. It ain't gonna happen. I stick with the stuff that at least has been tried and tested, because if I haven't taken it into the courts myself, I'm, I need to have a little bit of assurance what I'm about to get into, because I don't like to go in those places, man. Sometimes you have to these days, though, and the more they drag you in, you want to keep out of their administrative processes. And knowing this is your constitutional right to stay out of it in a lot of situations. So knowing these
What I'm
foundations,
getting at though is it kind of backs up what Wizard talks about the post office being like the ultimate law of the land.
listen, the post office is a quasi at this stage right now, because it's not a part of the cabinet. It's not one of the three branches of government. It's not a corporation. It's not an association. I don't know what it is. It's like a international.
It's international. It's international.
But they don't claim to be. But it's like in some kind of a trust or something, because it's impenetrable to know who's really controlling it. It's definitely got international elements, and it's tied into the judicial system. So there's a juridical element to it too, but it's all clouded. And so we can speculate all day about it, and we could be correct. But the problem is, you'll never bring those allegations to fact to be able to put them to your use in a court of law. So what's the point? It's there, but the fact is this: is that know how it's being used. Know that when you use your zip code and your address in any correspondence with the court, you just made a presentment now outstanding for them for personal jurisdiction. It's a big mistake sometimes to do things like that. So if you don't know why and what it's there for, then how would you know not to make that misstep? I was smart enough to have not made that misstep before, and shit, I brought that recording in with Paul, and he's like, look, they're squirming to try to get jurisdiction from you. And I didn't even realize that at first, but yeah, they were, because I hadn't given jurisdiction any other way, and I didn't give my postal address either, because if I had, that would have been it too.
So like if you claim a residency, then you give them some kind of jurisdiction over some kind of territory. So what if is this good not to have a residence at all, or what?
No, it takes more than that. Personal jurisdiction is not. That's territorial jurisdiction. That means the situs or whatever is there. But the site of the crime or the site of the business or whatever is being brought up in the court there. Personal jurisdiction. They have a whole one of them jurisdiction in here too. So personal jurisdiction. I couldn't even answer that, but the whole thing is that they get three legs of personal: the subject matter and the territorial. 3 legs, right? They get to stand on, have all 3 of those, have you standing, right? You just have to knock them down. If they don't have standing,
you hit that bong, Tribe? Yeah.
Friday night, man. What are you talking about?
Heck yeah.
I'm on mute, man. What's going on?
Yeah, what's up?
No, that was Tribe. If you heard a bong, that was Tribe.
No, I said it was Trab. I called out Trab.
That wasn't me. That was Pineal. I cannot confirm nor deny that was a bong.
Yeah, I didn't hear anything.
Me then, because I wasn't looking and I had my fucking mic on. So my mic off. So yeah, I wish I was in the bong.
Yeah, Sean, what are you doing back there? We're getting involved in the conversation. This is your broadcast, bro. What's up, bro?
I'm just listening. I'm soaking it all in, man. It's a lot of it's really over my head, and that's why I was resonating with what Jeff was saying before too. It's like, they put us in this. We get in this position where we literally have to get ourselves out of the slavery we didn't really even sign up for in the first place, and it's like. It's so fucked, man. It's so fucked.
Well, the thing also too is like what I'm finding too in the community, if you want to call it that or whatever, when we're all just here kind of trying to find truth. Even they can be echo chambers, but it can also just be like even within your own movement of people that you resonate with. You still have people on a high horse that still don't even want to really help so much, when there's people with like legitimate questions, and sometimes you're looked at or frowned upon or like almost looking stupid for not doing enough or being enough in your own life. And a lot of people, and I think it's because it's the people that have done the most work and the most research, and they're kind of like, hey, I'm not just going to give this information out for free, or just do it all for you. You need to do it for yourself. And I agree with that as well. But I do think some people would be like maybe a little bit more help without the condensation, or like, it seems like there's a little bit of like belittling and stuff because you don't know enough and you haven't done enough or been enough or whatever. And a lot of us are just kind of like, some of us are new to this. Some people have been in the truth movement or doing whatever and trying to figure out shit, and they're just seeing the light of day in like the last 2 years, and they're fucking shell shocked and they don't really know how to do it, but they want to know more. And then there's some people that are like, oh man, I've been in truther since 9/11 and or even before that, and it's like, I've done all this, and they almost look down on you a little bit for not being a truther for as long as them, and they need to just do their own shit and figure it out. So it's kind of like a double-edged sword for me sometimes, because I get a little frustrated, but I want to be involved and know more. But thoughts, people?
I mean,
Yeah.
that's
Go ahead.
should be over your head, Pineal, or you, Jeff. I mean, just because there's so many, you see all these videos here and all this, understand that if you got to learn it, you got to learn it. It's just a matter of time. I go through this stuff super slow. So, I mean, a 12-year-old could understand it when you get to the American jurisprudence stuff, because most of this stuff, I mean, some of it I've read before, but most of it I try to pick stuff I haven't read yet. So I do my readings of it as the same way I learn things, along with the whoever's there in the chat to participate. I look up words I don't know in Black's Law because I'm not afraid to say, hey, you know what? I just don't know this word. Let's look it up. No one's going to say, oh, if they pipe up in the chat and they give me the definition before I get to it, which sometimes happens too, that's fine. Then I'll get more into the etymology of it. And I just dig deep, because if I don't know that word, by the time I'm done addressing it, it's going to be 5 minutes later or something. That word's going to be known inside out, if you know what I mean. And everyone that's on the panel will know that word now inside out. So if they leave with anything else substantial in their life, is that they're going to know a word or two better than anyone else around them, because they'll give a whole freaking 5-minute dissertation on that word should someone challenge them if they don't know what it means, because they sat there and they went through it with me. So that's
I guess what I'm getting at more is like a withholding of information, like as in if people are actually genuinely curious. Like I'll give you an analogy. For example, for me in the weed business, when I learn something new, I freely give the information. Like if someone asks me a question, there's a lot of people that are just greedy. So I like live to serve other people. So for me, I'm always my whole life, I've tried to like give an act of service and help people when I can, if they're willing. And I don't like hold on to information or anything, just thinking like, oh, well, if I don't tell them my secret recipe, then they're going to outdo me, because I want everyone to do well in the world, everybody. So I don't hate on people that do well, and I don't keep people in the dark with information that I have if they're asking me, because I don't see it as a competition in life. Like I've got a guru that's teaching me this year, and I had another buddy that I got in a huge argument with, and he was like, hey man, you can't just be giving out trade secrets like that, I'm like, why? They're like, well, because like, you haven't tried it enough, and you can't be just like, giving out all this information because people could grow, do this and this. I'm like, well, good for them. If they can grow it better than me after me giving them information, then great on them. And I don't think people, I'm hoping people want to help people more and give knowledge and service, and then people that do better with it, good on them. I don't like to hate on people that are doing well. And I definitely don't want to keep people in the dark and hide information from people so I could be better than them. That's just my opinion.
Yeah, I don't like to keep okay, so you kind of hit on a pet peeve of mine, is people like to hide shit, because I'm the kind of guy that, when I go to learn something, as you can see here, I dive deep and I go all the way in. I like to take it to the highest level I can for my purpose, right? And beyond that, I go to the next thing. You know what I mean? And because of that, I'm not attached to American jurisprudence. I'm not attached to anything you see me doing, right? because I do so many things. I've done so many things in my life. It's like I don't have a problem going to something else and applying the same approaches for success in that. So if you ask me how I did something, I'm happy to tell you this. Here's the only problem: you're not gonna like the answer. It is I spent time and effort, and I made sacrifices to do it. That's the secret. Guess what? I'll show you the shortcuts, not shortcuts, but I'll show you the most efficient way to learn if you're willing to listen to me. And I'm always happy to do that, but you're gonna have to ask because, as you know, I could talk ad nauseum, and here's where I get it out of me. It's this channel right here. So if you want to just hear me rant on about something in full detail and leave nothing behind for you to think about, to wonder, then there it is. Then you can ask me questions about this stuff and know that I know what I'm talking about. You see, there's a 2-hour video about this or something there. I don't want to listen to the video. Here he's on panel. Let me ask him that question. And it'll save me the trouble of watching that whole video just to get one question answered. I'd be happy to do that too.
Yeah, and I'm not even looking. I'm not looking for shortcuts personally because I've had to do the hard work myself my entire life as well. So I appreciate that. And that wasn't like even a dig at you or anything. That was a generality of
right. But I'm saying that there's people opposite people, or the people that think that what they learn from somebody else is like some kind of possession, and they're going to be very restrictive about it. Whereas people like us are generative. We want to take that idea and pass it to others and keep it ourselves. And now it's just multiplied. Whereas the restrictive people think of it like a baseball card, like I can only trade it to you for something else, and then I've lost it. But in reality, they're keeping it too. So they're really being deceitful. The people that want to hide. You can't. There is no even trade. You get to keep it too. So someone gave it to you, and you're not willing to give it to somebody else. The people with that attitude, it comes back to bite them hard because in the meantime, I get to have my little whatever I learned my whole life, and this is me, and I'm so attached to this, no one will ever take it from me. In the meantime, the rest of us could just surpass them in success in anything we do. That thing and everything else we find purpose in and a meaning to do in our time. And to be fluid like that is the best thing, is to be competent. And like when you're in a position right now where you can do the best, you can sit there. I'll sit there, and I've worked corporation for 12 years because I was doing something that I was advancing. If you're sitting there and you're doing something like that, it's like you're going to give away your secrets because that proves that you're moving forward, that you're not so attached to your past, that you're willing to keep learning and progressing, become more and more valuable to the farm, to the plants, to your industry, to your enterprise as time goes on.
It's just
right?
it's like in everything in life. If you figured out something to be more productive and efficient and just to give a better product to the world, I don't see why you wouldn't want to spread that knowledge anyways, because it's just going to help everybody. So like when everyone's doing well, everyone's kind of happy. So like when, in this industry, it was really rough for the last couple of years, but we kind of pushed through it. And I get really excited when I'm, learning new shit from this guru guy. And I'm like, I've already planted like 2,000 seeds this year. And, my garden's already kind of going, like not just cannabis, but, I'm actually doing veggies. I'm going to get some ducks from my neighbor this year. Like, I'm stoked on life right now. Like life is looking more and more beautiful. Yeah, and I can't get enough subscribers to do. I want to go live video too. I see these patterns like to where people want to go to one place or the other, and it seems like if you do it right and you know what you're doing, like if you kind of stay with the live action, people are going to go to it no matter what. So I think it's a good thing that in our little mini community that we I like bouncing to one place to another. So now I'm glad that I got your channel so I can see your stuff and go through all of it, because it's going to be good education for me as well. So
Mimi, we got to hear from you a little bit.
Yeah, sorry. Like I didn't mean to cut anybody off. Well, I mean, as far as a channel for me, like that's not happening right now. Like I'm really like I don't want to be like saying that but I'm really like I don't have a minute to myself right now. Like there's a lot of stuff that I need to get in line, plus with the little ones, like it's just and like I work from home, but I mean still like I'm still in that. Well, I mean, I can't complain because I have like the best boss ever, honestly, and like it's pretty. It like I for now like for sure I know like it's gonna come to one point that I'm gonna have to X out, uh, because like stuff's gonna have to move on. But like for now, I'm still there, so I can manage to do like. But like there's so many things, and then so much stuff also that I still need to learn because I mean, as much as I was seeking for some information, and then it's that thing too, right, where I come to a lot of knowledge and connection with people in the United States, but then like I'm in Quebec, Canada, right? So like some of the stuff does apply, but some don't. So I have to filter what I need for to see, and then like um like I'm also like kind of debating for the future, like it's like what's gonna be like the exact big move. And so like I have a few ideas, I have a few friends that are like here and there, and then like I have some options where people already started their thing. But like it's just it's a lot of stuff, and as more like as the days go by, like it's just like feels like the time flies by, like it's crazy. And it's not going to be the same impact necessarily everywhere. So like and then again you get to prepare for something, and then in the end, like you might need to move because some natural stuff, well, whether it's naturally happening uh or not. I mean, there's going to be some areas that are going to be more safer than in others, and so it's just and trying to stay also like grounded so that you don't completely lose it. It's I mean, it's quite the time to live in, right?
Yeah, we've lost like the regular markers of time, the seasons. It seems like even holidays are not just what they used to be. There's no more of the festivities that gave it the expectations. I don't know, just the framework of time seems to have been distorted in that way because time
Yeah.
was a man-made construct in the first place.
Yeah, for sure. And then when you get to find out that what you were celebrating is really not what's supposed to be celebrated, depending on then you're like, okay, like uh I can't do this anymore, right? Like I mean, it's just like, yeah. So and like I was never big, let's say, on the Christmas, and like I never presented like Santa to my kids or anything like that, because I thought, like the first thing you try to teach your little ones is not to lie, and then the first thing you're gonna go is to lie to them and telling them that that this exists and this gonna happen. And so like that for me, like I was no, like, and even when I was young, I think my parents did it a little bit, but I mean, like I was never like big on believing in that kind of stuff anyway. I just thought it was stupid, um so then like there's certain things before knowing, like I didn't come to realize what was happening when it hit. Like I kind of figured like some of the stuff like years before, but still, like not all of it at once, obviously. So but I'm just glad that there's some of the stuff that I didn't do like before, so that it's easier for like the way um that that me and my companion raised them. Like we didn't like they're not focusing on that kind of thing. And then like after that, if we're just doing something else, like it's going to be like we're so atrocious parents, and then we take away, and then like so like that kind of thing, like the things of the world, basically they're not attached to it. So that's good already, because it's a different dynamic if you don't have any kids, because like I would be a lot more like like I don't I don't care, like just let it be, and then like I'll move, like, but then it's not about me. Like as soon as I got my first one, like it was not about me anymore. So like so yeah, so
So, around how old is the youngest, if I may ask?
yeah, my daughter is 7 and my
Oh
son is
Lord.
11.
Oh Lord.
7-Eleven.
7-Eleven.
Yeah. No, I'm just saying I mean, my son's already of age now, but I'll tell you what, the end of the COVID thing hitting the high school thing, it was the most traumatic thing I think I've ever seen.
I didn't. I took my son out that year because I didn't want him to wear a mask and everything. And my
Good for
daughter was
you.
supposed
Good for you.
to. My daughter was supposed to start kindergarten, and I didn't send them because over here you can send them like
Oh
straight to
Lord.
first grade.
Yeah, that's different. Here it was optional to go to school. No, we had it was the at home kind of thing for like that whole part of the year. But we did a lot of camping. He did a lot of remote from the campsite. It was great. I was like, well, I mean, remote doesn't mean you have to be at home.
No, exactly. That's the
Yeah.
beauty of things, honestly. Like,
And they're all jealous. I think they got them back to school. That they're like, because the big cheese are watching that. And they're like, this ain't cutting it. We gotta get them back in the freaking place here. And being Florida, the governor intervened pretty quick, so it was only like a couple weeks of masks, and it was gone. So it
yeah,
wasn't bad.
that was a good place to be, honestly.
Yeah. So,
Yeah.
but that was bad though, because if they had kept that, then I would have had a reason to keep them away. But as soon as you let them in there, they're like, oh, and you're thinking just the last year, but boy, you let them in their grips now. So I can only imagine the young kids in their grips. Holy shit!
Like, there's
Well,
there's
dude,
still stuff.
I mean,
and my
homeschooling is
sister,
where it's
like,
at.
yeah, and my sister, my niece, I have 2 tiers of the family. Like my mom's a nurse and stuff, and she's a school nurse, and that side of the family went the Jabberdo route. Even after I'd sent her like all these videos of Billy Gates and all this stuff, and she hid it from me because she didn't want me kind of work. And my stepfather, he's very like a logical man, very stoic. And my mom has asthma, really bad, like very bad. She almost died a couple of times. Like one time I caught her in my arms when I was younger, and it's very traumatizing. So they took it very seriously to where, she was, face shield, mask / wearing gloves, and then he wouldn't let her go get groceries. He'd get groceries and they would spray him off. Like they were freaking insane about it. I'm like, and then my dad's side, they're all country, real super. And they're like, we're all taking ivermectin. And I mean, I was too. I mean, I have too. And I didn't do anything and I didn't get sick. I mean, I think my roommate out here, he's an older man. He was my friend's uncle or something. And I was staying with him to kind of train him, keep him healthy. He's overweight and stuff too. And he had like half of a lung missing anyways, but he got very sick and he got tested for it. I was supposed to go home for Christmas, and it was the first Christmas I've missed in my entire life at like 40 something years. And I was so pissed off because I wasn't allowed to go home to see my family that year. And I mean, I guess apparently he tested for it and he got really pretty sick for whatever it was, but I think it was just more like pneumonia, flu, whatever you want to call it. But I was right next to him, picked him up from the airport, and I had I guess I got sick, but I never tested because I don't believe in I didn't believe in the test anyways either, if you do a bunch of research on it. So I was like, so I literally I felt kind of out of it for 2 days.
Hey, wait. We got bad static. Hey, can I interrupt for a second here? I just noticed that Samantha Sweet here says looking for houses in Florida right now. And the funny thing is I saw some comment about her looking to go somewhere else. Like, was it California?
Oh no, she
like
asked,
that. And I was
she asked me where I was at.
Yeah, I was gonna put a comment. It's like you need to be in Florida, and I guess you read my mind. There it is. Yeah, Florida's a cool place. Mimi, that's the other thing I was gonna say is I can't believe Mimi doesn't already have ties to Florida. It's like I thought people in Quebec had like a de facto tie to South Florida every winter.
Well, we had my grandmother was had a house in St. Petersburg, but then like she passed away a few years ago, so so nobody was like took over. She was living there half of the year, obviously with her twin sister. So and but like they both started. Well,
They're friends.
they they both start like they both followed one another when they well I mean it's not like she didn't live long, like she was almost 97 when she passed away, so but yeah, no one from the family was they already had, like some of my aunts already had their house either like more like in the Wildwood area, that kind of thing, like Cape Cod and like all
Yeah.
so
Wildwood's up by what's it called? Gainesville and Ocala and all that, right?
yeah.
Yeah, you got to come over to the East Coast where where Pineal and me and Uncle Rick are, because that's where all the Canadians come. I thought. I mean, all the Canadians down here right now. Right now, I could go out and I could show you like maybe 1 out of 3 places are Quebec.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I know that there's a lot of us over there.
And they stay at the parks for free because they're not stupid. I mean, I was at one of the local parks here, and I see the camper there. I'm like, oh. I know I don't even need to look at the plates. I know they're from Quebec, and they're probably staying here overnight for free because they're slick and they know. I mean, they'll make a mess. They're clean. No one cares. They probably say hello to the park people, which are cool there. Yeah, it's I'm surprised you're not here already.
Yeah, well, that's like I said, my daughter-in-law does live in Florida though. She's a yacht stewardess, and so her and her fiance are actually always moving between Florida, Bahamas, and like they do like trips for people who just want to have like a more personalized vacation and just like stay with their own family and everything. So she's living a good life over there. But yeah, like it was not necessarily something that we were looking or not looking for, but then like with everything that's happening, we're just kind of we're evaluating stuff, but like yeah, I mean we never know, right?
Yeah. And speaking of like how impressionable, like I guess what I was going to get at, like I had a story time thing earlier I was going to say about, it's like how impressionable. You guys have kids. I don't have kids, but I have a niece. I want to have kids at some point, but when I was a kid, I just know how impressionable I was because I believed you can mold and make malleable the thoughts of a child so easily because they just trust the adults. And
yeah,
my grandfather, he had a bunch of acres out in East Texas, and like so they drink a bunch of beer, Pearl Light or something is what he drank, and Budweiser or something. And so he had like a little Jeep, and he had like bunch of acres, so he would drive us to the back of this property, and they had like made this tree. I guess it was their freaking hangout, and they put like every beer can ever on the tree. And so they had set it up to where they put a bunch of cold ones in there, and they pretended like they plucked them off the tree, and I'm like 6 years old, 6, 7, like, and they told me it was the beer tree. And I saw it with my own eyes, and that just shows you how your perception is, and you trust your grandpa.
Of course. Oh my
And so
goodness.
I told all my friends at school, and this girl I had a crush on, that my grandfather had a beer tree, and I got in a huge argument with her family,
Oh my.
saying that there was a beer tree. But that's how, I mean, talk about believing in Santa Claus and
Of
stuff like
course,
that.
yeah.
Like, kids are so impressionable, and you can.
Absolutely.
I mean, and I was, and I it seems like silly and naive, and maybe that
That's
I was a slow
hilarious.
learner or something. But my grandpa hung the moon to me, so everything he said, it rang true. And we talked about it way later in life, 20 years later. I'm like, do you remember how you told me there was a freaking beer tree and I believe like
That's
they were
fucking
laughing
hilarious,
about it.
though.
And I really thought there was a beer tree because they had set it up to where there was cans and they pretended to pluck them off the tree and slide a hand and stuff. And that's crazy to me because what they're doing to kids and what they're teaching them in school, like, my niece is terrified of masks and stuff, and she's didn't want to hug other kids and stuff. Dude, this is child abuse in my eyes, and so it really pisses me off.
Yeah.
And I don't even have kids.
Yeah, no, that's
So,
fucking.
quick question here. How many people we got watching this thing? Because I can't see from the StreamYard how many people are watching the channel.
Not many.
Neil, do you know?
Just a few. It looks like just a few right now.
Cool. Yeah, so I'm looking at it this way, is that even if you raise your kid perfect, right, and they got this great, thought process and good upbringing and morals and then you send them out to the world with all these, degenerates. Then what? Then they're going to be on the defense constantly because of all the people that are. It's not like I don't have patience for someone that's slow to learn. I have patience for people that are trying to obstruct the learning process.
Yeah.
And they masquerade as that. So I'm slow to learn too, believe it or not. That's why you see all that stuff in there. But I like to learn fully, and that's
It doesn't matter how long it takes as you get there. Once you understand, then you understand. You move on to something else. But like it's just in the end, like the goal is that you need to understand this. That it could take a week, someone else a month. It doesn't matter. Like every child or every adult or whatever your age is, and you learn something. We all have different process, and it's like it's. I don't see that it should be there should be any comparisons and stuff like that especially when the kids are like, because they take all their creativity, like and what they're removing the most is art and everything that just should be coming from the right side of the brain, right?
From the heart.
Yep.
Yeah. So
The heart from the heart.
Yep. From the pineal gland.
There you go. Yeah, the calcium. Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Make sure that's
that can come from the home too, though. It shouldn't be the school's responsibility for that. If anything, it should be for the things that most people can't teach, like the mathematics and maybe the trust law,
so
English,
basically
Greek tragedies, philosophy. Then they could teach that stuff. Now, as far as arts and things like that, then since their homework is go home and play music with your family or something.
Exactly. Just go observe the trees in the backyard and like tell me about it tomorrow, right? Like like that's what it's supposed to be. And like all these kids that they put on fucking drugs and because they can't sit still, well, guess what? It's fucking boring. They need to move. And like, are you like, because even there was like and it crushed my heart because like there's a friend of my son, like he's on something, like obviously I'm pretty sure what it is, and then like the parents look like they're good parents, but like the lack of discernment is just like sometimes so like, did you try one of the pills that you're giving your kid? Like probably you're gonna feel like you're on fucking speed. And then he came yesterday and so like lunch was ready and everything, and my son just came to me. He's like, no, like he's not hungry because of his medication. That crushed me so much, like for sure. Like this,
Probably
like
probably on vitamin A or something, Adderall or whatever. That's what they prescribe everyone now. It's like legal math basically. And if you're not ADD, that shit makes you like more ADD. I've done it a few times, like, and it's just like it. I can't. I did like a 3-day where I did it like little 30 milligrams, like 3 days in a row, because my cousin came to visit and he had it and stuff, and I was like, I don't know, man. I felt so desensitized and weird and irritable.
The teacher now that is telling that your kid should be on this. Fuck you, man.
It's just
in our day the teachers could hit us
Get
and
the
then
fuck out of my
we go
face.
drink and smoke weed out back. It wouldn't matter. I mean, we tortured the teachers; they could torture us, and it was all good. They couldn't really bust us because they were always being assholes too. Sometimes the good
Yeah.
teachers were cool. Now it's like the teachers are all devious. They go behind the scenes. They're going to chemically castrate these kids or fuck up their minds, with this stupid fucking poisons that we know they're poisons. They're not side effects. I'm going off. Sorry. It's
No, no, I totally
No,
understood. Like, it's just like that gets me
it's
triggered.
it does. It gets me. And like I said, I want children, but I haven't had any yet. I would have thought I would have had them by now, but
Yeah,
we'll
like
see.
I
God
totally
works in
feel like
mysterious ways.
up to a certain point, like people have to keep having kids because we're already in a place where like there's not enough that are and then like when they want to control whatever, the less we are, the easiest it is for them, right? So, but then at the same time, I can't blame someone that don't want to put like a child in this world. But then like it's so okay. I mean, I can't judge either way, but it's just like, yeah, you have to teach what you were not
Yeah.
necessarily taught. At least not for me, because I mean, farming, this and that. This is like, I mean, like, it was a good time when I was born. Like, I was born in 1982, and then like we're playing outside all the time, and then just living it, right? Like, it
Oh,
was a good time.
me, I'm old. I was born in 1980.
Yeah, that was a good time, right? Like it was a
Dude,
good
80s,
time.
90s kids. I mean, and I grew up in the country, and I look back at it now, and I'm like, I was asking my parents, I was like, I don't remember ever being sick. And it's like, all I did was go outside. We lived in the country on a dirt road, and I collected bugs, and I built forts, and me and my sister were best friends, and we just played all day, every day. I was in the sunlight, dirty, and there was no screen. There was none of that stuff. And I think, like, I was like asking my dad the other day, I was like, were we ever like, because my niece is sick a lot. And I was, you look at the memes or whatever of how many things that you get when you're required at a certain age and certain years. And it just keeps getting more and more. And even my mom was saying, as a nurse, she was like, yeah, Lily's, she's been sick. Like, she's sick a lot. Like every couple months, she's always sick, and she's sick. And I'm like, man, we need to get her out in the dirt. Like, we need to get in nature, like seeing the birds and the bugs, and let them be curious again. Like, I think that's what saved me being a kid, was just running around on my bike,
Yeah,
drinking out of the freaking hose.
and you know what happens too? Like since the year 2000, what they put in the adjuvant of these any jabby jabby, like
You don't do any of
anything,
those anyways, do you?
it's way worse than when and honestly, for like, I didn't know all of this when it was my kids, but like the second they had, like, they didn't get any, like, basically because they had a reaction, like,
Yeah.
so then, like, and after that, I'm like, okay, no, this is just like that. And I didn't know why. It was just like a feeling. And then I just didn't do it.
Okay. Here's my big pet peeve now with everybody. This is where I just don't get it. And with my companion, she wasn't privy to this thing, but I always had this deep rooted thing that I'm not going to let something that's totally unproven be done to our child.
Yeah.
And she agreed. We went through the Department of Health. We got the it's called a religious exemption in Florida.
Mm-hmm.
So he never had to have any of that stuff ever, and never will.
Our immune system's so badass. People don't. We've been around for millennia. Like, who knows how long we've really been here? I mean, we don't really know, but like,
yeah, I know.
Our bodies are resilient. People, they sleep on our they sleep on our immune system like we're just some kind of, like, we're literally.
Listen, I'm not saying to do it or not.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Listen, I could be totally wrong. Here's the principle. The principle is this, and here's how the case law stands in Florida, is that when you're going to the Department of Education, right, public school system, right, they are considered mere record keepers of either one of two things for the student, either a record of vaccination or an exemption for vaccination. And because their authority granted them is only through, the school board and the authority granted through the charter of the school board. They are not authorized nor have any authorization or ability to use their position to confront you about not only your medical choices, but your religious tenets. And should they do so, they're overstepping their authority. They're acting outside their authority. They're acting in the color of law against their job duties or violating their duties, in the public body too. And it puts them in violations of several crimes, not to mention, claims of damages you'd have against them. So that being said, no one can even question you about why you have that exemption to be put on file, and they must keep it on file and not say anything or hold it against you from that point on. And I remember going in there firm from day one when I handed it in, and someone said, "We've never seen one of these before." I said, "Well, you might be seeing a lot more now."
And like over here, like as much as they could say whatever, like before this whole thing, like it was not like I just didn't bring them to the ones that they scheduled for me. I never showed up, and they called me once after to reschedule. I never called back, and I didn't hear anything about it after that. And I was not requested any proof for my son when he started kindergarten or anything like that. I mean, they never went to, sorry, the pre, I'm mixing terms, is preschool, like before the first grade, because they never went to the kindergarten. Like I kept them at home until they were 5, just to start like the school, and then like that happened. But like they were still around here, like decent. Like we don't have any of the trans agenda, like, as I mean, I know that's coming, but I mean, like you could see, I mean, I could kind of feel when I speak to someone that, like, okay, like, is it who am I dealing with right now, right? So like I don't know, I guess I may have had to deal with lots of fucking shitty people, so then I can recognize easily when I'm facing one. But like it's just so, but I know that, like it's not going to keep on going. There's going to be a point where like both of them will be out, like, so because but I'm glad, at least, because when it happened, like my daughter was still, like 5. So, I'm glad that they're growing up, and this is just, like that they're not at a very young age when all of this is happening, because like they tend to be more focused onto you and just, to be more nosy. And I don't know. That was just my overall feeling.
Yeah, I've always been trying to be like free range, I'd send my son out on his bicycle all day like I used to grow up. I was like, and actually when he was growing up, there were neighborhood kids he got to play with and stuff.
Yeah, that's it. Our friends were our neighbors.
Yeah,
like
totally. I didn't talk to my neighbor.
We were like 10 people, and then like just building fort
we had a
in
little
the
posse.
winter, and
yeah.
Yeah.
Like my neighbors, my neighbor, he just called me Matt Maloney. I've known him since I was 11 years. He was my first friend when I moved into the city away from the country, and I was so scared. And he was a couple years older than me, and he took me under his wing, and we were the best of friends. And he just called me yesterday and said he's having a kid, so he's gonna be 45 this summer. And he's like, "Man, I didn't know if I was ever gonna have a kid, man. I just want to let you know I'm having a baby." And I'm like, dude. And he still lives in the same childhood house. He bought it from his parents. It's crazy.
That's so cool.
But
wow.
Yeah.
So Pineal, you're still here, right? Yeah, he's good, right?
My bad. I've been muted. My fault. Cool. Yeah, what's good?
So some of the things I saw, Samantha Sweet was worried about paying like $350,000 for a house here and stuff. It's like, yeah, I mean, you could, but there's better options than that if you're coming here too. And there's a lot of other options too, where I'm looking at what do you have, what are the kids going to do now, even if they were homeschooled here and they left with great skills. There still ain't much to do, but then what do you do with the kids around here for them to interact with? That's what I'm also thinking is another issue. Thinking about a lot of kids that are left, they're the best option they have is the gig economy, doing that kind of stuff with no future, no accumulation of wealth. The housing, like Samantha Sweet was saying, 350,000. I mean, when I got my house out here, it was nothing like it is now. I don't know how kids now can go and think to do the standard kind of thing, and even unconventionally now, it's ridiculous.
I mean, it's like and that's the thing about being a conspiracy theorist. It's like, once you kind of see stuff, you can't really and it's like, you connect all these dots, and it's like, did they do
You
this
can't
to like
unsee anymore.
like cripple us? Like, you know what I mean? Like, to keep us in debt slavery forever? Like, they literally make it almost impossible. They convince you had to go to college instead of like having like a trade. I'd rather went to a trade school. I did a little bit of college, but I've always been kind of an entrepreneur and done my own thing. And I've never felt, that's the thing. I think a lot of us, I'll speak for myself, but I've just never really felt comfortable. I've always been against the grain in everything that I do. And I've just kind of felt different about most things in life. And so I've just seen the world a little bit differently than a lot of people. So I go back into the city to go visit my family in Dallas. And it's a very pretentious city. And I feel like I'm walking around a bunch of zombies or NPCs. Like, I can barely stand it for more than a week. Like, I just walk around and I see all these people, and I'm like, I start to wonder, I'm like, am I like literally in a simulation right now? Like, these people have no clue. And then I kind of get sad about humanity. But I think that's why when you get on these panels, or like you have an outlet with people that are like-minded, and you think you finally like, oh, okay, I'm not crazy. Maybe I'm not so crazy. And like, maybe this is the reason I didn't have kids yet, because I had to, 5 years ago, I wasn't awake enough, and I was a part of that system, and I was kind of lost, and I was broken, and I wasn't ready to be, I've always been a good person, but I just didn't quite get it, in my opinion, because once you kind of like, get awake, it's like you can't really and you start not trusting anything like that. I went through the whole thing, the whole cycle of even going through like psychosis. Like, is anything real? Was everything that I was taught as a kid wrong? Like, are there dinosaurs? Are we on a globe? Like, I mean, I don't even know what to fucking believe anymore. Like, you can go down a million rabbit holes and drive yourself insane. And it's like,
it's not that complex, because there's things that you gotta know the difference between validation and verification, right? So when you're talking about something being verified, is it true? If something is valid, is it valuable, right? Another way to look at it is if something is verified, yeah, it's being done right. But if it's valid, it's doing the right thing. One has process, one has intent. You start to look at things through lenses like that, and then both lenses, not just one or the other, and compare and contrast, and be able to do that cognitive dissonance of being able to hold those two opposing ideas and juggle them around and sift through to, like anything, to purify the idea, to concentrate on it is going to take energy to concentrate on anything, right? You have to use energy, heat, something, right? Your mental energy is going to be used to discern that, right? And I forget where I'm going with this. I was looking at the scrolling screen, just broke my train of thought.
You were saying because like that it's that
I was talking about cognitive,
yeah.
sorry,
So when it's time to basically differentiate what's true, what's not in this whole thing, and then you were saying,
so the valid's what really matters, because valid, again, it's something that ends up with the right results from the right intent, right? And it has more to do with the purpose. And the thing I like to think about when you validate something. So when it comes to any of these, we talk about these legal strategies and this and that, of course, in an entertainment metaphysical point of view, because we would never give any kind of advice here. That being said, you wonder, is it true or not? Because everybody's got an opinion on it, right? So I'm not going to tell you to do this or that, but I'm going to show you every little bit of how other people have done it before, where it's documented that you can reference that other people will affirm, yes, and why the thinking and the logic and reasoning from that can lead to making your argument valid, right? And you can verify it through what other people have done, but the intent of what you're saying is the same. Other people have made the same similar argument and it's been successful, verified, right? And now you're doing it again, and the reason that they should agree is because you're proving that it's valid because of your particular subject matter at hand, and the similar type has been ruled the same way before.
Yeah.
So it's that simple of a thinking process, and you can beat any of those Esquires out there with simple research. And
Well,
if
I
you
know,
look
but
at
I mean,
American,
but I don't know. I don't know, Tribe though.
It
They
doesn't
say it's
apply
his.
to everything and anything,
Yeah. I
for
mean,
sure.
yeah. I mean, like you say, his story. You know, his story. Like you know,
what does that
you read
matter?
about. Well, no,
What
but
does
I'm
that
saying, like,
matter
if you're
to
gonna.
your day-to-day life? You know what I'm saying? If you
Well,
need to
no, but I'm
validate
saying like
something,
it.
yeah.
Well, no, but I'm saying if people are doing research on a subject and trying to verify what they think is true, and they go to a text or a book, and then you realize, was the Titanic really to, you know, not do the central banking to create central banks, or, you know, or if they taught us something in school, whether it's, I don't really care what shape the planet is. I really don't give a shit because I'm living in it and it doesn't really matter. But the point is the principle. It's like, if you can lie to us about something that big, whether it's true or not, then it starts to piss you off about, like, what the hell else have they, you know, what are all these wars about? What has everything really been about? Who's really in control? And then it gets you on this like crazy tangent. And I know, like, I guess that's something you can't control, and it can drive you mad going down these holes and being like, okay, well, what's real in front of me right now, and who can I impact, and what can I do good for people that are in my close circle, and what I'm doing every day. But at the same time, it kind of makes you rethink everything. Like, it's kind of to me, it was kind of a big deal to realize that, like, everything's indoctrination. I used to be like, you know, like DD, what's his name? DD2, whatever. You can tell that he's coming out of like a coma of, he wants to know some truth and stuff. And his whole life, and I don't think he's a bad person. I think that his whole life, I've done some things, and like in my past, I was more material world, everything, and thought I had to have these things and do these things and to bring my self-worth and value. And a lot of us feel that way. A lot of us have been insecure. We don't know what we're doing. We're all a bunch of kids trying to be adults, and none of us really know the real answers and shit. And we're all searching for truth. And then, so, you know, can you imagine being this guy his entire life, his entire identity was thinking he was doing good for the country. And, you know, everyone's like, thank you for being a vet, you know? And then now you got a bunch of people on a panel saying, you're a piece of shit. You're an idiot. You're an idiot retard fucking killing for no wars for all this shit. And that's kind of like, for you to come to terms with that, that means that you think that everything that you thought your whole life was a lie or bullshit. And I think that's something hard to come around. I think he's actually been pretty open-minded about listening, and been pretty decent about it. I don't think he's a bad person, but that's
Who's
basically saying like the DD2 guy, the military guy.
Yeah. But in
Yeah,
general,
like, I mean,
Yeah, like, and I'm not saying like I don't
that's
think he's a
earth
bad
that's
person
truly
either.
earth.
But at the same time, I don't know what he saw neither, right? Like, so like,
Mhm.
where did you, like, I just, like, in my mind, and maybe I'm wrong, but like I. I have a hard time grasping the fact that you were operating in there and that you never saw anything that was fucking wrong, or felt that something was, like, I mean, usually whether you serve in the Navy or in the Army, I mean, when you actually go on like on a mission. I can't believe that you're not seeing anything that is not fucking traumatizing, and that, you know, like, but at the same time that could be part of the trauma, just like you could fucking wipe out like in, so you know, like that there's that too. So there's maybe parts that your mind could not take, and it wiped out because, you know, and then so that's, I'm not judging, but you know, like, so just it's my uncle served in the army too, and when he came back he was fucked up, like, so like it took many years, like now like he's, but you know, like he was you could see like he has
I don't think we're meant to be like, you know, we say loss, injury, or harm, and there's, you know, there's been this big debate the last few days about what Z said and this and that, and I was pretty disgusted by it, to be honest. I was watching the thing, and whether it was dark humor,
I was not there when all of that happened. Honestly, I just heard briefly about it, but yeah, I was not there. I heard about it.
Yeah, I mean, it could be satire, it could be dark humor, but at the same time, like, I watched it like right after it was done, and I was like, that poor guy. It is his life, but you know, to say
which guy
live,
which guy
just what's his name, Butter.
That Crunchy.
Oh, Crunchy, yeah, Crunchy. Yeah, no, like so.
I saw the first day, but
yeah,
I
so I watched it. I watched it the night before, and then everyone goes attacking someone that just drinks, and he's like, "You're just," you know, it was going at him pretty hard, and you could just tell the guy was just kind of like, "Hey, man, I'm just trying to hang out. Like, I like you guys," and he's like, "What? You drinking at fucking 8 in the morning?" And starts busting his balls, and basically saying he's a fucking loser, fuck piece of nut butted. And then the next day, and like he was really going at him, and you could just tell the guy was like a nice guy. He was being hurt. And maybe that's not Z's fault that someone's feelings could get hurt over words over the internet, but this guy was just trying to reach out and be part of something, is what I saw.
Yeah. Hey,
and then the next day,
let me say something real quick about what happened on that thing when he said that before you go too far. Is you know, I mean, look, I know Z, you know, he doesn't like me, or he doesn't respect my opinion at all. The one thing I liked about his morning show, he eliminated out of it. Now he went to this shit. You know what I mean? So I don't really watch his show now because I liked it when it was mellow. He brought them up one at a time. He let his guests talk a lot. He asked some pretty good relevant questions, but that was just too dull. Again, I'm not your general audience. You know, I actually like that part of his show that nobody else liked. So he went to the drama thing, right? That being said, you know, whatever he does in that shit is his own business, man. It's not my cup of tea. However, I'll say this, no matter what he says or does there, the fact he had the guy up and gave him some attention, even got the attention with this whole thing, really put himself at risk to help the guy at some level. You know, even the fact the guy would probably be afraid to do it because now it'd be too much attention on him is what he wanted all to begin with, for all I know. The other side of that, I'd say, is this, that the system is fucking telling the kids to do it to themselves in a slow chemical way. And nobody wants to pipe up about that, huh?
Yeah, but I mean, that's with everything, man.
No,
that could be with food.
That's the main thing. That's the main thing. We can avoid that. Everyone wants to worry about how they were lied to about the way the earth spins and whatever other fucking shit else. But they're lining up to go get and pop this and eat that and do that, more sugar and more processed crap. No, nobody could pipe up about that. But one guy wants to say one stupid thing, and it's the biggest thing that's hit the fucking, you know, the internet. Like, I give a shit, you know. And for all we know, that's a personal thing between those two. The guy was on his panel, so I'm not defending either of them. I don't like it at all. It's disgusting to me, but for what it's worth, man, that's all I'm saying. Like, out there worthy of my complaints.
Well, what I'm wondering is like, just what happened to like fucking manners, like. Everyone says like we're gonna say hard truths to people, but it's like
I'm not responsible for him. He'll have to deal with that.
No,
dude.
No. But I'm just saying the way people talk to each other. Like when you say I yield, or when I say I'm sorry for interrupting you, that's one thing. Like we're being polite. When you look at someone, I'm not gonna go to someone in real life. If someone looks at me and says, "You just fucking kill yourself, dude. Why don't you just fucking end yourself? End yourself." That's like that's the lowest thing that you could say to almost anyone, saying like you're worth nothing. Yeah, it's up to them to do it, but to me, that's almost like if you said that to me in real life, dude, you might get punched in the fucking face. Like if you're gonna look at me and say, "Hey, why don't you go fucking kill yourself? You're a fucking loser. Fuck, no one likes you. No one loves you." No, and I'm being serious about it. You say that to me to my face, like I don't know. I just didn't really think it wasn't dark comedy. It wasn't funny. It was kind of sickening to me, but that's just my opinion. And they are just words, but I would never say, I used to take up for people that get bullied in high school and stuff. I used to take up for people. I don't say rude and mean things to anyone. I don't think it does there's nothing positive about that at all. There's nothing like progressive, good, nothing. I see nothing good coming out of that. Besides a bunch of drama on the internet that we're all talking about, but it's just not, I don't know. What happened to just being a nice fucking pleasant person and lifting people up instead of like saying, "Yeah, you're a loser, you're drinking, why don't you fucking kill yourself?" I mean, seriously, dude. It's like, I don't know. That's just, I'll leave that. I don't want to talk about Z much more of that, but to me, I lost a lot of respect for Z on that shit. And then he brings Josh into it and says, "What do you think, Josh? You think he should kill himself?" And he's got like a little fucking kid saying, "Yeah, kill yourself." It's like, what the fuck, dude? And I don't agree with it, but I'll leave it alone. Freedom of speech. We'll call it freedom of speech, but it's really shitty speech, if you ask me. And that's just my opinion. I mean, what if to your daughter or your son or Mimi's kid that's 11, let's say Josh is 11. I don't know. We don't know how old he is. And he's on some random panel and some dude's like, "Hey, you think this dude should kill himself?" And get your kid involved in that? It's like, I don't know, dude. It just rubbed me the wrong way. I probably won't watch any of Z shit ever again. And that's my personal take. I watched a lot of his streams and I was just like, I kind of quit watching them because, I don't know. It's just rubbed me the wrong way. Not that I'm right or wrong.
Again, I'm disinterested in this because again, he's made very clear the claims he doesn't like me for whatever reason. Just personally, I'd trigger him for my appearance, my presentment. I must remind him of someone in his past that he doesn't like at all. But that being said, so my judgment on this should be as unbiased as could be. And I don't like it at all. It disgusts me just like it does you. That's why I don't watch that kind of stuff. However, I'm not going to prejudge what or why he did it, because for all I know, again, I'll just state again, his is insignificant in my eyes. I see so many people doing it both overtly and deceitfully, covertly, telling kids to do the exact same thing, and they are doing it in droves. If you didn't look at the statistics after that nonsense, right, they were up pretty damn high.
Yeah.
Okay. And friends of my son had done it too, which is frightening because when I was growing up, nobody did that kind of shit.
No.
So
And
if
not
you
at
understand
There's a shitload of random people on the internet.
Yeah, I know. What I'm getting at is this, just like everything else. And I don't go along with any other crap he's pushing or any of these truthers with all their crap, okay? Because that's not my cup of tea. I don't know where these people came from, where they drag them in. Hi, Neil, you're cool. No offense. So with you, you're cool. But most of them I would have no part or anything to do with. I know Paul lets them in there every now and then, and they spew their nonsense. But what he's doing though, it might be something a lot bigger, because when I stop and I look at it, it's like, well, I don't care if I don't like the guy and I don't like what he's doing, but somebody's got to freaking do it at some point, because if somebody doesn't talk about the proliferation of it that's going on state-sponsored wise, right? Attacking a private person doing it is disingenuous for us to be doing as the people, because you're talking about one guy. When you look at statistics, how it's being done by the so-called boards of what's of the fish things. Who knows what's really going on behind the scenes with intent for that? Are they trying to do it to them?
No, I just think tribe. I just think like society is like. Did you ever get bullied in
Look.
high
If
school?
he's got to
Like
sacrifice
real quick,
himself for a bigger
real quick.
conversation,
Did you get
that's
bullied
it.
in high school? Did you ever get bullied in high school?
But when I was in high school, man, we fought, we punched.
Well, no, I'm saying like, but so.
Did I
we
get
didn't have
bullied?
No, but what I'm saying is like you get it in every angle. So like if you're the number one suicides right now are like young teenage women because they're asked to like be so beautiful and like they're on Instagram, and if they're not pretty enough, like they don't get enough likes, they don't get enough comments, and if like this is their people shun them, it's catastrophic to their mind as a young person. So like we had it a lot easier because we didn't have to deal with all the social media bullying or people talking shit. So you either have to be very strong-minded and centered, but a lot of younger people aren't. I mean, hell, a lot of older people aren't. Most people are still trying to figure out, find inner peace in their space and knowing what they're doing is right in this world. And then you bring kids in the mix and people treating each other this way. I've just never liked the pessimistic shit talk. I've never done it. I always lift people up. I'm a leader. I'm a boss. Like, I don't want to call myself a boss. There's a difference between a boss and a leader. I've always had a lot of my own businesses, and I never have treated my employees or anyone like I'm above them. Like, we're equals, and I'll do exactly the same work they're going to do. And I work, me personally, I work off of positive motivation, like, and constructive criticism, but I don't belittle people. And my parents never belittled me. And there's a lot of people that think that, and maybe it works for some people. My business partner right now, he likes shit being talked to him because it motivates the fuck out of him. So some people are wired different. Like, he won't ever give me a compliment. I've been working my ass off for 3 years, barely getting paid to make this business work in my dream. And no matter what I do, it doesn't seem like it's good enough. And I'm not used to that because I work good on positive reinforcement, not negative. So, and he's like, oh, well, they tell me I'm doing shitty at work. It makes me fucking want to destroy him and be the best ever. I'm like, well, when you talk down to me, it does the opposite. Like, it makes me feel like shit when I've been busting my ass. So there's different things for different people, I guess. Some people work off positive reinforcement. Some people want to be talked shit to, and it makes them a fucking beast. I don't know. It's not the same for everyone. Your thoughts?
I don't like what. All the full disclosure, I haven't even watched the video. I'm just going because everyone's talked about it so much. I'm just going by the frequented claim. Yeah, I don't want to, but I'm going by the frequented claim that he indeed did this. So I'm just going by hearsay. That being said, I'm still not going to watch it, nor would I recommend anyone to watch it. What I'm saying is, I'm surprised so many people are spending so much time talking about him. I mean, if they want to deal with him for what he's done, his claims of whatever, let them deal with that because I don't even know exactly what he said. All I'm saying is that I would rather see a bigger conversation about it being promoted by the state rather than by some individuals. I'm not excusing what he does or minimizing it. What I'm saying is there's a bigger problem, just like people complain about why are we being lied to, yet they don't want to do anything about it. Here you're being lied to about statistic-wise about it's not just this guy doing it. Let's just look at it this way. Let's say he's the demon. He's doing it, right? But it's not just him. He's doing it against one guy. What about the every day how many kids are doing it? Because there's a system in place that's encouraging it from very many different ways, multifaceted, behind the scenes in a silent way, silent but deadly. Anyhow, I'm going off on a tangent here, but I'm not again, I'm not defending him at all. Again, I don't like him. He don't like me. So, he reminds me of the typical Jersey Shore asshole that just pisses me off. I mean, trust me, you wouldn't stand 2 days on the playground down here in Florida. Really, the Jersey Shore guys that come down here shake that attitude within a day. That being said, I'm not, again, it's nothing against the guy because he's a contributor on Paul's, and just like any kind of situation, I have to like everyone that's, working over there. But, that stuff is separate from when I'm interacting, I'm rarely on the panel at the same time he is anyways, for whatever reasons, but he doesn't do that stuff on the panels where I interact with him. So I'm not going to take any further than that. I don't want to talk about the guy if we can.
Yeah,
You're
no,
talking
no,
about
that's it. I mean, it's not even that. It was the event that like people started to talk about it. I mean, I was not interested I
Yeah.
was not there, and like it just so happens that when stuff like that happens, I'm never there. So you know what? Like that's fine by me, and I'm never gonna be the one that go and watch. I don't have time for that, and I don't want to have an opinion. I just
Well,
I don't
yeah.
feed on that kind of stuff. So like I don't want to have an opinion. I don't want to say anything about it, this and that. If it's in my face and I'm noticing it, I'm gonna say how I feel about it, and if I'm being asked to, and then if I feel that the need is there. But I mean, other than that, then just like
Well,
it
yeah.
is
I
what it
mean,
is.
and the thing is I hadn't watched him in like a week, and I was gonna because all his thumbnails are the same, and he has no description, so you have no idea what he's talking about. So
Yeah.
I'm gonna be like, Z, if you want to get, just what are you doing? Like, at least say what you're talking about, or give a thumbnail or something that is just episode. It's 3 hours long, and we have no idea what you're talking about. I was gonna like just say, hey, dude, once you could crush a little more probably if you just tweak your shit just a tiny bit. And I hadn't watched it in a week, and I happened to watch that episode because I was awake, and it was stomach turning. And then the next day he doubled down on it, but it wasn't even that. Like it wasn't even just saying kill yourself to two people.
How long did you guys want to talk about it? I mean, I'm curious.
Yeah, I don't mind.
Thanks,
Okay.
Penny. I was waiting
What
for
were
you to
you
do
gonna,
that.
if you summarize what you're gonna say, Jeff? I'm just.
He's
That's
going
all.
to say he yields,
Well-
I think.
Well, I would say that most people say as long as you're not causing loss, injury, or harm. But on the beginning of that stream, he also said, kill your neighbor, kill everybody. He didn't say commit suicide to couple random people. He said, go kill your neighbors, kill people. So to me, if you're a good dude and you're advocating killing your neighbors because there's no hope in society, then sorry, you lost me there, dude. So a lot of people don't even know that because that wasn't even highlighted. Everyone's talking about killing themselves. He was advocating for not only people killing themselves and telling them to their face on the stream, he was also saying, go kill your neighbor. Kill people. And maybe it's a dark comedy, but haha, it's not fucking funny to me. And I'll leave it at that, and I won't bring it up again. But it's sickening to me. I lost a lot of fucking respect for his ass. I don't give a fuck. If he thought that was funny, yeah, he's not a fucking funny dude. And that's my opinion. As a comedian.
All right. Well, I second that. You saw it with your eyes, and I'm not going to watch it because I don't want to be disgusted, and that's probably why you guys feel more strongly than I do. So I just withhold all comment, and I'll even rescind everything I said there. It's just what I said is that I believe that we need to be more aware of the state influencing this type of stuff. If anything good could come out of that, would be more of an awareness of that, and people starting to push back at what's going on with the nonsense in the public realm involving this same sentiment. I think that's kind of where I was going with this. It wasn't to defend or explain away what he was doing, because I didn't even know what he was doing. It was the concept of it. It's like, wait a second, if we're going to talk about this, why don't we just make it the bigger conversation about what about everyone that's doing it and not single anyone out? Because it is a misdeed no matter what, when you encourage death loss of life. That's evil. But what's worse than evil is the people that enjoy doing it, which is demonic.
Yep. Yep. Tribe. What you smoking on, bruh?
Oh, you would love it. Really good. Good for
Dude,
nighttime. Good strong
I had a-
sativa for nighttime.
I had a really good day, dude. I'll tell you what, the last 3 days have been we'll say some positive stuff. I was
Cool.
chainsawing with my neighbor. I helped put up a like cementing fence post for my good buddy, my neighbor right next to me. He's got all these ducks. He's got 88 ducks, and he's the duck master. I call him the quack master. he's Quacky Wacky Ranch next door. He's such a good dude. He's like a little hippie dude. And then our other neighbor, he's been chopping a whole bunch of wood. So I ran a chainsaw yesterday for like 4 hours, and my whole body's sore. Spring is coming. It feels so good to be outside, and like all my little squash plants are popping. I've been planting other seeds and stuff, and we just had 3 orders on all my cannabis. The prices are going up, and everything that I have here in stock that's trimmed that I've been waiting on to finally tell my business partner we actually have a business. We got a 120-pound order yesterday, so between 3 different companies. And so, man, I'm so blessed because I've been working my ass off for 3 years for this, and we've sold about 200 pounds now. And all legit, all good. And people are calling me, like phones are ringing now. And so we were about to quit the whole business. I was about to lose everything. And I prayed. I asked my business partner, I'm like, dude, can we just weather the storm, man? If we just stick through this, we've worked so hard for 3 years, man. Like, just don't give up. Don't give up on me. Don't give up on the thing. And it's like finally in the last like 3 days, everything's kind of changed. And I mean, I think things are looking really great for this year. So I'm in a good space. It's been a lot of work, a lot of stress, but it's, I'm doing what I love, and I'm on a farm. I'm on 20 acres out here. I've got my own, I got the well, I got my own water. Can't shut me down. California is kind of communist, but you can't turn off my water. You can't turn off my power. I'm off grid, and all my neighbors have food and veggies, and so do I. So go ahead and try me. Hit me with the apocalypse. I'm ready.
That's good.
But I have a bunch of good people around. Bunch of good people around me, and I think all you people are really nice. I enjoy all you guys as well.
I will hop off shortly because I mean they're gonna wake up at some point in a few hours, and I gotta get some rest, right? But
Same.
I
It's
just wanted to,
a quarter after 5 here. So
yeah. Well, it's the same time for me, right? So it's
where are you
5:15.
at again?
I'm in
Amy?
Montreal.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
On South Shore, actually. So not in the
What
city.
side of Canada? What side
I'm
of
in
Canada
Quebec.
is that?
It's Quebec,
It's our side.
Kakistan.
So is that
Pakistan, what is that?
Is that East
Because
Coast?
our government or provincial government is like CAQ, so it's CAQ. So we call each other Kakistanis. We're in
Like a
Kakistan.
kakistocracy or something? Is that why? Where does it get its name from?
Well, it's just, like kind of like, well, it's La Coalition Avenir Québec. That's the name of it's like the abbreviation is CAQ. So like in French, like you would say that La CAQ. So anyway, so that's why we just call each other like, it's like in these countries where, like it's communist, like basically, it's just It's just like the government like that. Like I mean, and they're and honestly, like it's laughable what they fucking look like too. You know, like you're ruled by dumbasses. You could just see it by looking at them, you know, and like it's like a bad comedy, like a bad play. Anyway, so I was just gonna say because this morning I'll just say that before I leave. I was watching the latest episode of Crow 777, and it was about like what's in the voice, like everything, right, like the vibration and everything. And then there's this woman that basically built like a digital device, and that kind of grasped your frequency, and it also, like, it could heal you if you have like a disease, but it could also like act as a lie detector. So like kind of someone is bullshitting you if you don't have the discernment. And all I could think of is that if Paul would actually record Talcott on it, because she provides her website and you can use it for free. And all I was thinking this morning, I'm like, what if Paul just fucking records Talcott and just put it in his face every time he goes on this? Anyway, I was just like, it just made me laugh because basically she's sharing that for free. And then, you know, like it's really interesting what it could do. But I mean, from my end, I know when someone's bullshitting me, but like they did it on like people of the government, and like basically they did it on Fauci, and then, you know, I mean, stating the obvious, but still, right, they show like which part like that that kind of comes up in like as a proof on the device. And anyway, it was just I was just folding clothes and I was thinking of that, and it made me laugh. So
Hey,
yeah, because that's
maybe
yeah.
I'm gonna do a character right now. Hey, do you want to go hiking with me? Do you want to? You got one of those swings like Verily? Like, hey, you want some piss nog?
We'll melt some bricks.
Melted brick tard.
Hey.
What Mitch said earlier in the chat, I thought that was good. Melted brick tard.
I got a Taurus. If you want to ride shotgun with me, go on a hike a little bit later.
Oh,
you know.
Jeez.
Okay, I'll
Anyway,
stop.
that old thing with Talcott, the keeping his house and everything, everybody was just flabbergasted today. So it was just that's why this morning I was kind of like when I listened to that episode, it was like that thought came to my mind. That's why it made me laugh even more, right? So it was just
Hey, like, can we talk? I mean, let's talk about that before you leave me. What do you think?
It's weird.
Like,
it's, like now everybody's saying that Talcott is an agent. And it's weird. It's weird. That old play, and that women that came also, like Margot, that came and fed everybody that information, and then it's like, this is like that.
And so he saved his house. So he's been living there for 5 years, not working, and now he's the day before the auction is saved. He didn't know what he's gonna do. Like, I don't know what to. And then I don't know. I feeling like, is this real, man? Is this real?
Can I tell you the plot twist?
Yeah,
go ahead.
Here's what I think. I think everyone just totally misjudged Jack right from the start. Right, every single bit. First of all, he's not stupid. Okay, he's smarter than all of us. Number two,
he's playing his own, huh?
He ain't an agent because he's way, way too intelligent to be an agent. Problem is that, you know, he was in the service and he's in the postal office, so he's always been kind of undervalued, you know. But he's been on Paul's because he realized he's on here and he's picking up such good game, but he doesn't want to let on that he is. And behind the scenes, he's been putting all this shit into use. Everything that Wizard said, he's done. Everything I've been telling him, he's done. He's been studying my American jurisprudence. He's been doing all this shit, preparing, writing.
Pretending that he's not taking the information.
Listen, he got these two to pose as like
I like
as
this take,
beneficiaries
John. I
for the trust that he put his house in a trust, right? And he moved the whole title, fee simple, into the trust, and he's now just trustee. And he left them as beneficiary 25 years down the road. That's why they're kissing his ass right now. He needs someone that he can trust as beneficiaries to be part of his trust. And he's just the mere trustee, so he has a privilege of use and benefit of that property. And then he's even paid a management fee out of it for managing the trust property that they'll get. Because he doesn't like his son, and he figured all this out being on Paul's channel. I yield.
Hey, Tribe, I love that. But double plot twist. Paul's dad and Paul, they bought the house months ago.
Hey,
they helped him out and keeping him part of the show. He's never gonna that's double plot twist.
Wow, that actually makes sense. Yeah.
And Donnie Chimp is the beneficiary.
Yeah.
That makes much more sense. Yeah, that makes much more sense. I mean,
yeah.
It should. That should be the rational thing. I would hope that's what happened. I hope that happened.
How would you not like?
Hey,
somebody.
I would hope that happened, man. But who knows?
You know what? It could very well be because like if he's like really like doesn't want to take the info from anyone, but then realize that it is, but then there's that resentful feeling that like it did not come from me and he's doing it like underground. That could very well be.
And Paul's dad likes him a lot. I don't know.
I mean, truth be told, what was the liabilities on it, and if it wasn't in Spokane, I mean, I'd be on it. Anyone would be on it. If it was in Florida, forget it. But if he wasn't going to act on it for something, like in Spokane, I kind of get it. That being said, oh, sorry, Samantha, you had to do that 2 hours. Yeah. Watch my one on adverse possession on American jurisprudence, and then maybe you'll think twice about not coming to Florida. 7 years. That being said,
hey, do you guys ever go to bed just listening to on the podcast and then have dreams about it? Like I had a dream. I was hanging out with Paul. And like we were just sitting there talking. It was so weird, and I woke up and I was like, "What the fuck?" Like I've gone to sleep like listening. Oh, hey, Trav. Oh, Pineal.
Yeah, we're gonna let Pineal go to bed anyway. It's yeah. Well, I guess we'll wait and see, right? There's more to it than. There's obviously more to it. It's not like Talcott's gun is going away any day soon, as much as he would say it every day.
Yeah, well, I mean, hey, that's
Jeff. You woke me up the one time I think I did fall asleep during the stream, and you did one of your impersonate. Oh no, it wasn't you. It was Niall Roman. It was Niall Roman.
Never imagined.
Niall's good. Niall does a great. He's got such a radio voice.
He did the pull, the beta cock. He did that guy's voice. I jumped out of my sleep like, oh my God, the freaking the British are coming kind of thing, And yeah, I never fell asleep listening to the stream again because of that, because of Niall. It was
fucking Welsh news, man. Jeez.
Oh yeah, the Welsh news. Those guys are insufferable. That's insufferable. To use Paul's words. They're
so terrible, though.
I mean, oh my God.
That's terrible.
Watching a Paul stream, it was like it was even dull on Paul's stream. Like Paul couldn't even compensate for the dullness of it with his charisma or whatever.
He couldn't. He was like, I can't deal with these people.
And Becca.
Yeah, well, you can see, I mean, look what kind of, what they do there, where they eat boiled meat and pickled vegetables. It's no fun.
It's like insufferable.
Well, I think that everyone that watches Paul and all of our streams, like, we kind of like get it, as in like we get each other. We all have kind of the same sense of humor, at least, because in the chat, like, all you motherfuckers are so funny. Like,
that's true.
all the ladies, like all the guys, like there's some funny, like, that's to me, like, I not only do I get a lot of good information, I really do get enjoyment. I get laughs. I mean, people are funny and they're nice, and like, I don't give a fuck what anyone says. I think we're getting a lot of value. Period.
Yeah,
and I'm learning. Sure. I'm learning from everybody. I adore all you guys. Drama or not, it's like a little fucked up family. And it's pretty nice. You learn much. You learn a lot about yourself, because I've definitely gotten triggered by Paul, even lately, and I still have to look inward, and that's it. If I'm getting triggered, it's a me thing, and I have to always remember that. I have to remember that every time that I'm getting upset about someone's words, or even Z, I shouldn't let it even bother me. Whatever. Say what you're gonna say. I'm not gonna let it affect my day. Yeah. But we all have to look inward, and then we can all teach each other some shit. And dude, make each other laugh along the way. There's a lot of rhetoric, there's a lot of drama, but I guess this is what life's about. Yeah. As long as we can take some good from it, I appreciate it. And I love it. I love you guys.
Same here.
Yeah. Well, it's about the co-creation, like Paul is saying, and I'll say it again. You try to take the conversation from any of these other streams out into the real world, and you get laughed at. Even with the conspiracy streams and stuff. I mean, what are they talking about? You take some of the game you get out of Paul's stream, even from the chat, and you bring it into the real world, and you see real results. And I did today. I do every day. And it's not like it was different things than I would say. It's just different ways of saying things and striking up conversations with different people, bringing the same concepts in, and some are new ways of saying things that are really relevant today. And I appreciate that, and I appreciate the people on there contributing, because that encourages me to keep going. There's a pretty good age gap with everyone there, except for Wizard with me. So it's even Talcott's minor to me, but it's ridiculous just to see that kind of behavior from people like that, because when I was growing up, it was a different kind of thing. I felt more of an underachiever or anything like that. Like, everybody else was so badass, doing all kinds of different things, good trades. Everybody knew how to do every trade basically to some extent. You could work on a car, you could weld, you could work with wood, you could do all that stuff. We took that shit in high school. In junior high, we had classes for metal shop and wood shop. But the whole aspect of today, now people are stuck with digital devices instead of learning how to do things that are going to help them. Metallurgy, learning how to make silver, get copper from a rock. There's why people don't know how to do that, how to make soap, skin a rabbit if you're blue. I'm sure he knows how. Gold's a great metal to work with. I worked as a metalsmith for some time too, so I know about working with metals like that, but back when they were a lot less expensive.
Lou Bass never has to buy oil from the grocery store because he's a grease pig, and there's just grease falling off of his body at all times. He can fry anything.
All right, I'm like overly tired.
You're
I
like,
have to.
I'm out on that one.
Yeah, I have to. I have to go. But and I'm sure Pineal, since am I the only one in that zone with Pineal, and that it's 5:30 in the morning? I
It's
guess, right?
2:30 here.
No,
It's
you're in
it's
Florida.
2:30.
Yeah, yeah. So yeah, he's in Florida too. Because I was gonna say yeah, because my in Florida. Yeah. So I guess I'll see you later, right? Because that's really what's
Oh,
gonna
hey,
happen. Probably I'll
hey,
see you all later.
yeah, hey,
Yeah,
movie
and
night tonight.
It's true. It's true.
Tonight,
Movie night tonight.
movie night
and
at El Perro's. We're doing El Funny Money. We're gonna break it down all together. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be awesome.
All right.
It'll be our second
So
date. It'll
thanks,
be our second
Pineal,
date.
and I see you guys later. Have a great day. Until then,
salute, Mimi.
bye.
Salute.
Yeah. So where's Pineal? Is he still around or is he hiding in the back?
Pineal?
Yeah. He's around somewhere.
Sean?
But but the good thing
Sean?
is that let's see, Conscious Wealth Podcast. Well, it's a good thing we're not listening to the guy talk, and all he's done, whatever he's talked about, I don't know, but he showed a bunch of precious metals there, so that's got to be good recommendations here. He's not telling you to buy crypto.
Yeah.
So, you know, he is a lot of talking here. I guess he sold me with that one little slide there. I was like, all right, thanks. Good idea.
What, all those silver bars? That was sexy
In the
looking.
gold
wish I
bars,
had
dude. Dude, what is this, like 100 ounce bars or something, man? Holy crap.
Dude, the guys that are the guys that are my new partners, his brother wrote for like a gold magazine, and they've been lifelong cannabis growers, but also they hunt gold. And so literally I was there at the farm today getting dirt ready and stuff for some new seeds and stuff. And he was like, "Oh yeah, man. I went to look for gold for the first time in like a year." And I mean, he showed me a picture. It's like a nugget the size of your pinky. So, I mean,
on your
he said it
land?
wasn't. No, not my land. No. He just said he found it, and I was like, dude, I've never found dirt like gold in the dirt like that. But I'm out here in I'm in gold country. So I live in Nevada County. If you look it up, yeah.
Dude,
So he found a
dude, you know
he
how to
found a piece of.
prospect? Are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah,
With
they
technology
do.
today? Are you kidding me?
Yeah, I want to go do it. That's what I want to do
Holy
because I'm in gold.
Lord, dude.
I'm in gold country out here. But he said he found he showed me a nugget that was like the size of his pinky. Like he's like, oh, it's about a third of an ounce or something. And I'm like,
so you need to learn. Hey, maybe I'll do a live stream about some of the chemistry of gold and such, because you can learn
dude,
about
I'd love
how
that.
it's actually
I love that.
process found. Remember, gold is considered like the hunter-gatherer of metallurgy, because you don't need to extract the ore like you do from from like malachite for copper and such, but you basically just have to separate it from the matrix that it's in, because it's already pure, right? So the only way you're really concentrating it is by removing it from its matrix, in which case then that gold is pretty pure. I mean, you could get to a finer purity, like for bullion and such, but once you get that just the way you find it in nature and separate it from the matrix there, then it's good. And you just melt it to get it from there. There's different ways of getting it from the environment too. So are you working through the streams? Is that how you're getting it out of?
Well, I didn't do it. My buddy did, but no, it's like Overburden, and a couple spots here that are local. They also bought I just found this out. I mean, they're my business partners, as in like they went half in with us for the cannabis industry, and he's got a really nice brand. He's won a lot of awards. But their side thing is they've always hunted gold, and they've got 700 acres in gold country. He was like, dude, there's probably hundreds of millions of dollars worth of gold, and they know how to look for it. Some of it's like too expensive to do a full-fledged thing, but I mean, they found a fuck ton of gold. I told him today, I was like, dude, please bring me with you. Just show me. Like, I don't need to like.
Hey, you got to go there with some tricks. So, do you know there's certain properties of gold that if you look into the history of capturing gold, because you capture it the way it is in the environment, right?
I gotta pee real quick. I'll be right back.
All right, where's Pineal?
I'm listening, tribe, but I'm gonna go pee. I'm gonna.
You're listening. Okay. All right. So yeah, there's. Did you know that the precious metals like that, there's magnetic properties to them? They're not magnetic per se, but if you use very powerful magnets, it will actually kind of attract them and slow them down when you move them across your pans or your processing grids and such. So it might behoove you to purchase some really high-powered neodymium magnets so that you could construct different ways of it generally just slows down the way the gold would move in your extraction process there, so that you can more easily separate it, because it's a heavy metal, so it's going to be something that's going to settle more quickly. So if you could slow it down while the other particles move quickly, then that's going to help too. And then there's so many different ways of doing it. The aspects of the inverse grading when you're dealing with different size pieces of the whatever you're going through there. You said it was overburdened, and then there's, I guess, there's what do they call the divining. There should be ways to be able to do it like that too. I can imagine there's a whole art behind doing it, black art, and finding it. But a lot of people lost their life doing it, prospecting back in the day.
Hey, Pineal, what do you got to say, man? Do you have an opinion on anything, brother?
I've always wanted to get my hands on some Ormus. If you know about Ormus, I never have gotten my hands on any of them.
What's that?
Orbitally rearranged monoatomic elements or something like that. Wait, orbitally rearranged monoatomic.
Well, gold is gold. You're not going to get gold in much other condition than you find it. So gold is gold, but silver, platinum, you get those in the pure form, and that's pretty much it's what it is.
Hey, Sean.
Yeah, no, but it's to consume it though.
If you do that, the colloidal silver is probably the best to do for consuming it, and it's inexpensive.
I love that stuff.
Dude, colloidal silver. Here's a good thing, Pineal. Did you know the company that makes probably the best, purest, and most certified whatever colloidal silver is right here in Florida? And the best thing of it, its name is called. It's the best name too. It's called Sovereign Citizen. I mean, Sovereign Silver. I can't even say it now. Sovereign Silver.
Sovereign Silver.
Yeah, you got some of it. So there it is. Yeah, that shit's great, dude. I've been using that shit for years. It works so good.
Sovereign Silver from Sarasota.
Oh, I've used
Sarasota,
that. Hey,
yeah.
dude, I got that
just
here
in Sarasota.
myself. I'll show you mine. I just finished mine though. I gotta get some more.
sources Sovereign Silver from South Florida.
It's the Sovereign Citizen brand. All the Sovereign Citizens use Sovereign Silver.
Hey, Sean.
They market to sovereign citizens because that's why they picked the name.
That would be genius marketing, actually. But
Yeah, too bad
Hey,
they've been
Sean.
around a lot longer than the term.
what up? You got some too?
Can we do some question answer for
Yeah.
you?
Go ahead. Shoot.
So Sean, you don't talk a whole lot. What are you up to?
Man, I'm kind of like going back and forth from going downstairs, coming back upstairs, laying down.
Do you live
I'm
with
listening.
your Do you live with your sister?
Not usually. My one of my sisters is usually in Colorado. The other one's usually up north in like Orlando area. Goes to school and stuff. She comes and goes back and forth.
So you got two sisters?
Mm-hmm. Yep. And then it's just
are you
me and
guys
the old lady at the crib, and then yeah, Dad passed in 2010, and then got some other family in Florida, New York. Cat? No, not Cat.
Where do you live right now? You person?
Florida, South Florida.
Oh, nice.
Yep. You're not too far, I don't think, from what are you, North Cali?
Yeah, I'm in Northern California.
Yeah, you're not far from Ian, actually. Ironically.
Yeah, Ian and Austin, I guess, live in Sacramento. So
Austin Murphy?
Yeah, from what he said online. So I mean, I don't know if I vibe with Austin's been kind of bipolar. Maybe he's not that bad of a guy, I don't know. So I don't want to slander him or I think he's going through shit, whatever. So I don't want to judge anyone until if I hung out with him or something, So I was gonna invite Brian throughout this whole thing. Like when Brian O'Shea was close, I was like, dude, I got work because I still do have a lot of cannabis to be processed. I still got a lot more to do. I've made some good sales today, but I've got a lot more to sell. And so I was like, oh, I've got work for people if they want to swing through. But I mean, I guess you never know who's crazy. I don't know. Austin's saying Brian,
Yeah, I've meant
Austin's
to get in touch with you too, man. I've meant to.
I mean, Austin was talking mad shit about Brian O'Shea, and he apparently let Brian O'Shea stay with him. And then all that shit with Jeffrey and stuff happened.
Yeah, dude, I don't
With
mean
Jeffrey
to
and
brag,
Allie.
but I feel like I'm one of the few people to
Oh, Mitchell,
I
what's
don't know.
up?
Correct me if I'm wrong. I mean, call me out on it, but yeah, we got Mitch in the house, so he's on a different time frame. He's only a quarter to 3, I think. I think he's 3 hours behind, so he's only a quarter to 3. Where I'm
Yeah, and I just woke up, so I'm kind of on a different.
Oh, you already slept some?
Yeah, I just slept really hard. I don't know how long, but I slept really good.
You vibing high, Mitchell?
Yeah,
All you gotta do is roll over and hug your pup, dude, and you're vibing high.
That's right.
Wait, what are you? Mountain time, or are you 2? Is it a quarter to 3 or a quarter to 2 by you?
Yeah, quarter to 3, I think. I don't know. It's confusing because we just had daylight savings time, but they don't observe daylight savings
Yeah,
time.
you guys
here.
don't have daylight savings time over there. We want to keep it over here, so it's like this all year round.
How is that
Right.
even going to work? How would that even work? That doesn't even make sense.
Turn the fucking clck back or whatever they do in the winter time. Fall back. Yeah, stop falling back.
You're saying one time zone's going to embrace it and one's not?
Dude, who gives a shit? We all run off the whatever, the universal time, the what's it called? Greenwich time. And then everyone's either plus or minus 4 or 5 or 6 or 7 or 8, depending whatever zone they're in. So where Arizona is, they never changed based on daylight savings time, but in Florida and the other states, I guess we do. So whenever you're like calculating a timesheet, some people are working at 2 a.m. when supposedly the throws back the hour. How do you calculate this? No, nothing's done that way. Everything is calculated off the universal time, off of Greenwich time. UTC is minus or plus, however many hours, just to show you what it is. But in the end, the commerce, nothing really gives a shit about that daylight saving. It's a legacy from the days when people lived on farms and took buses to school and shit. It's the stupidest thing on earth. And it causes heart attacks every time they make people do what we just did here, where they lose an hour of sleep and the people have to 9 to 5 and it hits their circadian rhythm all messed up. There's a high instance, a big spike in heart attacks right around that time.
But Trav, do we really ever
That's
lose an
interesting.
hour? Or is it just an illusion?
Everything's an illusion because they throw it back the other side,
You know what's really cool is that picture Pineal has. I'm digging that.
The kaleidoscope.
I like it.
Yeah, it looks like AI art, huh?
I want to hear from Mitchell, dude. I'm excited Mitchell's here.
Yeah, me
I'm gonna
too.
lay down. I'm gonna bring my laptop, but I'm
Are you just gonna go to sleep, Pineal?
I'm gonna lay down.
Pineal, are you still there?
I'm here. Go ahead. That was me, man.
Are you just gonna let us run your stream, dude?
Why not, man? What's the problem with that? You got an issue with that?
No, not at all. I was asking you. You're the creator.
Yeah, let my artwork
I feel like
flow. All right, take care of my channel. Ready, go.
I feel like I'm a trustworthy dude.
Well,
Hey,
we're
check
talking
this
about
out.
trust. So
This makes me think of you here. It's showing up. Hang on.
Silver
you
coin
see it?
right there.
Do you see what's on there? What it says?
Is that Jefferson?
Shit, no, it's a prospector,
Is that Jack?
dude.
Is that Jack Talcott?
No, I wish. Okay,
I didn't
is
know
it
he was on.
focusing?
I didn't know he was.
is that a Tau
I didn't know
coin?
he was on a coin.
No, it
Is that a
says
Tau coin?
prospector. No, it's a prospector. It says.
Look at my Tau coin. Look.
That's scary. No, this is the prospector. The what you're talking about going to do. It's commemorating the dude. See, he's in with his
Dude, I'm
jackass,
gonna go. I'm gonna go.
and he's
do it.
holding a pan, and he's going looking for gold and silver. He's got his little pickaxe.
I've
You
never
see that
seen that.
pickaxe?
Is that a mule or a donkey?
It's a mule. Definitely a mule. In the mountains. I wish it would show up better on the thing. I gotta get a better light to show you, I guess.
Oh, that was the last part was pretty good. Mitchell, what are you doing?
Just getting up and moving around.
Mitchell like to do some prospecting. Don't they have a lot of gems out there in Arizona, I know. Diamonds, don't they?
I went gem hunting, and my buddy owns a little sapphire mine or whatever you call it.
Yeah.
In Montana, that was my only real experience with it. But Colorado has tons of gold and stuff. You can even pan the little creeks at the public parks and stuff.
Wow.
It's pretty interesting.
So you know about the saying about the magnetic properties of gold and silver is that some of the prospectors back in the day, I wish I could show this thing, but he's holding his little pan in his hand, and in that pan, what they could do is they could put magnets in the bottom of the pan, and it would slow the gold and silver from sliding across that when they're swishing around the water to get the silt and whatever else off. It'll leave the gold behind, but they put the magnet there. It makes it so more gold will stay behind. So it makes it easier and quicker to do. So, but that was like a black art back then. They didn't know why. To this day, they can't explain exactly why or how. We kind of know now. It's a perturbation in the fields of the ether around it. It creates an electrical current that actually goes through. You could demonstrate it more with a coil, but the fact is that if you go out today with modern neodymium magnets like that, you could probably find a hell of a lot of gold.
Dude, I think magnetism is the key to the universe. Like, I think that they've hidden all that technology. Magnets are like, there's something about when I really got in tune, in touch, like when I was like really, I had the most clarity I've ever had in my life. I was like writing in my journal. I'm like 369. Like I was looking up all kinds of shit, but I'm like, for self-propulsion, for everything, for free energy, I think magnetism, it's not about gravity or anything else. It's about, or electricity. I think it's all about magnetism. That's just my opinion.
I mean, gravity is magnetism. It's magnetism, the dielectric. So there is no real, electromagnetism is a hybrid. There is no real, flow. Think about it this way, okay? If there's current flowing in the wire, right, to get to your house from the power station, right? Not yours, but to someone in suburbia. Then how is it possible those electrons can fly across, and charge your phone wirelessly through that transformer coil? It's not a flow of electrons. There's no such thing as an electron. An electron is a unit of charge that's measured. That's all you're really looking at there. And then when you look at, even when you get into chemistry and you look at electrons, you're not looking at the electrons as what they are. You're looking at what they call the valence shell, or the outer shell of the atom, and how it relates to the other ones in different polyhedrons. So like, it could be a tetrahedral cloud of electrons that would have to mate with another surface that would meet with that, or a dodecahedron, or whatever it could be, depending how many electrons are theoretically in there. But whenever you hear people start talking about particle and quantum, you got to get real skeptical right away, because there is no such thing as quantum anything. It's just a fancy term. I mean, quantum really just means measure, quantity and amount that you can proportionalize.
I agree with you on that.
So when you hear people saying it's quantum this or quantum that, right away you got to be suspicious of what they're talking about, because nothing is. And
hey, Samantha's right. Pineal and Mitchell do sound the same. Can y'all both speak? Sean?
I think I sound a lot like Sean, but
Mitchell?
No, that was Mitchell. I am Mitchell.
Oh, see, you're fucking with me.
Yeah, we see Sean. Sean can't get angry like Mitch can. Mitch can get angry. Sean can't get angry. I want to hear Sean angry. Then we can tell the difference. Maybe there might be a difference.
No, I'm just kidding.
No, Sean, you're too ADD to get angry. You can't focus on anything enough to be angry about it.
5 in the morning. I mean,
is that agree?
That's funny, Jeff.
It's gonna be hard to get angry at this time. Especially with this.
Dude, my cat's gone, dude. It's been 10 days. I'm kind of upset about it.
Yeah, well, the cat's probably did it for a reason, man. If cat left, you found a better life somewhere with something else.
Look, Jeff, dude, my cat was gone. My cat was gone for 13 days. A few months back.
Yeah, I was gonna say just recently, huh?
Yep, it was just a few months ago, couple months ago. She was gone for just like a day short of 2 weeks, and turned out she was like a fucking quarter mile away. She was literally like, if you go like,
dude, I bet that's what's going on with my cat.
She's most likely like a 5 or 10 minute walk away, dude. You have to. The way that we found her, someone saw a Facebook post that had been made for the cat that we made for her,
Yeah.
And the person who saw the Facebook post replied to it and said, "Yeah, we think this is your cat. We've been feeding it. Here's a picture." And sure enough, it was her. And it just so happened to be the day that, like, I personally myself went to actually put in legitimate effort to go try to find her. And, you know, it just so happened that that effort wasn't really necessarily what resulted in those people answering, but it's almost like by putting out that energy of, like, what's that? Hold on. Is that the same one? The same one, right?
There's a leg any better?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I like that. Yeah,
I've never
dude.
seen
I
that
mean,
coin
he was.
ever. And I got a little bit of a collection myself. Mostly of just state coins. State coins. I think I have all the state coins, and I have some foreign.
Is
I
that
have a
just
bit
a
of
silver?
a foreign coin collection. Too, but
That just a silver coin?
it's
Try.
not really worth it.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Nice. Yeah, dude. Well, thanks for giving me some hope, Sean. Because
Yeah, well, you
I
gotta
mean,
try though.
I mean,
You gotta step up. You gotta try a little harder. You know.
I
You
mean,
gotta try a little harder to find
he
it.
was a little, I mean, he was a stray and stuff, but he was my homeboy, dude. He was like, yeah, sweet little cat. I didn't chop off his balls. I left him to be him because I felt like I would be betraying him if I did that. And so he was my homie for like almost, I guess May would be a year. But dude, he's a savage, dude. He was a stray cat that came up. He caught birds. He had fucking little voles and mice and stuff. So I refuse to believe that he got.
What is that?
But oh, dude, I like that
Arrowheads.
match. Are those arrowheads?
Yeah.
Oh,
Those are
dude,
badass.
right, I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna get some of my shit.
Obsidian? Is that obsidian? Wow.
You're muted. Hold on. Hold up.
Oh, it's silver. Yeah.
Silver. Oh, wow.
Silver arrowhead? What?
Sweet.
No way, man.
What's that one? Hey, come on, get Mitchell back on screen there. Can't see what he's got.
They're from a mint or whatever. Though they're made.
Yeah, but it's probably you might cast it over one. You know, they did a lost wax casting one or a injection mold of one.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes.
It looks like it was originally. It could have been made of obsidian. It's got the
Holy
sharp.
shit. That thing's
Nice.
crazy. That looks dope.
Yeah.
And holy shit,
Yeah.
I can't do it over 9 hours. What the fuck? What is the time?
All right, check. All right. Hey, my turn.
All right.
Check this one out. Wait, where the fuck? Oh, there it is. See, that's copper.
Oh wait, my bad.
Oh, native copper.
Oh, I have some from
Yeah.
Michigan. My great grandpa used to mine that up in Michigan.
Like I got
It
some
looks just
pretty
like
gnarly.
that.
Yeah, it's like native, like it's in the ground. Yeah, I got a bunch of stone. Yeah,
Sick,
dude,
man.
I
Native
love
copper's
like
rare.
that shit, dude.
Yeah, usually I get have some malachite, which is the ore. The copper is taken out. You can get copper out of the green rock.
Yeah, I've heard that. Be careful.
Huh?
Dude, isn't the
I've heard be
fucking
careful with
isn't
that.
the Earth like amazing, dude?
Yeah.
This fucking planet's pretty fucking awesome.
I'd say so, man. I'd say so.
The best thing it's got going though is water. You know that, right?
Oh yeah.
Water is a key to life. Without the water in this in the liquid state like it is, there would be no life.
And you know the best water
Hey.
comes from fruit, man.
From
As far as
where?
what you can eat. Fruit
Yeah,
and vegetables.
H3O.
H3O. You got it, bro.
Well, it's
Structured water.
structured
I've got-
water isn't
I've
really isn't necessarily H3O. You got to look at the way water is, what makes it, what the real reason is that water is the key to life. Is you got to see this gets back to the golden ratio, the molecule, how it's structured. You know, the H2O molecule has the Pythagorean symmetry to it, and it has that same angle. The that triangle? Shit, well, I forget what the degrees are. 55, 55. All right, anyways, I'm too high to remember all those numbers right now. But the fact is that when you have that particular geometry to it, right, it can resonate and act as an antenna, just like we were talking about how certain metals will react with, the flow of energy, with whether it be magnetism, the dielectric and such. That water connects into more what we would call, that spirit that gives everybody life, that creative spirit. It's almost an antenna into that, taps into that energy, and it's a structure of that molecule, that particular property of it that gives it the ability to do that. So I kind of look at it more like that. So when you talk about true structured water, then you might want to use something like magnetism to bring it back to its purest structure and keep it from being patterned with history and memory. So, when you think about what are our memories, without water, we don't have memories, do we? So where our memories really stored is in the water in us. Is it? Is it in the water?
Hey,
so
can I ask you guys a question? Sorry, I'll let you finish. Sorry. Go ahead.
No. That was real interesting. Go ahead. Don't let me interfere.
I didn't mean to interrupt, Trout. Go ahead.
No, interrupt. What was your question? I'll continue after you ask a question.
When you were talking about memory, have you guys ever so this is the weirdest thing that I've discovered about my memory. If I go back to watch or listen to an old podcast or anything where people were talking, as soon as I hear a past podcast, I remember exactly where I was, what road I was on. It's just really weird to me. Does that happen to anybody else? Like, if you can hear something that you've heard before on a podcast from a month ago, so if I were to go back to listen to one of Paulie's podcasts 2 months ago, and he's talking about something, I can remember exactly where I was at and what I was doing at that moment. And it's a really weird memory thing. I don't know how to explain it, but does that happen to anybody else? Or is that just a me thing?
Yeah. No, I mean that's a function of how we behave. I mean that's what do you call it? Who's this guy over down here? Okay, it's Pineal shifted us around. What I was gonna say, the way we process our memories and our senses and how we interpret them. I mean, you get a smell, you get a sound, a song, and it can bring you back to another time and place. All of our memories are made up of not just our sensory perceptions, but our thoughts at the time too, and our feelings at the time. So when you think of it that way, it's that's just one little piece of how we remember. I could go on in depth about that, but that's beyond where I'm getting at.
The other thing, dude, is when I was on mushrooms that day, I was doing the towel tub.
So you're on shrooms? Holy shit! Oh man, that'd be tough.
Well, the night that the day that I did the towel tub, I was on shrooms, and dude, every bubble in the bath, I shit you not, they were all hexagons. And I had just listened to something recently that's saying the most prevalent shape in the universe is a hexagon, so six-sided shape. And you would think that they're just bubbles, right? So you would think that they're round. But I was on shrooms and I was really looking at the fucking bubbles, and no joke, dude, every single one of them were fucking hexagons. There wasn't one bubble that was round. It was a hexagon, and I had never experienced that until a month ago. So
Were you tripping?
I always thought I was shrooming, but
Well, that
it was,
explains
you
it,
could-
doesn't it?
well, no, I know, but shrooming makes you see things like for what they really are. I think I wasn't tripping
Nah,
like I was.
you know what? You know what shrooms do? I mean, they're, you know, we call them psychedelic, right? But it just jumbles up your sensory perceptions in a way of, it's called synesthesia. And when that happens, then everybody individually has a way of adapting to that, because, you know, to some it could be death, to some it could be enlightenment, it could be.
No, it was not wrong, tribe. I promise you they were hexagons, and that's
No,
the way
I
that
believe
they.
you.
That
Listen, you can see things. In other words, look, what do you see in your eye, anyways? What does your retina capture? It doesn't capture a photograph. It captures a bunch of light patterns that your brain has learned to interpret as what's in front of you, as what you see, which is not what it is. So what you interpret in your mind is an illusion all the time. How many times do you think you saw something that wasn't there, or you drove right past something that you thought you're looking for? You know, our everything we see is still a internal representation of the outside world. Nothing we see is what it is. Everything we see is filtered through some representation.
But I know, but it is what we. It is. It's real because it's what we see.
No, it's not. It's
So
real only when you
no,
can validate it with other sensory input. So if you can see something and you can also touch it and hear it, then it becomes right. But if you can only see it, but then you put your hand there, it's not there, then you start to question reality. And the whole point of what I'm getting is, when you scramble sensory perceptions in that way internally, then it can lead to certain thought patterns that are very different than what you've had before, which could lead to enlightenment. It could lead to insanity. It could lead to, you know, whatever. So it depends on the individual, I believe.
Well,
in this.
Okay. I could see that. But I could also see that what I saw through that veil was definitely more real than anything in our regular perception of life. So, and it was more beautiful too. It was more HD. Like, even the trees, everything outside. I think mushrooms are just a part of reality, in nature, and we're supposed to like experience that shit. So,
Well, hey, listen, between you and me, I mean, to this day, all that stuff does for me is it just enhances this stuff, because I know what you know, how to deal with it whenever it's nothing is familiar, whatever enough. So it's kind of pointless these days for me. But yeah, everything is brighter and sounds cooler and feels different. And,
hey, will
you know,
will it enhance me to know the law better?
no, well, but I mean, for me, it brings me back, because I've only had good, pleasant experiences in my youth doing this stuff, you know. So it's just more of a nostalgia for me, is the best effect I get out of it. Reminds me of the good times when
Hey,
I was
tribe,
doing
we
it.
should all just get around a little tent and do like. I think we should all just do a meet and greet up.
Come on, meet up. I gotta meet up with Uncle Rick in a few weeks. I'm going up camping. I told him I'm camping up near where he is. We'll hook up somewhere. Maybe we'll go out fishing. He likes to fish. My son fishes. I don't like to fish. I like to sail and dive and stuff. I don't like to fish. Too boring. I got to be moving or swimming or doing something, you know. You can't just sit there with a freaking stick in the water.
Unless
I
they're
like
biting.
eating fish.
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah. If they're biting, it's fun. If they're not, it's fucking boring as fuck.
Yeah, but someone's got to get them out there to get the bite. So unless they're sitting on the pier, in which case,
Dude, that's cool, tribe, dude. You guys,
no, I do. I've been out there.
Dude. Hey, you guys gonna live stream it? You and Uncle Rick together? That'd be fucking really cool.
Yeah, I'm sure we will. You know, it should be cool. But yeah, I mean, I mean, Florida's great out here, man. I know you're in California with a good spot where you are, but I know someone was considering coming here. There's too many people coming here. We don't want other people here, really, but there's not too many people on the stream. So, and they're good people. So, like Samantha Sweet should come to Florida, and Mimi should get a place in Florida. And
Well,
if
dude,
if you look at my live stream, there's going to be ways in there that you'll find out you're not going to pay a lot to get here. Florida has
well, dude,
affordable. I
Yeah,
mean,
yeah.
like him or not, you know, Trump didn't move to Florida to New York for no reason at all. Either did OJ, and I could give you a whole long list of very, you know, wealthy people that were wise enough to come to Florida because of a lot of good reasons.
Aleister Crowley, Jack Parsons, L. Ron Hubbard, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, yeah, I mean, you know, you also got what's his name, Rocky and Madonna, and you know, then everyone had their business ventures here, from Ron Wood from Rolling Stones, and what's his name, the other guy, and yeah, there's been a lot of great people here. And then what's his name, Larry King came from South Florida, didn't he, originally? And there's been a lot, you know. South Florida's been a cool place. You know, it got a bad name because of the Miami Vice and the Scarface crap, but I grew up before that shit, and it was a different world. That shit
Yeah.
really it was much cooler before that. It was a sleepier town, but slick, and we had things like it was so much more nautical back then. You know, people enjoyed the South Florida life the whole time. Then after that, it was all about the glitz and the glamour and the bullshit, and that's not what it was about. It was about nice, you know, good times. I mean, growing up, South Beach was a crackhead place, you know, at best, and old people at worst, and old people's retired there at best. There's nothing going on there, you know, except the beach was badass. But I mean, no scene. Back to the '80s, you know. So it's you know, it's I kind of miss those days in a way. Pineal wouldn't know what I'm talking about.
Pineal.
Yeah, my bad. I keep on muting myself. I'm opening this link to that Samantha dropped. She asked, "What do you think of Sebring, though?" And she also asked, "What city are you in?" I'm actually by
Sebring.
Yeah, I'm in like by Hollywood, Pembroke Pines kind of area, AV, Cooper City, Plantation. You know, yeah.
Samantha, she wants to go to Sebring. Sebring, you know, what do you want to do? Do you want to live on a it exists tribe? Google it now. What's she talking about here? Sebring? No, I know about Sebring. I know people just moved to Sebring recently from around where Pineal was talking about, and she likes it up there. Me, I've been to Sebring on a few occasions. I camped up there not too long ago too. I personally don't like Sebring just because the weather's not that good there. It doesn't have the Florida I like. You know, it's too inland for me. I like to be on the coast. But that's just me. Hexagon bubbles. Yeah, there's exactly. Yeah, there's elements of hexagons when they smush together. Yeah, I've seen that. Not
Yeah, I
quite.
told you. Yeah, I told you. Honeycomb's tribe.
All right, man. I'm a fool. You're right.
Look at it. Look at it. Oh my god, it's so sexy.
But they're not individual ones. It just comes in. They'll form in a hexagon.
That's interesting, man.
I think a hexagon is just a 3D triangle, right?
No, a hexagon is no. You mean a hex? Well, hexagon's two triangles.
Right. So take it from the 2 dimension to the 3rd dimension.
These are spheres, so they're 3 dimensions. So if you're talking about a hexagon in 3 dimensions, is that it's not a hexahedron though. It's something else. It's
I'm talking about a triangle in 3 dimensions.
It's 2 triangles in 3 dimensions. So that's a 1,
Yeah, I
2.
mean, yeah.
The tetrahedron.
Well, it's an octahedron, isn't it? Because 2 of them to make the sphere.
6.
excuse me, this is where we get into calculus. You know that, right? Because you would be able to come up with these formula, starting with a hexagon, dividing it into that, and then starting to work the scale up until you come up with your formula pi r square or whatever. You know that, right?
Yeah, it's a bit over my head, but yeah, I'm aware of
It's not. That's calculus. It comes before algebra. They teach you the algebra, but they won't teach you the why or the how. That's what kills me with the maths. They teach it all backwards, and then they don't teach statistics. It's like the easiest stuff they don't want to teach, but then they'll make you grind out long division. It's like, what the fuck?
Interesting.
Hey, when
I
I
could
was
teach you math I could show you some math stuff that will blow your head, where you could start adding and multiplying 3-digit numbers off the top of your head faster than a calculator. And it's not like you have to be smart to do it. You just got to be taught the technique. They teach everyone the wrong fucking technique. Like when you add numbers, you
No,
add them
dude,
from the wrong side.
Tribe, you're totally right. When I was totally I was going down that rabbit hole, and I was totally sober for 2 years, dude. You can fuck with some numbers, and you can multiply them, and you can do it in a million different ways, and you start realizing like you can calculate the same answer doing way different than we've ever been taught in school through multiplication and addition and all that shit, dude.
Well, they're
It was
old
like,
ways. They're actually the old ways, man. There's a I forget what it's called, an old Indian, from the Indian subcontinent, style of math. There's other. I could do live streams on this stuff, but live stream on math. I'm really pushing the limits now.
I think it'd be cool.
I'll do
It'd
it.
be
I
cool.
got something to blow your head. I mean, put it this way. Did I do one for you on card? The Neo cheating with the poker, was that for you, Jeff?
no, I wish for poker. I gotta
Someone
stop
was doing a
gambling.
poker, and I did a live stream on a book I had. It's called Neo cheating, right? But it's really intricate. It's not about cheating in and of itself. It's about how the slow, methodical methods work from dealers and stuff. So you know them too, and you can not only catch them but use them to your advantage. Card counting for blackjack. Do you know how to card count? It's so easy.
Yeah, I do a little bit. It is easy. There's a couple of different systems you can use, but
right,
like the plus or minus system, or
exactly, simple stuff. That's an easy game. But they catch you card counting pretty quick. But Neo cheating, you can actually apply card counting and get away with it at a casino. Not that I recommend or do that. But that's the thing is that there's such good ways to play odds if you're going to gamble. Then I see people doing the stupidest thing. I could go on and on about the nonsense. It's just like people ignore trust, and I'm as guilty as anyone else. You do corporations instead of running a trust, LLC, because nobody knows how to construct documents. So they say, "Oh, we'll just register it with the state, and they'll take care of all the legal obligations." And I'll have, just a relative rights now, and I'll forfeit my absolute rights in exchange for them to handle my affairs, in which case I'll also have control of my assets to some extent if I don't comply with their policies, codes, and statutes. Whereas with the trust, you're left in the constitutional jurisdiction where you have a absolute, but the absolute rights, which are granted otherwise outside of the state's, statutes and codes, so that it stands above it with supremacy of law. And the difference is you have to construct that. So who's going to construct that for you? It's not going to be your typical Esquire. It's going to be one of these super duper high dollar ones that only deal with the super duper wealthy, right? Or family people or people that in the network, etc. Right? Because it's kind of forbidden for them to do it when they're in the bar, right? Because you're not supposed to be drinking and doing law at the same time. So that's why I'm trying to learn this stuff on my own and get as many people doing it too, because if we don't, it's going to be lost. And I know that's kind of the thing with Mitchell, is I know the guys you've been with, they're good. They've set me on a lot of good paths too. I just don't, as with anything, and I know you are too, you're going to be suspect of organizations. I don't like to associate with anything that I haven't been intimately involved with from the start. Even if there are some people that might be honorable or doing the right thing, I'm very skeptical and cautious about it. So that's my deal with that. But yeah, there's a lot to be learned from them. And you know who I'm talking about, a lot. And I think we were watching some of that earlier. Weren't you here? I was working, but I was watching some of your stream, Pineal. Mitchell, you know what I'm talking about? I think you're muted. Mitchell's not even there.
Yeah. My bad. I'm sorry. I'm kind of multitasking here.
Shit.
Mitchell,
Did you hear what I said?
You pay attention to us, Mitchell.
Yeah, I missed what you were saying too.
I heard most of it. Is you were talking about earlier, the stream that Pineal was doing earlier and touching on
Saying
how
those
it's
people
relevant.
Yeah, a lot of those people involved in that, I said, I've learned a lot from, and it set me on a lot of good paths. I said the only thing where I spoke with you, I think about before, is I'm always skeptical about associating myself with certain groups and such, and that's just my own skepticism and caution there. But aside from that, what you're going to learn there is going to be a lot of good things. I wouldn't say all of it because, again, there's some that are better than others there. You know what I'm talking about. Was that James a Patriot that was on there? The guy that was calling James, is that what he goes by?
I'm not familiar with that one.
If that was him, that guy is good. I mean, he's probably the top. I think that was him. I only caught a little of it. If it was him, that's someone to listen to. And if I know he's in those, if he's associated with that or affiliated, I might be totally mistaken. But the guy was still saying some good things. Yeah, there's some things I agree with somewhat, and some of the questions asked aren't as pointed as I'd like, and that gives me doubts about some of the people that try to associate there. That they have a lot of homework to do before they step up to something like that. Equity, right? You got to bring something to the table to participate in power like that. So, it's just something where I think it's a lot to be learned from, Mitchell, and that's why it's good that a lot of us, of course, have touched that, and that's why I like to reciprocate that same learning for others. But just like Jeff is saying, it's nothing I want to hold to myself. Or you're going to pay me to come and see? I'm going to give it all away freely. People don't even want to take it when you try to give it to them anyway. So what the hell? No, you know what they do? I'm sorry. You know what? I should go out there, get a license and a registration, charge people freaking $1,500 an hour, and they'll come knocking at my door. But I digress. I yield.
That's a good point. Yeah. Perceived value.
Hey, Mitchell.
Yeah.
Do you journal?
Yeah. I have several journals.
Do you do it on the regular?
Yeah.
Shit, he's got a channel called The Life of Mitchell.
Mars Life.
The Triumph of Mitchell.
I like writing. I kind of suck at it. It takes, you got to really be into it. You got to be feeling the.
So I want to read, I don't do it that often, but I've written some stuff way in the past, and sometimes you go back and you read your own shit and you're like, who is this guy? Right. Have you done that? It's go back and read your journal from 10 years ago and be like, who the fuck was that person?
Yeah, for sure.
And
I even have one that I made when I was in 3rd or 4th grade that I reflect on every once in a while, every so many years. I'll pull it back out and take a look at it. It's fascinating. I get what you're saying.
Is it? Yeah, isn't it fascinating? I'm looking at something that I wrote in 2018, and I'm wondering if I recognize this dude. You know what I mean? And that's 5 years ago, but it's I wrote this, epic 3-page thing of just probably me being fucked up, saying my thoughts, and I'm but I look back at it, I'm reading it, and I'm like, oh shit, dude, I kind of resonate with that dude. And I kind of get it. But there are some other journal entries that I had before that where I was like, oh, dude, you just don't get it. You just don't get it. But like, we can all change, right? That's what we're all here doing. We're all trying to be better.
Yeah,
I think that's what I believe about a lot of people, at least, or at least that's my hope. So, anyways, I yield.
I wish I could. I mean, I guess when I was younger, I did do that, but this stage of my life now, I don't know. Once the family and stuff, I guess it makes it a little bit different. I'm not so concerned about that anymore, and I lost a lot of my youthful stuff with hurricanes and stuff like that in the past. So a lot of wet documents don't make it. So lost a lot of that, and I learned to deal with loss in that way too. That I don't, that lack of attachment gives me a lot of freedom. I learned a lot from that. So again, another good lesson is that in the hardship, you're supposed to find the opportunities, not the pain. So in that way, I've learned that whole thing of not being attached in that way. And it helps with a lot of different things too. It helps with making change for yourself by not being attached to habits so much. Yeah, there's a lot of good things that I like talking about on Paul's channel. There is why I gravitate there. I'm here on Pineal's channel to help him out doing his offshoot, what Paul's doing to carry on some of the this detritus like us that lag around. I was working, so I didn't get my real good fix today of the panel. So it was what it is. But this
Is this really an offshoot of what Paul's doing? Sorry to interrupt, but is this really an offshoot of what Paul's doing?
In a sense, it is, because we're talking about with the lawful, legal, spiritual thing, and it's not organized like his thing is.
That Paul doesn't own that stuff, right?
No,
That
he
stuff's been
doesn't,
going on for thousands. People have been talking about that shit for thousands of years, man.
Same thing I said. I've done the same talk for a long time. I've lived it. You know what I mean? But it is a different mix. He does a nice little mix on it.
We're all different.
Yeah, but this little StreamYard mix,
What makes him so special to you?
The fact that he's got the level of tolerance that I don't have with people, and I shouldn't say tolerance, the level of patience, right? Because when you display patience, you teach tolerance, and that's one thing that I have my own tolerance.
You think he's a great teacher?
No, he's got a lot of patience, and that patience teaches me how to learn to have more patience so that I can teach tolerance myself.
You think he has great patience? In what sense?
Dude, he deals with you and me, for one.
Okay, right. He's spent 4 months cycling on Talcott. Is that patience, sir?
Holy fuck, man. Well,
is that patience?
Yeah, because in the end, maybe Jeff is right.
Then, all right, conversation's over. I'm not interested in your opinions anymore. Thanks. Sorry. I'm just so sick of you talking about fucking Paul like he's a fucking god, dude.
No, it's just a broadcast,
you proved my point, though, right?
He's created something good.
You're gonna cherry pick fucking what you want to see. What Paul did with Talcott is not a display of patience. Okay, it might be a display of something else that might looks like patience, but that's not patience, sir.
I don't know. I think Jeff is right, dude. The more he says it, I think it's flat out right, dude. That sounds so freaking on point. Did you hear what Jeff said?
What part are you referring to?
What did I say?
Your double plot twist, dude. That sounded feasible to me. Considering all the actions and interactions. I don't want to blow it for the man, but shit, dude. I mean, it would be a happy ending for them all, and no one asked, so why should they tell?
You missed it, Mitchell. So I was saying, what if it was the double plot twist where they played this up the whole time? Paul and his dad bought Talcott's property.
No, I heard that. I didn't quite agree with all the details, but I'm on board with the idea that this was all part of the plan, right? That they're probably working in cahoots to fucking do this theatrical nonsense, you know?
Well, so,
Or,
so the only
or
reason,
Tal
the only
Pot's an evil genius, and he's got
no,
us all
but
duped.
the only reason I
It's
disagree.
the same with Paul. And the same with
Hey,
Paul, right? The same could be
hey, but
possible about Paul, right?
but hey, here's the thing. Yeah, it could be, but here's the thing. The only reason I disagree.
I'm going to show it is. Trust me. It's coming. Give me about 2 more
Well, yeah.
days of good sleep.
Well,
it's coming.
What I'm saying, okay, what I'm saying is, Mitchell, is I feel like you're a real dude. I feel like Tribe's a real dude, and I know I am. And so, like, when I've come up, I'll tell you my personal truth, and this is real shit. Every time I've come up on Paul's show, I've never emailed Paul, never once. I don't have any contact with him. When I've been Jeff Harlow or Jack Taltub or whatever,
Let's
like
get to the
that was
get to the,
yeah. My point
what-
is that it was. My point is it's not scripted. So I would hope.
okay, you can't take that one aspect and say that it's not scripted, sir. That doesn't make any sense. That's a total logical fallacy. Okay.
No, I'm saying my personal relationship with Paul is not scripted. I've done it on my own.
Okay.
accord.
Yeah. All
That's
right.
all.
So
That's all. That's all I'm saying.
That's great. I mean, I'm not surprised by that. I didn't think it was. I'm not worried about that. Your relationship with Paul. I'm worried about Paul's agenda being scripted.
Okay, I agree. Okay, I can see that. I don't know Paul's
I don't see the
agenda.
guy having an agenda like that, but what kind of agenda
All
do
right,
you
well,
see?
I'm
him
going to
having?
show it. I'm not going to even argue about it, really. I don't want to fucking show all my cards right now, but
No, but I mean, is it something
it's
to be
become
aware
quite
of,
obvious to
Mitch,
me
now that you
with
know about it?
the way people claim to be walking in truth and standing for truth and then tell blatant lies, okay, for their benefit and to exploit weaknesses for their benefit. All right, there's nothing good about that. All right. They may do some good things in order to get away with shit like that. But then he is just the same as any other fucking corrupt organization, charity, government system, whatever you want to call it. It's no different. Okay. And so why aren't you guys having these same conversations as much as you guys try to defend what Paul is doing? Why don't you apply that same logic to anything else in life? Because then there would be nothing else to bitch about.
Is there some danger in what he's doing to us?
Yes,
personally?
there is a lot of danger in what he's doing.
Oh, like what?
Well, for instance, by telling people who aren't ready spiritually or in other ways to do things that he does, you know, because he's walking a different path. And so he has the only right way, right? And that nobody can compare to him. Nobody has done anything like him, right? He said multiple times, he's the only one. All right. So people are different. And if people take his recommendations, they're going to get killed. All right. We saw Chase do it better than Paul, but different, but it's more legitimate, right? Like, what if Paul gets in an accident, right? How is he going to resolve that? I get he can get away in the system, right? But how is he going to resolve those issues? He doesn't have a way. Okay, so he's not the honorable, responsible man. You know, he's setting people up for a very dangerous situation, taking your tags off and going to fucking challenge the system. You know, that's not how you do it, man. You know, that's you're setting people up for failure. You know, I get that that's the goal. Ultimately, you want to get there, but he's a terrible teacher. He's not getting people there.
Okay.
He just comes here every fucking day and bitches about how people aren't up to his standards, right? Well, that's your failure. That's your failure to teach them to get there.
I agree with you, Mitch.
If you're gonna bitch about it, that's your failure. That it just eliminates all the bitching. All right.
Okay, I'm not going to argue with you on any of those points because
the actual truth eliminates all the bitching, all of it.
Yes,
There's nothing.
because I've thought myself, you know, how much I know he said he's doing the walk in the truth, and I know he's done it a little bit before. But it doesn't seem like he's doing it now. I wonder how many people see that sentiment that, yeah, he's doing 10 to 12 hours a day just bloviating on the fucking internet. He's
It's
not
hard to
out.
maintain that level of lying and dishonesty. So, I mean,
Well, what I'm saying is, yeah. What I'm saying is he driving a car every day? He's not putting himself out there. He went to jail for what, 100 days is what he claims. So it does irritate me personally that he claims to be standing on rights and freedoms and doing everything to stop genocide, but he's not doing anything anymore. Like he talks about action. I don't know if he's going out and doing anything anymore. Or if he does, is he riding in his girlfriend's car and she's driving him? Like, is it worth it for him to get arrested again? I mean, I don't know. These are questions I've asked myself. What do you guys think?
Yeah,
Tribe?
I mean, yeah, that's what I've
Tribe,
seen.
what do you think? Tribe, what do you think?
I don't think anyone should be freaking finding a way from a YouTube video or a channel or something like that, man. I mean, put it this way, I go on there. I don't see any other live panels, but his channel. But I don't see it as a guy trying to push his way or anything like that. I mean, he talks about some things that I resonate with, and when I come on panel, I don't talk about the other stuff. So
Okay,
I mean, it's
so
like,
is that because you're? I mean, but we all know this. He says, "What are you doing? What are the fruits of your labor? What have you done? What are the results?" He says that to everybody.
Yeah.
And it's because he's had one success. You know, ultimately his life's been a complete fucking failure, except for that one success with that officer, right? I've had a few of those, right? But I just don't go fucking, you know, trying to convince the world that I'm God because of it. You know, and
I get it, man. But look, there's also Aristotle. He had the saying that's often been misquoted, but it's those who can do, those who understand teach.
Right, but it's his dishonesty to convince others that nobody is doing what he is doing, or, you know, the similar walking the path of Christ, right? That's what he's comparing himself to, right? Nobody's walking the path of Christ like he does. I have him fucking on record saying that, okay? So
whatever, man.
we can argue about it all you want, but that's what I'm telling you. Yeah, it's all an entertainment broadcast. That's a fucking cop-out for fucking cowards.
Why?
With no accountability. That's dishonorable, okay?
Well, I don't tell anyone.
Are you doing entertainment or are you walking in truth? Make up your fucking mind. You can't have your cake and eat it too, bud.
On YouTube, this is not my platform, so that's can't be in truth. It's censored to some extent, so it's not pure truth. It's diluted to some extent. So.
Okay, well then that's why you can't fucking claim to be walking in truth.
No, that's why.
Right? That's a good point. Everyone on fucking YouTube is feeding a fucking satanic system, right? So nobody on here is righteous.
Well, nothing's absolute either. So there's enough good I get out of here that I can deal with resisting that.
You're deflecting from the fucking point, okay?
I'll tell you what. You know what I think the point is? I think the point is that it's not YouTube. It's Facebook is your problem and everyone else's problem. Get the fuck off of Facebook, dude. That shit's demonic. Purely and simply.
Okay, how is it more demonic than YouTube?
Video platform, dude. You show me someone that's off of Facebook, and I'll show you someone that have the issues you have. You're too triggered by personality, dude. Get off of Facebook and I'll believe you. Until then, I don't want to hear about your personality conflicts,
you
dude.
won't answer
You got
the
a
question.
Facebook disorder, dude. Facebook
How is it more demonic than
Facebook,
YouTube?
admit your fault is Facebook. I can see it clear. Facebook, you're addicted to Facebook. You live in Facebook. Everyone judges you by Facebook.
Me?
That's why I don't relate to
Are
your
you
shit.
talking
bitch.
to me? Or are you
Yes, I'm talking to
projecting?
everyone on this panel. Everyone on this panel.
Okay, well, I
No,
don't
no.
use
Everyone.
Facebook, you
You,
stupid fuck.
Jeff, and
I
Pineal.
don't use Facebook, you stupid
Yeah, you
fuck.
have been on Facebook.
Yeah,
You
I
get
have
plenty
been
on
on
it.
Facebook. I get on maybe once a year at best, you
Yeah.
stupid fuck.
Tribe, I don't get on Facebook either. It's all the
Well,
same
that's the
shit.
problem. Then you're dealing with people that are triggering you because they're being poisoned and programmed by that
I'm not.
shit.
I'm not.
Well, I'm talking about this guy here then, because I see it around. There's people that act weird and stuff, and it can only be because of the social
Weird,
media.
weird. Then fucking leave, dude. You have an agenda here.
I have an agenda. I came on a Pineal's panel to talk to people like Jeff, and Mimi came up here. So what's the big deal?
Right.
You're up here too.
And not
That was
me,
great
right?
too. I'm not
And
here to
not me.
talk
Now
about.
all of a sudden I'm this Facebook guy and I'm this fucking weirdo because I fucking called you something out that you disagree with. You want to control the narrative. That's what your agenda is.
My agenda is looking at people that are fixated in this social media shit, and it really interferes with
Like
why
yourself
I'm here.
on YouTube and Paul?
Dude, I'm not here. Do you see my channel about crying about anything? No, I'm just teaching. If you don't like it, it's boring. Sorry, it's boring.
You're constantly on Paul's,
Watch the
sir.
drama. I didn't really come here for drama,
You're
dude. If you want
constantly
drama,
on Paul's, sir.
yeah, but I don't go there for drama. I go on
You're
Paul's.
fixated. You don't go there for drama, right? You don't
What do
go
I go
there
there
and
for?
fucking poke and
So you're
prod
gonna
with
make
the
claims to
Talcott.
what I go there for
You
now.
don't
So
go
you know
there and
everyone's
poke and
incentive.
prod with the Talcott shit, do you, sir?
Dude, Talcott is a freaking you know what that does? I'm trying to get rid
Is
of
that
that
not
shit
drama?
out of the way. And you know
Is
what?
it
It
not
was
for an
futile. Well,
entertainment
futile,
podcast?
wasn't it?
You said it's entertainment. Is entertainment not drama?
I don't watch drama for entertainment, dude. It's not all drama is entertainment, dude.
I didn't say it was
Okay?
all drama. Right?
Not all entertainment is drama.
It's about
I don't like the
90%
drama part of the
drama.
entertainment, okay? That doesn't
It's about
please me.
90% drama, and you're there about 90% of the time.
Dude, the stream goes on. I come on and off that stream. I just linger there. You know when the drama's going on, I'm either trying to stop it or I just fucking leave it. Okay? You're
What
different.
have
You
you
want
done
to
to
go
try
in
and
and try to
stop the
control the
Talcott
situation,
drama?
dude.
What have
You
you
know, if
done
you
to
don't
try
like
and
it,
stop
just
the
step out
Talcott
instead. Try
drama?
to control it. You're trying to be overbearing in situations that you're not welcome in or being
No, I'm asking you some
celebrated.
pointed questions that you're refusing
Dude,
to
when
answer
people tell
because
me to leave, I go. Put it that way, and I don't come back. Good places, I just don't go because they're annoying as fuck, and I just don't give a shit. And you know what? I don't give a fuck if they like me or not.
you
And if
come
they
in
don't,
here
I don't go
and use
back.
your
Bitch.
passive
It's simple
aggressive
that way.
shit talk towards Pineal constantly.
The what?
Your fucking passive aggressive shit talk towards Pineal constantly.
What's passive aggressive about Pineal? When he's doing a shitty job, I tell
You're
him.
passive
Come on,
aggressive
man.
shit talk towards him, like when you're in chat making sly little fucking cheap shot comments.
Yep, that's what we all do. You don't like it, then leave. You can't take the heat, then just go, man. Dude, that's how we play with each other, dude. You know what? If you can't take it, dude, then you're too triggered, dude. Sorry.
Now, can you describe? I can take it. You can't take how
Go to
I
the
feel about it.
children's table, Mitch. Really,
Right.
dude. Really, go to the little children's table, play with the blocks.
Right.
You know, we can poke fun. Ask Pineal directly downstairs,
how old are
assuming you know
sir?
what he thinks.
You're
Ask Pineal,
basically
he's right
hanging out
here.
with kids.
Ask him if I offended him.
You're hanging out with kids, basically. Tribe. How old are you? Sorry. Truth fucking hurts.
You made claims against Pineal. Now, let's see if he agrees or if you lied.
I didn't make claims against Pineal. I stated an observation about your passive-aggressive comments towards Pineal, you stupid fuck.
And that's a lie. It was nothing passive aggressive. Again, ask him if he felt that way. It's
You've never been passive aggressive. You just said that's what we all do.
You're projecting on others.
You just said
and now
that
you
that's what
lied,
we
and
all
you
do.
caught yourself in a lie. Just
You
shut
just
up
said
and move
that
on.
that's what we all do. Now I'm a liar.
Hey guys, real quick. Can we just Get a virtual hug or something.
No, fuck that. I don't. Fraud's
You're right.
unforgivable.
You're right. I got no patience for little children. Goodbye.
Later. There's nothing that he or I have that can't be got elsewhere. We're not that special.
You want to hear? You want to hear my journal?
I love you. You love me.
Sorry,
Tribe is
Pioneer.
How's that?
going to fucking sleep. It's all right,
Oh,
Tribe.
Pioneer.
I'm laying down
Pioneer,
too,
what's up?
so it's all good.
What, are you going to sleep, Pioneer? We're just waking up, dude. All right, you want to hear it? I'll tell you. Here's my thoughts from 2018, September 5th. Dear Jeffrey, what does it all mean? That's an open-ended question, isn't it? Eh? What's love? What is life? These feelings that we have, what are feelings? What do they mean? Mothers, fathers, sisters, brothers, blood bonds. Can we feel love stronger for someone we're not related to? Are we bounded by the genetics that we're disposed to? Or is it bigger? Is it possible to create a bigger bond than just blood? I believe we do. I believe we have a choice. There are connections beyond us. In science, they say they call it chemistry. I call it mathematics of the soul. Every day we move energy, good or bad. It's our choice. Some people blame everything on others, situations, or life. You choose how you feel. You choose your life. But no one else is in control of how you feel, but you. You are your own prodigy. Are you worried? Do you need approval? From who? Society? Family? Classmates? Why does anyone's opinion matter? No one wakes up every single day and looks in the mirror but you. At the end of the day, the beginning of the day, but you. You may have some support from someone who cares, but they don't define you. They help support you, but I reiterate, they do not define you. Only you do. Every decision you make, every sound you utter, is a story that is written for yourself every day. Your actions, your moves, that is the story you had to tell. Remember, you are the star of your story. Do you want to be the hero that strives to be? Or do you want to be the villain? The one who sabotages yourself, brings everyone down around you. It's easy to be a villain, huh? It's easy to manipulate and bring people down. People are weak. They're looking for answers, right? Everyone wants a solution, an easy fix to their problems. You want approval, right? You want attention, right? How do you get it? You crave it. Some people choose lies and deceit. Some people shower you with love and compassion. We are not taught these things. It is in itself our innate survival. Everyone like everyone. Connect. Social media. It's subtle. Justification of our state of, are we enough? Fuck cool. Be you. That's enough in my book. And in my book doesn't mean shit about your book. Your book is cooler than mine because it's your story. Maybe mine's lame to you, and that's all right. Sorry, I'm reading this shit. I can barely read my fucking handwriting from like 2018, but I'm reading this own shit, and it makes a lot of sense to me, even now.
Yeah.
Let's see where I'm at. Anyways, I'll stop at the moment. But be the person you want to be. The whole point is be the person you want to admire to be. Be the hero of your own story, dude. It's like, you know, we read these books, right? We watch these movies. We get moved. We physically get moved by a movie or a story, or you read a book. And do you want to be like? Do you want to be the shitty like antagonist in that story, or do you want to be the hero of that story? Are you the addict, the alcoholic, the retard that you just keep rooting for? Like, dude, just get out of it. Just you're rooting for that character because they're such a good person, but they can't get out of their own fucking way. That's how I feel in my life a lot of times. I can't get out of my own way. I don't need anybody else to tell me shit. It's nice. It's nice to have support. It's nice to have people rooting for you. It's nice to have a support group. But yeah, at the end of the day, it's all on us. It's on me. It's on you. It's on everybody else to be a good person, dude. So all this internet drama is kind of sad, but I do agree with the calling, you know. I used to be like, hey, just quit calling people out. Like, maybe some people need to be called out. Maybe some people need to hear something from somebody.
Look, I hope I'm wrong about a lot of things, but no, I'm good. I'm sorry. I didn't know if you were wanting to have a conversation or you were still reading, but I thought you were just kind of talking now. But
I was reading, but then I started talking. But thank you, Mitchell. Appreciate it.
Well,
I think
no,
you're.
I think
you're a real. I think you're a real person going through some real shit, and I think that you are. I think you're. I mean, honestly, Mitch, I think you're a good man. I think you have focal points on certain people, and like
well,
your
I'm not
tenacity.
interested in it. I'm not interested in all of this, to be honest. It's all what you think, and it's subjective. And I care about the truth, man. No offense, but I don't even care about your opinions, even if they're positive towards me. You know.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
And so, you know, I'm just not trying to, you know, find the fluff in all of this. I'm just looking at reality, and you know, I don't know. I lost whatever I was going to say, but you know, I wanted to have a conversation relevant to whatever you were saying, you know, instead of just this monologue of what you think about me. But
no,
you know,
it doesn't matter what I think about. It doesn't matter what I think about you. It's about what you think about you, and
well, why are you guys worried about what I think about me? I'm fine. Like, I've made it 36 years through my life, you know, with the help of no one but my family. So I don't need any of you guys. I don't need your positive reinforcement. I don't need any of that. I'm just saying,
I know, but
I'm not saying you don't have to stop or whatever. I'm not trying to manipulate the conversation, man. Stop reacting to what I'm saying, because I'm trying to get to the point, you know, but you know, it's the point that I was trying to make, I think I lost it, but it had something to do with the idea of relative to the conversation just had with Tribe. And, you know, he's constantly cheerleading for Paul. And, you know, it's like, I don't remember, but it was just, you know, because he did one good thing. The ends don't justify the means, I guess is all I need to say. But I completely lost my point. I wanted to have a conversation, but I guess
Okay.
I should let you get back to
No,
rambling.
Well, I don't think I was rambling. I just was reading something that
I just don't care
was
what you think about me. It's irrelevant to the conversation, you know? I don't need anyone to validate me here. It's not what I'm here for. You're not going to change how I
Okay,
feel or
well,
what I think based on what you say.
it wasn't about you,
Right?
Mitchell. I was just reading my journal.
No, you were rambling on about what you thought about me, and that's when I tried to interrupt to have dialogue.
Okay, I apologize.
And it seems you were offended by that, you know?
Oh, what? No, I'm not offended. No. I like you,
Okay, well,
Mitchell. That's all.
I like you too, but that doesn't matter. Like, I really don't like anyone, to be honest, if I'm being completely honest, but I don't have any reason to dislike you, you know? And,
okay.
but that's because it's a defense mechanism I put up. I'm not here to like people, right? I'm here to speak and live and experience truth.
Okay, do you not think the human connection and liking people, like, do you have a defense mechanism? I mean, you obviously have
I
in
do
my
on
opinion.
here for good reason.
Yeah.
Okay. It's the internet.
Okay, I agree with that. So do you have friends in your real life?
Yes. And I've said it multiple times, and I don't know why we're having this conversation again.
I've never had this conversation with you.
Yes. Okay.
You don't have to get defensive
Well,
with
the
me,
answer
Mitchell.
is yes. Well, it's fucking annoying that people can't separate this from their real life, and maybe that's part of the problem.
Well, this is technically real life.
Whatever, dude.
You know what I mean? Could I be wrong or right saying that, like, why do you want to argue with everybody or even me?
I
Like,
don't want to argue with everybody. I'm up against ideas, okay? I don't care about you. I've said it multiple times. I'm basically sociopathic when it comes to YouTube, right? These people,
Okay, so what have
until
I
I
done
meet you in
to?
real life and I shake your hand and I can see into your eyes, you know, I don't want any fucking thing to do with you personally. It's just the reality of the situation. It's the internet and it needs to be separate, right? We don't need to substitute real life relationships with this.
I'm not. This is just part of something that's entertaining.
No, good for you, but a lot of people live their lives through this.
Well, let's meet in real life, Mitch.
I would do it, man, and I would totally have coffee with you, and I doubt we would have any problems in real life. I'm pretty sure of that.
Yeah, I don't even think I have problems with you on the internet. But
I don't either. It's just irritating and frustrating because I just wanted to have a conversation, you know? So sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt and it went totally off track to what the conversation was about.
Yeah,
And
no, it's all good.
I don't know what to say about the miscommunication other than, you know, I just heard you talking for a long time. You know, granted, I recognize the transition from you reading to talking, and so I wanted to try and have a conversation, and it failed.
Yeah.
And so now we're not even talking about whatever was being talked about, and it's just kind of silly. And I'm not interested in talking about all of this like emotional shit, you know?
Yeah, me
Personal
too.
shit.
Okay.
It's like that shit doesn't matter to me, you know? It
I
does in a
agree.
sense, but like I have to keep up that defense mechanism for a reason on here, and
Okay, I agree. I'm non-combative, dude. I'm I'm all about truth and love, dude. So I don't.
All right. Well,
I'm I'm
yeah, you're
I'm,
just
I'm
being agreeable, but I'm interested in having a conversation, man. So,
okay. Well, me
you know,
too.
but yeah,
So where do we go from here? Let's talk about
I don't know.
something.
We're on a different vibe, man. I'm just saying, really, you know, I have a completely different way of dealing with things. I'm not saying your way is right or wrong or the same about mine. I'm just saying
So
I
hey,
don't
let
know
me ask you this.
what we
So,
could
let,
really
let me ask.
accomplish here.
No, just let me ask you this. Let me ask about you.
I don't
Maybe a lot of
really
people.
like talking about me, but what do you want to know, man? It's weird and creepy. But what?
I was just trying to be polite, dude. Like like
I
most people
know,
just
but
want to
that's
talk
what
about.
I'm saying,
I
man. I'm
know.
not into all
No,
that shit.
what I'm saying is most people just want to talk about themselves and they don't give a fuck about anybody else.
Well, I don't.
So
I don't,
that's all.
man. All right.
All
All right. Cool, man.
I don't. Yeah, I'm not trying to be facetious or
I
condescending or
didn't say
anything, dude.
that. I didn't say that. Like, can you start moving on? This isn't
Well,
about
no,
me
I'm
and
just
you, dude. Like,
okay.
I don't
I
have
was
a
just I was
problem with
just
you.
okay. Cool. I was just throwing that out there, man. I just wanted to make sure you didn't think I was being an asshole or something, you know. So I think you're a good dude. That's
Well,
all.
all right. No, I don't think you're capable of it, and I think that's the problem. And it's fucking annoying. All right. So stop being so nice to me. It's annoying. I don't think
Okay.
like that. I'm sorry. Just be real. Just be
I
fucking
am.
straightforward. I don't
I
have
am.
time for all the fluff, man. I get it. That's how you cope. That's how you deal with things. That's your way of living. That's great. It just doesn't. It's like oil and water, man. It doesn't really mix. You know.
I'm just me,
I'm not
dude.
in that. That's not why I'm here. I'm not here to fucking go along, get along. I'm not.
Well,
So
I'm being
I'm here for
honest.
a completely different
I'm
reason.
well, I'm being dead honest. So I'm not placating to you. Not trying to make you feel nice. I'm just
I didn't
being
ever
fucking
say you
honest.
were being dishonest.
You said I wasn't being real, and I was trying to do something that I wasn't. I'm just. That's just who I am. I'm being nice. That's just. I'm a nice person. So
Right, right.
you can take it.
I'm
You can
saying
take it how you want
I'm
it.
saying that
That's
that
all.
just doesn't really work with me sometimes, and I try to make it clear. It's not that you're doing something wrong, but
Okay,
like
man. Well,
like
just chill, bro. Just I I don't want to argue with you. Like everyone else can
I
argue with
wasn't
you, but
trying to argue. I was trying to add to the conversation, and you were resistant to
okay.
that, and that's how we ended up here.
Okay, how was I resistant?
I don't know. I kept trying to make my point, and you kept talking, and I tried to let you
Okay,
know in so many words that I was trying to add to the conversation, and it turned into all this emotional, fluffy nonsense.
it's not fluffy. I was just saying I love you, man. That's it.
Okay, well,
That's it.
that's
That's
great.
it.
I love you too, but I don't want to fucking talk about that right now.
Okay, cool. What shall we talk about?
I don't know, man. I have nothing. I just trying to add to the conversation. You know, and it's, like I said, it got completely derailed, and I'm not interested in the conversation anymore. So I don't know.
Okay. Neil has nothing to say. That's for sure. What would make you happy, Mitchell?
What makes you think I'm not happy? What would make you fucking happy is if you would stop fucking talking about me. It's creepy and fucking weird.
I didn't say you weren't happy, dude. So I'm just trying to have a conversation because we're the only two people online, and I ask you what would make you happy in life, and then you immediately
I am happy.
fucking.
I don't need anything to be happy, sir.
Okay, so you're happy. So what makes you
I'm
happy is what I
satisfied.
said. So
My
describe
life
it.
makes me happy. I don't want to talk about me to you. It's weird. I'll talk to you about truth, but I'm not interested in talking to you about me.
Okay.
Self-personality politics is my point, is what I'm really trying to get at. I'm not interested in the personalities. I'm interested in the ideas being put forth. So if you want to transition into talking about the ideas, that's great. I don't want to talk about the people. Sometimes you got to mention the names to make the points, but it's always this I and you and me and we, and I'm not interested in all of that. What allegedly brings us all together is truth, and we're just gossiping about personalities.
Well, I'm interested in talking about ideas as well, dude. So. Anil, did you do anything? I guess I'm just here talking to myself. Pondale, did you go to sleep? Mitch, do you want to talk or just...
Yeah, just don't ask me personal questions, you know?
How are
I'm
we
here
supposed
trying to
to...
make friends. That's all, man. I don't know why you can't get that, but like
Get what? Just how
I'm
I
not here
operate, dude.
to like make friends, you know. I'm happy to talk about the truth. I am who I am. I'm not who you
What truth?
expect me
What
to be
truth?
or think I
What
could
truth?
be or think I should be. I just am who I am.
I don't give a fuck about that, Mitch. I'm talking about me and you.
I know, and it's annoying.
I am the truth. Do you
Yeah,
want to talk
I
about the
can. I
truth?
can. Yeah. Yeah.
So what truth do you want to talk about? You're here. You want to talk about the truth. What truth? Do you
Well,
not
I would
know
say
how to
the truth
like
is
talk?
everything. But I don't know.
The truth is everything. Okay. You make a lot of sense, dude.
Cool.
I try to connect, try to be nice, and then you're like, I don't give a fuck about what you want. Don't ask me questions. Don't get to know you. And then, it's just like, cool. That's
Yeah,
how
if
I
you
am.
want to bring up
This
some
is
ideas and get my perspective on it, that's fine. But look, I'm
ideas
not
about
interested
what?
in talking to you about my feelings.
I wasn't asking about your feelings. So,
well, that's my only point. So if you're not
I just
asking
thought
me
I
about
was
my feelings, then we're good.
okay. I was just asking about you, brother. If you don't want to divulge anything about yourself, then that's fine too. I'm an open book. I am the truth. There's nothing I don't share to anybody. So, I'm not a liar. I don't hide shit.
Yeah, you're asking me about my feelings, not my
I'm not
experiences
asking.
or
I'm not asking. Then tell me your experiences. You don't want me to
what do you
ask
want to
about you
talk
at all.
about, Jeff? I mean, I'm not just gonna fucking. You're being very ambiguous and fucking complaining that you're not getting what you want. All right. What do you want to talk about,
No.
sir?
Apparently, you have a lot of parameters from what we can talk about. I was just asking you
No, I don't have a
questions.
lot of parameters. My only parameter is I don't like talking to random grown men on the internet about my personal life. I'm not here to make friends. It's pretty simple, man. I like you. I think I could be friends with you, but not through here.
Fair enough.
You bring
I don't
a
really.
good energy in real life, but I'm not trying to make this that.
I just feel like you want to fight with everyone, Mitchell.
Well,
That's my
maybe
opinion.
that's
That's
your
my opinion.
perspective because of your very
Yeah,
limited scope.
I don't have a limited scope. It's an
Yeah,
objective.
obviously you do because you said everyone, all right? How I treat people in this community isn't how I treat everyone.
Did I say
This
everyone?
community isn't everyone, sir.
Go to Shopify.com
That's your
and easily
disconnect.
create a powerful online store fully loaded with all the e-commerce
Well,
features to
just
run, manage, and grow your
that's fine.
business.
I don't treat people like you do.
From around the world. Whether you're just getting started or taking
You want to fight me
Yeah,
every
we're all
way.
different. Do you have anything else more profound to say, please?
You just want to be a dick, dude. I'm not a dick.
You're making fucking.
I won't go to your level, dude.
Then
You're just an
don't.
asshole. You're just an
Right.
asshole, dude. I'm trying to be
Yes,
nice
I
to you.
am. I don't want
And
you
you
to be
just
nice to me. I don't want to be your friend because you have expectations that you're not getting, and then you're going to be like a fucking bad ex-girlfriend. I don't fucking care. It's not about
I
me and
don't
you. I'm not
have
here to be your
dude,
friend. I
Mitch,
never was your
unlike
friend, and now I probably never
Mitch,
will
Mitch,
be. I
Mitch,
don't because
Mitch,
nice guys,
I have
yeah, they all got fucking shit that they're suppressing, dude. Cool. Let
sure,
it
dude.
out. Let your hate out, man. You'll be a lot happier. Okay? You wouldn't just be giving off the illusion of happiness. You wouldn't be perceived as happy. But you'll be a lot happier.
That sounds like projection, dude.
Okay, well, I'm not complaining, right? I don't have a problem with you. I'm giving
Oh, no, you're projecting onto me, dude. but
The
I'm just trying to
tone,
be.
my
I'm
attitude
trying
or
to be a nice
whatever.
guy.
You don't like the
You're
tone or my attitude
You no,
or
you sound like
whatever. It's
Z.
not the
You
idea.
sound
It's the
like Z.
tone
You
or
sound like
attitude.
Paul. You're fucking like giving me like telling me who I am, dude. I'm just a nice dude.
No, what did I tell
Try to
you
be
about
not.
who you are?
I
What did I
try to be
tell you
nice
about
to
who you
you.
are?
I
What did
try
I
to be
tell you
nice
about
to
who
you.
you are? What did I
You
tell
just
you
told me,
about who
dude.
you are?
You
What?
just told me.
Articulate.
You
Use
just
your
told
words,
me.
big boy. Use your words, big boy.
You just told me you don't want to hear about my complaints about life and be fake and not a friend and that's who I am. I'm a good guy. I'm a good person. You don't let anybody in.
That's
That's a
not
you
what I
problem.
said, sir. That was your perception of what I said, and that is obviously the problem.
Then explain it.
All right. I'll
Put on.
explain it once again. I think you're a good guy. Okay? I'm an asshole. I get it. I'm not here to be friends with you or to be friendly with you. I'm just
Can we
not.
not? Can we just
I'm
talk
here
then?
for another purpose. You have an attraction to me. Okay? I'm attracted to truth. If you speak truth, I will listen to you. If you give me your feelings and opinions, I'll probably tune you out.
All right. I agree with that. I'm still a hopeless romantic, and I want to be friends. So.
All right, man. Well, you're as close to what I would call a friend on here as I'm going to get. So, like,
Well, thanks for that.
I look at you in the same light as I look at Pineal. Like, and I'm an asshole to him, and I end up feeling bad about it. But like,
Mitch, I just want
sometimes he knows that he needs to fucking take some criticism, and even if he knows what's in my heart, he has to take the responsibility to be resistant or resilient to my bad attitude, to my poor tone.
I just think you should get a hug.
I don't want your hug, okay? I can hug people, and I do, and I enjoy it.
Okay.
But I don't need a hug from you so I can be nicer on here.
Gotcha.
That's the point.
Gotcha.
I'm here for a different reason than you.
Okay. I'm here to. I'm like
We're different. I don't need to be more like you. You don't need to be more like me. I'm not trying to
Agreed.
convince you to be more like me.
I agree. Okay. Cool.
Okay, so there's no reason for me to compare myself to you.
Okay.
We're different.
Agreed. You're not gonna have a lot of like pushback from me, so.
Well, I just did, so you'll just find a way to present it in a way that's not perceived as pushback.
Word. Hi, Neil.
He's going to bed, dude. He said he's going to lay down in bed. Oh, he's back.
Sean.
Oh damn.
Sean. Hey, Mitchell's trying to argue with me, but it's not going to work.
No, I don't even care to talk to you, to be honest. I was interested in the conversation, but I guess I have to take at least partial responsibility for it getting derailed. But I really wanted to add to the conversation. I think that there was some resistance to that. Whatever was being talked about before we got into this little fucking bad girlfriend bullshit.
Well, remind me. Because if you don't remember, then what the fuck does it matter?
It obviously didn't matter because I don't remember.
Okay. All right.
But the underlying theme from my perception was Tribe was trying to justify what goes on over there because the ends justify the means. And then I think that's where the conversation transitioned into you reading your happy little journal entry, and then you started talking about what you thought about me, and that's when I interrupted.
I was saying nothing but nice things about you, so.
Okay, well, I'm not interested in your accommodations, sir. There's still your feelings and opinions.
At least they're
You
not
don't
bad
know
ones.
me. Jeff, you don't know me, dude. Okay?
So you saying that you're shitty?
I'm saying you don't know me.
I don't know you. I know you from the screen.
Okay, well, I don't care what your feelings and opinions are about my personality based on what you've seen on here. Okay?
Why?
I'm
Do you
just
present
not.
yourself a certain way?
What?
So you can't take a compliment. You can't take shit. So how you present yourself online is
I can
not
take a
real
compliment.
or fake.
I did take your compliment. I just don't really
Okay,
care about it.
What's your problem, man?
What's your problem with me, man?
I don't. No, I'm asking what's your problem. I don't have a problem with you.
I don't have a problem. I express my problems and then I move on.
What we have here is a failure to communicate.
Precisely.
What we have here is a failure to burn a sufficient amount of calories and I don't even know, excrete toxins. Now we're up all night. In the meta. Which part?
Yo.
Come up, OCW. Don't be a bitch. I'm about to go beast mode.
I can't believe I've been on for almost 11 hours. And what's even more crazy is that means I still have another hour. And Means I might as well just go, I guess, right? I don't have to, but I guess I might as well.
You're not here anyways. So shut the fuck up.
That's true. That is true.
You need some fucking hardcore medication, dude.
Yeah, I want to put on some hardcore metal instead. You wake up call. Let's put on some Whitechapel.
Not a healthier lifestyle, just better drugs, sir.
I mean, it would help if I had some good cannabis.
Come on up, OTW. Let's go. Mitch.
What?
Is there anything that I can say that's not going to be offensive to you? I feel like you're kind of offended by everything. Like a little fucking snowflake.
That's cool. I don't care about your feelings.
Okay.
You're offended that I'm offended?
No, I'm not.
Cool. Carry on.
So let's get OCW up here.
Grand Rising, good sir.
Oh, OCW is up on Anna.
Grand Rising to everyone here as well.
Grand Rising. That's good.
I still have my morning voice.
Yeah.
Good
deal, man.
Let's bust out a new rap. Didn't drop a beat. I can do some freestyle.
I don't rap on Sundays.
Nah, that's fucked up.
It's probably best. Probably for the best.
What you got against Sundays, man?
It's that day that they worship the sun.
You know that. You know the New Year's Day is April Fool's Day, right?
Well, actually,
when-
in some cultures, it's the 21st of March.
No, it's
in
April
Iran.
1st.
I know. I have a friend who's Iranian, and in Iran, their New Year's is the 21st of March.
Spring equinox, that would make sense.
Yeah, but it's April 1st. That's why they call it April Fool's Day.
And their calendar is at year 2,560 something. They don't even have the same calendar.
Yeah, well, that's why it's
Gregorian
called
calendar.
a month. It's called a month. It's a month day.
Acknowledging
28 days cycle, 13 months.
Like celebrating the birthday. It's like your agreement with covenant with the.
That's when they killed
Evil.
Horus and divided his body parts and scattered them all over the world. But in other words, it's the 13th month that they scattered throughout the year to make 12 months, and they eliminated the 13th person. It's like, Leonardo da Vinci's Last Supper. There are 13 individuals, but one of them was like, I don't know if it was a Mandela effect or something, but one of them was taken out, right?
Yeah, weren't there only 10 months originally?
No,
I think so. I think there was like
they had
February. Yeah, I think February and
months.
January were added months because I'm not too sure what culture, but to them, when like I think it was the 9th, the 10th month Deca. Yeah, after the 10th month, it was like considered death. So the whole month of like January, February was like not counted as months. It was like a dead season to them. And then they would start up again in March, the year.
April 1st, dude.
It's dark out.
October is 8th.
Yeah,
December
October is 8.
10.
November 9, the December 10.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Yeah. So the new year is April 1st. That's what they call it, April Fool's Day. Because they fooled us all. We're in the
They
spring.
also fooled us with 9/11 because everybody thinks it's 9/11, but it's not 9/11.
Fucking
Pineal's
Pineal.
vacuuming again.
No.
Hey, OTW, we're here to argue with Mitchell. Let's go.
No, I don't want to argue with Mitchell.
I know, I'm just
I
kidding.
don't want to argue with you either, RTW. You've been doing really good, man. It's
Yeah, why do you want to
inspiring.
argue with me, Mitchell? What the fuck?
I don't want to argue with you, sir.
Okay. All right, kisses.
I just have a different perspective, and it hurts your feelings, and I'm not interested in it. Sorry.
I don't have feelings.
Okay.
Now you're trolling, Jeff.
Fuck you, OTW.
I saw you coming 10 miles away.
Hey, dude. Hey, I'm proud of you, by the way.
You are?
Day 11? Day 11?
That was yesterday, yeah. Day 11, man.
Good for you, man.
I wanted to bring you guys to the gym. You know what? And I'm not a shy guy. I've always been extrovert, but fucking for some reason, I want to bring this show to the gym, and I can't find myself to click the fucking, go live button when I'm at the gym. Because there's other people there, and I don't know, man.
I'm
It's
at the
like,
gym
what the
right
fuck?
now.
It's easy to do it at home, but not when I go outside. Fuck, it's like, what the fuck? Anyway, I have to work on that, I guess.
What do we have to? I mean, what do we have to? What do we have to lose in this life? I mean, you're an extrovert. Fuck it.
Nothing. Doesn't really have nothing
Right?
to lose in this life.
Is that a nihilist?
What's a nihilist?
No, I'm not a nihilist. What's wrong?
Definition, please.
It means
I don't know. That's what I was asking. I would describe it as someone who just doesn't really see a purpose in life.
Well, why should there be a purpose in life? In my perception of things, it's just live it. Be behind the driver's seat and fucking live your life. Stop thinking about living your life, or stop thinking about your past, or stop fucking thinking and just exist. To be or not to be, that is the question. Well, he was fucking smart when he said that. Shakespeare. It's all about what you want to be, man. Or if you want to be at all. Some people choose not to be. Some people choose to be fucking lazy pieces of shit on their couch, fucking scoffing down potato chips, drinking beer, and watching a football game. That's that. That's their life. If that's their choice, that's their thing. So it's the same fucking thing for everybody, man. Everybody spends their time blaming others for what's going on in this world when they don't take the time to stop and look at themselves in the mirror.
And so, what do you think, OTW? These people
I think we should all delete ourselves.
That was funny, dude. That's good. That's good.
From the metaverse.
Yeah, metaversally speaking, obviously. Yeah.
Yeah.
Which would be a fair statement.
So, what'd you do, Pineal? You fall asleep? Or
He was
is
fun.
Mitchell?
He was fun in
Maybe Mitchell's the
hexagons.
host of the show.
I'm here. I'm just vacuuming, so you know, laptop vacuuming.
Dude, how many carpets do you have in your house, man?
It's just they're everywhere, man. The walls are made out of carpeting. It's everything. I'm basically the great carpenter, if you know what I'm talking about.
Well, it sounds more like you're the master vacuumer. Fuck.
Got pads under those carpets for the walls, sir.
How does the carpets get so dirty that you have to vacuum them like all day long?
I guess that is the mysterious question that everybody wants to know. I've been asked it many times, sir.
Well, it's because Pineal, I'm gonna be honest, every time you're live, man, we eventually hear that vacuum in the background.
Yeah, it's totally fucked.
Yeah, or whenever you go on someone's panel or something like that, it's like this theme you got going.
That's why I've been muted kind of, because it kicked back in, and yeah, it comes and goes, but it's fucking annoying, man. I don't know what else to say. It sucks. So I mute and unmute, mute and unmute. It's terrible. Sometimes I forget I'm on mute, so yeah.
OTW, you can't be smoking those cigarettes. Hitting those
They're not
fucking weeds,
cigarettes.
dude.
Yeah.
You're not smoking
don't
weed,
smoke?
are you?
Yes, I am.
How long has it been since you smoked cigarettes?
Are you smoking weed?
I haven't smoked cigarettes in about 6 years now.
Yeah, I thought
So you're
you had
smoking
said
weed?
you were
And I haven't
5 or
touched
6.
cigarettes since.
I thought you were on a 30-day kick, no smoking weed.
No, I said I'm gonna reduce my consumption of weed. Go check out my post. It's written there. It's true.
Okay.
And I've actually drastically reduced. Yeah, I really have. I've went from smoking 7 grams a day to like smoking 1 or 2 grams a day. So I'm really, really fucking, and it helps on the wallet too. It shows. So
I could give you free weed forever. I got so much weed here. You want to take a gander in my house? Here. I'll do something I normally don't do. Let me flip the camera around. Figure out how to do this.
I don't know. Pineal's able to flip his camera around, but I seemingly I don't know how to do that when I'm on StreamYard. I don't know.
I know it seems really tough. I'm trying to figure it out myself.
Pineal, how do you turn your camera around when you're live on StreamYard, or when you're on someone's panel? And
Yeah,
you,
what the fuck?
Flip the camera around.
Yeah, how do I do this?
Go to your settings, and then after you go to your settings, go to your camera, and
oh, front camera, back camera. Oh, there it is. Oh
You got
shit. Oh shit. All right. Okay.
Oh my god, dude, you're gonna have to clean up your room, man.
Yeah. All right.
What the fuck? What's
Those are
that?
boxes. Those are boxes of weed.
Why do you have so many boxes of weed?
Because I'm fucking a commercial cannabis grower. It's my
Yo,
business.
you and Cage would get along great.
Holy shit, man! Look at this guy.
And I got a whole container full of more. What's
fucking nuts, my dude?
PT38. Dude, by the way, the farm that I work with, they've won more Cannabis Cup awards than any other farm ever. On their green. Cannabis Cup. Green Shock. Look them up. Oh, shit, my room's dirty. I gotta go right back this way.
Yeah, switch the camera around. Don't show us your dirty room. Well, you're gonna have to send me one of them boxes there.
Dude, I will.
I'll have weed for the rest of the year just with one box.
Dude, I sold 120 pounds yesterday. White market.
How much does that go for around in your area? Is it out
500.
like sold on internet or is it sold like
500 a pound.
And you sell those on internet or locally, like in
No,
stores?
local.
Okay.
Local distros in California. So, all legal on the books. Awesome. Our business is finally starting to take off. Been at it for 3 years. Losing money is it's been bad for 3 years. So thank God my best friend / business partner has given me some faith in me. So I was like, dude, we just gotta weather the storm because it was really bad prices. And
Well, 500 a pound is really cheap, man.
it is really cheap here locally.
Crazy cheap.
But last year,
Dude,
dude, it was
I
like
pay $80 an ounce, man. So in a pound, there's 16 ounces, right?
Yep.
So there you go, man. Think about it.
I grew like 700 pounds this year. This year, I'm trying to do like 1,400 pounds because I got 10,000 square feet legal. But last year, we only did one run instead of two because we were going to shut down our business. But
what kind
we
is
ran
it?
into these dudes.
Is it sativa or indica that you have, or do you have both?
I have both.
Okay. Do you have
But,
hybrid?
Yep. OTW, I'll hook you up, bro. I know you're not trying to smoke weed right now, but
Yeah, but like I said, smoking weed is actually something I enjoy doing, right? So why would I eliminate something that I enjoy? Instead of eliminating it completely, I'm going to reduce, like, instead of making it a habit where it's a daily kind of a thing where it's like all day long, like as if I was smoking a pack of cigarettes. I'm trying to make it more of a recreational and a kind of also a recompense system where I have to do things and and get my ass moving before I allow myself to smoke one, because if I smoke one before, then all my lazy ass is gonna do is just sit there and fucking not do the shit that I have to do, right? So that's why I wanted to reduce my consumption, because I knew that it would contribute to my laziness.
understandable.
It's like I love the smell of cannabis and I don't know, man. The taste and just something about it, man.
Dude, I would love
I when I quit smoking cigarettes, I also quit smoking weed at the same time. But the weed only lasted like 16 months. After 16 months, I said to myself, well, why am I why am I preventing myself from doing something that I... But the mistake I made was going back into it, as a daily thing, right? So what I needed to do was come back to it, but as a recreational thing, and that's the mistake I made. So that's why I want to rectify that mistake and do what I was, originally planning on doing, but didn't do.
I think you're doing a good job, and I think you should make some more rap fucking videos.
I wrote another one.
I want to do one with you.
You do?
Dude, I would love it. Dude, you got it to show? The new one?
I got another one that I wrote.
Dude, let's play your other... Dude, let's play... Pineal, can you play his other shit, dude? I loved it. I'm not fucking kidding either. I fucking love that shit.
Guys, I wrote another one. I'm not gonna rap it for you, but I can read you the words though.
All right, let's go.
I don't have the energy this morning to rap a song, man. It takes a lot of juice.
I was reading my journal and Mitchell made fun of it, so Mitchell's an asshole. So whatever.
I did not make fun. How did I make fun of your journal, dude?
You made fun of my journal.
I respect your journal. I have probably much more embarrassing journal entries than you.
Oh, I'm sorry, then I took it wrong. I thought you were trying to hate on my shit for me.
No, you
myself.
just keep trying to fuck it. Whatever.
Sorry, Mitch.
I can't
You're just
engage
kind of
in
hard
these
to read.
types of conversations, man. Yeah, don't try and read me. It's not about me. Pay attention to what I'm saying, not me.
How does that make any sense?
You're focused on my personality, not my ideas, and it's throwing off my
Not
ideas.
you. That is
it's
partially
making
your
it hard to
personality.
communicate.
How did you make any? Can anyone back me up here? Don't focus on
Yeah,
me.
you're hard to communicate with, and I'm hard to communicate with. It just doesn't mix, man. So what were you saying? I couldn't hear you out when I was speaking. Sorry.
You said don't communicate or don't mix my personality with your communication or something. I don't know. It didn't make any sense to me.
What I'm saying is don't focus on my personality. Focus on whatever ideas I have to put forward. If you have criticism for that, I'm happy to hear it. But
your ideas is part of your personality.
Talking about
Mitch is the
how
kind of
you
dude
like
I'd hang out with,
or,
actually.
Yeah, it's just like it's all conjecture, man. We've all fucking had a unique walk. We all you're comparing me to yourself, and I'm just not interested in it, man.
I don't think
All
I'm
right, so
comparing
you guys
you
want to
me.
hear the poem, like the new
Yeah,
rap song?
let's hear it.
All right, it's called Propaganda, Propaganda. That's the name of the song. That's what I called it. So it starts verse 1. What's up, people? I got something to say about propaganda and how it's used today. It's a tool of the powerful to control what we think, a way to manipulate, to make us all drink their Kool-Aid. Verse 2, their Kool-Aid and say it's for our own good. But who decides what the truth behind the lies they disguise? It's all about power and the way it's being used to keep us dumbed down, to keep us all confused. Then it's the chorus, propaganda, propaganda. It's everywhere we go, on the news, in the ads. It's even on the radio. And then I go back to verse 3. It's time to wake up, time to see through the haze. to question everything and not just obey. We need to take back our minds and our souls to stand up for truth and let the propaganda go. Verse 4. Propaganda is a weapon used to incite hate, to divide us into groups, and to manipulate our fate. And then I got, they create false enemies to justify their ways, their wars, and spread misinformation to lock us down and keep us behind bars. It's time to stand up and fight for what's right. That's verse 5. To break free from the chains and shine a bright light, expose the lies and the deceitful schemes, and wake up to reality and live our dreams. Verse 6. Propaganda can be subtle, it can be sly, it can come in many forms and catch us by surprise. It's up to us to be vigilant and not be swayed, to seek out the facts and not just what's on display. We must question authority and challenge the storms, to reject the propaganda and break free from the norms. It's time to unite and stand up for what's our rights, fight for justice and break free from the lies. That's verse 7. Then I go back to the chorus. Propaganda, propaganda, it's everywhere we go, on the news, in the ads, even on the radio. Verse 8. Propaganda can be used by those in power to control the narrative, to make us in fear and cower. They use fear, they use hate to divide us and keep us in this state. But we can break free. Verse 9. But we can break free and we can rise above the propaganda and its hive mind. We can seek out the truth and stand and unite. Together we can win this fight. Propaganda can be used to spread hate and fear, but we can use our voices to make it disappear. We must speak out and stand for what's right and expose the propaganda in plain sight. Verse 11. We must educate ourselves and those around us to organize the propaganda and make a fuss, to recognize the propaganda and make a fuss. We can use our voices and our power to fight the lies and the propaganda tower. Verse 12. Propaganda is a tool of the oppressor, used to silence the voices of the lesser, but we can break free and rise up and fight for truth no matter how tough. Propaganda chorus, propaganda, propaganda, it's everywhere we go, on the news, in the ads, even on the radio. Verse 13. We must question the sources and the motives and not fall for the lies and their exclusives. We can use our critical thinking and our senses to break free from the propaganda fences. Verse 14. So let's be aware and stay informed and reject the propaganda that seeks to deform our minds and our hearts, our values and our roles. Together we can break free and reach new heights and goals. Verse 15. So let's unite and stand together against the propaganda that seeks to sever our connections and our truths. Together we can find new roots. Chorus, propaganda, propaganda, it's everywhere we go, on the news, in the ads, on the radio. Propaganda, propaganda, it's everywhere we go, on the news, in the ads, on the radio. End. The end. So I got the beat and everything. Now I just have to rap it. I actually found some music that I'd put to it. I think it's going to be a good song. Actually, you're encouraging me, Jeff, to go and go ahead and record it.
Yeah, do it. I love it.
And how come you're the one who's on full screen? the whole time?
I don't know. Probably because I'm breaking the matrix.
Stunningly handsome.
I don't know if I go that far. My mama told me that, but
That was my
Mom's
fault.
always
How
right,
long were you
man.
full screen for, dude? My bad.
He's
How long
been
was he
there
full
for
screen?
about 40 minutes.
yeah, I was
bullshit,
trying to
man.
argue.
Hold on.
Don't say what
I
you're
was
going
trying
to
to
say.
talk to
Jeff.
Mitch.
Oh.
Oh, no.
Don't say what
I'm
you're
not
going
Don't
to
tell me
say.
what I can't tell you to not do.
Thank you.
Mitch, what do you
Don't
think
tell me what
about
you can't
the
tell me to
rap?
not
I want
tell
to
you
hear
to
what
not
your
do.
thoughts are. Or Pineal.
My vacuuming?
No, the rap I just did, man. Like the song.
Yeah,
I
can
wrote.
we get the back beat? Drop that beat, dude. I want to hear.
Let's see what we got here.
Letting It Go Now live. OTW. Second drop. Let's hit it. Drop
The
that
Drop
shit.
Radio.
Drop it. On Pineal.
Mitch. Mitch. Where's Mitch?
Mitch.
He's
I
never
love you,
there when you
Mitch.
want to talk to him, but he's always there when you know when you don't want to hear from him.
I still love him. I love him. I don't care what he says.
Fill my water bottle. Sorry, I had to go fill
Mitch,
mine.
did you hear the song? Well,
I
not the song,
did.
but
I did. The propaganda song? Yeah.
yeah, I wanted to know what your thoughts were on that.
Man, I was thinking you're a really clever artist, man. You can come up with some good words. Yeah, I thought that was clever.
Yeah, I just got to
The
learn
hell
how
is
to
that
rap
noise?
better. Is somebody hitting a bomb or a bong or
Someone's
rolling
in a
a down or
tornado.
something?
Yeah, what the fuck's going on, man?
It's Pineal again.
Driving
It
down the
wasn't me
highway with
that
the windows
time.
down.
I was on mute.
Sounded like you were rolling on a skateboard and you put the mic on the skateboard.
Nah, that's Harlow.
Yeah.
I'm scared to talk. I'm timid. Jeff's gonna jump my ass. I don't want to interrupt the conversation.
Then create a new one.
You good, Jeff? Sorry. Let's get up. Maybe I have a lag. Fuck, I don't know.
I hear you.
Failing to communicate today, so I'm kind of being quiet.
You scared me, Mitch. I was curled up in a ball in the fetal position in my bed. I'm just gonna cry my eyes out. I thought I was gonna be the one.
Hey, Pineal.
What up, man?
Did you play the Flat Earth rap?
Of course, bro.
You
Dude,
did.
play
What was
it.
I
I
when you were
didn't hear
playing
your
that?
new one though.
Dude, play that.
It was like a couple weeks ago, man.
Yeah, but play it now. That way it'll spark up some more inspiration.
Yeah, dude, let's hear it. I love that shit.
Where's this propaganda? Where's this propaganda song?
I promise I'll make this one. I'll make the propaganda this week.
Dude, it's gonna be dope. You already
How
got
did
all the
Mitch hear
fucking
it already?
I already have the music and the words are all written out, and it's I've already adjusted all the like the paragraphs or the verses and the choruses in the music. So all I have to do is fucking go sing it, man. Record my vocals, and that's it. The song's done. So but it takes a while because there's a lot of work to be done. The editing to make sure there's no hissing sounds and stuff like that. They're cleaning up the tracks and whatever. So,
Are you gonna have some like background Talcott shit that's like, holy dude, someone's gonna make some like, dude, someone's gonna make a video. Someone's gonna do it. Or rap. Something. Somebody's gotta do it.
I was thinking of making a rap song, but with Paul, using Paul. So, because the other day he says I can rap, and like, so okay. I figured I'd backtrack all of his videos and find all the really good points, cut the clips out, all those great rants that he goes on, and then clip out some phrases, and then try to build a song with all of those little clips.
Yeah.
And have that, connect that to a beat and have him rap that, anyway.
Dude, Pineal showed an old video of Paul tonight, dude. He looks so young. It's crazy. I hadn't seen that video yet. I've been following Paul for like 2 years or something.
Did you see the clips that I made of Paul?
Yeah, that was old as shit. I think we lost Mitch there. He dropped off.
Hey, Jeff.
Drop the beat, Pineal.
I'll be
OTW
right
is gonna
back.
rap that shit. He's gonna rap that shit. Rap that shit, Hooch. Yes. Yes.
Everything just to keep us alive. We never bit the space. That's all fake. Just a ploy to keep us in this mental mind state. Check it out. I mean, NASA's been lying to us with their green screen and the CGI, photoshopping everything just to keep us in the lie. We never been to space. That's all fake. Just a ploy to keep us in this mental mind state. Check it out. I mean, NASA's been lying to us with their green screen and the CGI, photoshopping
Looping, yeah, baby.
That's all fake. Just a ploy to keep us in this mental mind state. Check it out. I mean, NASA's been lying to us with their green screen and the CGI, photoshopping everything just to keep us in the lie. We never been to space. That's all fake. Just a ploy to keep us in this mental mind state. Check it out.
How many times can we get everything?
With their green screen and the CGI, photoshopping everything just to keep us in the lie. We never been to space. That's all fake. Just a ploy to keep us in this mental. Check it out. I mean, NASA's been lying to us with their green screen and the CGI, photoshopping everything just to keep us in the lie.
I don't know if you guys know Conspiracy Music Guru.
Dude, I just saw that he was.
He left a comment and I
Here,
pinned
I
it
wanna
at the
watch
top
this.
of that video. Well, not the short, but the real video.
It's funny. Salted Cedar said goodnight, but for most people, it's probably Grand
Good
Rising.
morning.
Only to the delusional delinquents here that haven't slept yet. But let me see here. There was a clip with Conspiracy Music Guru and Jim Brewer that I wanted to see. Let me see.
So what are we doing here? Okay, Jeff's gone.
And this is what people don't understand. What you're putting out there, and me just talking, we don't know how far and wide people are being touched. And I'm telling you, it's resonating with millions of people because they are on this frequency. They do see what we see. It is not crazy. Me and him got into it. My mom was a little freaked out, but that blew my mind that outsiders from other countries could see something a little different going on because America thinks we've been trained. We're the best at everything. And maybe we are here and there, but we're the greatest.
Take a step forward.
Yeah, and Alex, what I can relate to you with you is I don't like trying to force it at all. If I force it, it comes out horrible, comes out fake. It looks forced.
Well, that was random and not what I thought, but Jeff, man, I hope you're all right, sir. He probably took the hint and is going to pass out. I don't blame him. I got about 20, let me see, 20, yeah, about 20 minutes left before it maxes out. I can't believe I did the 12 hours again, man. It's crazy. Crazy.
Did you see I was on Bro Sanchez yesterday?
My bad. I keep muting myself, but no, I didn't. What was the topic?
Well, there wasn't any real topic in particular. It was just the sit down with Bro Sanchez and smoking weed and chopping it up, talking about pretty much anything. Actually, there's all kinds of subjects. We went into health for a while and went down deep into we're talking about mushrooms and shit like that. It was a good conversation.
Yeah, it's been a while since I had some mushrooms, man. Other than a nibble, like a micro nibble, recently. Like literally like a micro dose I think on 2 different days, not like a super micro dose, because I found a little piece of a cap in a bag and I just ate it. Yeah, I happen to just have a random fucking piece of a cap, but yeah, I really want to start microdosing, man. I've never actually done it like long term, or even longer than a couple or a few days. I don't think I've ever really done it more than that. Yeah.
I don't even remember last time I think I took mushrooms while I was like 24 or something like that. So that's like 20 years ago.
Wow. Yeah. I think it's a necessary thing to do. And with that said, I mean, a necessary thing to do every so often, responsibly under the right, set and setting and for the right reasons and with the right intentions. And, yeah. Good way to reassess the ego.
So I hear,
that.
Mitch, that you've been working. What kind of work do you do?
I work at a bakery.
We're
Oh,
all
that's
in
cool.
food, man. We're all in food, except I'm not working right now. But yeah, we're all in food, man, for some reason. I don't know what that's about. Mitch, Pat, Ian, the fuck's going on, man?
We're service to others, man.
Right.
What kind of bakery?
It's a gluten-free bakery. They have like some vegan
Nice.
item stuff. But
Nice.
yeah, it's all natural. Good. It's pretty good stuff.
Yeah, I'm guilty. I eat a lot of wheat, man, but gluten I don't think is really the issue. I think it's the glyphosate, and so they're calling it gluten.
I think
You
you're
know?
right.
Yeah. Yep. It's just like peanuts and all these other fucking things, and like it's like they put the peanuts in the fucking inoculations, and then peanut oil or whatever, and then so when people have it later on, they don't realize why they have that allergy, but it's because they fucking got it jammed into them with all these other poisons and toxins and shit. And then again, peanuts are not, from what I've found, peanuts aren't really ideal to eat anyway. But soak up a lot of the toxins and stuff from the ground, ground. But yeah. And then I hear cashews come from poison ivy plant. So it's like, man, dude, it's can't have it. Can't have anything, you know. I've never heard anything bad about macadamia nuts or pistachios. But yeah, a lot of nuts have not lectins. Is it lectins? No, phytates, I think. Forget one of those. And then greens have oxalates. It's like, fuck, man, greens. So everything in moderation, man, because greens are like the best food, you know. But too much can bring you issues too, because of the oxalate acid. But yeah, shout out to everybody. I don't even know what we're doing at this point. Just chilling. Got about 20 minutes left.
Yeah,
20
I'm gonna
minutes
have to
left of
head out,
streaming
Pioneer.
time.
I got shit to do.
All right, you're good,
Thanks for
man.
having
Yeah,
me
I
up
look
here, man.
forward. Yeah, I want to hear that. I want to hear that song, man.
Yeah, well, like I said, I'll have this done. I'll have it done this week.
Good deal. Good deal. Good deal. Yeah, what were you trying to say about Jim Brewer or Conspiracy Music Guru or one of them?
Yeah, that he left a comment under my flat Earth rap, and I pinned it at the top of the comment section.
Oh, is that? Oh, okay. Hold on. I didn't see that.
Yeah, you have to go check the video, not the short.
Wait, where did I? Oh, okay, not okay. Hold on.
Just type in flat Earth rap. Well, the flat Earth rap. Oh, you can also go there. Yeah. See, they put that little Wikipedia thing there under my song.
The what?
The flat Earth thing of Wikipedia.
Yeah, of course, man.
See how important I am? That they have to put that there?
That's funny as hell, dude. That's funny as hell, man. It doesn't look like any of these people you tagged are lit up. Like they didn't get tagged properly or something.
I don't know.
Like you're tagging them that didn't register or some shit. I don't know.
Well, see, that's YouTube shadow banning.
Yeah, or it's I don't know. Or it maybe depending on the device you did it on. It might have not registered either. I don't know. Not sure.
Maybe, I don't know. Maybe I'd have to look back on there. I don't know.
How are you gonna tag fucking Daddy Yankee and freaking XXX Tentacion and Joe Rogan, but not your boy Pineal here, man? That's crazy talk.
Dude, I copied and pasted this from some other place.
Oh, okay. Okay. And what's the deal with Lost Geographic, man? I really fucking want to know what's up with the guy, man. It's kind of ridiculous, dude. Wow, John Holiday said Globe Earth rules. That's fucking hilarious. That's funny.
I still gave him a thumbs up and I hearted his comment.
He might be kidding. I don't know, you know? I don't know.
Yeah, it could have been a sarcastic remark. You can't always tell.
Austin says we live in the firmament. Not under, but in it? I'm confused.
It's almost
man,
up
but
to 1,000. That video is almost up to 1,000 views. It was actually my most popular video right now.
yeah, it should hit 1,000, man. I mean, it's like, you know, it's original. You know, it's original, man. He's put like, you know, what, a couple days into it. It's like it should be 1,000 for sure, man.
Yeah, that song is actually a 36-hour work.
36. Okay. Yeah, I thought I remember you saying it. Yeah.
36 hours, like a day and a half.
Yeah, my longest video was an original. Well, it's a mixture of original content and mixed with some other people's videos back from November.
But do you imagine how much work it takes to make a song, man? Like for just a 4-minute and 30-second song, took me 3 days. 3 days, but split in like 12 hours each day.
Well, yeah, most of these artists have shit written for them, you know. So
yeah, and plus these big artists have their own big $250 an hour studios. So, you know, they get all the best quality sound and everything. I have a fucking home studio, so the sound is what it is.
yeah, well, I gotta give it to you, man. So that's creative. What's the word? Peak creative expressionism. So artistic expressionism. So.
Dude, it took me literally like I had to sing the song over 6 times before I actually figured out how I was going to rap the song. Because in the beginning, I was rapping it with my normal voice and I was trying all kinds of different methods of rapping. And at one point, I got really mad because I wasn't getting it. Now I was really pissed off and I fucking sang the fucking thing angry, pissed off, right? And that fucking it clicked, man. It was like that was the way I was supposed to sing it. I was supposed to sing it pissed off, man. So that's how it ended up being like this. So I screamed my way through the song.
Well, it took a lot of liking from a lot of people, man. So it's so funny when I just heard you talking, man. I pictured Hard Hat. It's like Canadians to me. Do Americans sound the same to you? Because a lot of Canadians sound the same to me.
I don't know.
You know what I mean, Mitch?
Yeah, for sure.
It's like a lot of the same ways to finish sentences, and you know, with the A or yeah, or I'm trying to remember what the other ones are. And it's also an accent too, or like a twang, a voice twang, kind of a thing. Not twang. Twang's not the right word. Just the accent, I guess. I don't know how else to say it.
Well, I do know that we have this funny way of speaking up here, but I especially have I think when I listen to myself speak, I think I have like this weird accent, you know? And anyway, I've been told more than once that I have a weird accent. But I guess that's because I speak French. I guess it goes together. I don't know.
That's your first language?
No, actually, English is my first language.
Oh, okay. So it's your second language.
Yeah, French is my but I speak both languages fluidly, like they were my first language. Like, you know,
Not Spanish.
I understand Spanish. I can speak a little bit. I also understand and can speak a little bit of Greek.
Okay. Yeah, I
And
never really.
for some reason, I also understand Turkish people and Kurds, but I can't speak their language at all. But for some reason, I can understand what they're saying when they're saying it, without even like really knowing the words that are coming. It's like their body language, or I don't know. I just like know what they're saying when they're saying it, which is kind of weird.
Right.
But anyway,
No, I mean, not totally weird.
no, but maybe I was thinking maybe sometimes it's because since I am a musician, that I'm in tune to different frequencies, and I can also tell when somebody's lying. Well, maybe not. It's harder, obviously, on the internet, but like if I'm in person, you know, like within 6 feet of somebody, and somebody's talking to me face to face, well, I can hear it in their voice when they're lying because they go out of tune.
A lot of times, yeah, in their body language too, for sure.
Yeah, but it's like let's say you're listening to a song, and and when somebody goes out of notes or out of scale, you can hear it, right? Well, it does that when someone's lying, because when you're speaking, you have this tone, right? And when you're honest and you're speaking and you're talking about any kind of subject, but as long as you're honest, you're always on this same tone, man, right? But as soon as you start lying, your tone changes, and it's not your natural tone. It's a different tone. So it's like you're out of tune. So automatically I know something's wrong without even listening to what the words that you're saying. I know that the words that are coming out are not congruent with what with the frequency that you usually have, if you want to put it that way.
Yeah, it's fascinating.
Oh, I was on mute. My bad. Yeah. So I think I'm likely gonna be busy today. Um, it's possible I'll have a lot more free time than I'm thinking, depending on the person who I'm gonna be helping out. But I'm almost kind of hoping I'm gonna be busy, because it seems like the streams that I would most likely be catching are not really something I want to be spending my time on today, man. So I think I've given enough of my energy away to just drama. I don't know. I just don't want to really feed it any more of my time. So, yeah. And just in general, man, just like I need a break from all the tech for a little bit. I'm too glued.
I mean, I've been doing my own thing. I've been participating here and there in other panels, but I have as well diminished the time that I've been spending in front of the computer screen.
Good for you, man. Real world shit, real life.
I opened it up this morning. I just wanted to check out the analytics, and I saw you live, so I said, okay, I'll go check out what's going on over there. And I figured you were going all night there, and I was like, Jesus.
Yeah, it's not normal. It's not normal.
Yeah,
I kind of blame Paul somewhat
I gotta
too,
head out,
man.
man. So,
But
hey, much love, man. Peace. Thanks for having
all
me.
right, I appreciate you, brother. Take
Ciao,
care,
man.
man.
peace, OTW. Thanks for bringing the energy back to ground level.
Homeostasis. Yeah.
Yeah, a normal state of being.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah,
All right,
I
guys.
appreciate what you're
Much
doing
love,
too with
man.
the workouts.
Have a great day.
I just wanted to say too, if you're still there, OTW, I'm meaning to tell you that I think it would be really cool, and I wanted to tell you in the beginning. I think I never did, or if I did, then whatever. But it would be cool because before you ever even had the idea, or before you ever articulated the idea of what you're doing now with the workout thing, I wanted to basically do like kind of a workout thing where I would just be kind of talking, not necessarily conspiracies and stuff, but kind of like just the shit that's normally on my mind, the rambling, just back and like all over the place kind of conspiracy crap that goes through my mind while I work out, so that like this people with the same kind of mind could tap in, and instead of just listening like usual, they could maybe be inspired to work out too while we just kind of talk shit. But my point in bringing that up was that it would be cool if you opened the panel to other people working out, and we could all work out on panel together. You know, I just thought that would be a really cool, because you open the panel up after you're done working out. But I thought it'd be cool to open the panel up, you know, and people can just come up and work out, and we could all be working out together. I don't know, just a thought. I think that would be cool as fuck. But have like a fucking gym session, you know. Am I wrong? I mean, I don't think I've seen that before, man.
That sounds like a great idea.
Yeah. And he's still got a lot of days left, so consider it, man. Just at least try it one day. I mean, what's the worst that could happen, right? That would be cool as fuck. You might have me and who knows who will come up, man. You could have Ian and Paul up there at the same time, and fucking Z and all the enemies up there working. I mean, I doubt that'll happen, but you know, I'm just trying to lighten the mood here. Because at the end of the day, I think a lot of the shit that's happened is the result of fucking people trying to be somebody, you know, be a character.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, I sorry to cut you off. I didn't mean.
Yeah, like, dude, like, man, some of these dramatic characters that people think people might think are going to be funny and like dark humor or satire. It's like, most people don't take it like that. Most people don't like get that. And I get that it's like almost like if you don't get it, then you're dumb kind of a thing. But I don't know. It's just, I don't know, man. I don't know. I respect some artists like, you know, Bill Hicks and, you know, fucking George Carlin. And I love those guys, you know, and Andy fucking whatever his name is, that Jim Carrey played. But,
and they can be offensive too, but it's they do it in a way that's like I don't know, it's different. I wish I had the right words for it. It's early for me, but
yeah, it's hard to it's early for you, it's late for me, man. I'm gonna crash so hard after this. It's funny, there's 11 people rocking out, but got about 3 more minutes here, so I mean, I think I could go a few. I don't want to risk it because I don't know. I think you can go a little bit over, but it just shaves it off anyway, so it doesn't really matter. Even if I can go a little over. But shout out to all of y'all. Thanks for chilling, Mitch. I reviewed. You were here when I reviewed your video, right?
yeah, it was. I passed out. I was gonna join the panel, and then I got real tired and took a nap. Woke up, you were still here, and I joined. I feel like I kind of ruined the vibe, but a good thing it was towards the end. But yeah,
you're good.
Thanks for tolerating me, and
at least you know you've articulated it before that you have some communication, you know, issues, and everyone does it to some level, you know, in some fashion. So yours might be a little more, whatever you could call it, what you will, aggressive or whatever, but or indifferent or, you know, whatever. But I appreciate and respect you, man. And I see what you're I see what you're doing, what you're trying to do, where your heart's at. I think I do. I feel I do. I feel I know where your heart and your mind's at. So maybe more so your heart than your mind, but
right. Well said.
Then again,
yeah,
I don't know where my mind is half the time. So
well, I feel the same. You know, that's pretty much how I feel about you. But that's why we're able to, because we're not trying to prove that we're better than the other or whatever. It's like, I think that's why we're able to, at the end of the day, you know, still shake hands and, you know, come back and do it again. It's because, you know, it's not like, I think you recognize I'm not trying to tear you down or whatever, or anyone. It's just I'm passionate, and yeah, and I do suck at communicating, but it's just not about me, you know. It's like I wish people would criticize my ideas instead of my personality, you know. I don't know if that makes sense, but it does to me. Um, it's like we're all different personalities. I mean, it's like there's no reason to like compare and say I'm